General Mills, makers of kicks, invite you to beat the band. If you can. General Mills, makers of kicks, that delicious new ready-to-eat breakfast cereal that comes in delicious round golden bubbles, brings you another session of that new novel radio game, Beat the Band, featuring Ted Weems and his music, Terry Como, Marvel Maxwell, Elmo Tanner, Arm Down, Country Washburn, and Red Ingle, who join with Gary Moore to bring you this opportunity to beat the band. And now to music. Here's Ted Weems and the boys with an old tune that's on the present-day hit parade. I'm Nobody's Baby. Now we got underway with the only program in the world which has as its master of ceremonies a man who combines the qualities of all the great stars. The physique of Mickey Mouse, the charm of Donald Duck, the haircut of Dr. Cyclops, and the voice of a squeaky pair of shoes, folks, Gary Moore.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Fort. There's possibly something in what you say, particularly about the haircut like Dr. Cyclops. Of course, I could have a head of sleek black hair like yours, but I prefer to wear my own. Anyhow, thank you very much for the introduction. And friends, in the way of questions tonight, we have some toughies that'll give the boys a bit of a tussle, I think. General Mills, of course, will pay $10 for each question we use on the show today, and those who actually beat the band are guaranteed a minimum of double money, $20 and a case of delicious kicks. But that sum may be much greater. In fact, it might grow to $25, $50, even $100. Plus, of course, $10 for the question and that big case of kicks. Now, believe me, besides being a whole barrel of fun, this trying to beat the band can be mighty profitable. So why not jot down that question you thought of and send it to Kicks, K-I-X, Kicks, Minneapolis, Minnesota. Well, now into the unrehearsed portion of the program. The boys do not know the questions to be asked, so you may hear plenty of booms on that old bass drum that indicates a $50 pays for a missed question. Here we come with item number 1. We have a letter from Dorothy Rogers of San Francisco, California, which offers a query on mythology. What human relationship is exemplified by Damon and Pythias? It's a current tune. And Country Washburn is the first one to put his hand up there. All right, Country?
Should be friendship.
It is friendship, sure. Damon and Pythias. All right, can you play friendship on your big bass fiddle? That was a slightly sour piece of friendship there, but we'll give you 10 points up on the scoreboard for it, Country Washburn. You're the first one. And now Mrs. George Fitzpatrick of Great Barrington, Massachusetts, must enjoy amateur night, because she writes to offer this question. A two-man song team put on an act that was a failure. They seemed to have difficulty with both the music and the lyrics. And as the curtain came down, one of them made a remark which explained the individual difficulty of each. It was a tune popular some years ago. And Country Washburn has it. Don't go near him. No, here's Ralph Blank over at the piano.
You didn't know the music and I didn't know the words?
That's right, Ralph. Good enough.
Wonderful.
Can you play it, huh?
Well, I don't know.
All right. Thank you very much, Ralph. That gives you 10 points up on the scoreboard. And in the future, Mr. Downs, don't tell me when that's it, please. Do I come back and look over your shoulder and tell you when to go boom? All right, N.S. Lawton of Toledo, Ohio, pens us this quiz. When the dwarves returned from their mine one night, one of them was missing. Now, Snow White called them by saying, bashful, doc, sleepy, dopey, grumpy, sneezy, I want you to go out and... What? The tune that tells you what you wanted? Oh, all right, everybody's hands up in the air. Red Engel, Parker Gibbs, get Parker over here, and we'll have Red later, no doubt.
Get happy?
Get happy, sure, that's it. Can you play that? That's enough, gentlemen, that's enough. Very fine, Parker, and that gives you 10 points up on the old scoreboard, plus plenty of jam. Gee, boys, I'm sure that you all have fine family trees, but I'm afraid this current crop was a failure. Shall we branch out into better things here, Ted?
Well, we might try music. For instance, Perry Como singing the popular tune Blueberry Hill.
Strictly meritorious, Maestro. I found my thrill on Blueberry Hill, on Blueberry Hill. When I found you, the moon stood still on Blueberry Hill and lingered until my dreams came true. The wind in the willow played love's sweet melody, but all of those vows we made were never to be. Though we're apart, you're part of me still. For you were my thrill on Blueberry Hill. Sweet melody, but all of those vows we made were never to be. Though we're apart, you're part of me still, for you were my thrill on Blueberry Hill. Say, Fort, what would you say is the main idea in this show of ours?
The main idea of Beat the Band, Gary?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's easy. To amuse and entertain our audience.
I see. But, Fort, this news that you want to give us about the vitalization of kicks, would you call that amusing?
Certainly not, Gary. It's dead serious, of course. But even so, I don't believe any of our listeners are going to feel hurt when we ask them to lend an ear to this announcement. For the simple reason that it's so important to every man, every woman, every child.
Well, that's fair enough, Fort. Let's have it.
Ladies and gentlemen, the new Vitalized Kicks now actually provides full grain strength of 5 essential vitamins and minerals. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 protective food elements. And you get full grain strength of all 5 in the new vitalized Kix.
All of which brings us now to our second group of questions on this afternoon's edition of Beat the Band, with so far 3 questions having been asked and no questions having managed to beat the band. First one in this group is from Ellen Murdoch of Chicago, Illinois. When Gilbert and Sullivan started their famous partnership, what might one of them have said to the other in suggesting that they write songs together? It's currently a hit tune. And Joseph Hooven, back in the trumpet section, thinks he knows. Is it all right, Joe?
We could make such beautiful music together.
We could make such beautiful music. Fine, all right. Right. All right. That's right, Joseph. You were right the first time. I just wanted to make you go through it twice to see what you'd get out of that groove you were in there. Albert Cust, Jr. of Newton Highlands, Massachusetts, wants you to use a recently current tune title to describe uncomfortable feeling of a very young man after a session with his father in the woodshed. Remember? And Elmo Tanner starting to put his hand up, his memory keeps back over.
I think it's Smarty Pants.
That's right. Yeah. All right, Elmo, can you whistle Smarty Pants? And that gives you 10 points up on the scoreboard. You're first for the day. And now, here is a person by the name of Jackson. I can't make out the first name here. It's ineligible. I can't read it. Somebody Jackson of Salt Lake City pens a line to ask a question which requires a knowledge of canine classification. What novelty tune would be appropriate to play while the Pomeranian, Pekingese, Papillon, and Chihuahua were being led around the show ring? All right, Pete Beelman thinks he knows the answer, of all people, back in the trombone section.
Trees.
No! Oh, dear. There will now be a 20-second pause while we all go back and fry an egg on Mr. Beelman's blush. No, I'm sorry. This is too much, Pete. The answer is not trees. It's the march of the toys. They're toy dogs, you know? Toy classification. You still like trees, I can tell. All right, well, can you play the march of the toys? Huh? Now, don't feel hurt. I was just telling you it was wrong. Don't sulk, Pete. Can you play March of the Toys? Much, Mr. Beelman. You get 5 points for that. You get 5 points, but you do have to throw 50 cents on the old bass drum if you don't mind. And this party named Jackson of Salt Lake City is the first person to beat the band, receive a full case of Kix, a guaranteed minimum of $20, which may turn out to be much more if we keep that bonus in mind.
Give me a half, Dave.
Mr. Beelman is now working on his 12th pocket and still is unable to find 50 cents.
Out there
Pete, borrow it from somebody or trying to. They don't have it. All right, throw in your... Boom. All right.
Thanks, Dave.
Heyday was just a couple of days ago. Wasn't but 2 days ago you had a pocket full of weems. As it is now, you've got no money at all. Albert C. Boyd of Oneida, New York, offers a mighty tough question. I must tell you that it's an old Irish ballad, and there is a terrific pun on the last word of the title, which actually is the old name of the Emerald Isle. Don't give up yet, Fred. I'm not through. Now, what did Satan say when he tried to induce the reformed sinner to backslide? I'll go through this whole routine again for you, with gestures this time. I must tell you that it's an old Irish ballad, and there is a terrific pun on the last word of the title, which actually is the old name of the Emerald Isle. Now, what did Satan say when he tried to induce the reformed sinner to backslide? A faint glimmering of light on the part of Art Winter, back in the trumpet section.
Come back to Aaron.
come back to Aaron. Wow. I don't get it myself, do you? Well, that's the answer anyhow. Come back to Aaron. Can you play that on your trumpet, Pops? Very good indeed. An atrocious pun, but you got it. And now poetry from Vera Lawrence of Terre Haute, Indiana, and a last year tune will be the answer. The poem goes as follows. I'm a sly little feller, and folks say I'm cunning. But around ladies' shoulders, I sure look stunning. And what is the answer? Marvel Maxwell was the first to put her hand up just a split second behind Red Engel.
Little Red Fox.
A Little Red Fox. As Kay Kaiser would say, that's right, you're right. Because that tune is from the old musical college professor's grand picture. That's right, you're wrong. Now, of course, you're going to have to sing it, huh? If you can.
Yeah, 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 says the little fox. Yeah, yeah, you can't catch me.
Thank you very much, Marlon. You sang it very well, although you didn't have to put the emphasis on the yeah and stare at me while doing so. Now, boys, this conversation must be costing more than talking back to a traffic cop at $1 a word. Let's have music. What do you say, Ted?
Well, I'll suggest that we get into the Nickel Man and see what happens, Gary.
I'll see with Red Engel as the Nickel Man doing the vocal in his native tongue. Anything that happens will be good.
And we all think he's swell, 'cause everybody loves to eat the things he has to sell. He totes an old umbrella and a broken down old cart, and when he wants a crowd around, here's the way he'll start.
Nickel, 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 old Nickel Man sings. Nickel, 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 as fast as he can. The kids all jump with glee whenever he comes by. They sing and shout, dance about when they hear him cry. Nickel, 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 who'll buy my wares? 5 little pennies, just 5 little pennies, will chase your cares. And if they'd only own up, every grown-up is a fan of that nickel, 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 old Nickel Man.
Hey, Elmo, looky, Elmo, over there. Why is there such a big crowd around that man?
Oh, don't you know? That's the Nickel Man.
The Nickel Man?
Yeah, come on, let's go over there. I'll buy you something. Hey, Nickel Man, what have you got that's good?
Well, I got a storage you cut popcorn. And a storage name, more you mean bits of the peanuts. And a more you hot dogs.
Well, Marvel, what'll you have?
I'll have a hot dog.
A hot dog? All right. How much do I owe you?
Well, more than you want to give me 5 cents.
Oh, gosh. I left my nickel at home.
You go home and get your money, and I'll wait here for you, honey, so he doesn't go.
I'll wait here.
See, I'm getting hungry. Hurry with that buffalo.
Gotta be at hand, all kinds of peanut popcorn candy, and the price is low. No sales tax. If you want a hot dog, show me a buffalo. Nickel, 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 who'll buy my wares? 5 little pennies, just 5 little pennies, we'll chase your cares.
And if they only own up, every grown-up is a fan of the nickel, 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 old Nickel Man.
Now, borst dat een rotje doen, maar door het je, borst dat de zotje moet er door het je. Borst even voor, en hoor je boy, en hoor je, Nickel Man.
Some people, hearing about the vitalization of kicks, might feel like saying, that's fine. I'm glad to know about the wonderful combination of advantages found in kicks and kicks alone. But how about goodness? Will I like Kix? And if so, why? Well, we believe that Kix will make a big appeal to 4 of your senses. Your sense of sight, of taste, of hearing, and one other. What appeals to your sense of sight? The tempting new form of Kix, round, golden bubbles of corn. So appetizing looking, so refreshingly different. What appeals to your sense of taste? Well, the delicate and different flavor of Kix, like nothing you've ever tasted before. And what appeals to your sense of hearing? The nice, crunchy sound when you munch a handful of Kix dry, right out of the package, the way so many people like to do. And incidentally, this crunchiness helps to keep Kix deliciously crisp in milk or cream, too. And now, what about the 4th sense Kix appeals to? That's your common sense. For in this day and age, with so many people faced with vitamin or mineral shortage in their daily diet, it is obviously common sense to select a ready-to-serve corn breakfast food that helps you to combat the dangers of such a shortage. Kix does this by providing helpful whole grain strength of 5 precious protective vitamins and minerals. Yes, new vitalized Kix provides your body with full grain strength of vitamin B1, vitamin G, calcium, phosphorus, and iron. You get the actual amount of these essential food elements that nature intended you to get from corn. Now remember, Kix is the only ready-to-serve corn breakfast food that offers this combination of food values with whole grain strength. You or some member of your family may have positive need for this extra contribution which Kix makes to your diet. And you'll surely enjoy this overwhelmingly popular breakfast dish. So don't forget, Kix is spelled K-I-X.
Right-ho, and here we go into our 3rd group of questions, our 3rd and final group of questions for the afternoon, and so far only one person has managed to beat the band, thanks to Mr. Beelman and that weird mind of his. Now this one says, to the moviegoers in the band, Harvey Wellnitz of Michigan City, Indiana, offers this one. In the movie, The Hunchback of Notre Dame, what did the hunchback, Quasimodo, want to do more than anything else? A tune about 7 years old will tell you what he would have said had you asked him. Pete Beelman's got his hand up near.
Ring them bells. I knew I'd get that one, boy.
You did, huh?
Yes, I
you
could
thought
feel it.
You thought that was it? You
Ring
think you
them
got
bells. Shall I play it?
You want me to tell you what the answer is?
That's not it?
It isn't that. It isn't trees either. It's I want to ring bells. There, you were close. Ring them bells, but the answer is I want to ring bells. That was very good, Pete. I'm sorry that I can't let it go through. Now, could you borrow another 50 cents from Mr. Hooven, please, over here? Fine. Thank you very much.
My 2 weeks allowance here, you know.
All right. There goes the second 50 cents into the bass drum from Pete Beelman. Therefore, the second person to beat the band receive a full case of Kix, a guaranteed minimum of $20, which may turn out to be much more, keeping that bonus in mind. Pete, look, if you can play I Want to Ring Bells on the trombone, I'll give you 5 points on the scoreboard for it. How'll that be? Maybe you'll get your 50 cents back. I don't think so, but maybe. Huh?
I want to ring bells.
I want to ring bells. And so we come to the next question, friends. From Ray Andrews of Albany, New York, propounds a query along baseball lines. A hot tune featured by a famous Negro musician will tell you what a baseball player tries to do after he lays down a slow bunt. Now on Downs, back in the drums, has got his hand up in the air. All right, what is it?
Would it be Fat Swallows Beat It Out?
Beat it out. Sure, that's what you do. All right, let's hear you play it on the drums, will you? Very fine, Orm. You got a little off the melody there at times, but that was Beat It Out. It's played for you by Orm Downs. You're going to have to save some of your strength for tonight when your boys open in Milwaukee. You're welcome, Ted. Now, would you care to mention the name of the ballroom? Would you care to tell him how much they...
Time, Jerry.
Huh?
Time.
It's about 5 minutes to 6, Chicago.
No, I don't mean that.
Huh?
Well, I have time to tabulate the tally sheet.
Oh, excuse me. I'm so sorry, friend. Okay, Ford, I'll scram and you score. Ted, music, if you please, huh?
Well, try a little bit of Get the Moon Out of Your Eyes, Gary.
Ah, it's just like Mother used to me.
You said that last week.
Maybe that's where you heard it.
some fun, and I do mean some. Our figures give out with the intriguing information that we use some 10 questions, of which no less than 2 prove too tough for the band. General Mills, therefore, pays out $100 for questions, and to each of today's band beaters goes $60. Now, that represents a grand total of $200 paid out for questions today. Now, about the bass drum. Well, what about it? That stands with a small but valuable cargo of $2.50, all of which will be divided 8 ways. 12.5 cents to the gentleman that's picking up. Fight over it, will you, boy?
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Well, thanks, folks. Thanks and so long from all of us until next week. Thanks for spending this half hour having fun with us, and thanks for sending us those grand questions. Keep it up, won't you? Just remember, send that question you thought up to Kix, K-I-X, Kix, Minneapolis, Minnesota. We're waiting for them.
Folks, we'd like to have every one of you make a try to beat the band. Remember, it can be quite a profitable pastime, and pastime it is, because you'll have more fun than a circus trying to work out one of these funny, fantastic questions answered with a song title. And, as we say, it might be very profitable. $10 if we use your question, a guarantee of double money, $20, and a case of Kix if you beat the band. But that sum might be much greater. Remember that $100 bonus. Now it's a game, folks, and we want everyone to participate and have fun. There may be many similar questions with identical answers, and of course payment will be made only to that person whose question is actually used. All questions become the property of General Mills, and any resident of the United States is eligible to send in a question. So get in the game. Who knows? You might be a band beater. This is Fort Pearson speaking for Gary Moore, Ted Weems and the band, and General Mills, inviting you to join us next week. In the meantime, let me suggest that you add a thrill and an extra portion of goodness to your breakfast with Kix, that new extra good breakfast corn cereal that stays crisp in milk or cream. Oh, boy, it's great. And remember, we want you to try to beat the band. Is the only ready-to-serve corn breakfast food that provides whole grain strength of vitamin B1, vitamin G, calcium, phosphorus, and iron. Kix is termed a preferred corn cereal. Kix is unique among ready-to-serve corn breakfast foods in that it bears the seal of acceptance of the Council on Foods of the American Medical Association. Remember those important facts. Remember, too, that Kix is really different, really good. A breakfast dish you'll probably be keen about. Kix is spelled K-I-X, Kix.
The special lyrics heard on the program are to Shuffle Off to Buffalo. The selection, Friendship, is from Dubari Was a Lady. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
California Melodies, out of the West to you. Music out of the West, music of color and romance, scored and directed by David Rose. Presented in this 30-minute serenade, studded with the songs of radio and television star Maxine Gray. an entertainment feature from the new Don Lee Studios in Hollywood. David Rose directs California Melodies. In the opening trilogy this evening, Mr. Rose interprets Juanita, one of the loveliest of the quiet old love songs. This is contrasted next by Years From Now, a modern ballad in which youth looks ahead for Cupid. The third selection of this cosmopolitan opening group is the noted Valse Triste, in which Jan Sibelius sought musical expression for a delirious dance of death, and which Mr. Rose only tints with his masterful modern touch. David Rose directs California Melodies. The modern ballad, Years From Now. composition of one of the greatest composers of all time, the dramatic Jan Sibelius' Valse Triste. We have heard Juanita, the old ballad, Years From Now, the new ballad, and Valse Triste by Jan Sibelius in the first group of California melodies directed by David Rose. Now the story of a bashful girl in love but out of words to express her feeling. A story recounted in song by our lovely star of radio and television, Miss Maxine Gray.
Can't you tell I'm all aflutter? And when you're near, I start to stutter. Something happens to me, don't you notice? Can't you tell? Can't you tell why my heart's thumping? And when you smile, it starts bumping. Chills go running through me. There's a reason, can't you tell? Your sweet embrace is a heavenly place. I close my eyes and swoon. I kiss your lips and there's a total eclipse. My heart jumps over the moon. Can't you tell I love to hold you, love you so, and since I've told you, won't you make me happy? Can't you tell me you love me too? I confess that I have been rehearsing how to be a fairly normal person. I'm okay till I'm with you, and then I just seem to go berserk again. Can't you tell I'm all aflutter, and when you're near I start to stutter. Something happens to me, don't you notice? Can't you tell? Can't you tell why my heart's thumping? When you smile, it starts bumping. Chills go running through me. There's a reason, can't you tell? Your sweet embrace is a heavenly place. I close my eyes and swoon. I kiss your lips, there's a total eclipse. My heart jumps over the moon. Can't you tell I love to hold you, love you so, and since I've told you, won't you make me happy? Can't you tell me?
David Rose continues California Melodies. And as we return to his brilliant music, Mr. Rose sets a Latin mood again with La Paloma. Whence we turn to one of the conductor's many original compositions, this one titled Brooding. And painting misty pictures of the dim shadows of returning yesternights. David Rose continues California Melodies. the David Rose composition, Brooding. Our radio and television star of song returns now to sing a song of old Mexico, Miss Maxine Gray and Frenesy.
Some time ago, I wandered down into old Mexico. I was there, I felt romance everywhere. Moon was shining bright, and I could hear laughing voices in the night. Everyone was gay, this was the start of their holiday. It was fiesta down in Mexico. So he stopped a while to see the show. He knew that Frenesy meant please love me, and he could say Frenesy. A lovely señorita caught his eye. He stood enchanted as she wandered by, and never knowing that it came from him, she gently sighed, Frenesy. She stopped and raised her eyes divine. Her lips just pleaded to be kissed. Her eyes were soft as candle shine. So how was he to resist? And now without a heart to call his own. A greater happiness he's never known, because her kisses are for him alone. Who wouldn't say Tennessee? Her lips just pleaded to be kissed. So how was he to resist? And now without a heart to call his own, a greater happiness he's never known, because her kisses are for him alone. Who wouldn't say Tennessee? Who wouldn't say Tennessee?
An original finale a la David Rose, bearing the title Opus 6, Number 6, or Jitterbug Fantasy. Now it's time for us to go, and so we bid you good night until our return next week at our regular time. And then again, the brilliant composer-conductor David Rose and his orchestra and our singing star of radio and television, Maxine Gray, will bring from the new KHJ Donnelly Studios in Hollywood these California melodies, Out of the West to You. Your announcer, Bill Gordon. Broadcasting System.
This afternoon, the Blue Network presents another performance in its Great Plays series for 1942, The Pillars of Society, a comedy by Henrik Ibsen. Our commentator on today's great play and on each play of the series is Barrett H. Clark, the executive director of the Dramatists' Plays Service. He will tell you something of the background of The Pillars of Society and its author, Mr. Clark.
In listening to the dramatic masterpieces of the world, it is always well to take them at their face value. Provided they stimulate our emotions and by their truth and power move us deeply, we should ask little else. Most of the plays of the Norwegian poet-playwright Henrik Ibsen do so stimulate and move us, or they would not have survived on the stages of every civilized country in the world. It is, however, of interest to learn how these plays came into being and to what extent they reflect the character of the man who wrote them. Ibsen was born in a small town on the west coast of Norway in 1828. His youth was spent in poverty. Though he began writing verse at the age of 19, it was years before he was able to enjoy some degree of material comfort. He spent an uneventful and unhappy youth as apprentice to a druggist, and was known at the time as an uncommunicative and dour fellow. There can be no doubt that what he observed and lived through as a young man in a small provincial town colored all of his later work. Though we know that he was connected with a local theatrical company and even managed a theater, the wonder is that he was able to learn so thoroughly his business as a playwright and ultimately to become the recognized master of his craft. Receiving a small government grant, he was enabled to leave his native country in the middle 60s and live abroad, where he wrote most of his later works. It was in 1877 that The Pillars of Society made its appearance. It is the first of his long series of modern prose plays, of which A Doll's House, Ghosts, and Hedda Gabler have remained the best known and oftenest acted. Ibsen was a slow and painstaking writer, and the background of The Pillars of Society, observed and absorbed by the young apprentice many years before, stands out clean-cut in all its details. And here we have a striking instance of the dramatist's theatric skill. He is able to create for us not alone a mere background for the development of his theme, but an intrinsically dramatic setting for an exciting story. You can't say much about Ibsen without referring to his moralistic tendencies. And in The Pillars, his desire to say something bitter and true about small-town hypocrisy is self-evident. But it stands to reason that this grim comedy would have been forgotten long ago if it had been no more than a sermon. Ibsen occasionally showed his annoyance when some critic took him to task for exposing a social evil without suggesting a remedy for it. Once he barked back to an insistent interviewer that it was his business to ask questions, not to answer them. The genius of Ibsen is best seen in his ability to seize the particular, the local, the seemingly accidental, and carry it into the realm of the universal. So it is with The Pillars of Society. The small Scandinavian town in which the action passes becomes in his hands all towns, and the characters, in spite of their idiosyncrasies, all mankind. I can't tell you how he did it, except that he was that kind of artist, and if I could, it wouldn't make much difference. Fortunately, we have the play, and it speaks to us of today as clearly and excitingly as it did to those who first saw it 75 years ago.
The time is one summer during the latter half of the 19th century. The scene, an ornate mid-Victorian living room in the house of Karsten Bernick, wealthy businessman and shipyard owner of a small Norwegian coastal town. At the room's left, a door, now closed, leads to Bernick's adjoining office. To the right, a second door, the house's main entrance, gives access to the busy, sunlit town square and to the waterfront. In the middle of the wall directly opposite us, some curtained French doors open out onto a broad veranda beyond which we can see the hedges and flowers of a formal garden. As the play opens, we find this living room now occupied by Mr. Berwick's wife, Betty, and her friends of the community sewing circle. They have been listening attentively to a story read to them by Mr. Rorland, the local schoolmaster.
There, my dear ladies, that's the end of it.
Such an instructive tale.
Such a good moral. A book like that really gives one something to think about.
Quite so, Mrs. Bernick. And it presents a salutary contrast to the emptiness and rottenness of large communities nowadays.
How true, Mr. Rowland.
Especially those in America, Mrs. Holt. Even in higher circles there, what's the case? A spirit of doubt and unrest on all sides. Look at their shameless love of casting doubt on even the most serious truths.
Oh, but are there not many big things, too, done in America?
Big things? I don't understand.
Oh, gracious, Dina.
I think it would be scarcely a good thing for us if such big things became the rule here. The important thing is to keep society pure, ladies. Yes. To ward off all the hazardous experiments that a restless age seeks to force upon us.
Yes, you know, last year we only by a hair's breadth escaped the project of having a railway here.
Oh, my husband prevented that. Yes? Come in.
Excuse me.
Oh, no, Hilma. Come along in. Do you want something?
Good morning, ladies.
Good morning.
Well, Mrs. Bernick, my dear sister, what is the result?
Of what?
Your husband has summoned a meeting, you know.
Yes, he and two other men are in the office there. What's it all about?
Oh, it's this railway nonsense over again.
Oh, poor Carsten. Is he to have more annoyance over that?
But how do you explain that, Mr. Tonneson? You know that last year Mr. Bernick made it perfectly clear that he would not have a railway here.
Yes, that is what I thought, too. But I met Kropp, his confidential clerk, and he told me that the railway project had been taken up again, and that Mr. Bernick was in consultation with 3 of our local businessmen.
I was right in thinking I heard my husband's voice from the office there.
Of course, Mrs. Rummel. Your husband is in it, and so is Michael Wiegeland.
Hello, Uncle Hilmar. Hello.
Hello, Olaf, you young duffer.
Olaf.
Betty Bernick, do you mean to say your son is still playing about with that ridiculous bow and arrow? Why don't you get him a real gun? He's old enough.
You really mustn't put such ideas into his head, Hilma.
It's a nice breed we're educating up nowadays, isn't it? We talk a great deal about manly sports, goodness knows, but we only play with the question all the same. Olaf, why on earth have you never gone over to America in one of your father's ships? You might have seen a buffalo hunt then, or a fight with red Indians.
Oh, Hilma.
I should like that awfully, Uncle. And then perhaps I might meet Uncle Johann and Aunt Lorna.
Rubbish.
You can go down into the garden again now, Olaf.
Yes, Mother. I'll find something to shoot at.
Mr. Tonneson, you oughtn't to put such fancies into the child's head.
No, of course. He's destined to be a miserable stay-at-home like too many others, Mr. Rowland.
Oh, you shouldn't complain so, Hilma. At least things are better here now than they used to be, when everything ended in mere frivolity.
Yes, I've heard that even a touring theatrical company came here once.
Yes, that was the worst thing of the lot.
Dina, dear, will you go and ask Katrina to bring us our coffee?
Yes, Aunt Betty. I'll go.
Ladies, will you excuse me for a few minutes?
Oh, yes, of course.
I'll set a table out on the veranda so we may have our coffee outside.
Oh, that'll be lovely.
Will you help me, Mr. Rowland and Hilma?
With pleasure, Mrs. Bernick. I think it'll be very nice.
My goodness, Mrs. Linger, how you frightened me.
I? What do you mean?
Whatever made you begin to talk about... But think, didn't you see that Dina was in the room?
Dina? Well, good gracious, is there anything wrong?
And in this house, too. Did you not know it was Mrs. Bernick's brother?
Well, what about him? I know nothing about it at all. I'm quite new to the place, you know. What about Mrs. Bernick's brother?
His name is Johann. He ran away to America.
Had to run away, you must understand.
Oh, then it's he the scandal is about.
Yes, there was something, well, how should I put it? There was something of some kind between him and Dina's mother. I remember it all as if it were yesterday.
Well, what was the scandal?
Well, you must know that Muller's Theatrical Company were acting in the town that winter.
And Dorf, the actor, and his wife were in it. They had their little daughter, Dina, with them, and Well, all the young men in town were infatuated with Dina's mother.
Yes, goodness knows how they could think her pretty. Well, Dorf came home late one evening.
Quite unexpectedly.
And found his... Well, no, really, it isn't a thing one can talk about.
And after all, Mrs. Rummel, he didn't find anything because the door was locked on the inside.
Yes, and just think of it. The man who was in the house had to jump out the window.
And that was Mrs. Bernick's brother?
It was.
And that was why he ran away to America?
Yes, he had to. You may be sure.
And something discovered afterwards was nearly as bad. Just think, he had been making free with the Bernick Company's cash box.
But you know, Mrs. Rummel, no one was certain of that. Perhaps there was no truth in the rumor.
Why, wasn't it known all over the town? Didn't old Mrs. Bernick nearly go bankrupt as the result of it?
Well, what happened to Dina's parents?
Dorf deserted them, and then his wife got something wrong with her lungs and died.
Oh, what a horrible scandal.
Yes, you can imagine how hard it was upon the Bernicks.
Oh, yes.
Mrs. Bernick's own brother. So never speak of it in this house, Mrs. Linger.
And for heaven's sakes, never mention the stepsister either.
Oh, so Mrs. Bernick has a stepsister, too.
Had, luckily, for the relationship between them is all over now. Lona, her name was. An extraordinary person. Would you believe it? She cut her hair short and used to go about in men's boots in bad weather.
Really?
And when her stepbrother Johann had gone away and the whole town naturally was talking about him, she actually went to America to join him.
And remember the scandal she caused before she went, Mrs. Holt.
My goodness, did she create a scandal, too?
Mr. Bernick had just got engaged to our dear friend Betty, and the two of them went arm in arm into her aunt's room to tell her the news. When suddenly up got Lona from her chair and gave our refined and well-bred Carsten Bernick such a box on the ear that his head swam. Then she packed her box and went to America.
I suppose this Lona person had her eye on Mr. Bernick for herself.
Of course. Well, now you know the whole story, Mrs. Linger.
Yes. Oh, you may be sure I shall be most careful. Oh, but that poor child, Dina Dorf. I'm truly sorry for her.
Well, really, it was a stroke of good luck for her, because after she became an orphan, the Bernicks took her into their own house here. Here she comes. Yes, Dina is really a clever girl.
Yes.
Is that you, Dina? Oh, how delicious your coffee smells, my dear Dina.
Oh, thank you, Mrs. Holt.
Ladies, will you come out here on the veranda now?
Oh, yes, of course.
Dina, won't you come too?
No, thank you, Aunt Betty.
Dina,
Yes, Mr. Royland?
why don't you want to sit with us on the veranda?
When I came in here with the coffee, I could see that they had been talking about me.
But didn't you see, too, how agreeable they were to you?
Oh, that's just what I will not stand.
You're very self-willed, Dina.
Yes.
But why?
Oh, because it's my nature. Because I am one of the poor fallen creatures, you know.
For shame, Dina.
So was my mother.
Who has spoken to you about such things?
Oh, no one, they never do. Why don't they, Mr. Royland? How I hate all this kind-heartedness.
My dear Dina, I can quite understand that you feel repressed here, but...
Oh, if only I could get away. I could make my own way quite well if I didn't live amongst people who are so...
So what?
So proper and so moral.
Dina!
You know quite well what I mean. Oh, if only I were away from it all, I should grow to be worth something.
Do you mean that going away seriously?
Oh, I wouldn't stay here a day longer if it were not for you.
Tell me, Dina, why is it that you're so fond of being with me?
Because you teach me so much that is beautiful.
Mm-hmm. Dina, I'm so deeply concerned about you, my dear. You know that you're dearer to me than I can say.
If I was some other girl, you wouldn't be so afraid to let people see it.
Oh, Dina, you can have no idea of the number of things I'm forced to consider. When it's a man's lot to be a moral pillar of the community he lives in, he can never be too careful. If only I could be certain that people would interpret my motives properly. Dina, is it a bargain between us that when I come, when circumstances allow me to come to you and say, here is my hand, that you will take it then and be my wife? Will you promise me that, Dina?
Yes.
Thank you. Oh, Dina, I love you so dearly.
Gentlemen.
Mr. Bernick is coming out of the office. Dina, for my sake, go out and join the others on the veranda.
All right, I'll go.
Hello, Roland. Hello.
How do you do?
And gentlemen, the matter's settled.
Yes, I hope to goodness it is.
And no one must falter. No one give way, no matter what opposition we meet.
We'll stand or fall together, Bernick.
Fall? If I may ask, isn't it the railway scheme that is going to fall?
Oh, no, Roland. On the contrary, it's going to proceed.
Full steam.
Gentlemen, we must get out lists of subscribers, and the sooner the better. Obviously, our names must head the list.
But last year, Mr. Burnick.
Last year, Roland, it was quite another thing. At that time, it was a question of a line along the coast.
Which would have been quite superfluous, Mr. Rowland, because, of course, we have our steamship service.
And thus it would have absolutely ruined certain important interests in the town.
But now, however, an inland line has been resolved upon.
Yes, but surely that will not touch the towns about here.
It'll eventually touch our town, my dear Roland, because we're going to build a branch line here.
A new scheme, then?
And now the decisive moment has come to work for it with all our might. Yes, even if I have to risk all I have for it, I mean to see the matter through.
And we'll back you up, Burnick. You may rely upon that.
Just think what a lever it'll be to raise the status of our whole community. Just think of the immense tracts of forest lands it'll make accessible, the rich deposits of minerals, water power, possibilities for new manufacturing developments.
And you're not afraid that an easier intercourse with the depravity of the outer world?
No. You may make your mind quite easy on that score, Mr. Rowland. Our little hive of industry rests nowadays, God be thanked, on a sound moral basis. We've all of us helped to create that, and we'll continue to preserve it.
The foreign mail, Mr. Burnick, and a telegram from New York.
Oh, yes, Krupp. And the owners of the Indian girl.
Oh, is the mail in? Then you must excuse me, too.
And me. Good day, Burnick.
Good day, gentlemen. Good day. And remember, we have a meeting this afternoon at 5 o'clock.
Oh, yes.
I won't forget.
Sure.
Right, so. Right.
This is thoroughly American. Absolutely shocking. Well, look at this letter, Krupp. Read it.
Yes, sir. Do the least repairs possible. Send over Indian girl at noon as she is ready to sail. Good time of year. At a pinch, her cargo will keep her afloat. Well, I must say...
You see the state of things in those vaunted great communities.
You're quite right, Roland. Not a moment's consideration for human life when it's a question of making a profit. Krupp?
Yes, sir.
Can the Indian girl go to sea in 4 or 5 days?
Yes, if Mr. Vigland will agree to our stopping work on the palm tree meanwhile.
Well, he won't. These Americans think nothing of risking the lives of an entire crew. I'd like to see the ship owner amongst us who would condescend to such a thing. Well, there's not one of us who'd do that, not a single one.
Daddy.
Oh, hello, Olaf, my boy.
I've been down and seen the new steamer that's just come in.
Oh, down at the quay again, eh?
Oh, yes. Just think, a whole circus company has come on shore with horses and animals. And there were such lots of passengers. Oh, Mother, come here, will you?
What is it, Olaf, dear?
It's a circus, Mommy. Look through the window. Here they come from the boat.
Lord, yes.
What horrid people.
Oh, just look at that woman in the gray dress, Mrs. Holt, the one with a knapsack over her shoulder.
Manager's wife, I expect.
There's the manager himself, no doubt. He looks a regular pirate.
Mother, the manager is bowing to us, see?
What?
Yes. Good heavens, the woman's bowing to us, too.
Oh, it can't be.
What is it, Mrs. Burnick?
Oh, nothing. Nothing. I thought for a moment that woman...
Oh, look. There are the rest of them with the horses and animals. And there are the Americans, too. All the sailors from the Indian girl.
Do you think we had better draw the curtains?
Yes, I do indeed.
Good day, everyone.
The manager's wife. Heavens. What does this mean?
How do you do, Betty, dear?
Lona.
How do you do, brother-in-law Carsten?
Sure as I'm alive. Lona.
Lona. Is it really?
Really me? Yes, indeed it is. You may fall on my neck if you like.
And you actually mean to appear in a...
Appear in what?
Well, she means in the circus.
Oh, are you mad, brother-in-law? We are travelers, indeed, but not members of the circus troupe.
We, did you say?
Myself and John, of course, or Johann, as you used to call him.
Johann?
The scapegrace brother, Mrs. Linger.
Is, Johann with you?
Of course he is. I certainly wouldn't come without him. Now, why do you look so tragical, and why are you sitting here in the gloom sewing white things? There hasn't been a death in the family, has there?
Madam, you find yourself in the Society for Fallen Women.
What? Can these nice, quiet-looking ladies possibly...
Really,
Oh, I understand. But bless my soul, that is surely Mrs. Rummel. And Mrs. Holt sitting there, too. What a joyful occasion this is.
A homecoming is not always a joyful occasion.
Indeed. How do you read your Bible, Mr. Parson?
I'm not a parson.
Oh, you'll grow into one, then. But why have you got the curtains drawn? We must have some light in here. There. We must have broad daylight for when Johann comes. Yeah. Why, surely isn't that Hilmar? Is he still loafing around here saying,
I do not loaf. It is the state of my health that keeps me here.
Ladies, I don't think any of us is in the mood for any more work today. I suppose we're to meet again tomorrow?
Yes, let us. I shall be on the spot.
You? Pardon me, Miss Hessel, but what do you propose to do in our society?
I shall let some fresh air into it, Mr. Parson.
Home already, Carsten?
Yes, I've made an appointment here.
Oh, yes, I suppose Johann is coming up here again as he did yesterday.
No.
Carsten, I'm so dreadfully afraid.
Afraid of what?
Isn't it possible they may send him to prison for stealing that money from your mother?
Who can prove that the money was stolen?
The whole town knows it, unfortunately. And you said yourself...
I said nothing. The whole thing was no more than idle rumor.
How magnanimous you are, Carsten.
Let's have no more of these reminiscences, please. You don't know how you torture me by raking up all that. And to think of their coming home now, just now, when it's particularly necessary for me to stand well in every respect with the town and with the press.
Well, I can't help
They're being your relatives? No, that's quite true.
And I didn't ask them to come home.
Oh, that's it. Go on. I didn't ask them to come home. I didn't write to them. I know the whole rigmarole by heart.
Oh, you needn't be so unkind.
Yes, that's right. Go on, cry so that our neighbors may have that to gossip about, too.
Please.
Betty, go and sit on the veranda. Someone may come in here. Oh, wait, I hear someone in the passage. Come in.
Good morning,
Morning, Mrs. Bernick.
Well, Anna, I suppose you can guess what I want you for?
Mr. Krupp told me yesterday
But I'm displeased with your whole management of the shipyard, Anna. Work's not going as quickly as it ought. The palm tree ought to have been under sail long ago.
The palm tree can go to sea day after tomorrow.
Oh, at last. Well, what about the American ship, the Indian Girl?
Her hull is completely rotten, Mr. Bernick. The more we patch it, the worse it gets.
Yes, Kropp has told me the real reason. It's because you don't understand how to work the new machines I've provided. Or rather, you won't even try to work them.
That is not
However,
the case.
I did not send for you to argue with me. I sent for you, Anna, to tell you that the Indian Girl must be ready to put to sea the day after tomorrow.
But, Mr. Bernick,
The day after tomorrow. Do you hear? The same time as our own ship, not an hour later.
Mr. Bernick, you might just as well name this afternoon.
If the Indian Girl is not ready to sail the day after tomorrow, I shall discharge you.
Me? Oh, you are joking, Mr. Bernick. Me, whose father and grandfather worked in your yard all their lives, as I've done. Well,
who's forcing me to do it?
But you're asking the impossible of me, Mr. Bernick.
Where there's a will, there's a way. A yes or no, I want a decisive answer, or you can consider yourself discharged on the spot.
The Indian Girl, Mr. Bernick, shall be ready to sail the day after tomorrow. Good day, Mr. Bernick.
Oh, morning, Hilma. Yes. Come right on in.
Morning, Carsten. I suppose you know all about it, too? That the scandal is in full swing?
What do you mean?
Why, that our two friends from America are displaying themselves about the streets in the company of Dina Dorf.
But you should have spoken to Johann and told him that...
In the open street? No, excuse me. I could not do that. Well, we shall see if the press doesn't put a stopper on him.
The press, do you say?
There are such hits flying about. That impudent newspaper fellow Hammer came in and congratulated me at the top of his voice on the return of my rich cousin.
Rich?
Those were his words. Naturally, I gave him to understand I knew nothing about Johann Tannisson's being rich. Really, he said, it's very remarkable. People usually get on in America when they have something to start with. And I believe your cousin did not go over there quite empty-handed. Here they come. You can see them through the window here.
My son is with them.
Yes, of course. They want to remind everybody that they belong to the best family in the town.
Well, they're coming up here. Betty! Betty!
Yes?
Now, listen,
Yes,
Betty.
Carsten.
Listen, it's my particular wish that you should receive Lona and Johann in the friendliest way possible.
Oh, may I, Carsten?
Certainly. And, you too, Hilma.
How magnanimous you are,
Don't
Carsten.
mention it.
Good morning, dear people.
Good morning,
Uncle Carsten.
We've been out having a look around the town, Lona, Dean, and myself.
So I hear, Johann. Greatly altered, isn't it?
Yes, Mr. Bernick's great and good works everywhere. We've been up into the recreation grounds you've presented to the town.
Splendid ships you've got, too.
And you've built a new schoolhouse. And I hear that the town has you to thank for both the gas supply and the water supply.
Well, one ought to work for the good of the community one lives in.
That is an excellent sentiment, brother-in-law. But now tell me, what do you think of my work during these 15 years? Hasn't Johann grown a fine fellow? Who would recognize in him the madcap young man who ran away from home?
Now, Lona, don't brag too much about
Well, I can tell you I'm precious proud of him. When I think, Johann, how we two began over there in America with nothing but our 4 bare fists. And empty, too.
Empty? Well, I must say...
What must you say?
I must say,
Oh, what's the matter with the man?
Don't take any notice of him. His nerves are rather upset just now. Come along with me, Lona. Would you like to take a look at the garden?
With pleasure.
But we have a great many alterations over here. You haven't seen them in Rock Garden.
Uncle Hilmer, do you know what Uncle Johann asked me? He asked me if I would go to America with him.
You duffer who are tied to your mother's apron strings.
But I won't be that any longer. You'll see when I grow big.
Ah, fiddlesticks. Come along, Olaf. Let's follow the others into the garden.
Goodbye, Uncle Johann.
Goodbye,
Dina.
Olaf.
Goodbye.
The walk has made you warm, Dina.
Oh, yes. Yes, it was a splendid walk.
Would you rather go down into the garden with them or stay here?
Oh, no, I would rather stay here.
So would I. Then shall we consider it a bargain that we're to go for a walk like this together every morning?
Oh, no, Johann, you mustn't do that.
Why not?
Well, of course, you've been away a long time and you can't understand, but I must tell you. Well, I must tell you that I'm not like the other girls here. There's something or other about me. That's why you mustn't.
But I don't understand. You haven't done anything wrong.
Oh, no, not I, but... No, I'm not going to talk any more about it now. You'll hear about it from the others soon enough. But, there is something I want very much to ask you.
What?
Is it easy to make a place for oneself over in America?
No, it's not always easy. First, you often have to rough it and work very hard.
Oh, I should be quite ready to do that.
You would? Well, hang it, come back with us.
And now you're only making fun of me. You said that to Olaf, too.
I'll fetch it, Betty, dear. You might so easily catch cold.
Johann, we're going down to the grotto. Won't you come with us?
No, I want Johann to stay here. Look here, Dina. You take my wife's shawl and go with him.
Oh, certainly, I'll take it, Uncle Carl.
Dina's bringing your shawl, Betty, but Johann's going to stay here with me. I want to hear how he's been getting on in America.
All right, Carlson.
Well, Johann, now that we're alone, you just let me thank you.
Oh, nonsense.
For my home and all the happiness it means to me, my position here as a citizen, all these I owe to you. Not 1 in 10,000 would have done what you did for me.
Rubbish. Weren't we both of us young and thoughtless? One of us had to take the blame, you know.
But surely the guilty one was the proper one to do that.
At the moment, the innocent one happened to be the proper one to do it. Remember, I had no ties. I was an orphan. It was a lucky chance to get free from the drudgery of the office.
Oh, that's true enough, but still,
Wasn't it for Betty's sake you broke off your acquaintance with Mrs. Dorff? Why, it was merely in order to put an end to the whole thing that you were with her that evening.
Well, all the same, it was splendid of you to let all the appearances go against you and to go away.
Put your scruples to rest, my dear Carsten. We agreed it should be so. You had to be saved, and you were my friend.
Oh, my dear Johann, I must be candid and tell you that the story is not so completely forgotten yet.
Isn't it? Well, what does it matter to me once I'm back over there on my farm again?
Oh, then you mean to go back?
Of course. It was only to humor Lona that I came over here with her, you know. She's no longer young, and lately she began to be obsessed with homesickness.
Well, what then?
Well, Carsten, now I am coming to a confession that I'm ashamed to make.
Well, surely you haven't confided the truth to her.
Yes.
Oh.
It was wrong of me, but I couldn't do otherwise. You see, Carsten, Lona's been like a mother to me. And when I saw that she wanted so terribly to see her own country and people once again, I said, you go home for a trip, Lona. Don't be afraid for me. I'm not so bad as you think. And so, the end of it was that she had to know. But make your mind easy, Carsten. Lona will let nothing out, and I shall keep my mouth shut as I did before.
Yes. Yes, I rely on that. Thank you, Johann. Thank you.
Forget it, Carsten. Excuse me, there's something I must do now.
Hello, brother-in-law.
Oh, Lorna. Back from the garden already? Isn't Betty coming in?
No, would you like me to call her?
No, not at all. Oh, Lorna, you don't know how anxious I've been to speak openly to you. Beg your forgiveness.
Look here, Carsten, don't let's be sentimental. It doesn't suit us.
No, you must listen to me, Lorna. I know only too well how much appearances are against me now that you've learned about that affair with Dina's mother. But I swear to you that it was only a temporary infatuation. There was a time when I was really, truly, and honestly in love with you.
Carsten, why do you think I've come home?
Whatever you had in your mind, I entreat you to do nothing until I've cleared myself. I can do that, Lorna. In any event, I can excuse myself.
Oh, now you're frightened. You once were in love with me, you say. Yes, you told me that often enough in your letters from Paris. But we kept it secret between us, so nobody could make fun of your bad taste.
Oh, Lorna,
but
how
when
can
you came back, when you heard the jibes that were made at me on all sides, when you noticed how people laughed at what they called my eccentricities, and then when you met that seductive young actress...
It's a boyish escapade, nothing more.
Maybe. But then when Betty came home, a pretty young girl, idolized by everyone, and it became known that she'd inherit all her aunt's money, and that I would have nothing.
Yes, Lorna. And I shall tell you the truth now, without any beating about the bush. I did break off our engagement for the sake of Betty's money. I needed it.
And you have the face to tell me that.
I had to, I tell you.
Now, by heaven, I don't regret that I forgot myself and slapped your face as I did that time.
Let me tell you the plain truth of how things stood with me then. My mother, as you remember, was at the head of the business, but she had absolutely no business ability. Her affairs became critical. I was hurriedly summoned home to set things straight. I found a house on the brink of ruin.
And so you saved the house of Bernick at the cost of our love.
But don't you realize that the prosperity of hundreds of thousands of people depended on me? That the whole community in which both you and I were born would have been most dangerously affected if the house of Bernick had gone smash.
Oh, then it's for the sake of the community that you've maintained your position these 15 years upon a lie.
Upon a lie?
Does Betty know what underlies her union with you?
Do you suppose I'd hurt her feelings, and to no purpose, by disclosing the truth?
To no purpose, you say? Now listen to me, Carsten. I am going to speak the plain truth now. Tell me, are you really happy?
My family life, do you mean? Yes, I am, Lorna. You've not been a self-sacrificing friend to me in vain. I can honestly say that I've grown happier every year.
And your fellow citizens, do they know nothing about the lie either?
The lie?
A threefold lie. First of all, there's the lie towards me, then the lie towards Betty, and then the lie towards Johann.
But you'll not ask me to speak now.
Oh, no. I shall manage to put up with people's jibes well enough. I have broad shoulders.
And Johann will not demand it either. He's promised me that.
But you yourself, Carsten, do you feel within yourself no impulse urging you to shake yourself free of this lie?
Well, do you suppose that of my own free will I'd sacrifice my family, happiness, and my position in the world? Lorna, what is your object in coming here?
I want to help you to find self-respect for yourself, Carsten.
Revenge? You want to revenge yourself? But only Johann can speak with authority, and he'll be silent. If anyone else accuses me, I'll deny everything. Come in.
Oh, good morning, my dear Bernick. Good morning, Lorna. Bernick, you must come up with us to the Commercial Association. There's a meeting about the railway scheme, you know.
I can't, Rommel. It's impossible just now.
Bernick, you must. There's an opposition to us on foot. The press is declaring that private interests are at the back of the new proposal.
Well, then explain to them that...
Our explanations have no effect. You must come yourself. Naturally, no one would dare suspect you of such duplicity.
I should think not.
Excuse me, Mr. Bernick, for bursting in like this, but I'm terribly upset.
What's the matter with you, Roland?
I must put a question to you, Mr. Bernick. Is it with your consent that Dina, who has found a shelter under your roof, shows herself in the open street in the company of a person who...
What person, Mr. Parson?
With the person from whom of all others in the world she ought to be kept farthest apart.
Oh, I didn't know anything about it. You must excuse me. I'm in a great hurry. I'm due at the Commercial Association.
Lorna, Dina's going with us to America.
Oh, Johann, please.
Can I believe my ears? Dina, answer me. Do you mean to do this entirely of your own free will?
For I must get away from here.
But with him? With Johann? Very well, then. You shall learn who he is.
Not another word, Roland.
She shall know. Dina, this is the man who was the cause of all your mother's misery and shame.
He? Oh, Johann, is this true?
Carsten, you answer.
Not another word. You must not say another word about it today.
Oh, then it is true.
Yes, it's true. And more than that, this fellow Johann, whom you were going to trust, did not run away from home empty-handed. Ask him about old Mrs. Bernick's cash box. Mr. Bernick can bear witness to that.
Liar.
The truth will out, and it is the truth. Mr. Bernick has admitted, and the whole town knows it. Now, Dina, you know the man you were about to go away with.
Carsten. What have you done?
Why,
You positively must come now, Mr. Bernick. The fate of the whole railway is hanging by a thread.
What is it? What must I do?
You must go and be a pillar of society, brother-in-law.
Yes. Come along. We need the full weight of your moral excellence on our side.
Can you spare me a moment, Mr. Bernick?
Certainly, Crop. Have you come from the shipyards?
Yes.
Well, there's nothing wrong with the palm tree, I hope.
The palm tree can sail tomorrow. The Indian girl can sail tomorrow, too, but I'm sure she will not get very far.
What do you mean?
Just this, sir. I believe Auna intends to let the Indian girl go to the bottom with every mother's son on board.
Good heavens, what makes you think that?
I found an opportunity to have a look around the boat, both outside and in, without anyone seeing me. The Indian girl will never get to New York. She will go to the bottom like a crackpot.
And Auna planned to let us sail. Well, this is horrible. We'll report the affair immediately, Crop.
Yes.
We can't, of course, let ourselves become accomplices in such a crime.
Quite true, Mr. Bernick.
But first of all, I must be absolutely certain. You must examine the ship again, Crop. And meanwhile...
Yes.
Don't breathe a word of it.
Oh, not a word, sir. And you shall have your certainty.
Good morning, brother-in-law.
Alona, what do you think of me now? After hearing about the other crime I let people attribute to Johann.
The theft of money from old Mrs. Bernick's cash box. I think the same of you as I did yesterday. A lie, more or less.
Oh, no. I must explain that to you. Where is Johann?
He's coming soon.
Because after hearing that story, you'll both understand now that my whole life will be ruined if the truth comes to light.
I can understand that.
Of course, it stands to reason that I wasn't guilty.
Well, who was the thief?
Well, there was no thief.
What?
There was no money stolen. Not a penny.
But those rumors. How did that shameful rumor about Johann...
Lona, I'll conceal nothing from you. I was partly to blame for spreading the rumor, but whom could it injure? It was Johann's intention at that time never to come back.
And you call yourself a pillar of society?
Do you suppose I'm not deeply conscious of the wrong I've done, Johann? Do you suppose I'm not ready to make amends to him for it?
How? By speaking out?
Would you have the heart to insist on that?
What else can make amends for such a wrong?
I'm rich, Lona. Johann can demand any sum he pleases.
Here he comes now, Carsten.
Johann.
Listen to me first, Carsten. Yesterday morning I gave you my word that I would hold my tongue.
You did?
But then I did not know that...
Johann. Only let me say a word or two to explain the circumstances.
I understand the circumstances perfectly. But now I have need of the truth. And now you must speak.
And just now I have need of my reputation for morality. And therefore I cannot speak.
You must speak now. Because I intend to make Dina my wife. And here in your town I mean to settle down and live with her.
Dina? Your wife? In this town?
Yes, here and nowhere else. I mean to stay here and defy all these liars and slanderers. But before I can win her, you must exonerate me.
It would ruin me utterly. Now listen to me, Johann, and you too, Lona. If you aim this blow at me, you'll not only destroy me, but you'll also destroy a great future for the community. Have you heard the rumors of extensive buying up of forest lands, mines, waterfalls along the proposed branch line of the new railroad?
Well?
It's I who've borne up the whole of them.
You?
Yes, on my own account. The branch line becomes an accomplished fact. I'm a millionaire. If it doesn't, I'm ruined. For the unblemished and honored name I've hitherto borne,
I can take the whole thing upon my shoulders, carry it through, and say to my fellow citizens, see, I've taken this risk for the good of the community. Not a soul will doubt my motives.
Yes, but some of those concerned in it must have acted more openly, without any secret motives or consideration.
Who?
Why, Rummel and Vigeland, of course.
Mm-hmm. To get them on my side, I was obliged to let them into the secret.
And they?
They've stipulated for a fifth part of the profits as their share.
Oh, these pillars of society.
But I have no concern with the money. My life's happiness is at stake.
The welfare of your native place is also at stake. If anything comes out to cast reflections on my earlier conduct, then all my opponents will fall upon me with united vigor, and the whole scheme will collapse.
Johann, after what we've just heard, you must go away from here and hold your tongue.
Yes, I will go away, and I will hold my tongue. But I shall come back, and then I shall speak.
Stay over there in America, Johann. I'm willing to share with you.
Keep your money, but give me back my name and reputation.
And sacrifice my own.
You and your community must get out of that the best way you can. I must and shall win Dina for my wife. I'm going to sail tomorrow in the Indian Girl.
The Indian Girl?
Yes, the captain has promised to take me. I shall go over to America, I shall sell my farm and set my affairs in order. In 2 months I shall be back.
And then you will speak?
Yes. Then the guilty man must take his guilt to himself.
I'll deny everything. I'll say it's a plot against me, that you've come here to blackmail.
Carsten.
I have your 2 letters. I found them amongst my papers. This morning I read them again. They're plain enough.
And will you make them public?
If necessary.
And you'll be back here in 2 months?
I hope so. The wind is fair. In 3 weeks I'll be in New York if the Indian Girl doesn't go to the bottom.
Go to the bottom? Well, why should the Indian Girl go to the bottom?
Quite so. Why should she?
Go to the bottom.
Well, Carsten, now you know what's before you. You must find your own way out.
Mr. Royland, I don't think
Dina.
you had... Oh, I didn't know you were here.
I'm about to leave Dina for America. But that doesn't mean I intend to give you up. I shall come back again and then set everything right between us.
Excuse me, but what did you mean by that?
Just this, Schoolmaster Roland. I propose that Dina, before whom you blackened my character yesterday, shall become my wife.
Your wife? Well, then, you shall know the truth. Mr. Bernick, will you be so kind as to be a witness?
What are you going to do?
Dina, you're a thoughtless girl, but I don't blame you so greatly. You've too long lacked the necessary moral support that should have sustained you. I blame myself for not having afforded you that support.
Oh, you mustn't speak now.
It is now that I must speak, Dina. You remember what you promised you would answer me when I judged that the right time had come? Now I dare not hesitate any longer. And therefore I must say, sir, this young girl is my betrothed.
Dina!
It's a lie.
Dina, is this man speaking the truth?
Yes.
I hope this has rendered all your arts of seduction powerless.
Well, Johann, you won't sail on the Indian Girl now.
Indeed I shall.
But you won't come back.
I will come back.
After this? What's there for you to do here after this?
Revenge myself on you all. Crush as many of you as I can.
Excuse my bothering you again, Mr. Bernick, but there is a tremendous storm blowing up. Is the Indian Girl to sail for all that?
The Indian Girl is to sail for all that.
Carsten Bernick, the proudest moment of your life has come. A procession of your fellow citizens is coming to do honor to the first citizen of their town.
What, Rummel? What do you mean?
Yes, they're coming here tonight, in procession, with banners and a band. We ought to have had torches, too, but we didn't like to risk that in this stormy weather.
Why didn't you tell me about this before?
Well, just because I was afraid you'd raise objections.
What's that noise?
Huh?
Are they coming already? I thought I heard singing.
Oh, singing? Oh, that's only the American sailors. The Indian Girl is being towed out.
Towed out?
Yes.
Oh, yes. Rummel, I can't receive the crowd here this evening. I'm not well.
Then you must pull yourself together. You must receive them. Vigeland and I attach the greatest importance to carrying this thing through. We've got to crush our opponents under the weight of as complete an expression of public opinion as possible. Rumors are getting about the town. Our announcement about the purchase of the property along the branch line cannot be withheld any longer. Well, thank goodness you have a name that will be a tower of strength, Bernick.
Tell me, do you think there's a very heavy sea running outside tonight?
Why? Are you nervous?
Shh. Your voices again.
Oh, those are from on board the Palm Tree.
Good evening, Mr. Bernick. Good evening, Mr. Rummel.
Is anything the matter, Crop?
I Say nothing, Mr. Bernick.
They say the entire crew of the Indian Girl is drunk, and I'll stake my reputation that they won't come out of it alive.
Yes? Yes, come in.
Good evening, gentlemen. Well, Carsten, now I can say Johann's goodbyes for him.
Lona, is he on board already?
He will be directly. We parted a few moments ago outside the hotel.
And he persists in his intention.
As firm as a rock. Johann, you here?
I've still a few minutes before the boat sails. I've got to see Dina once again. We can't part like this.
Johann, oh, Johann.
Dina.
Oh, please take me with you.
What?
Yes, take me with you. Roland says that he means to announce our betrothal to everyone this evening.
Dina, do you love him?
Oh, I've never loved the man. I'd rather drown myself than be engaged to him.
Tell me, Dina, is that the only reason you're coming away? Do I mean nothing to you?
Oh, Johann, oh, you mean more to me than anyone else in the world.
Dina.
Everyone here tells me that I ought to hate and detest you, that it's my duty, but I can't see it that way and never shall.
Then what is your answer, Dina?
I will be your wife, Johann.
Oh, Dina.
My dear ones, I'm very happy for you. But it's getting late now. You've got to get on board.
Yes, we have no time to waste. Goodbye, Lona. And thank you for all your love.
Goodbye, Johann. Goodbye, Dina.
Goodbye.
Oh, here you are, Lona.
Yes. Well, brother-in-law, your great and solemn moment is at hand.
Yes, it is.
At such a moment, I should think a man would feel proud and happy.
Do you suppose I shall feel happy at that moment?
No, I don't suppose you will.
Lona, you despise me.
Not yet.
You have no right to. Lona, you can have no idea of how utterly alone I stand in this crammed and stunted community.
So at last you've begun to realize. Carsten, tell me, what gratification does all this show and deception bring you?
What brings me? None. It's for my son that I'm working now. I'm providing a career for him. There'll come a time when truth will enter into the life of the community, and on that foundation he shall build up a happier existence than his father.
With a lie at the bottom of it all? Consider what sort of inheritance it is you're leaving to your son.
Oh, it's 1,000 times worse than you think. Still, I must go on. You shall not succeed in crushing me.
Carsten, you talk about our having come here to crush you. But Johann is gone now.
He said he meant to come back.
Johann will never come back. He's gone for good, and Dina with him.
Never come back? And Dina with him?
Yes, to be his wife.
She too? In the Indian Girl?
No, Johann and Dina are on the palm tree.
Oh, well, then it was all in vain. Crop! Crop, stop the Indian Girl. She must not sail tonight.
The Indian Girl is already standing out to sea, Mr. Bernick.
It's too late. Too late and all to no purpose.
What do you mean?
Nothing. Leave me alone.
Now look here, Carsten. Johann was good enough to say that he entrusted to me the good name and reputation that he once lent to you. See, I have the 2 letters you wrote him, right here in my hand.
You've got them? You mean now, this very evening?
I did not come back here to betray you. Look, I'm tearing your 2 letters to bits. Now, there is no evidence against you, Carsten. You are safe now. Be happy, too, if you can.
Oh, Lona, why didn't you do that sooner? Now it's too late. Life no longer seems good to me, not after today.
Why, what has happened?
Don't ask me.
I cannot find anyone there. All out, even Betty.
What's the matter with you, Hilma, bursting in like this?
I daren't tell you.
You must tell me.
Very well, then. Olaf has run away on board the Indian Girl.
Olaf? On board the Indian Girl? Oh, no.
Yes, he is. Now I understand this letter.
Crop, stop the Indian Girl at any cost.
Why, it is impossible, sir.
You must stop her. Olaf's on board.
What? He's written to me, you see, yes. He says he means to hide among the cargo till they're in the open sea.
I'll never see him again. I've lost him, Lona.
What?
What's that, Rummel?
Procession must be coming, Carsten.
I can't take any part in it, Rommel. I will not.
What are you thinking of? Draw back the curtains.
Carsten, do you know?
Yes, Betty, I know. Now I've lost my son. Why didn't you look after him?
But I did. I've got him safe.
You've got him safe? Was that true? Where is he?
I shan't tell you till you've forgiven him.
Forgiven? But how did you know?
Don't you think a mother sees? Some words he let fall yesterday, and then his room was empty and his knapsack and clothes missing.
Yes.
I ran and got hold of Auna. We went out in his boat. The Indian girl was on the point of sailing. Thank heaven we were in time. Oh, Carsten, you must not punish him.
Betty.
Nor Auna either.
Auna? Well, what do you know about him? Is the Indian girl under sail again?
No, that's just it. Auna took it upon himself, in your name, to stop the ship sailing till tomorrow. You're not angry.
Can't tell you how glad I am, Betty.
The procession is just coming through your garden gate, Mr. Burnick.
They can come now.
The whole garden is full of people and the street is crammed. It really is a moment that makes one proud. And now, here comes the committee with Mr. Roland at their head.
Let them come.
Are you sure you know what to say?
Yes, make your mind easy, Rommel. I know what to say now. Fellow citizens, we're standing on the threshold of a new era. But before that can come to pass, we must lay fast hold of truth. And to that end, I must begin deprecating the praises with which you've tonight overwhelmed me. I do not deserve them. There have been rumors of extensive purchases of property outside the town. These purchases have been made by me alone. The properties are, for the time being, in my hands. But I've tonight come to the decision that they shall be exploited as a company, of which the shares shall be offered for public subscription, and anyone that wishes can take shares. No, I have no right to this homage you offer me, because the decision I've just come to does not represent what was my first intention. My intention was to keep the whole thing for myself. Now I'm willing to administer them for you to the best of my abilities. And now for the principal reckoning I have to make with the community. In his speech earlier, Mr. Roland said that certain pernicious elements had left us this evening. I can add what you do not yet know. The man referred to did not go away alone. With him to become his wife went...
Dina Dorf.
What? Run away with him? It's impossible.
To become his wife, Mr. Roland. And I will add more. This is what I have to say. Hats off to that man, for he has nobly taken another's guilt upon his shoulders. My friends, I want to have done with falsehood. It's very nearly poisoned every fiber of my being. You shall know that truth now. 15 years ago, I was the guilty man.
Carsten, now at last you've found yourself.
Yes, I was the guilty one, and he went away. The vile and lying rumors that were spread abroad afterwards, it's beyond human power to refute now. But I have no right to complain of that. For 15 years, I've climbed up the ladder of success by the help of those rumors. Whether or not they are now to cast me down again, each of you must decide in your own mind.
What a thunderbolt, our leading citizen. How sorry I am for you, Mrs. Burke.
But come to no decision tonight. I entreat every one of you to go home, to collect his thoughts, to look into his own heart. When once more you can think calmly, then it will be seen whether I've lost or won by speaking out. Good night. Betty, can you forgive me?
Do you know, Carsten, that you have opened out for me the happiest prospect I've had for many a year?
How?
For many years I've felt that once you were mine and that I'd lost you. Now I know that you've never been mine yet, but I shall win you.
Oh, Betty, you have won me. But now let Olaf come to me.
Yes, you shall have him now. I'll go and get him.
Thank you, Lona. You've saved what was best in me and for me.
Do you suppose I wanted to do anything else?
What a wretch I am, and how little I've deserved it of you.
Oh, If we women always looked for what we deserved, Carston.
Father.
Olaf.
Father, I promise I'll never do it again.
Never run away.
I promise you, Father.
And I promise you, Olaf, you shall never have reason to.
And shall I be allowed to be what I like when I grow up?
Yes.
Oh, thank you, Father.
You shall be yourself, Olaf. Why, there's Auna. Auna, come here.
I know, Mr. Bernicker. I'm dismissed.
Oh, no, nothing of the kind, Auna. We remain together. And forgive me.
What? But the ship has not sailed tonight.
Nor will it sail tomorrow either. I gave you too short grace. It must be looked to more thoroughly.
It shall, Mr. Bernick. And with the new machines.
By all means, but thoroughly and conscientiously. There are many among us who need thorough and conscientious repairs, Anna. Good night.
Good night, sir. And thank you. Thank you.
Now they're all gone. All but the family. You, Carston, and Olaf, and Lona.
Yes, and we're alone. I feel tonight as if I'd come back to my right senses after being poisoned. But I feel this. I feel that I can be young and healthy again. Come nearer, closer around me, all of you. Betty, Olaf, my boy, you, Lona. Oh, Lona, you must never leave Betty and me ever again.
No, Lona, you must not.
What? How could I have the heart to go away and leave you young people who are just setting up housekeeping? What are you looking at, Betty?
Look how the sky's clearing. And how light it is over the sea. The palm tree's going to be lucky.
It carries its good luck on board.
We have a long, earnest day of work ahead of us. I most of all. But let it come. Only keep close round me, you true, loyal women. I've learnt this, too, in these last few days. It's you women who are the pillars of society.
You've learnt a poor sort of wisdom, then, brother-in-law. No, my friend. The spirit of truth and the spirit of freedom, they are the pillars of society.
You have been listening to a radio adaptation of The Pillars of Society by Henrik Ibsen, made for the Great Plays series by Charles Newton. The cast included Bernick, played by Arnold Morse, Mrs. Bernick, Peggy Allenby, Mrs. Rummel, Irene Hubbard, Dina, Sammy Hill, Johann, Peter Capel, Lona, Betty Gard, and Roland, Joseph DeSantis. Now here is Barrett H. Clark, who will speak to you briefly about future plans for the Great Plays series. Mr. Clark.
Today's broadcast of The Pillars of Society brings to a close the first section of this season's Great Plays. This representative group of the dramatic classics of the world has revealed in the aggregate the achievements of many of the outstanding dramatists of all time. Beginning next Sunday, we move into a field of drama which will not fail, we hope, to appeal both to those who study the subject and to the general public that enjoys plays, whatever their authorship or background, and to those likewise who are vitally interested in all things that interpret the spirit of the American people. This new series offers a wide variety of American plays chosen from among the most popular and entertaining products of representative writers from the 18th century down to the present time: comedies, tragedies, farces, satires, and fantasies. Indeed, every type of play that in its own fashion shows some characteristic cross-section of the American scene, language, or character, and those fundamental ideals that we recognize as typical products of our own land. Among the plays we will offer between now and the late spring, let me call attention to Yellow Jack, This Was a Man, Officer 666, The Truth, and Thunder Rock. This last named is a timely and eloquent work by the young writer Robert Ardrey. It will be broadcast next Sunday at the usual hour.
Great Plays are presented as a public service presentation of the independent radio stations affiliated with the Blue Network.
The Jell-O program, brought to you by Jell-O and Jell-O Pudding, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Boy, Oh Boy. was Boy, Oh Boy, played by the orchestra. Now, ladies and gentlemen, once again, I bring you our master of ceremonies, a man who...
Hold it down. Jack isn't here yet.
Well, where is he?
I just lent Mr. Benny a nickel to make a telephone call.
Oh, he's probably talking to his lawyers again.
His lawyers?
Yeah, Harrington, and Droop. It's about that accident Rochester had with the Maxwell a couple of weeks ago.
Remember when we were up at Marchfield?
Oh, but that was Rochester's fault. He was driving along and smashed right into a truck.
Well, Jack claims the truck cheated. It had brakes. Let's open the door and listen.
Okay.
Gee, I hope I get my nickel back. It's my life savings.
Quiet.
Yes? Yes, Rochester was on his way to Marchfield to pick me up. But the accident wasn't his fault. The truck driver didn't stick his hand out. Yes, but... Look, who am I talking to? Harrington, or Droop?
It's gotta be Droop.
Well, look, Mr. Droop, make a note of this right away. The damages to the Maxwell amount to $158.64. What? How can I lend you my pencil? We're talking on the telephone. Four names on the door and no pencil. Well, now look, Droop, I'll tell you what. You get in touch with the trucking company, and if they're willing to settle out of court... What's that, operator? Another nickel for 3 minutes? Well, now look, Droop, you get in touch with the trucking company. If they're willing to settle out of court, it's okay with me, but tell them that $158.64 is what I want, and not a penny less. Goodbye. Phew.
What a workout that nickel got. I'll bet the buffalo lost 6 pounds. Duck, fellows, here he comes.
Oh, sorry I'm late, kids. Go ahead, Don. Introduce me.
Okay.
Who are you talking to, Jack?
Oh, on the phone just now? Oh, that was an old girlfriend of mine from Waukegan. She just got into town. Boy, was she a hot mama.
Then why did you call her Droop?
The years have taken their toll. Anyway, she's in town, and we're stepping out tonight.
Oh, stop, will you? We heard you talking to your lawyer about that little accident with the Maxwell.
Oh, so you were all snooping around, eh? Well, if you want to know something, it wasn't a little accident. My goodness, look what happened to Rochester.
Well, I saw Rochester the next day, and he didn't have a scratch on him.
Well, fortunately, since then, he's had the hives, and he's all bandaged up now. But I'm not bringing that into the case unless I have to.
There's just one thing I can't understand, Jack. You say that Rochester bumped into the truck.
That's right. The truck driver didn't stick his hand out.
Well, I'd say that your brakes must have been in pretty bad shape. So if I were the judge, I'd look into that.
Well, you're not a judge, and if you don't keep your big fat mouth shut, you won't be an announcer either. Now, let's settle down and get on with the program. You'd think that... Oh, hello, Phil.
Hiya, Jackson. Well, kids, I did it. Harris done it. Congratulate me.
Congratulate you. What'd you done do, Phil? What happened?
Well, I passed the midterm examination at night school.
Oh, so you're out of the beginner's class, eh? You're not a freshman anymore.
Nope, from now on I'm a semaphore.
First you're a freshman, and now you're a semaphore. Let me ask you something, Phil. When are you going to be a sophomore?
Who knows? I may quit school before then.
Well, I give up. I'll just let semaphore ride.
How were the examinations, Phil? Were the questions very tough?
I'll say, here's a sample, Mary. Name the 48 states and give the capital of those that have them.
Those that have them? Phil, every state has a capital. And I doubt very much that you answered that question correctly.
Oh, yeah? Well, try me out. Ask me one.
Okay, what's the capital of Idaho?
Boys Town.
That's Boise. Boys Town. It's Boise. The reason I remember that is because when I was in vaudeville, Boise, Idaho was one of my best towns. They loved me in Idaho.
Then why did they throw baked potatoes at you?
They didn't throw them at me. I got paid in potatoes. Get it straight.
Say, Mr. Benny, did you get a big salary in those days?
Well, I don't like to brag, kid, but I haven't played Boise since 1927, and I've still got half a sack left. And I love my starches, if you know what I mean.
By the way, Phil, what other subjects did you have in your examinations besides geography?
Well, we had arithmetic and history.
Uh-huh.
Hey, fellas, here's a tough question I nearly missed. Who crossed the Delaware, Washington or Lincoln?
Oh, that stumped you, eh?
Yeah, so I flipped the coin, it came out Washington, and now I'm a semaphore.
Phil, that word is... No, I won't tell him. No, now, Phil, let's forget about night school and have a band number.
Okay.
Say, Phil, tell Jack about that new subject you're taking up.
Oh, yeah, I forgot to give you the hot news, Jackson. You know what I'm studying this term? French.
French?
Get a load of this. Je mange la fenêtre.
Oh, very good. What does that mean, Phil?
I ate the window.
You ate the window?
Yeah.
Well, what the heck do you want to eat a window for? You eat bread, you eat rolls, you eat cake.
Wait till I learn them. Till then, I eat the window.
Well, here's a tip for you, Phil. Stay out of French restaurants.
You better stay out of them, too, till you learn the language.
Oh, I can read French. Come on, Phil, let's have your band number.
Tell them what happened to you at Gaston's the other night.
Oh, that could happen to anybody. Come on, Phil, play.
Well, wait a minute. What was it, Mary?
Well, you know how Jack likes to show off.
Oh.
Well, we sat down at the table, and naturally, the menu was all in French.
All in French. Forget it.
And what happened?
Jack ordered a nice, thick, juicy watch your hat and coat with mushroom sauce.
Well, eventually, I got a steak. Go ahead with your number, Phil. I've got to go out in the hall and call up my lawyer.
Has your lawyer got a phone?
There's a phone in the barber shop downstairs from his office. They'll call him, don't worry. All right, hit it, Phil. Yes? Now, look, Mr. Drew, you tell the trucking company that if they don't settle right now, I'll take them to court first thing in the morning. Postpone it till Wednesday. What do you want to postpone it for? Oh, Harrington is wearing your suspenders. Well, you can try the case with your pants at half-mast. Be there tomorrow morning. No wonder they call him Drew. Now, Drew, tell the trucking company. What's that, operator? Tell the trucking company I want $158 to straighten the chassis, $8 for repair headlights, 64 cents for a wing fatigue on radiator. Goodbye. People don't stick their hands out. They've got to pay.
What are you mumbling about?
Oh, this darn case has got me all upset. Anyway, that was High Neighbor, played by Phil Harris and his orchestra. Very good, Phil, although it was a little loud. Phil?
What?
I said it was a little loud.
Well, how do you know it was loud? You were out in the hall and couldn't even hear it.
I couldn't hear your band? Phil, you play in the Biltmore Bowl of the Biltmore Hotel here in Los Angeles, don't you?
Yeah.
Well, I know some people who live at the Biltmore that haven't been able to sleep since you opened, and the Biltmore I mean is in Phoenix, Arizona. And I'm not kidding.
Well, it's their own fault. They ought to close their windows.
Oh, fine.
You know, like I said, they ought to manger la fenêtre.
That's eat the window, you semaphore. We're 2 words ahead of that semaphore there. Now, let's get on with the show. Let's get on with the show here. Come on. Now, let's see, where are we?
Boise, Idaho.
We are not.
Well, someone just hit me with a potato.
I don't care. We're in Hollywood. Now, let me announce our play. Ladies and gentlemen, for our dramatic offering this evening, the Benny Retreaded Thespians are going to present an original mystery melodrama entitled The Frightwig Murder Case, or He Died with His Tooth-On. Now, I will play the part of Detective Captain O'Benny, as fearless a bloodhound as ever sniffed a clue. Phil Harris will be Sergeant O'Reilly, my assistant sniffer. Mary, you're going to be the wife of the murdered man. And Dennis, you're going to be the victim.
Gee, there's no future in that.
I'm going to be your wife. What have I got?
Quiet. Now, let's see.
I want a bigger part, Mr. Benny. Why don't you lay on the floor and be the murdered man?
I wish I could. My feet are killing me. Now, who else? Oh, yes, Don, you're going to be the butler.
Oh, every time we do a mystery, I'm the butler. Why can't I be a detective?
Because any man that can't look over his stomach is apt to overlook a clue. Say, that's all right. That line was pretty clever, eh, Mary?
What do you care? You saved your money.
Well, I liked it. Now, before presenting our mystery, folks, let me give you a brief synopsis of what happened up to now. On the night of January 24th, A.D., after dinner, Mr. Homer J. Frightwig, a social lion, was found murdered in his den. Just before the murder, his wife was in the room reading a copy of Live Alone and Like It, which may have thrown her a thought. The victim was playing solitaire when he was suddenly interrupted by a lead kibitzer. Now, who committed this crime? Was it the chauffeur?
No, I didn't do it. I'm innocent, I tell you. Innocent.
Was it the butler?
I didn't do it, I tell you. I didn't do it.
What do you mean you didn't do it?
At the time of the murder, I was in my neighborhood grocer's buying a package of Jell-O with the new locked-in flavor.
Oh, yeah?
Please believe me. It's America's favorite gelatin dessert, and it's economical, I tell you. Eek, 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 eek.
Now, pull yourself together. Was it suicide?
No, I didn't kill me. I tell you.
What?
Me is my best friend. I love me and me loves I. You gotta believe me.
And now the wife, Mrs. Homer J. Frightwig. Did you or did you not kill your husband?
I hated him. I loathed him. I despised him. So that night, I...
Stop! We can't give it away, folks, but this mystery will go on immediately after a song by Dennis Day. Sing, Dennis. I'm going out and call Harrington, and Drew.
I'll never forget the people I met, braving those angry skies. I remember well as the shadows fell, a light of hope in their eyes. And though I'm far away, I still can hear them say, "Someday." For when the dawn comes out, there'll be bluebirds over the white cliffs of Dover. Tomorrow, just you wait and see. There'll be love and laughter and peace ever after. Tomorrow,
world is free. The shepherd will tend his sheep, our valley will bloom again, and Jimmy will go to sleep in his own little room again. There'll be bluebirds over the white cliff of Dover. Tomorrow, just you wait and see. Thumbs up, for when the dawn comes up, there'll be bluebirds over the white cliff of Dover. Tomorrow, when the world is
That was The White Cliffs of Dover, sung by Dennis Day. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our mystery melodrama, The Frightwig Murder Case, or... Now, as the scene opens... lay down on the floor, Dennis. You're the murdered man. Lay right there on your back.
If I lay on my back, I'll snore.
You're getting paid, and you'll stay awake till the program is over. Now, as the scene opens, we find Detective Captain O'Benny and Sergeant Phil O'Reilly in their office at police headquarters. Curtain. Music. There's the phone, O'Reilly.
Oh, really?
Never mind, I'll take it. Hello, police headquarters.
Hello, I want to talk to Detective O'Benny.
That's me. What is it?
My name is Mrs. Homer J. Frightwig. I want you to come over to my house right away. My husband has been shot.
Oh, really?
Is that for me, Cap?
I said, oh, really, O'Reilly. Shut up. Now, madam, what makes you think your husband was shot?
He's laying on the floor, and there's an extra buttonhole in his shirt.
There is, eh? Well, I'll be right over. And don't make any more buttonholes till I get there. See you in a few minutes.
Okay, Cap. Bring some White Rock.
I ought to bring some aspirin for that cold of yours. Goodbye.
What happened, Cap?
Homer J. Frightwig has just been murdered. It's up to me to find out who did it. I think there's a woman in the case.
A woman, eh? Well, you know the old saying, manger la fenêtre.
That's cherchez la femme. Now, you stay here, Sarge. I've got work to do. I'll take the patrol wagon.
You can't. The boys are delivering beer in it.
Oh, then I'll take the squad car. And I'll solve this case, or my name ain't... Well, here it is. This is the place, all right. Open up in the name of the law.
This is police headquarters.
Doggone, I forgot to release the brake. Well, I'll try it again. Better come with me this time, Sarge. Let's go.
Calling all cars. Calling all cars. Pick up some pretzels. We got a barrel left over. That is all.
Step on it, Sarge. We got to solve this case and get back. This must be the place, Sarge. Open up in there. Come on, open up.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Good evening, eh? Make a note of that, Sarge.
Okay, Cap.
Now, come on, you. Where's the murdered man?
That ain't a brass rail you got your foot on.
Oh, yes. Pardon me.
That's okay, Mr. Benny.
Shut up. Now, the first thing we got to do is grill the suspect.
I thought the Frightwigs lived here.
They do. Suspects can be anybody. Now, wait a minute. Are you the butler here?
Yes, sir.
What's your name?
O'Rooley.
O'Rooley? Shake hands with O'Reilly. O'Reilly, O'Reilly. Now, let's get on with the case. Wait a minute. Who's this? Are you Mrs. Frightwig?
No, I am the French maid.
The French maid, eh? Well, tell me, where were you at the time of the crime?
Je n'en sais rien du tout. J'étais dormi dans ma chambre et j'entendais un bruit terrible. Alors, je m'habillai immédiatement et je descendais. Je ne sais absolument de ce crime féroce. Je suis innocent, je vous affirme, complètement innocent. Il faut que vous me croyiez.
Translate that, Sarge.
Are you kidding?
Well, you're studying French, aren't you? What was the maid doing tonight?
She didn't eat the window, that I know.
A fine help you are. Now, let's get to work here. Where is Mrs. Frightwig?
Here she comes now!
Well, good evening, gents. What's all the commotion?
Oh, hello, Mrs. Frightwig. I'm here to find out who killed your husband.
Well, let's not talk shop, Cappy. Come on over here on the sofa and sit down.
None of that, Mrs. Frightwig. I represent the long arm of the law.
Well, wrap it around me. I'm lonesome.
I haven't got time for that.
I have, but I'm a married man.
Quiet, Sarge. Now tell me, madam, where were you at the time of the murder?
Back of a gun, minding my own business.
Back of a gun, eh? Then you admit you killed your husband.
Sure, I admit it.
Aha. And why did you kill him?
He was always singing shortening bread.
Oh.
Mama's little baby loves shortening, shortening. Mama's little baby
I know
loves
how it goes. Well, I don't blame you, Mrs. Frightwig, but I still have to arrest you in the name of the law. Wait a minute. Hold everything. Nobody leave this room. Come in. What do you want here, fellas?
Pardon me, but we're looking for Jack Benny.
I'm Jack Benny, but you'll have to wait. I'm right in the middle of a play.
Well, you'll have to stop your play. This is important.
Now, wait a minute, fellas. What's going on here? Who are you?
I'm Harrington.
I'm Harrington.
I'm Harrington.
I'm Droop.
Oh, my lawyers, eh? Now, look, fellas.
We're here to tell you, my good man, that you are in the soup.
The what?
You're in the soup, the soup, the soup. You're in the soup, the soup, the soup.
You tell him, Droop.
You're in the soup. You're in the soup.
What do you mean I'm in the soup?
Well, let's review the facts.
Whereas you've got to admit that a truck was hit at a certain arterial junction. Whereas they claim that your chauffeur just wouldn't pull over, or mayhap his brakes wouldn't function.
Oh.
Whereas they state that your Maxwell was minus an axle, thus knocking our case for a loop. To wit, you're in the soup, the soup, the soup, the soup, the soup, the soup.
Now, stop. Now, look, gentlemen. It wasn't Rochester's fault. The truck driver didn't have his hand out.
He didn't have his hand out. Poor lad. Well, I would say that things for him look bad.
What is this, anyway?
For his ugly crime, he surely will serve time, and then hang by the neck until death.
Until death, he will hang until death.
No. I don't want the truck driver to hang, fellas. Now, let's get this straight. Rochester started out from Sunset Boulevard and Vine Street to pick me up at March Field. And everything was all right until he got to Figueroa Street.
Figueroa?
Yes.
Figaro. What's
that got to do with Figueroa Street, fellas?
Figaro.
Now, wait a minute, fellas. Will you wait a minute? I can't talk to you now. Go away. I'll see you later. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Mr. Benny, and don't worry. The most the judge will give you is 30 days.
What do you mean I'll get 30 days?
30 days, 30 days. You'll get Gilligadoochie, Kinnamaroochie, Balderall, all 30 days, 30 days.
For heaven's sake,
30 days. You'll get Gilligadoochie, Kinnamaroochie, Balderall, all 30 days.
Now, that's about the silliest. I'll be darned. Fine lawyers I've got.
Come on, let's finish the sketch.
Yeah, who killed me?
We'll never know, Dennis. Play, Phil.
Here's a grand Jell-O treat, friends, that your family will add to their list of favorite desserts the very first time they taste it. And it's one of Mary Livingston's own favorites, too. A beautiful, tempting dessert called Cherry Flake Jell-O. All you need to make it is a can of grapefruit sections and one package of cherry Jell-O. Just dissolve a package of Jell-O imitation cherry flavor in 1 pint of hot water and grapefruit juice. Turn into a shallow pan and chill until firm. Next, break the glistening Jell-O into tiny flakes with a fork. Then pile lightly into sherbet glasses, garnish with grapefruit sections, and serve. The result will be a tempting blend of canned grapefruit and rich crimson cherry Jell-O. A treat the whole family will want to enjoy time and time again. Many grocers are featuring canned grapefruit and cherry Jell-O all next week. So get both and make up this swell dessert. But remember, when you buy, to get genuine Jell-O, because Jell-O's new process locks in its extra rich flavor.
This is the last number of the 17th program in the current Jell-O series, and we will be with you again next Sunday at the same time. Say, Mary, do you want to come to my house for dinner tonight?
Yeah, what are we going to have?
Oh, Rochester fixed up some baked potatoes and a nice Virginia ham.
Oh, you played Richmond, too.
Yeah, I went over big there. Good night, folks.
The Jell-O program is written by Bill Morrow and Ed Beloit.
Have you plenty of Jell-O puddings in the pantry? If you haven't, better get several packages tomorrow so the family can keep on enjoying those grand pudding treats they love so much. There's Jell-O chocolate pudding, one of the smoothest, creamiest puddings you ever tasted. And it has such a rich, mellow flavor, especially developed for Jell-O puddings by the famous Walter Baker chocolate people. Tomorrow, when you order Jell-O, ask for Jell-O chocolate, vanilla, and butterscotch pudding. Jell-O puddings are just like Grandma's, only more so. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
KFI Los Angeles.
Yes, it's time once again for Melody Ranch and Gene Autry.
I'm back in the saddle again. Out where a friend is a friend. Where the longhorn cattle feed on the lowly Jensen weed. I'm back in the saddle again.
That's right, folks. It's another visit with all the gang here at Melody Ranch. There's Pat Butchum, the Cass County Boys, the Gene Autry Blue Jeans, Carl Cotner's Melody Ranch Hardway 6, and yours truly, Charlie Lyon. Right now, though, meet the boss man himself, America's favorite cowboy, Gene Autry.
Be honest with me, dear, whatever you do. Remember your mind, dear, so always be true. Wherever you wander, on land or on sea. If you really love me, be honest with me. Someday I'll return, dear, and make you my own. And how I will yearn, dear, when I'm all alone. I'll never forget, dear, your sweet memory. If you really love me, be honest with me. my poor heart would break, dear, if you were untrue. Asleep or awake, dear, I dream about you. Oh, you are my darling, you're all that I see. If you really love me, be honest with me. Well, howdy there, friends and neighbors. Yes, it's good to have you at Melody Ranch again. So let's make the most of our time together. I'd like to mention a pleasant memory and one of the bright spots in my career. It happened during my first trip to England. Two young men came to me with a song, a Western song. I guess that's not unusual, unless you know that these boys had never seen our West, and for that matter, had never seen a cowboy. I liked the song, so Columbia recorded it, and a couple of million of you took it home with you. It goes like this. South of the border, down Mexico way. That's where I fell in love when the stars above came out to play. And now as I wander, my thoughts ever stray. South of the border, down Mexico way. He was a picture in old Fanny's sleigh. And for a tender while I kissed a smile upon her face, for it was siesta, and she was so gay. South of the border, down Mexico way. Then she sighed as sweet whispered manana, never dreaming that we were parting. And I lied as I whispered manana, for our tomorrow never came. South of the border, I rode back one day. There in a veil of white by candlelight, she knelt to pray. Some mission bell told me that I mustn't stay. South of the border, down Mexico way. Ay, 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 ay,
He's getting worse than a woman, that's what he's getting.
There you go. Complain, complain, complain. That's all you ever do is complain.
Oh, yeah? Well, you'd complain, too. You had to take care of that silly dog like I do. One minute he's wagging his tail at me, next minute he's barking at me.
So?
Getting so I don't know which end to believe.
Sort of a split decision, huh, Patrick?
Yeah, you might say that. Incidental, while I'm on the subject of complaining, I might just as well get another beef off of my shoulders, namely the food around here.
I see. And just exactly what, may I ask, is wrong with the food around here?
Well, to put it simple, I ain't getting enough square meals for my round stomach.
Is that so?
Of course, I must admit, you gotta be part octopus to get anything to eat at that table with all them other starving maniacs around it. In fact, just the other night, now you won't believe this, but the cook had just given me the main course. Well, I stooped down to pick up my napkin. When I looked up, she was asking me what I wanted for dessert.
So, let that be a lesson to you, young man.
Brother, you can say that again. That's how I lost my watch.
Now, wait just a minute. What's losing your watch got to do with how much food you get to eat?
Well, just this. The other noon, I took off my watch and I put it down on the table beside me while I helped myself to some gravy.
I still don't get the connection. What happened to your wristwatch?
Well, I ain't quite sure, but all through dinner, the guy next to me was a-ticking.
Well, Patrick, now I'll tell you. It's probably just as well that you don't get more to eat. As it is now, you look like a bale of hay with a middle wire busted.
Very funny. Middle wire busted. Well, don't think you can hurt my feelings, because for your information, I'm going on a diet. What's more, I'm going to keep right on eating anything I want.
Oh? Now, hold on there just 1 second, pal. How can you get thin by eating?
It's simple. See, when a person eats, he gets fat. When he gets fat, he gets lazy. When he gets lazy, he don't work. When he don't work, he don't get no money. When he don't get no money, he don't eat. And when he don't eat, he gets thin.
So long, Miss Artery. So long, Miss Patrick. I think that's about enough words without music. So we'll turn to the Cass County Boys and the Blue Jeans, who have both. So, kids, take it away.
In my 10-gallon hat, I feel like $1 million. In my 10-gallon hat, I'm as brave as I can be. I can rope in a mountain lion, shoot down a buzzard flying. Wow, that's what my 10-gallon hat does for me. In my 10-gallon hat, I can ride the range like lightning. In my 10-gallon hat, I'm as fast as I can be. I can outspeed a prairie rabbit. Don't need a riding habit, boy. That's what my 10-gallon hat does for me. Just like Samson's strength was in his hair. In his hair. Just like David's strength was in his sling. In his sling. In my 10-gallon hat, I can go any old where. Do any old thing. In my 10-gallon hat, all the West is at my feet. And in my 10-gallon hat, I am quite a sight to see. For my hat makes me feel much bigger on the trigger. That's why I've come to figure out that my 10-gallon hat is something I can do without.
Thank you, boys and girls, for showing something new in 10-gallon hats. I remember when I made you cry, ages and ages ago. I'll never blame you for our last goodbye, ages and ages ago. Something told me when you walked away that time would make me miss you so. And though it happened only yesterday, it seems like ages and ages ago. Now I'm waiting with a broken heart. How wrong I was to let you go. I've lived a lifetime since we've been apart. It seems like ages and ages ago. Well, thank you, gang. Many, many thanks. And now, for this week's story. It starts back when I was a freelance cowpoke and Melody Ranch was just a dream. I just checked into a small hotel, one of the first to be built in Hidden Valley.
That'll be $2, cowboy.
By the way, you know anybody around here who's looking for a good ranch hand?
Well, you might check with Red Meadows.
Who's Red Meadows?
Easy to tell you're a stranger in the Hidden Valley territory. Red Meadows happens to own practically everything in this town, including this hotel.
You don't say. Where do I find Mr. Meadows?
I try the Sagebrush State Bank, which, incidentally, he also owns.
When I entered the bank, I walked over toward a sign marked manager. Two men were seated across the desk from each other, and one of them, a man about 50, I'd say, didn't look too happy.
I'm sorry, Mullins, but the week is the best I can do.
The best Red Meadows can do, you mean? Maybe Red Meadows can ruin me, but he'll know he's been through a battle before he does it.
And now, stranger, something I can do for you?
No, sir, I guess not. I just changed my mind.
Well, young fella, what can I do for you?
My name's Gene Autry, Mr. Mullen. I'm looking for a punching job.
I can't pay you much right now, but if you're willing to string along a while, I'll promise to do better by you later on.
Mr. Mullins turned out to be a fine man. He soon told me all about his troubles with Red Meadows, and I hoped I could help him out of his jam. I didn't have to wait long to try, because late the next afternoon, Steve Nolan from the bank, Red Meadows' #1 skin flip, drove up.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mullen.
Hello, Nolan. What's on your mind besides trying to cheat me out of my ranch?
Now. Let us just say that the stockholders have overruled my decision, and the bank must have the money by Saturday, or we'll have to take suitable action.
So it's like that, huh? All right, go back and tell Red Meadows you carried out his orders. And since this place is still mine till Saturday, you can't get off my property too fast. Look, Mr. Mullen, your bank loan is $10,000. How about the cattle you've already planned to market? Won't they bring in that much? Just about, Gene, but, well, they're not quite ready for market. I need another 30 days. Who do you sell to? I've been selling to Lawford and Company. Wonderful. I know Gabe Lawford. Used to work for him as a buyer. Well, that won't get me $10,000 by Saturday. Maybe it will. I'm going to make a buyer's appraisal of your herd right away. Come on, let's saddle up. Well, Mr. Mullins liked my plan, even if he didn't think it would work. I talked to Gabe Lawford the long distance to make sure he'd be coming into Rimrock on his weekly trip. Well, he planned to be there Friday, the day before the bank was planning to foreclose on Mr. Mullins' spread. I was waiting for the train Friday and grabbed Mr. Lawford as soon as he got off. Gee, even though I trust you with my last dime, business just ain't done that way. If there's any loss on this deal, Gabe, I'll go back to work for you for nothing till I've made it up. If this means that much to you, Gene, guess I'll do it. Hey, Joe, take over, will you? I'm going down to the bank. Vamp and I headed back for the Lazy M with $10,000 in cash traveling with us. Mr. Mullins couldn't wait for the bank manager to show up the next morning. And he didn't have to wait either. Well, if it isn't Mr. Nolan. We've been expecting you. Do come in.
Yes, thank you.
I think you met Gene Autry the other day.
Yes. Look, Mullins, I hate doing things like this, but...
I understand. You're only following orders.
Correct.
Well, Nolan, since this whole thing's going to cause so many people so many heartaches, maybe I ought to relieve you of any unnecessary suffering. All right, Gene, give him his money. That'll be a pleasure. There you are, Mr. Nolan. $10,000 in cash. And before your hands start shaking too much, you better mark my note paid in full. Well, Mr. Mullins was feeling mighty fine about 2 hours later when there was another knock on the front door. And this time, our caller wasn't expected. Well, howdy, Sheriff. I guess you haven't seen Nolan, or he'd have saved you the trouble of coming out here. He's already got his money.
I saw Nolan all right, Mullins, but he didn't say anything.
In that case, what are you doing out here?
Nolan's dead, Mullins, and I'm putting you under arrest for his murder.
Of course, I'd known where Mr. Mullins was every minute since Steve Nolan left the Lazy M Ranch, but nobody paid much attention to me. The sheriff was in cahoots with Red Meadows, and he had a hand-picked jury. Meadows was the coroner. The sheriff even produced a witness to the murder at the coroner's hearing.
Now, Mr. Adams, just tell us exactly what you saw.
Well, Sheriff, it was like this. I happened to be coming down the road from Dark Canyon Pass, and as I got to where the road forks with the Lazy M Road, 2 fellas were riding like crazy. I thought it was Mullins here, chasing Steve Nolan. Mullins pulled his gun and fired, and Nolan fell off his horse. Mullins pulled up fast and headed back toward his own place. I saw there was nothing I could do for poor Nolan, so I hurried to your office to tell you what I'd seen as quick as I could.
Adams had his story down pat, and Coroner Red Meadows sounded pretty convincing when he told the jury that murders had been committed for a lot less than $10,000. The coroner's jury was only out 15 minutes.
Quiet, please, quiet. Gentlemen of the jury, have you reached a verdict as to the cause of death?
We have. We find that Steve Nolan died at the hand of Charles Mullins, and we recommend that Mullins be charged with murder in the first degree. Red Meadows seemed mighty pleased with the verdict. Instead of going back to the bank, He got on his horse and headed out into the country. I thought he might be going to the Lazy M. Wherever he was heading, I wanted to know about it. So I untied Champ from the hitch and rail and followed him, being careful to keep him from seeing us. That wasn't as hard as it might have been because he headed up an old abandoned road with only one outlet and stopped at a weather-beaten hunting shack.
It's me. Open up.
Well, how'd it go?
Just like I knew it would. They charged the old coot with first-degree murder. Your murder, Nolan. I'll get the Lazy M Ranch yet.
Oh, well, what about my half of the money? The $5,000 you promised me.
Why, Steve, you're dead. A jury said so. You died at the hand of Charlie Mullen.
Oh, wait, you wouldn't murder me, Red. Now put the gun back.
Oh, we gotta have a corpse before the trial, Steve. We could get away with a closed coffin for the coroner's hearing, me being the coroner. But when it comes to the real trial, we'll have to produce a body.
You've gotten away with a lot, Red, but you can't get away with murder.
Why, how could they accuse me of killing you? After you're really dead, I'll discover that you stole most of the depositor's money out of the bank. I'll clean it out.
Well, if you're going to shoot me, go ahead and get it over with. Go on.
Anything you say, Nolan.
Don't reach for that gun, Meadows. I'll shoot it out of your hand again. Only this time my aim might not be so good.
Smarter than I thought you were, cowboy. All right. How much do you want?
You're not buying your way out of this, Meadows. You're signing a full confession, implicating the sheriff and that phony witness, Adams, you call him.
You might as well, Red, because whether you do or not, I'll spill everything I know about you, which is a plenty.
Looks like you made a bad mistake, Meadows. You know, a fellow with as few friends as you have should try to keep them, not kill them. Folks, you know, Mother Nature plays a prominent part in the way of a cowboy's life and the way he thinks, acts, and lives. Somebody must have had that thought in mind when they wrote the words to our cowboy classic for today. The always popular and plenty melody from the sky. Love is everywhere. Its music fills the air. All nature seems to hum a melody from the sky. Over on the hill, I see a whippoorwill. I hear his song become a melody from the sky. And there's a bluebird singing to his lady love above. A love song taken from the whispering breeze in the trees. Love is everywhere. Its music fills the air. All nature seems to hum a melody from the sky.
And there's a bluebird singing to his lady love above. A love song taken from the whispering breeze in the trees.
Love is everywhere. Its music fills the air. All nature seems to hum a melody from the sky. Well, Gene, we sure have had our usual good time at Melody Ranch. Though I must admit we didn't get much work done around here today. No, we didn't, Charlie. But we had a lot of fun, so maybe we'll be reconciled to go back to work again tomorrow. Well, folks, I guess that's just about it. And this is Gene asking you to keep thinking of us until we're back in the saddle again. Out where a friend is a friend, where the longhorn cattle feed on the lowly Tinsel. I'm back in the saddle again.
This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service. Today's Columbia Workshop presentation captures completely the flavor of old world theater. Werner Michel has written this play in a style that characterized the original Peter Schlemiel legends. It has a bitter chocolate Central European flavor. It even has an old-fashioned, completely explanatory title, The Man Without a Shadow. Alexander Semler, in composing the music, has done his job in the same conscious manner, using the orchestra with a kind of gaunt good humor. Now let's play it as it might have been played in happier days, at Salzburg, or in the Vienna, broadly with old-fashioned inflections, and with...
We're on the air, Mr. Banda.
As if I didn't know. Music, maestro.
It is the postman. Good morning, Mrs. Schneider. Do you have mail for me?
Let me see, mademoiselle. Here's one for your father, and this is for Anna, and... Oh, I'm sorry. That is all for today. Oh. Maybe tomorrow. Good morning, mademoiselle.
Maybe tomorrow. Why doesn't he write? He doesn't love me. I would give anything for a loving word from him. I'd sell my soul to the devil.
So you want to sell me your soul? Very well, mademoiselle. Let's talk the matter over.
Now, take this medicine barrel. This will help you.
Go away. You will never relieve me for my pains, you crack. Before I take any medicine that you have concocted, I would rather sell my soul to the devil.
Why does everybody in this town want to sell me his soul? I don't doubt, Baron, that you have a very aristocratic one. Perhaps you would go in for another swap? Let's discuss the matter.
I sent you to the market to sell the eggs. That is the money.
I couldn't sell them, wife.
You couldn't sell them. Why not?
I dropped them.
Oh, why am I punished with a creature like you? If I could get rid of you, I would sell my soul to the devil.
Now, look, madame. I have all the sympathy in the world for you, but I won't buy any more souls. My cold storage is crammed with them, and it's a bad season for souls anyway. I'm sure you have many other things which I might like to acquire. Let's talk it over, if you don't mind.
Such was the situation in the town of A. We cannot divulge its full name, of course, for very obvious reasons, when Peter Schlemiel arrived. He had heard that strange things were going on there, and that many people got rich overnight for quite unknown and strange reasons. Peter Schlemiel had set out from home to become rich without too much trouble, and so the town of A seemed to be just the right place for him. It was a fine, sunny morning in the year 1829 when Peter stepped from a proud sailing ship. Now he was standing in the midst of the hurly-burly of the town's busy port.
Excuse me. My name is Peter Schlemiel. Could you...
Don't you see I'm busy?
Pardon my interrupting. My name is...
What do you want, stranger?
My name is Peter Schlemiel.
What of it? Move on, lad. I don't need anyone.
But pardon me, young man. I've been watching you. You seem to seek some information. Can I be of service? All right. Be very obliged. Just tell me what you wish. My name is Monsieur X. Monsieur X? A peculiar name. I am sometimes referred to as the unknown quantity. I am plain Peter Schlemiel. Schlemiel with an S-C-H. And am in search of a modest inn. Come with me. I'll be happy to show you to one. How do you like our city? I've made up my mind to like it in spite of the silly tales they tell of it. I know. Pay no attention to them. It's just foreign propaganda. I guess you are right. The devil wouldn't like it here. The sun shines too brightly. Very bright, indeed. I wonder how... excuse me, it's a little hard to put. I hope you won't mind. I should very much like to ask you a great favor. But, sir, what could a poor wretch like I do? During the short time I have had the honor of finding myself in your company, I sincerely admired how you cast the most exquisite shadow.
Shadow?
Really, I never saw anything like it before. It must be one of the finest quality.
Are there differences between shadows? I must confess I never noticed mine before.
A very human oversight. Stop for a moment and look at your feet.
It looks like an ordinary shadow to me.
Then perhaps you would be willing to dispose of it?
But who would buy another man's shadow?
I.
You?
Collecting shadows is a kind of hobby of mine. And as you feel yours has no special importance for you, you might be inclined to sell it to me.
Well,
I have many things in my pocket which would be of great value to you. May I touch your shadow just for a second?
Well,
I knew it. A rare piece. Beautiful material.
But, sir, I don't understand how...
Don't worry about the technical procedure. Just give me your permission to pick up this wonderful shadow and to put it into my collection. In return, to show my appreciation, I will give you the choice of all the precious things I carry with me. The cloak of invisibility, this golden key, the only open sesame. Wait. I have it. Here we are. Fortuna's inexhaustible bag of gold. Second hand, but just prepared with the guarantee for eternity. Look.
Gold. Fortuna's bag of gold. Wait. No. This is magic.
Oh, you can't change your mind now. You said the word Fortuna's bag of gold. Just a second. Stand still so that I may roll up your shadow. Gently. We mustn't tear it. There we are.
Amazing.
Oh, I know. This infernal scent of sulfur. I can't get rid of it. Here is your bag of gold. Just name the amount of florins you want. Open the bag, and there you are. Here. Try it.
See.
The bargain is sealed. By the way, it works for foreign currency as well.
Monsieur X, where are you? He's gone. I must try my bag. 5 florins. 7. 9. 20. 100. It's true. It's inexhaustible. And all this for a worthless shadow. I'm rich.
What is this, Grandmother?
This is St. Martin's Shrine, Lisette. One of the oldest.
Excuse me, little girl. Would you mind stepping aside a bit? Your shadow falls right across the Madonna's face.
Do as you are told, Lisette.
What is the man doing, Grandmother?
I'm a painter, and I'm painting the shrine. There, take a look at the canvas. You like it?
Excuse me, monsieur. My name is Peter...
Please, monsieur. Move over a few steps. If you come closer, your shadow...
But look, Grandmother. The stranger has no shadow.
Lisette, do they send to say such a thing? The child is right. He has no shadow.
What do you say?
Let me explain to you, madam.
Go away. Don't come near the child.
But, madam,
Go on, have your rest, monsieur.
What is going on here?
See the man there? He has no shadow.
He has no what?
A man without a shadow.
Let's follow him.
Yes, let's. He might be dangerous.
Well, it's town now. We have a man without a shadow. Neighbor, come out quick. There's a man across the street who has no shadow.
What are you saying?
It must be a magician from the circus. Wait for me. Hey, Barber, come on quick. There's a man without the shadow at the corner.
What? I bet the devil has his fingers in that pie. Wait, I'm coming.
Hey, come back, you. Finish saving me first.
He has no shadow. Oh, can you see it, Grandpa?
Nonsense. There is no such thing. Where are my glasses?
Knock me down, child. You're right. He has no shadow.
And what's in your braces? Sometimes.
Hold him! Hey, Horseman! Hey! Oh.
Where to, sir?
The best hotel in town. And hurry.
Yes,
Welcome, sir. Welcome to my modest hotel.
Host, do you have a dark room?
My dear sir, my house is famous for its bright and airy rooms.
I am not interested in your bright rooms. I want a dark room. Do you have any?
A dark room?
Yes.
Now, let me see. Oh, why, certainly, sir. I have just what you want. A beauty. Only for special guests. It's 200 florins a month.
I'll take it.
And pay 200 florins for it?
Here is the money.
These foreigners are mad. Follow me, sir. The room is just across the courtyard, over the stable. Quite private.
Across the yard?
Yes.
Give me the key. I'll find it myself.
Very well, sir.
Now, listen. Nobody is to be allowed to enter my room without my permission. Understand?
Yes.
I'll be working during the day and don't want to be disturbed.
Yes, sir.
By the way, I need a servant.
I shall get you one, sir.
How much does he weigh?
I'm very sorry, sir. I know his name, but we never discussed his weight, really.
Is he heavier than I?
I don't think so, sir.
Then I cannot use him. Get me one who weighs at least 300 pounds.
300 pounds?
You see, my eyes cannot stand the sunlight. So I need a fat servant who can walk in front of me to keep the sun out of my eyes.
An umbrella would not do, I suppose.
No, it would not.
I understand. I think I know the man for you. His name is Spindle. I shall send him right up to your room. Here's the key. What sort of people do they let into our town nowadays? 200 florins for a maid's room.
Madeline, where are you, daughter?
Wife, don't disturb them. She's out in the garden with Monsieur Schlemiel.
At this time of night and in the rain?
And when one is young and romantic, rain and time doesn't matter.
Romance. But she just met the man a few hours ago.
Oh, but a rich son-in-law wouldn't be bad.
Rich. Rich indeed. How do you know he is so rich?
His servant squanders money like water, as if his master had inexhaustible riches.
And you have squandered money like water. Buying exotic foods and a new dress for Madeline to embrace him.
Wife, I'm surprised at you. What of our duty toward our daughter? She's almost 18 and not yet married. We should begin to look for a suitable husband for her.
And what of our daughter's happiness?
If she's rich, she'll be happy. Shh, stop chattering. I hear them coming. Here you are. Have you been showing Monsieur Schlemiel our modest garden, my child?
Oh, are we wet? Oh, it's wonderful walking in the rain. Is it not, Monsieur Schlemiel? Give me your coats, both of you. You are so...
warm yourself, monsieur. Come here to the fire.
Fire? No, thank you. I'm quite all right. You know, sir, I feel almost like home.
We hope to see you here much oftener from now on. I'm sure Madeline agrees with me. Don't you, darling?
Of course, Father.
Play something for our guest, Madeline.
Oh, Father, please.
Oh, do.
Well, this is my favorite song.
Bendel.
Coming, master.
Bendel, what shall I do? I'm deeply in love with Madeline.
Oh?
I want to marry her. But how could I? I would make her unhappy despite all my wealth.
Oh, no.
I couldn't stroll with her arm in arm through the sun.
Why not, master?
She has a husband without a shadow, people would whisper. No, Bendel, I am doomed to spend the rest of my life alone, shut up in darkness.
Perhaps you could find Monsieur X and buy your shadow back.
I don't dare venture into the sun to look for him. The townspeople would stone me.
Send me, master, send me. I will find Monsieur X for you.
Bendel, you are more than a faithful servant. You are a true friend. Here, take this gold and seek him in every corner of the town.
But how will I know him, master?
Monsieur X is tall, elegantly dressed in a black coat.
His manners are winning. His face bold. Oh, yes. He has a slight limp in his left foot.
Left foot.
Yes.
I'll find him, master. I'll find him. Be of good cheer. Butcher, is there a Monsieur X among your customers? Never heard of him. Taylor, do you know a man by the name of Monsieur X?
Do I know him? He played the lover to my daughter. The rascal.
Jailer, do you happen to know a man named Monsieur X?
In our business, there are only Monsieur X.
He is well dressed.
Ah, Monsieur X, all dress alike.
Hey, barmaid. You know a Monsieur X?
Oh, sure, he is a regular customer in this task.
I think the gentleman is looking for me.
Monsieur X, I finally found you.
One moment. Look deeply into my eyes. You are forgetting your errand. You will not remember who I am and what I'm going to tell you until I leave the tavern. You have forgotten.
Yes. Yes. I have forgotten.
Now, then, you may tell Monsieur Peter Schlemiel the West Wind has invited me to join him on a cruise across the seas. But 1 year hence, I'll have the honor of calling on him and suggesting another little deal which may be of interest to him. Assure your master of my deepest respect and gratitude. Farewell.
What is this odor? Sulfur.
Sir, wake up.
What happened?
Look as if you had seen the devil on himself. Want some schnapps?
No, thank you. It was he. He's gone. And my master wanted to see him. Yes, master.
How long do I still have to wait until Monsieur X comes?
3 months and 7 days, master.
I'm punished enough for my greed. I was happy when I was poor.
Patience, master, patience.
With all my wealth, I'll not be able to marry Madeline. I love her. I love her. 3 more days and Monsieur X will come and I'll see the sun again.
Yes, master.
Bender, go to the jeweler and have him send the most beautiful bracelet he has in his shop to Madeline.
Oh, Peter, the bracelet you sent me is exquisite.
I'm glad you liked it.
Wait till you see it sparkle in the moonlight.
Madeline, it's getting chilly. Shouldn't we go into the house?
Oh, let's wait. I love the garden in the moonlight. I am divinely happy. Are you?
If I could spend my life with you, I'd be the happiest man on earth. Madeline, listen to me and trust me. There is a secret between us. I can't tell you now, but within 3 days, my fate will be decided.
I trust you, Peter, and I'll wait. But even if you are miserable, bind me to your misery that I may help you bear it.
Darling.
Madeline, where are you? Here we are.
Ah, good evening, my dear Peter.
Good evening, sir. Isn't it a lovely evening?
Indeed it is. Monsieur, could I have a few words with you alone?
Certainly, my boy. Come, we walk through the orchard.
Sir, I love your daughter. I want to marry her. In 3 days, I will ask for her hand.
In 3 days? Well, you may ask me in 3 days, but you can have my answer now.
Thank you. Here, where I fell in love, I want to live for the rest of my life. I plan to buy the finest estate in the neighborhood for our home.
Peter, Father, have you finished with your business? The moon will be out any minute. Let us have some refreshment here in the garden.
The moon. I must go.
But Peter, why are you so rushed? Won't you say good night to me?
Yes. Oh, good night, Madeline. Good night, madam. Good night, sir.
Peter, look how beautiful the moon rises from behind a tree.
Please, Madeline, I must go.
Now I know why he only came at night. He is the man without a shadow.
2 more days and Monsieur X will come.
And take the curse from me.
1 more day and Monsieur X will come.
And bring my shadow back.
2 more hours and Monsieur X will come.
And I'll have paid for my greediness.
Where is Monsieur X?
He must be near.
Where is Monsieur X?
He should be here. He didn't come. And Madeline is waiting. Bendel, it's all over.
Who is it? It's me, the landlord. I want to see Monsieur Schlemiel. Monsieur is working. You know very well you can't see him during the day. Now go away. Go away. Or I'll break it down.
What do you want, lout? Good morning, monsieur. The sun shines so beautifully in the courtyard. Suppose we go down...
How dare an insignificant innkeeper speak?
An insignificant innkeeper may be an honest man who does not like shadowless customers under his roof.
Host, what gave you this amazing idea?
Monsieur Schlemiel, there are people who assert you have no shadow, and I am not so sure myself. So, show me your shadow, or the father of a certain young lady will hear about it.
Good morning, sir. You remember the appointment we made 3 days ago?
Monsieur Schlemiel, I just realized it is the first time that I've seen you in the daylight. It's too cool to sit in the shadows. Let's move our chairs over there, into the sun.
Just as you wish, sir.
This morning, I heard a very peculiar story. There is a man who hasn't any shadow. Have you ever heard of him?
Why don't you say it? You know it is I.
You pretend to love my daughter. But you didn't hesitate to cheat Madeline, her mother, and myself. You brought her misery and despair. The poor child lies in her room and weeps.
It's only a shadow that stands between us. And things that get lost are sometimes found again.
There are others who want to marry my daughter as well as you, Monsieur Schlemiel. I'm her father and must look after her best interests. I'll give you 3 days, during which time you may try to get your shadow back. If you don't, Madeline weds another. Good day, sir.
What is the time, Bendel?
Almost noon. It's no use sitting around in your room waiting for Monsieur X.
I have given up waiting. He won't come anymore. Today, Madeline will marry another. Build a fire. I feel chilly.
Very well, sir. I never thought much of Monsieur X. But people of his kind usually make their appearances on time. There. Now you'll feel warm in a moment. My, what a flame the wood makes. What? Come here. Look into the fireplace. Something's moving in it.
What is it? I smell sulfur. Hooray, this is Monsieur X.
Monsieur X?
You should be more careful. I brought your shadow with me. It almost caught fire. My dear Bendel, I am on time. After I gave you the message, you swooned for 3 days. That's why you thought I was late.
Bendel, will you leave us alone?
I'll wait outside.
We mustn't lose a minute. Your shadow is at your disposal. Take it and go to Madeline.
Here is your hateful bag of gold. Take it back. It has brought me nothing but misery.
Oh, I wouldn't think of taking Fortuna's bag from you. All I want is a small souvenir. Here, just sign this scrap of paper.
What is it? Let me see it. By virtue of my signature, affixed hereunder, I bequeath to the bearer of this agreement my soul, after its natural separation from the body. Who are you, Monsieur X?
What has my identity to do with it? I am just a poor devil. Now sign.
I won't sign this.
No? And why not?
I don't think it would be a good bargain to sell you my soul to regain my shadow.
So, may I ask what kind of a thing is your soul? Have you ever seen it? And what are you going to do with it once you are dead? You should be happy that somebody pays you for it while you're alive, and pays very well, too.
You will not get my soul.
I'm sorry that you are so stubborn. It was only a friendly offer. Well, you may be assured that your shadow is very well looked after, and will show no moth holes if you ever wish to make the trade some other time. And now, if you will stand away from the fireplace, I'll leave the way I came.
Go, and take Fortuna's bag with you.
Oh, what have you done? Thrown the bag into the fire. I have no power over unselfish fool.
Master, what happened?
He's disappeared again. I'm lost.
What an awful smell of sulfur.
Open the window. Let the sun in. I can hide no longer.
Master. Look. Your shadow. There at your feet.
It's true. My shadow. I have my shadow back. Hurry, Bendel. Hurry. We have to prevent a marriage.
And this is the miraculous tale of Peter Schlemiel. The Columbia Workshop has just presented The Man Without a Shadow, a radio play by Werner Michel. Charles Vanda directed, and his featured guest was Lorene Tuttle, Hollywood's outstanding radio actress. Incidentally, Miss Tuttle played all the female parts in tonight's Columbia Workshop. 7 roles there were. Ted Osborne played the part of Mr. X. John Gibson was Peter Schlemiel. And others in the cast included Ivan Triasalt, Walter Slazak, Maurice Tarplin, Rolf Sedan, Harold Dyrenforth, Guy Rep, Gaza Corbin, Patsy O'Shea, and Robert Lee. Alexander Sumler composed the score and conducted the orchestra. Next week, the Columbia Workshop will present The Bus That Nobody Loved by Maurice Dolbier. Harry Lafferty will direct. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is Paulette Goddard.
George Raff.
George Tobias.
And Jack Carson.
The Gulf Screen Guild Theater. Presenting tonight, Torrid Zone. And here is your host, the director of the Star's own theater, Roger Pryor.
Good evening, everyone. The Gulf Oil Companies and your neighborhood good Gulf dealers welcome you once again to the Gulf Screen Guild Theater. It's an unusually warm welcome tonight, for our play is that sizzling Warner Brothers comedy about 2 men and a girl in the tropics, Torrid Zone. Starred in Torrid Zone, you'll hear George Raff, Paulette Goddard, Jack Carson, and George Tobias. In just a moment, we'll take you to a little country in Central America where things happen and happen fast. But before we make that journey, I'd like to say a word about another country where big things are happening these days. Our own country. You know, Sunday is a traditional day of rest for Americans. Yet in many factories throughout the nation at this moment, men are working and machines are busy. For America has turned her mighty force from peace production to war production, so that peace may someday return to the world. In this tremendous effort, the nation's oil industry has an essential part to play. It must provide industry with fuels and lubricants to keep America's weapons rolling off the assembly lines in a steady, irresistible stream. It must supply the ships and tanks and planes as they go into battle. Gulf is contributing substantially to this, the nation's most important job. And Gulf was prepared for this effort because for years, Gulf scientists and engineers have been constantly improving the fuels and lubricants needed for complex modern machinery. That's also why Gulf is ready to carry on its other job, that of meeting its long-standing obligation to American car owners. So you may be sure that while Gulf will continue to play its part in filling the nation's needs, your family and other families who depend on their cars will always be able to get the finest available petroleum products from your good Gulf dealer at the sign of the Gulf Orange Disc.
Check, Roger. Ladies and gentlemen, in our play tonight, you will hear Paulette Goddard as Lee Donnelly, George Raft as Nick Butler, George Tobias as Rosario, Jack Carson as Steve Case, and Roger Pryor as Captain Rodriguez. Now, Oscar Bradley's Banana Plantation Serenaders raise the curtain on Torrid Zone.
The hot midday sun of the torrid zone beats down fiercely on the jail of the little Central American banana port of Puerto Aguilar. In adjoining cells are Lee Donnelly, a cafe entertainer from the States, and Rosario, the greatest bandit in all Central America. As our story opens, they're talking through the bars.
You've now learned the great American pastime called polka, and you owe me exactly $200.
All right, I pay you the very next time I raid Senor Case's banana plantation, Senorita Donnelly.
Not in bananas, I hope. Say, look, seeing you owe me so much dough, why don't you just call me Lee?
Lee? That's a very funny name for a girl. Where you come from, eh?
Chicago, and I spent my last thin dime getting to this burg for a dancing job at the Hotel National.
Too bad.
But yesterday, that Steve Case, who seems to be the hot tamale around here, had me canned and thrown in this jug.
Why? Senor Case no like the way you shuffle your feet?
No, Senor Case no like the way I shuffle a deck.
Oh.
Yeah, I started a poker game with the boys, and he got sore just because I dealt a couple of cards off the bottom.
Oh, he do?
Yeah, can you imagine that? Say, what have they got you in here for, Rosie?
They say I am a bandito because I do not like Senor Case and the fruit company.
No kidding.
All I want to do is to take back what belonged to me and my friend. Case have me arrested just because I shoot him, man.
Out of season, huh? The stork that brought him must have been a vulture.
See. Ah! Look who's here, our jailer, Captain Rodriguez.
Hi, Roddy. How's chances of getting out of this lost and found department?
Silence, Senorita Card Shopper. Rosario, I have good news. You can stop the hunger strike.
Well, why?
Because no longer you have to worry about the eating. We are going to shoot you.
Say, if he can get out of here, so can I. Huh? Say, I was only kidding, General. I like it here.
Well, maybe it's just as good they're going to shoot me, Senorita. I was getting hungry anyway.
Oh, too bad, Palsy.
You have been very charming company on my last day here. Senorita, before I go, I give you this ring. Where I am going, I will not need it.
Afraid it'll melt?
Oh, maybe. Perhaps. Here, I give it to you. Adios, Senorita.
Thanks, and good shooting, Rosie. And if I ever get the chance, I'll suck that guy Case a good one for you.
Speaking not as your secretary, but as your friend, Mr. Case, I say don't you let Nick Butler take the boat back to the States.
Will you forget that chromium-plated heel? Nick Butler's not the only foreman in the world.
Well, he's the only one who can produce on Plantation 7. Oh, now look, Mr. Case. It really wasn't Nick's fault about that little Spanish number with the revolving eyes.
He's a gilt-edged chiseler. I love that dame. I think.
But didn't he warn you the girl was fickle?
He didn't have to prove it personally, did he? Don't ever mention his name to me again. The sooner that two-timing tramp gets out of Puerto Aguilar, the better I'll like it. Hello?
Mr. Case, I wish to report about the bandit, Rosario.
You shot him. Okay, that's the end of him.
No, Mr. Case. We did not shoot Rosario.
What? Why not?
He was rescued by his brave followers. What daring, what loyalty. What a bad break.
Well, isn't that just fine and dandy? What about the Donnelly dame? I suppose her mob ran down from Chicago and rescued her, too.
No, Mr. Case. The girl she's on her way to the boat.
She'd better be, and you start looking for Rosario. Goodbye. That settles it. Sam?
Yes, Mr. Case.
Sam, get the drinks out. I'll be back in an hour with Nick Butler.
Hey, will you stop pushing me up the gangplank of this boat?
Listen, sister, I'm captain of this banana scow, and I only take orders from Steve Case. He says you go back to the States, so get a move on.
Say, you shove me again, and you'll be wearing this suitcase for a necklace.
Come on.
Hey, wait a minute, wait a minute. Having trouble, babe?
Yeah, this monkey's pushing me around like a poker chip.
Listen, you stay out of this.
Pardon me, lady. Man overboard! Oh, hello, I'm Nick Butler, chairman of the Shuffleboard Committee. Can we count on you for our tournament?
Well, I'm afraid you play a little rough, but thanks.
Oh, I can always ease up for the ladies, Miss,
It's Donnelly, Lee Donnelly.
It's a pleasure.
Are you bound for the States, too?
Clear to the end of the line.
Nick!
You know, babe, I'm glad you're taking this trip for my health.
Nick, hey,
You're
Nick.
all right, babe.
I think that man coming up the gangplank is trying to get your attention.
Baby, with you around, he hasn't a chance.
Oh, Nick!
Oh, well. Well, I guess I'd better find my cabin. I'll see you later.
It's a date. Don't forget.
Nick! Hello, Nick!
Well, if it isn't the captain of the All-American Rat Team, Mr. Steve Case.
Nick, old boy, you're looking
Yeah,
swell.
well, that's not your fault. You know, sweetheart, I ought to belt you right in the puss for sending me down to that swamp.
No, Nick, that's no way to talk to your old pal.
Oh, don't waste that soft music on me, Jocko. You sent me down there hoping I get knocked off. Just to get even with me for taking that Spanish doll of yours.
Same old Nick, ain't you? Always ripping. But look, pal, let's both go to the office and talk this over. I'll buy you a drink.
Okay. I want to see you squirm when you pay for it.
Swell, Nick.
But listen, sweetheart. You can argue till you're black in the face. This boat sails at midnight, and little Nicky goes with it.
Nick, look, you just can't take an office job in the States.
Huh?
You know you won't be happy away from here, Nicky. You need the fruit company, and the fruit company needs you. I need you, Nick. I do need you, boy. Rosario's loose again, and you're the only gink who can keep those bananas moving while that bum is on a rampage. Well, what do you say, Nicky?
Well,
Yeah?
guess I better be getting down to the boat.
Nick, wait. You could use some money, couldn't you?
Sure, why?
I'll give you a $1,000 bonus to move the fruit off of Plantation 7.
All right, how long do I have to stay?
2 weeks.
Well, when do I get the $1,000?
Well, $200 right now to bind the bargain, and the rest the first thing in the morning.
I've got an idea. I'm letting myself in for a 14-carat massage. Listen to your fancy talk, you know.
Well?
All right, it's a deal. Give me the 200.
Yeah, right here. Oh, by the way, your room is number 9.
What room?
At the hotel, Nicky. I reserved it for you this afternoon. And I had your baggage sent up there from the boat.
Why, you rat. You dirty double
Oh,
crossing.
no bother
All
to
right,
thank me. Anything for a pal.
$5, 7, 9. Now, where's the light? Hey, what goes on?
Don't shoot, mister.
Well, you're the first thief I ever met who spoke of soprano. Just stand where you are till I find the light switch. Well, what do you know?
Oh, hello.
Miss,
It's still Donnelly, Lee Donnelly. We met on the boat this afternoon.
say, I must have made a big impression.
This is the first window I found unlocked.
Oh, you running away from something?
Only the whole police force. That guy Case wants to deport me back to the States.
You mean you don't want to go back?
Say, I got tired starving to death up there. It's the next boat for me, the one that's going to Rio. Look, all I have to do is deduct Mr. Case and his campfire boys until it sails. Then get pinched again just in time to be thrown aboard. Say, what about you? Aren't you sailing tonight?
Mm-hmm. I've changed my mind. I'm staying on for 2 weeks. I pull out for the plantation in the morning.
Oh, any chance of my going along?
Huh? Well, now look, honey, I like to take you, but a plantation's no place for a woman. You'd be better off in jail.
Not that jail. Even the cockroaches won't visit it on slumming parties.
Look, baby, I don't like to see a nice, understanding girl like you in a jam. I'll talk to Case himself in the morning, and you'll be treated all right. I'll tell him I'm an old friend of yours.
How old?
Old enough to know you real well. This well.
There Hey, for the tropics, you work pretty fast, don't you?
Oh, I don't hold up traffic.
Well, don't get your signals mixed, mister. That light in my eye says stop.
Oh, pardon me for being colorblind. Say, that's a nice ring you got there.
You like it?
Oh, sure. Used to have one just like it. Lost it in a brawl to a guy named Rosario. Oh, I always liked my ring. Best I ever had. Tell you what I'll do. I'll cut the cards for your ring. If I win, the ring's mine. If you win, I give you $20.
Oh, no, I don't want to gamble. If you like the ring, you can have it.
Look, sweetheart, if I want to cut cards for it, what do you got to say?
Okay, mister. You asked for it.
A one-eyed jack.
A red king.
What, again? Oh, that cleans me out. Baby, you sure took my $200 for a fast ride.
Well, I guess I'm just lucky. You know, beginner's luck.
Yeah, who is it?
Me, hey.
Say, this is where I came in.
Quick, baby, out the window down the fire escape. I'll hold them off till you get away.
Say, thanks. Here's something to remember me by.
Nick, hey, open up.
That's a real forget-me-not.
So long, handsome.
So long, babe. Hurry up.
Nick, hey, what's the matter? You dead?
I'm coming.
Hello, Nick.
Oh, what's the idea of waking me up in the middle of the night? What do you want?
A girl.
Well, what are you looking at me for?
Listen, have you seen a girl?
Oh, what kind of a girl?
A dame that was being deported, and she jumped the boat.
Oh, why don't you deport somebody your own size?
I won't deport her. I'll have her shot.
Oh, is this all you got to do is chase a poor, innocent girl around?
Innocent. But that dame's the cleverest card cheat that ever hit this town.
So what? Is that any reason? What did you say?
She's a card sharper.
Why, that double-crossing little... Come on.
What?
What are we waiting for? Do you want that dame to get away? Just wait till I get my hands on her. You're not going to shoot her. I am.
And so the asbestos curtain falls on the first act of Torrent Zone. We'll resume our story in just a moment. Meanwhile, we've some information you'll want to hear. It's about the tires on your automobile.
Today, car owners are doing everything they can do to make their tires and equipment last as long as possible. For example, to get the most mileage out of their tires, motorists are cutting down speed, avoiding sudden starts and stops, trying not to hit curbs when they park. And that is also why so many of you are making the Good Gulf dealer your headquarters in your own car conservation program. For instance, be sure to let the Gulf man check the air pressure in your tires, because correctly inflated tires may give as much as 5,000 to 10,000 more miles of service. Have the Gulf man cross-switch your tires on the wheels at the 3,000-mile mark. And let him help prolong the life of your battery, too, by checking the water level regularly. In addition to little services like these, there's Gulflex registered lubrication, available only at Gulf stations. Gulflexing guards vital points in the chassis against wear, helps keep your entire car looking younger. Yes, to save your car, its tires, and other equipment, remember to stop regularly at the sign of the Gulf orange disc.
And now the curtain of the Gulf Screen Guild Theater is ready to rise on the second act of tonight's play, Torrid Zone. Starring George Raft as Nick Butler, Paulette Goddard as Lee Donnelly, Jack Carson as Steve Case, and George Tobias as Rosario, the greatest bandit in all Central America. Next afternoon, Rosario is still at large, and Nick and Steve's search for the attractive card sharper Lee Donnelly has been fruitless. Nick has just stepped off the train at the plantation to take over his managerial duties as Wally Schaffer, one of the foremen, approaches.
Hiya, Wally.
Hi, Nick. Welcome back to number 7.
Oh, I never thought I'd have to see this banana garden again. How many men you got working? I promised Case I'd double up production.
No, we're short-handed, Nick. 20 of the boys took a run-out powder in the night.
Did you in Rosario, eh?
That guy loose again?
Yeah, so keep your eyes open. Charlie!
Yeah, Nick?
Keep steam up in that engine. We're rolling back to Porto Alcohol sometime tonight with a load.
Okay.
Case is going to have to buy a new boiler. I wonder how long it took us to crawl down here this morning.
$6.31.
Yeah, that's just about what I thought. The first... Hey! Who said that?
It wasn't me. It sounded like it come from that fruit car.
Come on out of there. Hurry up.
A girl.
No, a dame. Come on, sister. Jump down. So you copped a hitch, eh?
Yeah, the engineer happened to be going my way. Are you glad to see me?
I sure am. Come on. Fork over that dough.
What are you talking about?
The $200 you clipped me for last night.
Say, I never tagged you for a bad loser, Hanson.
No, well, I never tagged you for a phony shuffle. Come on, hand it over.
I haven't got it.
Do I have to flip you upside down and shake it out of you?
Now, look, I just told you
Okay,
that
sweetheart, hand it over.
All right, Samson. Here, let me go. I'll give it to you.
Thanks.
Here.
Now, listen. If you think you're going to use this plantation as a hideout, you're daffy.
You're not going to ship me back to the clink.
I sure am, sister, on the train tonight.
Oh, why don't you give me a break? Have you ever been in that flea trap?
No, I always deal my cards off the top.
Oh, listen, Nick. What's that?
It's a raid. Rosario, get inside.
Get inside yourself.
You hear me? Oh.
Nick! What's the matter? Nick!
Ouch. Be careful, will you?
Say, do you want this bullet hole fixed, or do you want gangrene to set
Oh,
in?
take it easy, baby. That's my shoulder you're fooling with.
What's the matter with you? Don't you know enough to duck when you see one of Rosario's bullets coming? There. How's that?
Oh, swell. You know, you'd be a pretty good guy if you weren't around so much at the wrong time.
Well, what would be your idea of the right time?
Any time after I get back to the States, why don't you look me up in Chicago?
Where did you dream up the Chicago business? Who do you think you're kidding?
I'm not kidding. I'm heading out of here in 2 weeks.
But you don't belong in Chicago. You belong right here.
You're nuts.
Oh, you love it here. The excitement. Well, you even love fighting with Case. You'll never be happy anywhere else.
Well, never mind about me. I suppose you're flat broke.
Yeah, why?
Well, that $200, so I wasn't sore about losing it. I just hate to be taken for a sucker. Here, you may need it. Oh, come on.
Nick.
Listen, take it. Now, go on. Your train's waiting. Beat it.
But, Nick,
Oh, hey, boss.
Yeah, what do you want, Wally?
I got Rosario. He's tied up in a supply
Oh,
shed.
good. That's great. What about his gang? Did they get away with anything?
Only some canned stuff in the train.
Oh, well, we can't kick about... The what?
The train. They stole our train.
Well,
How
it
do
looks
you-
as though Florence Nightingale stays among the bananas. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, you look it. Okay, sister. Come on, hand it over.
What are you talking about?
You know what I'm talking about. Since you've got to stick around here, you can hand back my $200.
Hey, Rosario. Shh, it's me, your old jailmate.
Senorita Stone.
Yeah.
Come in. They tie my hands. The door is no lock. Ah, Senorita, I'm so glad to see you. You are not mad with me.
No, why should I be?
Because I have not paid you back the $200 I owe you from the jail.
Oh, forget it, Rosie.
Always just before I am killed, you come into my life. It must be fate.
No, Rosie, it's just that I wanted to look at a guy who ought to feel worse than I do.
Senorita, you don't feel so good.
No, I don't feel so good.
Too bad I'm locked up or you could come away with me, huh? I would teach you how to forget your trouble.
Rosie, let's not spoil our beautiful friendship.
Confidentially, as a ladies' man, I have not had a complaint in all Central America.
Well, just keep on pitching and you may get a tryout in the big leagues. I should be handing out advice to the lovelorn.
Oh, some man has jolted you.
The formal expression is jilted, Rosie, and you can't be jilted if you don't ever get a tumble.
You mean Senor Butler, maybe, perhaps?
Yeah, and no maybe perhaps about it.
Senorita, I cannot understand it. There is an all-native proverb. Beautiful horses always love mules.
Well, I guess I was just born a dope, Rosie. By the way, thanks for shooting Nick the other night.
Oh, it was nothing.
I've been taking care of the bullet wound for the last 2 days, and a couple of times he almost kissed me.
Oh, well, maybe tomorrow or the next day.
No, not a chance. Word just came through that Steve Case is on his way down here, and that'll be my finish.
Senorita, you have hit your head on the nail. It will be the finish for both of us.
Oh, Rosario, what am I going to do?
Do not worry, Senorita. I, Rosario, the greatest bandito in all Central America, will give the problem of Senor Case the benefit of my personal attention.
Hey, where is everybody? Is this a banana plantation or a rest home?
Hey, you, what's your name?
I'm Wally, Mr. Case.
Where's Nick Butler?
In there, Mr. Case. He's asleep.
Asleep? Well, I'll fix that. Why, that's no good. Good morning, dearie. Would you like your breakfast served in bed? Get out of there. Come on, Nick. Get up. Get up.
Let go of my blanket and scram out of here, you web-footed weasel.
What are you doing, rehearsing for that soft Chicago job?
Oh, haven't you got eyes, you moron? Can't you see this bandage on my shoulder?
Got hit by a bottle, huh?
I was shot, you lunatic, by Rosario.
Don't make me laugh.
Well, he's tied up in the storehouse. How do you like that?
Well, I don't want bandits. I sent you down here to pick bananas. I don't know why I ever trusted a man who spends half his life in bed.
That settles it. I quit. I'm going back to town.
Now, wait a minute. Wait a minute, baby. You're talking wild.
Yeah, you still owe me $800 on that $1,000 bonus you promised. Come on, give it to me.
What? What? Go, listen, you chiseler, you quit. I don't owe you anything. But look, Nicky, if you stay...
Nothing doing. I'm getting out of here right now.
All right. Run away. Forget friendship. Leave me in the soup. But let me tell you, Nicky, everything you're throwing in that suitcase is breaking my heart.
Yeah? Well, shed a few tears over these socks. And these shirts. And this underwear, Jocko.
Oh, Nick, now, please, look. Listen to reason.
Hello, Nick. I hear the Mad Emperor's around.
Well, as I live and breathe, Miss Donnelly.
Oh, hello.
Well, now I'm beginning to see things. No wonder you haven't got time to pick bananas, Nick.
Huh?
Couldn't expect you to concentrate on my business and a dame at the same time.
Now, you listen to me, Case.
Hey, you know she's a fugitive from justice? You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to turn you over to the police for harboring her.
Don't make me laugh. You can't hold me with that one.
Huh? No, I guess you're right, Nicky. Well, I know when I'm beaten. You go on back to Chicago, and good luck to you.
Now, that's a very touching speech, Mr. Case. We'll think of it when we're on the boat.
Oh, I'm sorry, Miss Donnelly, but you're not going on the boat.
Oh, yeah? What are you trying to pull now?
Well, you see, Nicky, she accidentally hit a sailor with a wrench the night she jumped the boat.
What?
Poor fella, he has a 4-inch crack in his head. He's liable to check out any time.
Oh, but listen, all I did
I know you didn't mean to do it, but you can't laugh off a cracked skull. I'm sorry.
But it was an accident case.
Nicky, look, this isn't your problem. Just because this poor, friendless girl is in a jam, that's no reason why you shouldn't go to Chicago. I'll do the best I can to take... Hello, Rosario. As I was saying, I'll do the best I can... What? Rosario? What are you doing here? What is this?
This is the putting up of the hand.
I thought they said they had you tied up, long drawers.
A pleasant surprise, no? Now, senor, you see the tables are inside out.
Yeah. Hey, Nick, here's that $800 I owe you.
I thought it would take something like this to get it out of you.
I will take that. Thank you very much. Here, Miss Donnelly, is the $200 I owe you. The rest I save for a rainstorm.
Listen, Rosario, what do you think you're going to do?
To you, Senor Butler, nothing. And you know why? Because this beautiful girl, she loves you. Why, I do not know, but she says she do.
Come on. Get down to business. What do you want?
I want to make things good for this girl. You, Senor Case, want to put her in jail, so I shoot you.
Don't try to bluff me, Rosario.
I don't bluff you. I only shoot you.
Now, listen, Rosie, you'll never get your land back this way.
I never get it back anyway, but I shoot him just for fun. Senor Case, you will please get ready to die.
Hey, listen, Rosario, just give me a few days to learn my prayers. And,
Look out behind you, Rosario.
Get him, Nick! Hang on, old Nick!
Look out!
Don't let him get away!
Don't just stand there, you big baboon. Go out on that porch and help Nick. You want Rosario to kill him?
Nick can handle him all right. Now shut up and listen to me. Are you in love with Nick?
Sure I
You
am.
want him?
Yes, but
Well, I want him too. He belongs here in this plantation. Now lie down on the couch and start groaning.
Hey, what's the
Don't
idea?
argue. Start groaning. Hold this handkerchief to your side, quick.
Say, I don't trust you. What about that sailor?
That was just a gag. Will you start groaning? Here comes Nick.
Oh.
Slippery cuss, slip that out of my hands and beat it. Hey,
Oh.
Hey, Lee, what's the matter, baby? You
Oh.
hurt?
Yeah. Hurt bad, Nicky. That wild bullet from Rosario's gun got her in the side.
It did?
Yeah. Nick, you can't leave her now. You got to stay with her until I can move her to the jail.
Well, listen, Case, if I stay for good, could you fix it so she wouldn't have to go back to jail?
Yes, under the circumstances, I think I could fix it for your sake.
All right, it's a deal. I'll stay.
That's the boy, Nick. I knew you'd come through. I'll go right into town and draw up a new contract, and I'll send out a doctor. So long.
Oh.
Lee, baby, how do you feel?
It hurts.
Well, let's see where you got hit.
No. It's too serious for first aid treatment. And, Thanks for staying, Nick. It would be terrible to be here sick without you.
It would, huh? Get up off that couch, you phony.
Hey, what's the idea of dumping me on the floor?
I want to lie down.
But I'm wounded.
With what? There was only one bullet fired, and I caught that right in my wrist.
Oh, Nick. Nick, darling.
I'm not going to die, baby.
Oh, Nick, I don't know what to say.
Oh, hey, turn off the tears. And don't stand there. Get some water, some bandages, and some iodine.
Yes, Nick.
Wait a minute. Come on. Hand it over, baby.
What are you talking about?
You know what I'm talking about. Hand over my $200 you just got from Rosario.
Our hearty congratulations to Paulette Goddard, George Raft, George Tobias, and Jack Carson for their sizzling performances in Torrid Zone. And our thanks to John Green and Charles Tazwell for their radio adaptation. And now, ladies and gentlemen, before we leave our story completely for tonight, there's one more little scene we'd like to bring you. Rosario, the greatest bandit in all Central America, is back in jail again. We discover him talking to Captain Rodriguez.
My old friend, Captain Rodriguez, you bring me my dinner.
No dinner tonight, Rosario. We are going to shoot you. It's bad for you to die on a full stomach.
All the time I come to your jail, and all the time you kill me. I tell you, Captain Rodriguez, I am sick of this. I have decided I will not be killed anymore. At least not till next Monday.
And why will you not be killed until next Monday?
Because I must hear the Gulf Screen Guild Theater program next Sunday night. They are presenting that wonderful RKO comedy, Bachelor Mother, starring Henry Fonda and Charles Coburn, my favorite actor.
Enough with the men, Rosario. Who is the woman?
Who is the woman? It is Lorraine Day, that's who the woman.
Lorraine Day? Then if he's settled, we will both listen.
Well, there are a couple of really loyal fans of our program.
And seriously, ladies and gentlemen, we hope you too will tune in next Sunday night to the Gulf Screen Guild Theater presentation of Bachelor Mother, starring Henry Fonda, Lorraine Day, and Charles Coburn. It'll be one of the most hilarious stories we've ever presented. Our music will be by Oscar Bradley, assisted by Frank Tours. Till next week, then, this is Roger Pryor speaking for your neighborhood good Gulf dealers and saying good night, everyone.
Americans, listen. Admiral Yamamoto, commander of the Japanese Navy, has boasted, "I shall not be content merely to capture Guam and the Philippines and occupy Hawaii and San Francisco. I shall also look forward to dictating peace to the United States in the White House." And 72 million Japanese back up his boast. Americans, give them your answer. Buy more defense bonds and stamps. Every dime, every dollar increases the fighting strength of your country, brings nearer the defeat of the enemy. So buy defense bonds and stamps and do your part to win the war. Bud Easton speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Out of the fog, out of the night, and into his American adventures comes Bulldog Drummond.
Once a year, there comes into every man's life, even a detective's, the time when he recaptures the spirit of his boyhood.
Huddy! This way to the main entrance to the big top.
This is the time when the greatest show on earth, the circus, has come to town. In the magic wonderland of a sawdust earth and a canvas sky, the years roll back to the springtime of life. And thus it was that Denny and I were on the midway, headed for the big top. We came to the circus in our yearly search for the thrills of lost youth. But we found murder.
Captain Drummond, just a moment, please.
What now, Denny?
That popcorn stand over there, we still have ample time for the main show.
Again. Denny, you're worse than a child. 3 hot dogs, 2 ice cream cones, 4 bags of peanuts.
Only 2 bags for myself, sir. I shared them with the elephant.
Very well, 2 bags of peanuts. And now popcorn. Denny, you'll get sick just like a child who overeats during his day at the circus.
Oh, good, sir. Then I'll feel like a child again.
Oh, well, what's the use? Very well, popcorn it'll be.
Now, really, sir. Oh, I say.
I'm sorry.
Well, young lady, I suggest that you watch where you're going. You nearly knocked me
I'm sorry.
Apparently, this is your pocketbook.
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome. Come along, Denny.
Just a minute, please.
Yes?
Would you do me a favor?
What?
A very special favor. It's terribly important.
Why do you keep looking around?
Please don't ask me questions now. Just put your arms around me quickly.
What?
Now, look here, young
lady. Put your
lady.
arms around me. He's coming this way. Please, please.
All right. Like this?
Yes.
Really, sir?
Hold me closer. Here he comes.
Closer?
Yes, please. You mustn't see me.
Like this?
Yes.
Be careful, sir. She
Don't
might...
trust me, honestly. It'll only be for a moment.
Frankly, it's a rather pleasant moment.
Captain Drummond, to say the least, this is quite unusual.
To say the least, it is, Denny. It is. Am I holding you too tightly, Miss...
No.
I didn't get your name.
Please, you mustn't ask me questions.
I warn you, sir. She's up to something.
He's gone. You can let me go now.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm afraid I was carried away with my work.
I don't know how to thank you. Perhaps I could pay you for your trouble.
Oh, no, thank you. The pleasure was mine.
You've been very kind. Goodbye.
Oh, she's running off, sir. Quick, we must follow her.
No, just a minute,
But,
Denny.
sir, she may have...
She may have what?
Well, I don't know, but a young lady just doesn't ask a stranger to embrace her unless she's up to something.
Or in trouble, which is apparently the case in which Miss X has found herself.
Oh, and now she's disappeared into the crowd and we know nothing about her.
Perhaps we can find out something.
How? By looking for the needle in the haystack?
No, Denny, by looking for the man who pursued Miss X through the crowd here.
And where do you expect to find him?
About 20 feet from the spot where we're standing.
What?
Come along. He's right over there, still looking for Miss X. There, you see, that circus attendant? He's the one.
How do you know, sir?
Because our young lady in distress fairly shuddered in my arms when he passed by. Now, I'll do the talking, Denny.
Yes, sir.
Pardon me?
Yeah?
Are you looking for someone?
What's it to you?
I can help you.
Go on, beat it.
You're looking for a young lady. I'd say she's about 25, blonde, very attractive.
Say, how do you know?
Knowing things is my business.
Where is she?
Why?
Because it's important.
To whom?
Now, listen, I gotta find her and find her quick, so come on, give.
As soon as you tell me why your finding her is so important.
Because, Nosy, that dame is Marion Morris of the Flying Morrises, the star trapeze act in this circus. The act goes on in 15 minutes, and we've been trying to find her. Now, tell me, where is she?
I don't know.
What? Say, Bud, what are you giving me?
The last time I saw the young lady, she was headed for the big tent.
Get out of my way. I gotta find that dame before I lose my job.
So, our mysterious Miss X is Marion Morris, Denny.
Of the Flying Morrises. And she certainly had us up in the air.
Quite. But now that we're down to earth again, we're going to look her up.
Good. Frankly, sir, I'm curious as to why she was hiding from that man.
And, Denny, I'm especially curious as to this.
Why, sir, it's a gun. Where did you get it?
While I was doing Marion Morris the favor of embracing her, she slipped this revolver into my topcoat pocket. There's their dressing room wagon, Denny.
Oh, the Flying Morrises, continental death-defying aerialists.
Come on.
Oh, why must these things always happen to us? Now we'll miss the main show and all the circus excitement.
We still have 10 minutes. Besides, I have a feeling we're in for some private excitement outside the sawdust rings. Here's the wagon.
Yes?
We're looking for Marion Morris.
What you want?
Oh, it's a personal matter. I should like to see her alone.
She not here. What you want from Marion?
I said it was a personal matter. When did you see her last?
I do not answer strangers' questions.
Well, you'd better answer ours if you know what's good for you. This gentleman is Captain Hugh Drummond.
You are police?
Semi-officially. Now...
Marion would do nothing wrong. She is a good girl. I bring her up since time she was so big. I, Santos Gomez, teach her always to do right. Please, you tell me why you here?
First, where is Marion now?
She in main tent with Paul.
Paul?
Yes, her husband, and Chris Adams. The three of them. They are the great flying Morrises. They do their act in 5 minutes. Please, now you tell me what kind of trouble Marion need.
I didn't say she was in trouble, but from the looks of things, she's headed straight for it.
What you mean?
This revolver.
Yeah. Where you get it?
You recognize it?
I know someday it bring trouble. Gun bring only disaster. I tell him only wicked man have need of gun. I tell him.
This revolver isn't Marion's.
No. Marion is good girl. He made trouble. He have gone to kill. I know.
Come on. Who is he supposed to be? If this revolver isn't Marion's, whose is it?
That gun is his. Her husband, Paul. I tell him gun only make trouble.
Here. Give me your hand, Marion. I'll help you up. Come on. That's it.
Chris Adams, the gallant young man on the flying trapeze.
Oh. I was just being helpful.
You're too helpful, Adams. I don't like it. I told you 100 times, Marion's my wife.
Then why don't you treat her decently, as a wife should be?
And I don't like your concern about my manners toward my wife.
Now, listen, you...
Chris, please, not now.
And where were you two before showtime? I know you're sneaking off to meet each other.
That's a lie.
It's no use, Chris. You won't believe anything we say. Let's not argue now.
Why, Mrs. Morris? You object to our audience below?
This isn't part of the show.
Can't we wait till later?
There may not be later. One slip from up here and down and out goes one of us. This trio could very easily become a doubles act. I suppose that's occurred to you two many times, how simple it would be to get rid of me.
Oh, stop it.
Very well. Some fool once said the show must go on. But I've often wondered why.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention, please. Ladies and gentlemen, I call your attention to the high trapezes, suspended 70 and 80 feet above in midair. I call your attention to the flying monitors, the greatest aerial act of the century. The flying monitors will now thrill you with their acrobatics. Death-defying acrobatics that require superhuman nerves and steel. For as you can see, there is no safety net below them. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you the daring, flying monitors.
Ladies and gentlemen, I give you the unhappy flying Morrises.
Oh, please stop.
Let's get ready. May I have the rosin bag? My hands are damp.
Of course, here. Oh, I'm sorry. Now, how did that happen?
Paul, you dropped that rosin bag purposely.
Did I?
Paul, Chris, you tried...
Never mind, Marion. This towel will do.
Let's get going. Mustn't keep our audience waiting. Oh, by the way, Chris, I'll go first today.
But what...
You'll do my routine, including the double flip.
Paul, you can't do that to Chris.
I said he'll do the double flip.
Chris hasn't done it in months. He might be killed.
That's right, Marion, dear. If Chris does that double flip in my place, he might be killed.
Paul, you can't do a thing like
Well, here I go. So long, and good luck, Chris.
Chris,
Don't worry, Marion. I can handle it.
I don't know what's got into him.
This is my last day with the act. It's better that way.
He'll be back in a few seconds.
It's my turn now.
Carefully.
I'll be okay. Here he comes.
All right, Chris, get into your act. Here goes nothing. True words were never spoken.
Paul, you're trying to have Chris kill himself.
Really, Marion, such
Oh,
concern.
please, you must believe it. There's nothing between Chris and me.
Of course. And you love me, don't you? Don't you love me?
How could I?
There's your precious Chris. Now let's see how he comes out on the double flip.
He made it! He made it!
Yes, he made it. Well, now we can have that little talk later after all. I'll get up to the next platform. Give Chris my congratulations. Oh, well, I did it.
Thank goodness.
Ready for your swing?
Yes.
Ready down there?
Ready!
There he goes. Now get set.
I'm set.
Marion, wait! Look!
Help! Help!
Paul!
Help!
His trapeze is
He's
broken!
getting Chris. He can't hold on. Paul!
I'll be back in a moment to continue our story. The greatest show on earth unfolds a drama packed with thrills and excitement. But on a trapeze platform 70 feet above the sawdust rings, a private drama went on. The result, a man is killed.
Oh, Sanders, it was terrible. He didn't have a chance. He didn't.
No, Marion. You must not cry like that, my child.
He just didn't have a chance. I don't know how it happened.
Now, you listen to me. It was perhaps for the best,
What?
you know. Yes, he was wicked, and the wicked are punished.
Oh, no. Santos, you mustn't say that. It's not...
Now, Marion, you must rest. You hear me? You rest. I will not let you be disturbed. You rest now. Yes?
I should like to speak to Mrs. Morris.
I will not let her be disturbed. Later you come back.
Who is it, Santos?
Pardon me. Wait. Wait a minute. I say you come later, Marion.
You?
My sympathy, Mrs. Morris.
You? Oh, what are you doing here?
This man is Captain Drummond, Marion.
Oh.
Yes, he say that you put Paul's gun in his pocket.
Mrs. Morris is quite aware of the details.
Captain Drummond, I can explain that. I wanted to get rid of that gun. I was afraid that my husband would...
That your husband would what, Mrs. Morris?
That he would kill Chris Adams with that gun. Captain Drummond, Paul was jealous. He was insanely jealous. And there was no reason for it. You must believe me. I had to get rid of that gun before something terrible happened.
Marion, tell truth. I know.
Oh, yes, undoubtedly.
Yes, it is the truth. Captain Drummond, it is. You must believe it. Hey,
you leave Marion alone. She has great tragedy when her husband died in accident.
But Paul Morris's death wasn't an accident.
What are you saying? It wasn't an accident.
Both ropes supporting his trapeze had been filed down to give way under heavy strain.
What you say?
I say Paul Morris was the victim of a planned, deliberate murder. Over here, Denny. Over here.
No sign of Chris Adams anywhere, sir. I searched the entire circus area. What about you?
No luck, Arthur. I've been spotting his dressing wagon over there for the past hour. He hasn't shown up. Denny, it's about time we had a look into that tent. Come on, we're through waiting.
Well, in the vernacular, sir, Adams has taken it on the leg of mutton.
On the lamb, Denny.
Well, whatever it is, sir, he's gone. There's no doubt in my mind that he's the murderer. He's the one who filed those trapeze ropes.
That's a valid possibility.
Possibility? It's a certainty, sir.
The motive is well established. He hated Paul Morris.
So did Santos. And don't forget that Santos was in charge of packing and setting up the axe equipment. As a matter of fact, Denny, Mrs. Morris doesn't escape my suspicion either.
But neither Santos nor Mrs. Morris ran away. That much is in their favor.
Yes, that and nothing more. All right, come on in. We'll see what this dressing room has to offer. Pull on that light over there.
I say, sir, what if Adams should return and find us here?
But, Denny, you're the one who's convinced he's flown the coop.
Yes, but, you know, sir, just in case.
Then his presence will be most welcome. In the meantime, let's have a look around. See what you can find in that trunk over there. I'll look into this one.
Yes, sir. Nothing in here, sir. Nothing but his circus attire.
There's a valise over there near the dressing table. Check on that. Well.
What is it, sir?
Come here, Denny. Look at this.
What? Captain Drummond.
Is this what the well-equipped aerialist carries about?
A carpenter's file. Well-equipped murderer is more like it. I told you all along, sir. Adams is the murderer. There's Exhibit A.
So it seems.
Don't move. You're both covered.
Why, sir,
I said don't move.
It's the circus attendant who pursued Mrs. Morris through the crowd this evening.
So it is. You know, Denny, we've quite forgotten to take this gentleman into consideration.
All right, cut the jabber, you two. What are you doing here?
We might ask you the same question.
Yeah, you might. Only me and this shooter asking the questions. Hey, what's that you got in your hands?
As if the gentleman didn't know, Denny.
Cut the act. What is it?
A carpenter's file.
And a murder weapon.
Murder weapon?
The gentleman appears genuinely surprised.
Come on, give.
If you insist, this file was evidently used in bringing about the death of Paul Morris this evening.
And you found it here in Adams' tent?
That's the general idea.
Hey, what are you two doing mixed up in this business?
The name is Drummond. I specialize in this type of business.
Your name's what?
Captain Drummond. And I'm Denny.
Well, why didn't you say so?
You didn't ask. Does it make any difference?
Oh, it doesn't make any difference. I'm tailing this guy Adams myself for the Acme Insurance Company. Name's Al Monahan.
What? You're a detective?
Yeah. This guy Adams had a trapeze act with a dame in another show last year. The dame's a nice kid named Evelyn Roberts. So one night, Evelyn takes a 60-foot dive, and she's out of this world. To the cops, everything looks legit, and Adams collects the insurance on the act. But Acme don't like the way the case smells, so they retain me to bloodhound Adams, which I do. So Adams ties up with the Morrises and...
I told you, sir, Adams was the killer.
Go on, Monahan.
So he ties up with the Morrises. The way I see it, he makes a play for the dame, which ain't hard on account of she ain't so hot for a ball and chain anyway. So Adams is in solid. Morris takes a nosedive thanks to Adams. The dame knows from nothing, and Adams works her for a grab of the insurance dough.
Well, aren't you going to tell Mrs. Morris?
You crazy. The dame's in love with the guy. She might even give him the tip-off. No, I just sit and wait for Adams.
I say, imagine that, sir. He expects to capture the killer just by sitting and waiting.
Sure, it's easy. I keep an open eye on the dame. Now she's the cheese in my trap. Adams is hungry for that insurance dough, and when she gets it, the rat comes out of his hole for the nibble, and Monahan's got him.
Take the car around back to the garage, Danny. I'll go up to the apartment a while.
Yes, sir.
Captain Drummond.
Adams.
I thought you'd never get here. I've been waiting outside your house for hours.
And I've been looking for you.
I know it, but it had to be this way. I've got to talk to you.
All right, you can talk to me down at police headquarters.
No, you don't understand. You've got to help me.
The way you helped Paul Morris?
Believe me, I had nothing to do with it.
Oh, yes, it was an accident, like Evelyn Roberts' death.
Evelyn?
I know all about it.
Evelyn's death was an accident. I was completely exonerated.
It won't be that simple this time. Now you're up against an open and shut case of murder.
But I don't...
With evidence complete, down to the murder weapon. The carpenter's file found in your trunk.
But that's impossible. Don't you see? That murder wasn't planned for Paul Morris.
What?
Paul made me switch parts with him tonight. He was doing my routine. I perform on the upper trapeze. That murder was planned for me.
Now, Adams, you understand what you're supposed to do?
Yes. I'm to walk in as if I knew nothing. I'm to play for time.
Right. And play it to the hilt.
Frankly, sir, I don't understand all this letting Mr. Adams walk into a trap, probably to certain death.
He'll be protected.
May I ask how?
You'll see, Denny.
Oh, really, sir? It's as if you didn't trust me.
Why, Denny.
Well, it's true. And that telegram you received this morning, you were secretive about that, too.
Denny, you'll learn everything in due time, if things work out to my expectations.
Please, sir, do you mind giving Mr. Adams and me just a slight idea of what you expect to happen?
I'm borrowing from the detective Monahan.
But it's obvious now that Monahan's conclusions were wrong.
Oh, it's not his conclusions. It's his method of trapping the killer that appeals to me. I think it'll work out. At any rate, we'll soon find out. Here's Marion Morris's dressing wagon. Adams, you go first.
All right.
Yes, come in. Chris!
Hello, Marion.
Chris, where have you been? Oh, Captain Drummond.
We came along. I've some news for you.
You found my husband's murderer. I knew Chris didn't do it. I knew it.
Where is Santos?
Oh, no, it isn't. Santos, he wouldn't...
I suggest that you answer Captain Drummond's question. Where is he?
Why, he's packing our equipment away.
Shall I get him, sir?
In a moment.
Oh, Santos didn't do it. Please believe me, he wouldn't.
Then perhaps you, Mrs. Morris.
Mm-hmm. Kill my husband?
There, sir, we've got her dead to rights. She's lying.
Marion, you knew that I was to use the upper trapeze.
That your husband switched routines at the last minute.
Switched routines?
Yes, and you knew it. Stop acting, Mrs. Morris.
Paul switched routines with Chris. Yes. Yes, that's right. Paul did switch routines with Chris.
Marion, you wanted to kill me.
No, Chris, no,
Why, Captain Drummond, what was that?
My expectations. Come on, Denny, you two wait here.
Captain Drummond, I have him.
Why, sir, it's Santos and Monahan.
Good work, Santos.
Drummond, I should have knocked you off last night. Why, then, sir, it was Monahan all the time.
He tried to kill like you say, Captain Drummond. I stop him in time. I grab gun, the shot, it go into the air.
You can let him go now, Santos. I have him covered.
But, sir, whom was he shooting at?
Chris Adams.
Yeah, and I would have gotten him if you...
By the way, Monahan, your sleuth act went well. I believed you up to a point.
Then he isn't a private detective after all?
No, Denny. That telegram I received this morning, the one about which you were so curious, came from the Acme Insurance Company in answer to an inquiry of mine. They had no detective trailing Adams, not even one named Monahan.
Well, then who is he?
Roberts. That's who I am, Al Roberts.
Robert? Evelyn Roberts.
Chris Adams' former partner, the one who fell to her death.
The one they murdered, my sister. They lied. The cops, all of them, they lied. He murdered her. I'll get him yet.
As usual, sir, I'm surprised at the outcome. How did you know that Monahan, or rather Roberts, was the killer?
I didn't. I was just curious as to where he fitted in this case.
But what prompted you to check on him in the first place?
Just a hunch, Denny. And also his philosophy of sitting and waiting for a killer.
What do you mean, sir?
A good detective just doesn't sit and wait for things to happen.
Oh, on the contrary, sir, I consider you the finest of detectives.
Thank you, Denny.
And I was about to suggest, after we deliver Roberts here to the police, that you join me in some sitting and waiting.
Denny, what are you talking about?
The big top over there, sir. I suggest that we sit down peacefully in the stands in the big top and quietly wait for the circus to begin.
I'll be back in a moment to tell you about next week's story. A mysterious phone call arouses my curiosity. And so Denny and I are off on a strange story that begins with a stabbing and ends in murder. I call this story The Deadly Stand-In. Be sure to listen, won't you?
Kraft presents The Great Gildersleeve. The Kraft Cheese Company, who also bring you Bing Crosby every Thursday night, present each week at this time Harold Perry as The Great Gildersleeve, written by Leonard L. Levinson. We'll hear from the Great Gildersleeve in just a moment. But first, do you know what comes to my mind when I think of fresh bread, steaming hot baked potatoes, tasty pan-fried breakfast eggs, luscious cakes and cookies? Well, I think of that delicious modern margarine, Parquet margarine made by Kraft. Because Parquet margarine makes all those good-tasting foods taste even better. Yes, Parquet's smooth, delicate flavor makes it grand for table use. Makes it a real flavor shortening for baking mouth-watering cookies, cakes, and pastries. Yes, and Parquet margarine is a delicious seasoning for hot vegetables. Makes pan-fried foods tastier, too. That's why I think of Parquet when all sorts of good foods come to mind. And another thing, whether you serve Parquet margarine at the table or use it for cooking, you can be sure it's good for your family. It's made from selected American farm products that are wholesome and nourishing. What's more, Parquet is a highly nourishing energy food, and every single pound contains 9,000 units of important vitamin A. So try economical Parquet margarine tomorrow. Just ask your dealer for Parquet, P-A-R-K-A-Y, the delicious margarine made by Kraft. And now let's visit our friend, the Great Gildersleeve.
More hot cocoa, Judge Hooker?
No thanks, Bertie. I'm warm enough. My, but a nice fire feels good on a cold night, doesn't it, Gildersleeve?
How should I know? You've been blocking the heat in front of this fire all evening. If you're not careful, you'll give yourself a high hot foot.
Gee, Uncle Mort, don't you think the fire is good for Judge Hooker's ideas?
I don't know what you mean, Leroy.
Well, you said they were just half-baked.
Yes. I don't recall. Young man, isn't it time for you to be in bed?
Yeah, but you promised I could stay up as long as we had company.
Well, that's right, only I never thought the company... Excuse me, Judge, I guess my foot's fallen asleep.
Oh, you needn't hint, Gildersleeve. I'm going. Only it's been so cozy here, and the conversation's been so interesting.
Conversation? Sounded more like a monologue to me. Don't they let you talk down in your courtroom, Judge?
Poor man, he's just lonely and blue, that's all.
Who's lonely and blue? Why, just because I like the family atmosphere around here, in preference to sitting in that big, cold, empty house of mine, does that mean I'm lonely and blue?
Yes. Otherwise, you wouldn't come and stand in front of our fire and get all friendly and pink.
Well, maybe you're right.
You know what you need, Judge Hooker, is some good woman.
No, I don't. I've tried a dozen housekeepers, but they all quit.
Well, personally, I don't blame him, Judge. You're as crusty as a carload of peanut brittle.
What do you mean, crusty? I'll have you know that I'm still considered one of Summerfield's most eligible bachelors.
Yeah? Eligible for what? Social Security? Yeah. Leroy, aren't you in bed yet?
Oh, another hint. Bertie, my coat and hat, please.
Yes, sir.
Now, Judge, don't leave just because Leroy's going to bed. How about a game of old maid or rummy?
No, thanks, Gildy. You play rummy like an old maid and old maid like a rummy.
Oh, a bad loser, eh?
Here's your wraps, Judge. Now be sure and bundle up well.
Thank you.
My, I don't blame the government for clamping down on the weather reports.
Why, Bertie?
Well, the less said about this weather, the better.
I guess you're right. Well, good night, folks.
Yeah. Good night, you little legal loophole.
Now, don't be too harsh on him, Mr. Gildersleeve. The poor man is only hungering for companionship.
Yes, and our food.
Why, when he looks at you in this nice house with your nice niece and nephew and eating all the nice meals I fixed, he gets so green it looks like spring is here again.
Yeah. You know, deep down, Bertie, I really like the little duffer. And when I spoke about him needing a good woman, I didn't mean a housekeeper. I meant a good wife.
There's some nice ladies that he might take to.
Take two? That'd be bigamy, Bertie. You really only allowed one.
Say, Unc, are you going to marry off the judge?
Well, I don't want to count my chickens before they're hatched, but Leroy, I thought I told you to go to bed.
You did, Uncle Mort, twice.
Well, I'm not going to tell you again.
Gee, that's swell, Unc. It was getting sort of monotonous.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going right now.
Well, up at last, eh, Leroy? The only thing more difficult than getting you to bed at night is waking you in the morning.
Good morning, Unc. Say, remember what you said last night about finding somebody to marry Judge Hooker?
Well, I didn't mean for you to hear that, young man.
Well, it's lucky I did, because I've got somebody all lined up.
What do you mean? Who?
One of my teachers at school, Miss Cagle.
Huh?
Boy, the whole class has been trying to figure out a way to get rid of her ever since September.
If they have?
Yeah, well, they be glad when I tell them the judge is going to marry her.
Whoa, here. Wait a minute, Leroy. First, what sort of a lady is this, Miss Cagle?
Well, to give you an idea, the kids elected her Miss Poison Puss of 1942. Unanimous. Why, she's so...
But if she's anything at all like that, why nominate her for the title of Mrs. Hooker?
Is that wrong?
Well, after all, we're trying to make the judge's life brighter. Miss Cagle sounds like a drip of the first water.
Oh, gee, that's right. I was so anxious to get her off our hands, I didn't realize what a dirty trick it'd be on the judge.
Yeah. Well, we'll have to think of somebody else, I guess.
Excuse me, Mr. Gildersleeve, but how about looking here in the morning paper?
The morning paper? For what?
For the bride. Maybe one of the persons in the personal will turn out to be the judge's dream girl.
Well, thanks, Bertie. No harm in looking. Let me see. Oh, yes, here we are. Personals. Attractive young lady, blonde, wishes to meet sympathetic gentleman of means. Object, Hollywood.
No, I don't think that's the judge's style. Read the next one. That sounded better.
Yes. Here it is. A well-to-do widow interested in meeting professional man over 50. Have refined tastes and grand piano. Also private income, own car, and 7 delightful children who will add life to any home.
Jeepers, 7 kids.
Yes, wrong number. I'm sorry, Bertie. I'm afraid our little Justice wouldn't have any peace if we snagged him a helpmate out of the help wanted.
Oh, jeepers, look at the time. I gotta get over to Piggy Banks' house.
Yeah? What for, Leroy?
His Aunt Henrietta is knitting sweaters for the army, and I'm to bring her some wool Marjorie left for her.
Well, run along by all means, then. So Henrietta Banks is in town. Say, Henrietta Banks.
What's the matter with her?
Nothing. She's perfect. For Judge Hooker, I mean. She has a nice social position. Her grandfather was the first white child born in this county. And she's really not bad looking.
Gee, I didn't know you knew Piggy's aunt, Uncle Mort.
Yes, I met her about 10 years ago. I remembered I'd just ripped my trousers before she came over, and I didn't dare get up all the time she was here. It really was very embarrassing.
She sure sounds like the future Miss Judge Hooker.
Yeah, well, I'm going to try anyway. Let me have that yarn, Leroy. I'll deliver it. While I'm there, I can sort of subtly get around to talking about the judge and matrimony and things like that.
Swell. I'll get your hat and coat on.
But what about that appointment you had to get examined for insurance, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Oh, yes. The insurance doctor's due here in half an hour. You tell him I was called away on business, Bertie. Have him come in a day or so. If I'm going to press the judge's suit, I better strike while the iron is hot.
Hey, Uncle Mort.
Thank you, Leroy. You know, I'm getting quite a kick out of this idea. Won't the judge be surprised when he finds out all I'm doing for him? Well, here I go.
Good luck, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Happy hunting, Unc.
Yes, well, thanks. Goodbye.
He's a pretty swell guy, isn't he, Bertie?
He sure is.
Going to all that trouble just to make two lonely people happy.
That's right.
Look at him walking down the street. A regular Dan Cupid.
Yes, sir. Ain't he got the figure for it?
Yes, I'm coming. Oh, yes.
Well, little Henrietta Banks. Why, you haven't changed a day since I saw you 10 years ago.
I haven't. Oh, you're just being nice.
Huh?
Oh, now, don't tell me. I know who you are. You're Mr. Mr. Gilder something.
That's right, Gildersleeve.
Oh, yes.
Fancy you remembering me all this time.
Well, won't you come in, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Well, I don't mind if I do. My nephew, Leroy Forrester, was bringing over this yarn for you, and he happened to mention your name, and I said, well, never mind. You'd be surprised what I said.
Well, have a chair, won't you?
Thank you.
My, I can't imagine how you could remember me.
Huh?
After all, we only met once before, and you seemed so shy then.
Shy? Oh, yes, I remember. That was just a temporary bashfulness on my part. I suppose I was just afraid of making the wrong impression.
Oh, as if you could have.
As if I couldn't have. But tell me, Miss Banks, or rather, Henrietta, that is, if you don't mind.
Oh, no, not at all. Go right ahead.
Well, when Leroy told me that you were here, I was greatly surprised to hear that you were still Miss Banks.
You were?
Yes. My, but I'll bet you put up a gallant fight against all the men who must have wanted to change your name.
Well, some girls like a certain independence.
Oh, well, I knew that would be the trouble. That attitude of yours is hardly fair to us poor men, Henrietta.
Oh, do you think so, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Yes. Absolutely. Why, marriage is the most delightful of partnerships, I'm told. And reminds me, there's someone right here in this town who'd be just wonderful for you.
Oh, really now? I don't know what on earth you're talking about.
Now, Henrietta, you do too.
I do not.
Then I'll tell you.
Oh, don't. So embarrassing. Who is it?
Well, I'm not going to mention any names. But this fellow, well, he's been awfully lonesome. When I heard your name this morning, when he heard your name
this
morning...
yes, I understand.
Well, we...
Oh, Mr. Gildersleeve, you haven't changed a bit. You're just as bashful and boyish as you were the first time I met you.
Well, I wasn't quite prepared. Possibly I'd better come back another time. Yes, I think I should go now. You'll be hearing from me later.
I will. Oh, goodbye, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Oh, not goodbye. Au revoir, Henrietta.
Oh. Oh, hello, Martha? Oh, Martha, you're acquainted with everyone in Summerfield. Well, tell me all you know about this Mr. Gildersleeve. Yes, that's the one. Yes? Yes? No. Well, what do you... No. 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 Oh, no. Well, lucky me.
Of all the muddled-up cases I've ever had to listen to in all my life... Oh, hello, Gildersleeve.
Hi.
Glad you dropped in. How's everything?
Coming along better than you'd ever suspect, Judge. Remember our conversation out at the house the other night?
Of course I do. And as soon as I left, I thought of some dandy answers, too. Now, let me see if I can remember.
Oh, don't bother.
But there's one thing I've been thinking about, Gildy, old man.
Yeah? What was that, Judge?
You remember saying that what I needed was a good woman?
Yeah?
I didn't give that much thought at first, but now I believe you're right.
Oh, that's fine. And I have a little lady who'll be just the person for you.
You think she'd know how to run my home right, huh?
Oh, yes, and make you very happy, too.
Hope she knows how to cook.
Oh, yes, I'm sure she's a wonderful cook. Very nice looking, also.
Not interested in her looks, Gildy. At my age, a good cook is a lot more important than a pretty face.
Oh, well, this lady is both. I mean, she has both.
Huh?
That is, she is one and has the other. When would you like to meet her?
Sooner the better.
Well, how about dropping over to our house for dinner next Friday? I'll have her there, too.
Fine. Only you needn't go to all this trouble. Couldn't you just meet me here and we could settle the whole thing in 10 minutes?
Yes. Oh, no, you can't do things that way.
Why not?
Well, how do you know you're going to like each other, Hooker?
Huh?
This is a serious step you're about to take. You've got to approach it cautiously.
Oh, maybe you're right. Believe me, if she's all that you say she is, I'll keep her for life.
Well, I should hope so.
Oh, Judge, recess is over.
All right, bailiff. I'll see you Friday night, Gildy.
Yeah, all right, Friday night. So long, Judge.
Say, Your Honor, if you're still looking for a housekeeper...
No, never mind. Mr. Gildersleeve has found a woman who sounds like a perfect servant.
Well, that's nice of him.
Yeah, he's a pretty good friend. In his fat, bumbling way.
Good afternoon, Bertie. Hello, Leroy.
Hi, Uncle Mort.
Well, I've arranged the whole thing. Judge Hooker's coming to dinner day after tomorrow.
Oh, then I better fix something extra special scrumptious with a touch of romantic and a dash of lovey-dovey.
Yes.
You invited Miss Banks, of course.
Oh, yes. And she was so excited she kept calling me a dear boy.
I sure hope she's going to like Judge Hooker when she meets up with him.
Oh, of course she will. Just as soon as I tell her that he's the unknown admirer who's been sending her the flowers and candy and poems. Say, did I read you the new poem I sent her last night?
No, let's hear it, Unc.
Yeah, I've got a copy of it here under the desk somewhere. Yes, here it is, under the water bill. Listen to this, folks. Oh, Henrietta, sweet Henrietta, I can't forget a girl like you. Where'er I go, I see your face, in the sun and the snow or any old place. Your smile turns the winter into spring and makes my poor heart go ting-a-ling-a-ling. And though I'm so shy, I worship from afar. Way up in my sky, you're the number one star. Oh, Henrietta, sweet Henrietta, I'd sure like to get a girl like you.
Oh, gee, I never knew you were a poet, Unc.
You sure have a gift, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Yeah, do you like it? I'll give you copies if you want them.
Well, that should sure make her feel mushy towards the judge.
Yeah.
Say, does he know he's been writing her all that guff and sending her all that stuff?
Yes. Oh, no, I've invited him to come here half an hour before Henrietta gets here. Remind me to button Hooker and tell him all about it then.
Yes, sir, that's a very good idea. Yeah. And he won't have time enough then to get cold feet.
Yeah.
And cold feet has ruined more romances one way or the other than practically anything.
Well, is everything set, Bertie?
Yes, sir, right to a T. All the judge's favorite dishes to put him in good humor. You know, I planned to decorate the table with orange blossoms so Miss Banks would feel like a blushing bride, only I couldn't get none. So I used oranges, but we was out. And that's why we got lemons on the table.
Yes. That must be the bridegroom-to-be now. Let him in, Bertie.
Yes, sir. And won't he be surprised to learn of what we've done cooked up for him?
Yeah. Leroy, leave those olives alone.
Yes, sir, I was just rearranging them, that's all.
Really?
It ain't the judge, Mr. Gildersleeve. It's the insurance company. They done sent another doctor to give you that examination.
Oh, my goodness. I can't make it now. Tell him I'm busy. Have him come here another time.
Okay, but you better hurry before the rates go up.
The rates?
Gee, of all the times to show up just when we're ready to put over a big merger like this.
Leroy, I wish you'd include yourself out of this affair. It's a delicate matter involving the future happiness of two fine people. And I don't want you in your juvenile way to mess it up.
Oh, don't worry, Uncle Mort. I know my part. As soon as they go in the living room after dinner, I'll start playing those Nelson Eddy, Jeanette MacDonald records.
Well, you're a bright boy, Leroy. That's right. Don't slip up now.
The doctor done went, but he's been replaced by another visitor, Miss Henrietta Banks.
What? Oh, she's too early, Bertie. Why, the judge isn't here yet. Of all the numbskull females that ever... Ah, hello, Henrietta. My, how lovely you look tonight.
Oh, thank you, Throckmorton.
Yeah?
And dear little Leroy, how are you this evening?
Oh, just fine, Miss Banks.
Oh, come now. No more of this Miss Banks, darling. Just call me Auntie.
Uh-oh.
Well, how are you, Throckmorton? The cat still got your tongue?
Who, me? Oh, no. We don't keep a tongue. I mean, nobody's got our cat. Won't you have a sit down?
Thank you. Now, come over here and sit beside me.
Huh?
There. That's better, isn't it?
Oh, yes, considerably.
You know, I was so anxious to find out what your surprise was. I just couldn't wait.
Oh.
That's why I'm here so early. Do you think I'm acting like a giddy young schoolgirl?
Yes.
Oh, Throckmorton, you say the most flattering, precious things. Almost as nice as your poems.
Yeah. My poems? But I never wrote you any poems.
Oh, come now, don't deny them, you shy, modest boy.
But there must be some mistake.
Why, not at all. Oh, incidentally, Throckmorton, do you particularly like the color of those drapes at the window?
Well, I don't know. I never gave it much thought. Why?
Oh, I was just thinking about changing them, that's all.
Oh, you mean...
yes.
That's what I thought you meant.
Throckmorton, am I going to get that big surprise before dinner or afterward?
Well, Henrietta, looks like you're going to get it any minute now.
Excuse me, Mr. Gildersleeve, but there's an important phone call for you.
Phone call? Oh, my goodness. Excuse me, please. I'll be right back. Yes. Hello? Who is this?
Hello, Gildy, old chap. This is Hooker. Sorry I won't be able to make it tonight.
If what?
I got a hung jury that ought to be.
You've got to be here, Judge Hooker. You don't understand all the trouble I've gone to. Surprises and everything. How soon can you get here? Maybe I can stall things.
Oh, don't count on me at all.
What am I going to do about Henrietta? Miss Banks.
Oh, you mean the new housekeeper?
Housekeeper?
Just tell her she's hired.
Hired?
Yeah, I'll take a chance. What can I lose?
But she isn't a housekeeper at all.
Then tell her she's fired. Goodbye, Gildersleeve.
Well, now I'm really in the soup.
Oh, Throckmorton, is the surprise ready now?
Yes, Henrietta, but it's a different one altogether.
I don't understand.
Yeah, I didn't think you would. I asked Judge Hooker to come here this evening. I told the judge all about you, but he can't make it tonight.
Oh, well, that's perfectly all right, Throckmorton.
What? It is?
Surely.
Oh, you don't know what a relief this is to me, Henrietta.
Why, you impetuous boy. Don't you realize that even if the judge had come, we couldn't get married without a license?
The judge wasn't going to marry us. He was going to marry you.
To whom?
To himself.
But I don't know him at all.
Oh, yes, you do. He's your unknown admirer.
Oh, no, that's you.
Oh, no, that's the judge.
All right, then bring him here and let's see.
See? Oh, well, I can hardly do that for a little while yet.
Oh, you're just like all other men. After leading me on, it turns out to be a joke. A cruel, heartless joke. And after I've told all my friends.
Oh.
Well, you haven't heard the last of this, Mr. Gildersleeve. There are courts and laws to protect innocent girls from men like you. Goodbye.
Oh, why was I ever born? I'm telling you, Judge, Leroy got it straight from the little Banks boy. His aunt has called in some lawyer named Taylor.
Oh, he's a tough man, this Taylor. He'll take you straight to the cleaners.
That's what I'm afraid of. They've been going over those letters and poems that I sent Henrietta.
Uh-oh, that's bad.
Yes. If they ever read those poems in court, I'll never be able to hold up my head again in Summerfield.
It serves you right for trying to marry me off. Gildersleeve, you're a pretty stupid Cupid.
But I meant everything for the best, Judge. Oh, please, can't you help me?
Why, yes, Gildersleeve, I'll be glad to help you. If you publish those poems, put me down for a copy.
Now, see here, Hooker. That's the wrong attitude after I played John Alden to your Pocahontas.
Gildersleeve, I'm going to get out of here before I get involved in this scandalous case. Goodbye. I'll be seeing you in the funny paper, Gildy.
The old goat. There's gratitude for you. The next time I take pity on him, I hope somebody gives me a good swift kick in the telephone. Hello? Who? Mr. Taylor. Tomorrow, Mr. Taylor? What time, Mr. Taylor? Goodbye, Mr. Taylor. Oh, now my goose is fricasseed. Bertie, Leroy.
What is it, Unc? Did you call Mr. Gildersleeve?
Yes, more bad news. Henrietta Banks is sending her lawyer over to see me tomorrow afternoon. She's going to sue me for damages if I don't marry her.
Oh, gee, if you could only show her that you'd make a terrible husband.
Nonsense, Leroy. I'd make a wonderful husband. What am I saying? I'd be awful.
Yeah, but how you going to prove it without marrying her?
Huh? Wait a minute. I just had an idea. Yes, I think it'd work out. If I could only convince that lawyer of hers that I'm not worth marrying.
But how?
I know. Now listen, you two. When Mr. Taylor, the lawyer, shows up tomorrow, Bertie, you'll meet him at the door, and then you'll say to him...
Come right in, mister. You can see Mr. Gildersleeve, but you got to promise to be quiet while you're in there, on account of he's a mighty sick man.
Oh, sick? Must be something new.
Oh, no, he gets this way off and on. Now, here he is, and remember, no getting him excited and no yelling at him.
Oh, of course not.
I brought you a visitor, the gentleman you was expecting.
Oh, yes. How do you do, sir? You won't mind if my nephew just goes on feeding me my chicken broth, will you?
No, not at all. Maybe I'd better come some other day when you'll be feeling better.
Oh, sometimes I wonder if I'll ever feel better.
No, don't say that, Unc. You still have a fighting chance.
Yes, thank you, my boy. You're such a comfort. More chicken broth, please.
Okay, Unc. Careful, it's hot.
Yes, I'll be careful. Oh! Hey, that is hot, Leroy.
Careful, Unc.
Careful? Oh, yes. Oh, the pain. No more soup, Leroy.
Well, what seems to be your trouble, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Why, I could tell you about my troubles all afternoon. But why bore you with an organ recital?
Yes, sir? That man is in no shape to get married, and any lady who gets hitched up with him better be ready to dye her wedding veil black.
No, Bertie, never say die. Uncle Mort still has a 50-50 chance.
Is that so? Do you want to bet? Oh.
Do you want to finish dictating your will, Uncle?
Excuse me for interrupting, Mr. Gildersleeve, but what's wrong with you?
My heart.
Oh, high blood pressure?
Alternating with low blood pressure.
Rather unusual. Yeah. Anything else?
Yes, anything else. Unc has been given up by 10 doctors, 6 hospitals, and a chiropractor.
So you can see I'm really in no condition to take on new obligations.
Well, I should think not.
Yeah.
I don't see any reason for me to waste any time examining you. I'll just go back and report.
Yeah. Oh, excuse me. Hand me the telephone, Leroy. Thanks. Hello?
Hello, Gildersleeve. This is Judge Hooker. Say, heard the good news yet? It's all over the courthouse. Congratulations, you lucky stiff.
I don't think I understand.
Why, you know what's happened? Henrietta Banks has gone and eloped with her lawyer, George Taylor.
What?
Yeah, well, so long.
Well, wow, this is wonderful. All my troubles are over. Now she can't sue me. Henrietta married her lawyer, folks. Say, if she... Then who are you, mister?
Me? Oh, I thought you knew. I'm the doctor from the insurance company.
What?
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry you didn't make the grade, Mr. Gildersleeve. Goodbye.
The Great Gildersleeve will be with us again in a few minutes. But right now, I want to answer some questions. Several people have asked me lately questions like, what's parquet margarine made of? Is it good for you? How can it taste so deliciously good? Well, I'm glad to answer those questions because it will explain why parquet margarine is so different and better than old-time margarines. Why it's a downright delicious food that's nourishing and wholesome, too. You see, parquet is a modern vegetable margarine made by Kraft. And the pure, refined American vegetable oils that go into parquet help make it the highly nutritious energy food that it is. And to its wholesome goodness, Kraft adds important vitamin A to Parquet margarine, 9,000 units to every pound. Now, about Parquet margarine's delicious flavor, it's Kraft's long experience in making good-tasting foods that accounts for that. Yes, if you think all margarines are alike, just taste Parquet. That rich, delicate Parquet flavor is making it a favorite everywhere for table use and for cooking, too. But why not find out about Parquet margarine's goodness yourself? Yes, try a pound or two of economical Parquet margarine tomorrow. Just ask for Parquet, Parkay, the delicious modern margarine made by Kraft, the makers of famous Miracle Whip salad dressing.
Now that you've been turned down, what are you going to do about insurance?
Leroy, I'm going to spend that money for some victory insurance.
What do you mean?
I'm going to invest in defense bonds that'll pay off in 10 years, just like an endowment policy.
Swell. And meanwhile, your dollars will be fighting for you and for Uncle Sam.
That's right. It's a wonderful way of combining business and pleasure, isn't it? Good night, folks.
Original music heard on this program was composed and conducted by William Randolph. This is Jim Bannon speaking for the Kraft Cheese Company and inviting you to be with us again next week at the same time for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. During the years of unrest that followed the Civil War, a powerful secret organization called the Legion of the Black Arrow sprang up in the western United States. Its members were to be found everywhere, defying the law or using the law for their own purposes, working toward the ultimate goal of revolt and the foundation of a despotic empire. It was the masked rider of the plains who led the fight against this band of outlaws and traitors, and for once his great strength and courage, his daring and resourcefulness were taxed to the utmost in the cause of democracy. Return with us now to those thrilling days when the West was young. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! Run the trail of the Black Arrow! Well, Silver!
It was only an hour hour before dawn. Tonto waited for the Lone Ranger outside the sheriff's house. The main street of Bennett City was deserted. Silver pawed the ground now and then, but otherwise there was no sound. At last the front door opened, and the Lone Ranger could be seen saying goodbye to the lawman. A moment later...
What'd you find out?
The girl's message told the truth. Colonel Harcourt was here, and he met 3 men.
Girls say men belong to Black Arrow?
She wasn't sure, Tonto. She left it up to us to find out.
Where, Colonel, now?
The 4 of them left Bennett City yesterday.
Where'd them go?
The sheriff couldn't tell me, but they were sitting around a table in the Lone Star Cafe for a long time. Rafe Burton owns the place, and the sheriff's given me a note to him. We'll see if he can tell us what they were talking about.
Where Burton live?
His cabin's on the edge of town. Steady, boy. Come on, Silver.
Get him up, Snow. Wait here?
I think you'd better, Tonto. I won't be long.
You have gun ready. Him maybe see mass. Shoot first, talk after.
I know.
Who's there?
The sheriff sent me.
The sheriff, eh? What's he want? You're masked.
Steady. Don't raise that rifle.
An outlaw.
The sheriff said you knew his handwriting. Here's a note from him.
Wait. Lone Ranger.
Read the rest of it. There. Perhaps a little more light will help.
Yeah.
You know the colonel, of course.
Oh, sure. Well, I'll tell you what I can. Come on inside. I sort of wondered why a fine old gent like the colonel would have any truck with those hombres.
How old is he?
The colonel? Oh, he must be close to 70. Retired, of course. He's got a big ranch about 50 miles to the south.
Yes, I knew that. What were you going to say?
Well, I thought it was sort of funny, him keeping such company. When he called me over to the table, he said, bring my friends from Wyoming a drink. When the colonel brands anybody a friend, that's good enough for me. Besides, if they come all the way from Wyoming, you couldn't expect them to look like dudes.
Of course not. Did you hear anything more?
Well, little. They said there wasn't an army post within 100 miles of them. They said there were renegade Indians all around, and they were organizing a sort of volunteer militia. They were going to build a fort, and they wanted the colonel to take charge of it.
Where did these men live? What about Fort Laramie and Fort Sanders and Fort Bridger?
I'm just telling you what I heard.
Go on.
Well, that's all. Except the colonel seemed to like the idea.
Then he's headed north with them?
I don't know.
They left town yesterday afternoon, didn't they?
Well, I'm not sure. They left my cafe then.
The colonel has a ranch to the south. It doesn't seem likely he'd leave it without making some arrangements.
Oh, he had a lot of his boys here. His foreman among them. If he wanted to give any orders, he could have done that easy.
Did you hear him?
Nope. I can't be every place at once, man's man.
And all you can tell me is that the colonel talked with these men and they wanted him to take charge of a fort.
That's all.
It may be enough. We'll find out which way the colonel headed when he left town. We'll find out which way the 3 men headed. That may be all the information we need.
The Lone Ranger and Tonto found it easy to pick up the colonel's trail outside of town. And they also found evidence that 3 men were traveling with him. Their direction was north. The masked man and the Indian urged Silver and Scout to their greatest speed. By daybreak, they'd reached a wooden ridge and charged up the steep slope.
Come on, Silver. Faster, boy.
Hit him up, Scout.
From the leafy cover at the top of the ridge, a man took careful aim with a high-powered rifle. For seconds, he waited motionless. Then he squeezed the trigger.
I got him. I got the Lone Ranger.
2 weeks later, Colonel Harcourt rode into the hills north of the Sweetwater River with Ben Watson, Corey Green, and Jake Miller. When they reached the top of a hill that commanded the river, Ben reined up his mount, and the others followed suit.
Here she is, Colonel. We figure this is the place to build our fort.
It's a good location. Build it strong enough, and a garrison of 20 men could hold it against an army.
You mean that? Against trained soldiers, not just against Indians?
If it's planned right.
Well, we're leaving all that in your hands.
How far away is your ranch?
You can see mine from the top of the next hill. Corey's and Jake's are just beyond. There's a few more farther north, but we won't have to bother them. Between us, we got enough men to build a fort and man it.
Well, what about your cattle while the work's going on?
We aren't running many head.
We want to clean the Indians out of the country before we really stock up.
You must be losing money, though. Why should you pay a big crew when there's no work for them?
Building a fort's going to be their work, and making the country safe. We figure it's better to lose a little money now than a lot later on.
That shows foresight. I agree with you. And, gentlemen, I'm happy that you've asked me to come up here. Without boasting, I believe my experience is the equal of any Army man west of the Mississippi. I shall train your men and direct the building of the fort to the best of my ability. I'm glad that you disregarded my years. This will be my last command, no doubt. But I welcome the task you've set before me.
Glad you feel that way, Colonel. And you know what we're going to do?
Do?
We're going to call the fort Fort Harcourt.
I'm deeply honored, gentlemen.
During the weeks that followed, the wild hills above the Sweetwater changed their character. Colonel Harcourt laid out the exact position of the stockade, the blockhouse, and the two towers, one at the east and one at the west. Then the men of the three ranches began the actual work of construction. The stockade was nearly completed. The foundations for the blockhouse and the towers had been laid when a tall, broad-shouldered stranger approached the colonel one morning.
Colonel Harcourt?
At your service, sir.
I understand that you're in command here.
Well, if one can call it that. Strictly speaking, we have no regular military organization.
But you intend to have. Is that the idea?
These men are all volunteers. When the fort is finished, I intend to make soldiers of them.
Does the regular army know about your plans?
I believe so.
You believe so?
I have no authority from the War Department, if that's what you mean.
Well, not exactly.
But 6 months ago, Mr. Watson wrote to Washington and asked that a fort be built on this hill. The Army found it impossible to grant his request.
Then what?
At the same time, he was given full permission to take whatever steps he felt necessary for the defense of the country north of the Sweetwater.
I see.
Why are you so interested?
Well, I'm not exactly an army man, Colonel, but I've had some experience with military matters. I was wondering if you couldn't use a personal aid.
You say the colonel sent you?
Yes, he did. They'll need these supplies in a week. He suggested the wagon start tomorrow.
I'll attend to it.
Oh, that's fine. Steady, fella. Come on, boy.
Well, Jake, what do you think of that?
I don't like it.
Neither do I. Somehow we've got to get it across to the colonel that we're the only ones who accept volunteers.
Outside of our men, he won't get enough of them to matter. There's that particular hombre I don't like.
Looks to be too honest.
Maybe it's his horse I don't like.
What are you talking about?
It's a lot like that paint the engine was riding.
What engine?
What engine do you suppose? The one that rode with the masked man.
You told me the Lone Ranger was dead.
He is.
Well, then we got nothing to worry about.
I didn't say the engine was dead. He was behind the masked man, and he ducked into the trees after I shot.
You just got a bad conscience, Jake. There's lots of paint horses in the West.
Well, maybe so. I'm going to watch that hombre, though. And the first time he does anything wrong, it'll be the last time.
When the men working on the fort rolled up in their blankets and went to sleep that night, the colonel's new aide saddled his horse and rode out of camp. He followed the river to the east for several miles, and he plunged into a forest of pines. At last he reined up in a small clearing.
Silver, plenty glad to see you.
I'm glad to see him. It's too bad we can't work together, boy. You might be recognized.
Them not know you, huh?
No, Tonto. You've done a fine job with my disguise.
How you feel?
Never better.
It's not good you ride much.
You don't have to worry about me, Kimosabe. Thanks to you, I don't feel the wound at all.
What you find out?
Well, it's hard to say. The girl hadn't told us that Watson and Green and Miller were members of the Black Arrow. It would be easy to believe they were the most public-spirited citizens in Wyoming.
What about men work for them?
Now, there's nothing wrong with them, I'm sure of it. Watson hired most of his men down south in Texas. Miller's crew came from around Cheyenne. They've taken this job of building a fort as more of a lark than anything else. When it's finished, they expect to go back to riding herd.
Maybe so.
Yes, and maybe not. A whole lot of them may be fired and new men brought in. Otto, that wasn't either Silver or Scout.
Not right.
Get away from the campfire. Can't be seen from here.
You think somebody right after you?
The ground's soft. Someone might have followed my trail, even if they kept out of sight.
You listen.
He's riding away.
He'll not get close enough to see us.
We don't know. His horse wasn't close.
Oh, this is plenty bad. Better you not go back to fort.
I've got to. It's the only way we can keep track of what's going on.
Well, better we ride to Laramie. Bring soldiers.
They're needed where they are. We can't bring them all the way out here until we're sure there's something wrong.
Well, Tonto, sure.
Scout the country, Kimosabe. See what you can find. I'll meet you here tomorrow night.
And you not come, then Tonto know him right. Me find you.
If I don't come, you'll know I've been taken prisoner. Here, Scout. Tomorrow at midnight. Easy, Scout. Come on, boy. Good morning, Colonel.
I want an explanation from you.
What about?
Did you leave camp last night?
Yes, I did.
Did you meet an Indian? Well?
There was nothing wrong with the meeting, Colonel. That was a friendly Indian.
There are no friendly Indians around here, and anyone who has dealings with them is a renegade.
But, Colonel,
I'm happy to say our guardhouse has been finished, just in time for our first prisoner. Take him away, men.
Yes, sir. Come on.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. On the night of the day the Lone Ranger was locked up in the guardhouse, Jake Miller was summoned to Ben Watson's ranch, and the two men drew their chairs up to a table in the living room. The breeze from the open window stirred the papers which had been placed there.
What's all this? Orders straight from the leader. They were delivered to Corey, and he brought them over this afternoon.
Well?
We got a week to finish the fort and fire the cowboys. They're sending a force of 200 men.
That's plenty.
They'll have their own rifles and ammunition, but we have to bring in a reserve supply.
We would if the colonel hadn't thought of that already.
Yeah, it was a smart idea picking him. He knows his business.
It'll be easy enough to get rid of the cowboys, Ben, but that don't go for the colonel.
Why not?
You can't just tell him he's through. When he sets eyes on those 200 men they're sending us, he's going to ask a lot of questions.
What of it? We might as well tell him everything.
You mean that the fort is going to be used by the Black Arrow?
Sure.
You're local.
He'll never live to repeat it, Jake.
Oh.
Why should he?
I can't think of any reason. We'll get rid of him, and we'll get rid of that hombre in the guardhouse.
I think we can manage that before next week. All we have to do is convince the colonel he's a renegade. And he'll be shot at sunrise with all the trimmings.
I've convinced him of that already.
You accused him, but you couldn't prove anything. We'll fix up the evidence.
I'll leave it to you.
Wouldn't surprise me at all if we got him.
What the? Ben!
I hit him. There he goes.
He called the horse Silver.
It's an Indian. You can tell by the way he rides.
I knew it.
You knew what?
Don't you see, Ben? I was wrong. I drilled the Lone Ranger, but I didn't kill him. He's come up here with the engine, but instead of riding his own horse and wearing a mask, he's riding the paint and wearing a disguise. That hombre in the guardhouse. We can't let him live, not even until morning.
Come on.
What's going on out there? Who's there?
It's all right, Kemosabe. Tonto have to hit guard so him not make noise.
How did you find out I was in here?
Hear Ben, Jake talk. Them members of Black Arrow.
You're sure?
Me tell you later. Me get you out now.
We can't loosen the bars on this window. Let's call Silver over. He can break down the door.
Maybe men hear that.
There was no one inside the stockade but that guard. Even if they do hear it, we'll be away before they can catch us.
Here's Silver.
Wait. You'll need Scout. You better get him first.
Where's Scout?
In the corral. It's just a little way from the camp.
Then see Tonto.
You don't have to get that close. Call the Scout and he'll jump the fence.
Tonto, hurry.
Good, Tonto. Did anyone see you or hear you?
No. Me whistle. Scout, no call.
He jumped the fence without anyone seeing him.
It's plenty dark by corral.
All right, Silver. It's time for you to go to work. Break down the door. That's fine, boy. Steady there. Come on, Silver. Get out, Scout.
Lone Ranger and Tonto raced away into the night, and for a whole week nothing was seen of them near the fort. The work was nearly finished when Jake and Ben walked into the colonel's quarters on the following Saturday.
Good evening, Colonel.
Gentlemen.
We're on our way to the camp. I'd like you to join us.
Oh, yes, Saturday night. You're paying off the men.
We're paying them off for good.
For good? I don't understand. We're firing them, that's all. But why should you do that?
That's our business.
Surely you must have a reason. For myself, I've never met a more cheerful, hard-working group of men.
They're too cheerful. We want fighters.
They can fight. I'll answer for that.
We're paying them, Colonel, so it's our decision. We're letting these men go tonight. Our new crews will be in tomorrow.
Is there nothing I can say to change your minds?
Nothing at all.
Then, if you don't mind, gentlemen, I prefer to let you handle your own business in your own way. I shall stay here.
Suit yourself, Colonel. You heard me right. We hired you, now we're firing you. You can line up and Jake will pay you off. Pack your war bags and get out.
Ben, it's the Colonel. I thought he was going to stay in his cabin.
Men, I want you to know that I had nothing to do with this. As you look at that fort above us, you have a right to feel proud. You've done a fine job. As we part now, and there's nothing I can do to prevent it, I want to offer you my congratulations, and my friendship, my regrets, and my confidence that no matter who Mr. Watson and Mr. Green and Mr. Miller hire to take your place, they can never find worthier men.
The cowboys broke camp, and the next day the men who were to take their place rode into the fort. The colonel was indignant at the force with which his prophecy had come true. He found Ben Watson and voiced his objection.
I can't understand you, Mr. Watson. These men are criminals. It's written in their faces.
Is that so?
How do you expect me to make good soldiers of them? And how can you feel that your cattle is safe in their hands?
I don't have much cattle.
You will have?
True enough. And these are the boys who are going to arrange it.
What's that?
Rustlers, Colonel. The best in the country.
You admit they're crooks?
Why not? I'm one myself.
If this is a joke, I don't find it funny.
You remember that little speech you made last night?
I do, and more than ever
You made the plans, and the boys carried them out. Together, you've built a fine fort. But now that it's finished, we don't need you any more than we need them.
You've taken advantage of my experience
to build a stronghold for the Black Arrow.
The Black Arrow? What's that?
Somehow, I don't think you'll ever find out.
I'm leaving at once, Mr. Watson. I should have gone last night.
That's right. It would have been a lot safer.
Fire! Fire in the west tower!
Fire? There. You can see the flames over the top.
Get some buckets, men! Form a line to the river! Hurry up!
Let it burn! Let it burn to the ground!
Steady, Silver, steady.
The masked man.
Quick, Colonel, let me help you into the saddle.
I know your voice.
There's no time to argue. Your life's in danger.
I know that now.
Up with you. Come on, Silver.
Once away from the fort, the Lone Ranger checked the speed of his mount and explained the whole situation to the colonel. But when they topped a rise and started down the far slope into a sheltered valley, another surprise was waiting for him.
That camp, masked man. All those men.
Boys who helped you build the fort, Colonel.
But they left. They were heading for Cheyenne and Texas, wherever they came from.
Al and I managed to stop them. They're waiting for you to take command of them again.
If only there were more. If only we had those stores of ammunition in the fort.
There may be a way to get them, Colonel.
I don't see how.
I'll tell you my plan. You're the commanding officer. It's up to you to decide whether we use it or not.
Ben, I got bad news.
What's the matter?
Look what they just shot over the stockade.
A note.
An arrow was stuck through it. When the guard got up to the parapet, he was out of range.
Who was? What are you talking about?
The engine. Read what it says.
It's addressed to me.
Yeah.
Calling on me to surrender the fort.
Those cowboys didn't leave. They're camped in the valley, just waiting for reinforcements and ammunition from Laramie. And the colonel's with them. That's his signature.
This is a trick, Jake. If it was true, they wouldn't warn us about it.
I aim to find out about that.
Go ahead. Send out a scouting party.
Right away. And if the cowboys and the colonel are still in the valley, we'll wipe them out.
What's the answer?
Hal just got back. It's true. They're all camped out there. I'm going after them, Ben.
I'll take your time. You'll need all the men we have.
I know that. I'll get them ready.
Wait. Not before it's dark. You can charge right into their campfires. They won't hear you coming until the last minute. They won't have any chance to get ready.
That's smart, Ben. That's the way we'll work it.
And so that night, the renegade army reined up on the ridge above the valley. Below them were the lights of many campfires. There was a whispered conference.
Follow me and hold your fire until you can shoot to kill. Pass the word along. All right. Now, come on. Get up there. Come on, get up there.
The outlaws swept down the slope. When the circle of campfires was reached...
There's nobody here. Just the fires and some branches stuck in the ground to make shadows. And that's the engine. They've been warned and they got away in time. We can't follow their trail tonight. Back to the fort. Get up there. Come on, get up there.
At that moment, back at the fort.
Quiet down, men, quiet.
There's the only one we could find, Colonel. It's Ben Watson himself.
Good evening, Mr. Watson.
So your trick worked after all.
You can thank the masked man for the idea.
It won't do you any good. You're inside the fort, but you'll never be able to hold it. We got twice as many men as you have.
But we're inside and they're outside. We have all the supplies and ammunition we need. We'll hold out as long as we have to.
It doesn't have to be long, Colonel.
Well, what do you mean?
I don't think Ben Watson wants to die. But, suppose we find out.
When the outlaws rode up to the stockade, the gates were open and the fort was quiet. Only the figure of Ben Watson could be seen on the parapet.
Rein up there! Jake, I want every man to throw his rifle down on the ground before he rides in here.
Huh?
You don't have to tell me what's happened. I know.
They were gone. They've been warned.
Yeah. Some of your men are traitors, and I'm going to find out who they are.
Go ahead.
You'll have them walk through the gate one by one. I'll search them inside here.
Did you say walk?
Yeah. Leave their horses and their rifles outside. I'm going down below, and you can start sending them in, one by one.
Jake did as he was ordered. One by one, the outlaws walked through the gate. At last, they were all inside. But as Jake himself stepped through...
What the...
Don't make a move, Jake. You're covered.
What's going on over there?
This was another of the masked man's ideas, Mr. Miller.
Colonel Harcourt.
Yes. As your men walk through the gate, we've been sticking a gag in their mouth and tying them up. There they all are. I don't think they'll make any more trouble.
Ben, you dirty double-crosser.
I may go to jail, but I won't die.
You're yellow. I still got my six
No,
gun.
you don't, mister. I'll take that.
Good work, Curly.
Maybe you got the fort, but you won't hold it.
We've been told that before, but we're turning it over to the United States Army. And they can hold it against any band of outlaws and cutthroats such as you represent.
Just wait until the Black Arrow...
Want me to shut off the loose talk, Colonel?
Let go!
You might as well.
Take him away, boys. Come on.
Where's the masked man?
I don't know, sir. He was here a minute ago.
He's gone. Just think, Curly. Every one of these men a prisoner, and not a shot was fired. My last command. And thanks to the Lone Ranger, it's led to victory and not disgrace.
just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Dr. IQ, the Mental Banker.
Presenting Dr. IQ.
Bars Incorporated, makers of America's most enjoyable candy bars, bring you another half hour of fun with your genial master of wit and information, Dr. IQ, the Mental Banker. And for your enjoyment always, we invite you to try the new Dr. IQ candy bar. Stop at your favorite candy counter tonight or tomorrow and discover for yourself its fine taste blend. From the first exciting bite to the last delicious flavor that lingers in your mouth, we know you will agree that this fine candy is wholesome, nourishing enjoyment. For its blend of rich, pure milk chocolate, crisp, roasted peanuts, snowy white nougat, and smooth, creamy caramel has met with instant approval from the thousands who have tasted its luscious goodness. Treat yourself to this new candy thrill tonight or tomorrow. Remember, for the answer to your taste question, eat a Dr. IQ candy bar. And now, here is that wise man with a friendly smile and the cash for your correct answers, Dr. IQ. Thank you, Mr. Anthony, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My assistants are stationed throughout the audience with portable microphones, which will enable members of the theater audience to remain in their seats while answering the questions I ask from the stage. And may I present those assistants? Ed Reimer's on my right downstairs.
Thank you, Doctor.
Ward Benton in the center aisle downstairs.
Thank you, Doctor.
Pat Hill on my left downstairs.
Thank you, Doctor.
Ken Powell in the right balcony.
Thank you, Doctor.
Charlie Lewis in the center balcony.
Thank you, Doctor.
And Bill Mayhew in the left balcony.
Thank you, Doctor.
And so to our first contestant of the evening, Ed Reimer's on my right downstairs.
I have a gentleman, Doctor.
15 silver dollars to that gentleman with the correct answer to this one. Many American youths are answering their country's call by enlisting in the Army Air Corps. To enlist now, you may be between the ages of 18 and 26, single or married, and without formal education. Now, one of the most famous names connected with the Army Air Corps is its West Point of the Air. What is its name, and where is it located? No prompting, please.
Mitchell Field, New York.
Oh, I'm so sorry, sir. That's a good try, but I think you'd find the West Point of the Air is Randolph Field in Texas. Put a box of Dr. IQ candy to that gentleman, and 2 tickets to next week's production here at State Buffalo Theater in Buffalo, New York. Two-Faced Woman with Greta Garbo, and now Ward Fenton in the center aisle downstairs.
I have a gentleman, Doctor.
12 silver dollars for the answer to this one. In the popular comic strip The Timid Soul by H.T. Webster, what is the name of its principal character? The Timid Soul. No prompting, please.
Sorry, I can't think of it.
Oh, I'm so sorry, sir. I think you'd find it Casper Milk Toast, wouldn't you? But a box of Dr. IQ candy to that gentleman, and 2 tickets to next week's production here at Chase Buffalo Theater in Buffalo. Pat Hill on my left downstairs.
I have a gentleman, Doctor.
19 silver dollars to that gentleman for this one. An engraver is commissioned to engrave a cube of metal. He is to engrave as many of the cube's surfaces as possible, but no 2 engraved surfaces may touch. For his work, he is to be paid $10 for each surface he engraves. Under his instructions, how much will he be paid?
Would you repeat that, Doctor, please?
Yes, I'll be happy to repeat that, sir. An engraver is commissioned to engrave a cube of metal. He is to engrave as many of the cube's surfaces as possible, but no 2 engraved surfaces may touch. And for his work, he is to be paid $10 for each surface he engraves. Now, under those instructions, how much will he be paid?
I'm sorry, Doctor. I don't know.
Oh, I'm sorry. Don't you want to try on it? Remember, no 2 surfaces may touch. $10 for each surface.
Oh.
5 seconds, please, sir. Want to try?
3.
3? Oh, I'm sorry. It's 2. $20. Only 2 surfaces can be engraved without touching another surface. But a box of Dr. IQ candy to that gentleman. Thanks for trying. And 2 tickets to next week's production of Chase Buffalo. Now Ken Powell in the right balcony.
I have a lady, Doctor.
16 silver dollars to that lady for this one. The Pan-American Conference of the Nations of the 2 American continents is now meeting to discuss united plans against the Axis. In what South American city is this important conference being held?
Rio de Janeiro?
Rio de Janeiro, 16 silver dollars to that lady.
Your name and address, please.
Cornelia Handler, 126 Moselle Street, Buffalo, New York.
Thank you. Congratulations to you as our first winner on tonight's program, Charlie Lyons in the center balcony.
I have a gentleman, Doctor.
21 silver dollars for this one. On the Liberty Head nickel, there are 13 stars surrounding the head. Now, how many points has each of these stars? No prompting, please.
5 stars.
No, there are 13 stars. How many points?
Oh, I see.
How many points on each star? No prompting, please. 5 seconds. Time's almost up.
I'm sorry, I don't know.
Well, I'm sorry, sir. I think you'd find it 6 points on each star. But a box of Dr. IQ candy to that gentleman. 2 tickets to next week's production here at Chase Buffalo Theater. Now, Bill Mayhew and the Let's Balcony.
I have a lady, Doctor.
For tonight's program, the clues for our biographical sketch of a famous personality were sent in by Mr. Michael Lang of 716 Wallace Street, Erie, Pennsylvania. The judges could choose only the single entry they felt was presented in the most interesting manner. But since a number of you suggested the same personality, the makers of Dr. IQ candy are going to send a box of the new Dr. IQ candy bars to each of the other contestants, sending in a sketch last week before midnight Thursday on the personality chosen for tonight. For using his information, the makers of Dr. IQ candy bars are going to send to Mr. Michael Lang a check for $250. Now, if you can correctly identify the personality I'm describing after the first clue is given, I'll give you 75 silver dollars. Of course, the longer it takes you to identify him, the less your reward. But if your reward decreases, we will add all that you missed to the $250 Mr. Michael Lang will receive. Are you ready now for your first clue?
Yes.
$75. He was born in Easttown Township, Pennsylvania, on New Year's Day, 1745, and is remembered as a reckless and brave soldier in our American Revolution.
I don't know, Doctor.
All right, $60. In school, his studies came second to his love of playing soldier with his classmates, thus upsetting the plans of his teachers. Five seconds, please. All right, make a try.
The next time I will.
All right, $50. Later, he became a surveyor and worked for Benjamin Franklin, surveying land in Nova Scotia. 5 seconds, please, ma'am.
I'm sorry.
All right, $40. A true patriot, he was made a colonel in the Army when the American Revolution started and served with valor in the Quebec campaign. No prompting, please. 5 seconds. All right.
I'm sorry.
$30. He fought with reckless bravery and complete disregard for danger in such battles as Brandywine, Germantown, Monmouth, and Yorktown. There's your fifth clue. 5 seconds, please.
Would you repeat that last over, please?
He fought with reckless bravery and complete disregard for danger in such battles as Brandywine, Germantown, Monmouth, and Yorktown. 5 seconds, please, ma'am. Time's almost up on that one. $25. All right, $25. Two of his most daring exploits were the dash through enemy lines with supplies for Washington's forces at Valley Forge and his storming and capture of Stony Point in a daring night attack. 5 seconds. No prompting, please. Number 6. That's the sixth clue. Time's almost up on that clue. All right, number 7, $20. After the war, he served in the Pennsylvania legislature and in 1792 was appointed to command the American Army. 5 seconds, please, ma'am. I'm sorry, I'll have to call time. $15 silver for this one. In 1793, when trouble arose with the Indian tribes in the Northwest Territory, he defeated them at the famous Battle of the Fallen Timbers. He died at Erie, Pennsylvania, December 15th, 1796. No prompting, please. 5 seconds.
General Custard?
General Custard? No, but thanks for trying.
Sure.
Now, here's $10 silver, your last clue. His first name was Anthony, and because of his reckless bravery, he was nicknamed Mad Anthony. No prompting, please. Mad Anthony. 5 seconds. Oh, I'm sorry, ma'am. I'll have to call time. I think you'd find it General Anthony Wayne, Mad Anthony Wayne. But a box of Dr. IQ candy to that lady and 2 tickets for next week's production here at Chase Buffalo Theater in Buffalo, New York. Consequently, $325 will be sent to Mr. Michael Lang of 716 Wallace Street, Erie, Pennsylvania, for sending in the winning sketch on General Anthony Wayne. A box of the new Dr. IQ candy bars will be sent to each of you also sending in a sketch on Mad Anthony Wayne last week before midnight Thursday. If you would like to enter our biographical contest, simply send in a brief sketch of a famous personality with 12 Dr. IQ candy bar wrappers. The judges will select the most interesting entry from which Dr. IQ will formulate the clues and award the winning contestant $250. We will add to the $250 whatever amount the theater contestant fails to win from his $75 award in trying to identify the personality. All entries become the property of Mars Incorporated, and the decision of the judges will be final. Entries must be postmarked not later than midnight Thursday to be eligible for the following broadcast. Address your entries to Dr. IQ, 919 North Michigan, Chicago, Illinois. Now, here is Dr. IQ.
Thank you, Alan C. Anthony. Ed Reimer's on my right downstairs.
A lady in the standing audience, Doctor.
$11 silver to that lady in the standing audience for the answer to this one. Is the British stronghold of Singapore located on the mainland, on a peninsula, or on an island? No prompting, please. Singapore.
Repeat that, Doctor?
Yes, it's Singapore. Singapore, is it on a mainland, a peninsula, or an island? 5 seconds, please.
Island.
It's on an island just off the Malayan Peninsula, surrounded by water. Pay that lady $11 silver.
Your name and address, please.
Mrs. Beatrice Humphreys, 41 Lawrence Place, Buffalo, New York.
Thank you, and congratulations to you. And now, Ward Fenton in the center aisle downstairs.
I believe you, Doctor.
I'll give you $15 in United States defense stamps if you can tell me which of the following was not one of our famous Revolutionary War generals. Washington, Wayne, Burgoyne, Schuyler.
Schuyler?
Schuyler, oh, I'm sorry. Schuyler was a very famous Revolutionary War general. I think you'd find it General Burgoyne. He was an English general, not one of our generals. But a box of Dr. IQ candy to that lady, and 2 tickets for next week's production of Chase Buffalo Theater, Pat Hill on my left downstairs. $14 silver for this one. I'm going to quote 3 lines from a famous song of a branch of our armed forces. And I want you to give me the 4th line. Now, here are the first 3. First to fight for right and freedom and to keep the honor clean. We are proud to claim the title. Now, what is the next line? 5 seconds, please.
Will you reapprove it?
Yes, I'll be happy to. First to fight for right and freedom and to keep the honor clean. We are proud to claim the title.
Americans.
Americans. Oh, I'm sorry. Thanks for trying. That's a good answer, but not quite the one that fits that 4th line. I think you'll find it we are proud to claim the title of United States Marine. Put a box of Dr. IQ candy to that gentleman and 2 tickets for next week's production of Chase Buffalo Theater, Ken Powell on the right balcony.
I'm a gentleman, Doctor.
Suppose you've known so many girls you've forgotten a lot of their names. I'll give you some clues as to where they were or are, and you tell me, according to familiar songs or books, the girls' names. Now, for example, the one you left when you came from Alabama was Susanna. Now, here we go, and I'll pay you $5 silver a name. This one is over the ocean. No prompting, please. Over the ocean. 5 seconds. For $5. I don't know. Oh, I'm sorry. All right. Now, give him a chance. This one used to live in our alley. No prompting. What was it?
Sally.
All right, Sally. No, really, folks, don't everybody say it. Let him try. All right, here's the 3rd one now. This one doesn't live here anymore.
Annie.
Annie, all right. Now, here's a good one. This one lives on Sunnybrook Farm. 5 seconds, please. Time is almost up. Oh, I'm sorry. I'll have to call time. You got two of them. I think you'll find that one's Rebecca. Rebecca of Sunnybrook Farm. And, of course, the first one was Bonnie. Bonnie lies over the ocean. You got two of them. Pay that gentleman $10 silver.
Your name and address, please. William Palmer, 526 Minnesota Avenue, Buffalo, New York.
Thank you. Congratulations to you. Now, Charlie Lewis in the center balcony. Once more, we come to the right and wrong portion of the program in which members of the theater audience will answer yes or no on their tally cards to the 9 right and wrong statements sent in last week by the radio audience. We take this occasion to announce that there were no tally card winners last week. Therefore, last week's Mastermind Award of $100 will be added to this week's award, making a total of $200, which tonight's theater audience will compete for in answering this week's right and wrong statements. Now, I'll give you the correct answers to last week's right and wrong statements, and in just a moment, Mr. Anthony will tell you and our radio audience how you may win $50 to $150. These are the answers to last week's statements. In the language of printers, a screamer is a term used to mean exclamation point. The watt and kilowatt are units of electromotive power, not force. The island of Ceylon is a leading producer of rubber. In the Postal Service, star routes are so called from the star used to designate them in postal publications. In the term pigeon English, the word pigeon is a Chinese corruption of the English word business. The gunboat system to provide a fleet of gunboats for coast defense was first proposed by President Jefferson, not President Madison. A bannock is a type of unleavened bread, not a hill or mound found in Scotland. On the Beaufort wind scale, the highest strength of wind is indicated as hurricane, not pole gale. And to medieval geographers, Japan was known as Cipango. And now those of you in the radio audience who would like to win $50 to $150 by furnishing the 9 right and wrong statements the theater audience will answer next week may hear the rules of the contest if you will listen closely to Mr. Anthony.
You may win $50 to $150 by furnishing the 9 statements to be answered yes or no by the theater audience next week. Just send in as many sets of 3 statements each as you wish, enclosing a Dr. IQ candy bar wrapper for each statement. The judges will select 3 sets of 3 statements each, awarding $50 for each 3 statements. The winners will be announced Monday night, and your check will be mailed by that time. All entries become the property of Mars Incorporated, and the decision of the judges will be final. Entries to be used next Monday night must be postmarked not later than midnight Thursday. Address your entries to Dr. IQ, 919 North Michigan, Chicago, Illinois. And now again, here is Dr. IQ.
Thanks, Alan. The contestants sending in the winning sets of right and wrong statements selected for tonight's program are Mr. Orion Harper of Box 42, Luders, Texas. The makers of Dr. IQ candy bars have mailed Mr. Harper a check in the amount of $100 for his 2 sets of 3 statements each. Congratulations, Mr. Harper, and congratulations to Mrs. Ruth N. Watkins of Colonial Village, Arlington, Virginia, for her winning set of 3 statements. A check for $50 has been mailed her. And here are the statements for tonight's program. I shall repeat each statement. Number 1, the Lafayette Escadrille first fought at Saratoga in the American Revolution. The Lafayette Escadrille first fought at Saratoga in the American Revolution. Number 2, the historic Appian Way connected the 7 hills of ancient Rome. The historic Appian Way connected the 7 hills of ancient Rome. Number 3, Simon Lake is the largest body of water in the lake region of England. Simon Lake is the largest body of water in the lake region of England. Number 4, the Philosopher's Stone is a famous Grecian monument on Mount Olympus. The Philosopher's Stone is a famous Grecian monument on Mount Olympus. Number 5, in boxing, a rabbit punch is 2 quick blows, a right to the head and a left to the body of the opponent. In boxing, a rabbit punch is 2 quick blows, a right to the head and a left to the body of the opponent. Number 6, the Hawaiian Islands were formerly called the Society Islands. The Hawaiian Islands were formerly called the Society Islands. Number 7, artesian wells get their name from the part of France where they were first extensively used. Artesian wells get their name from the part of France where they were first extensively used. Number 8, any water with salt in it is called brine. Any water with salt in it is called brine. And the last one, number 9, Aguinaldo was the famous Apache Indian chieftain known for his frontier raids. Aguinaldo was a famous Apache Indian chieftain known for his frontier raids. Now, ladies and gentlemen, kindly pass your tally cards toward the center aisles as quickly and quietly as possible in order that we may continue with the regular portion of the program as rapidly as possible. Bill Mayhew in the left balcony.
I have a gentleman, Doctor.
All of us recognize, sir, the importance of radio in the world today. Now, I'll pay you $16 silver if you can tell me approximately how many radios, including automobile radios, there are in the United States today. Now, is it 570,000? Is it 5,700,000? Or is it 57 million?
I'd say 5 million.
5 million? Oh, I'm sorry, sir. I think you'd find it closer to 57 million radios in the United States today. But a box of 24 Dr. IQ candy bars to that gentleman. And 2 tickets to next week's production of Stage Buffalo Theater, Buffalo, New York. Ed Reimer's on my right downstairs.
I have a gentleman, Doctor.
Once more we come to that little monument to memory, the Thought Twister, which I'll say one time and one time only. Now, if you can repeat it exactly as I say it, sir, $35 silver will be your reward. Are you ready for the Thought Twister?
I'm ready, Doctor.
All right, here it is. Everyone be quiet and give our contestant a real chance. We'll slap the Jap off the map, said Cap to Hap. We will slap the Jap off the map, Cap. To him, said Hap.
We slapped the Jap off the map, said Hap. No, I'll take the candy bars, Doctor.
Oh, all right, fine. I think you'll find it. We'll slap the Jap off the map, said Cap to Hap. We will slap the Jap off the map, Cap to him, said Hap. But pay that gentleman a box of Dr. IQ candy bars and 2 tickets to next week's production of Stage Buffalo. Now, Ward Fenton in the center aisle downstairs.
I have a gentleman in the standing audience, Doctor.
I'll give that gentleman in the standing audience one $25 United States defense bond if he can tell me who has been named by our president to head our war production board.
Donald Nelson.
Donald M. Nelson, a $25 defense bond to that gentleman.
Your name and address, please.
William Glore, Attica, New York.
Thank you, sir. Congratulations, and thanks for being with us tonight, Mr. Glore. Now, Pat Hill on my left downstairs.
I have a gentleman, Doctor.
Here are 2 well-known proverbs in a slightly scrambled state. I'll pay you $16 silver if you can unscramble them and give them to me in their correct order. Here they are, scrambled up. Before darkest dawn, he laughs. It's always the best who laughs last.
He who laughs last laughs best.
All right.
And,
no prompting, please.
It's always lightest before the dawn.
Well,
always darkest before the dawn.
$16 silver to that gentleman.
Your name and address, please.
Francis Finley, 3063 Harlem Road, Chickawaga.
Well, thank you, sir. And thanks for being with us tonight. Now, Ken Powell in the right balcony.
I have a lady, Doctor.
A certain character named Peter Piper gathered an amount of pickled peppers. Now, I'll pay you $8 silver if you can tell me the amount, and 12 more silver if you can say the famous verse without stumbling. All right?
Peter...
How much, first of all, what was the amount of the peppers that he picked?
A peck.
A peck, all right. That's $8 you've earned. Now let's see if you can earn 20. 12 more. Let's see if you can say it.
Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers. Where's the peck of pickled peppers Peter Piper picked?
Well, now you... No, you only got half of it. You got the first line and the last line. Now, there are 2 lines in between, remember? Try it again.
Peter Piper picked a pickled...
All right, go ahead.
Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers.
All right. A peck.
Where's the peck? Oh.
Oh, I'm sorry, ma'am. I think you're leaving out those middle 2 lines. It goes something like this. I'll try it. Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers. A peck of pickled peppers Peter Piper picked. If Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers, where's the peck of pickled peppers Peter Piper picked? But a box of Dr. IQ, 10 for that lady, and 2 tickets to next next week's production of Chase Buffalo Theater in Buffalo, New York. Now, Charlie Lewis in the center balcony.
I have a gentleman, Doctor.
18 silver dollars for this one. You have received an invitation to visit several Hollywood studios, and on your tour of the lots, you meet 3 actors famous for their roles as Judge Hardy, Dr. Kildare, and Hopalong Cassidy. Now, what are the regular names of the trio you meet?
Would you name those, please?
Yes, I'll be happy to. Judge Hardy is first. No prompting, please.
I'm sorry, Doctor.
All right, how about Dr. Kildare? Who would that be? No prompting, please. Dr. Kildare. Well, let's try Hopalong Cassidy. Who's Hopalong Cassidy in the movie? No prompting, please. Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
I'm awfully sorry, too, sir. I think you'll find Judge Hardy is Louis Stone, Dr. Kildare is Lou Ayres, and Hopalong Cassidy is Bill Boyd. But a box of Dr. IQ candy to that gentleman, and 2 tickets for next week's production stage Buffalo Theater. Bill Mayhew in the left balcony.
I have a lady, Doctor.
15 silver dollars to that lady for this one. The ambassador to the United States from England was first known to the world as Edward Wood. Later, he was known as Lord Irwin, Viceroy of India. I'll pay you 15 silver dollars if you can tell me by what title we now best know Edward Wood, the English ambassador to the United States. By what title do we know him? 5 seconds, please, ma'am. No prompting?
Would you repeat that, please?
Yes, I'll be happy to, ma'am. How do we best know the ambassador from England to the United States? By what title do we know him? 5 seconds.
Ambassador Wood?
Ambassador Wood? No, that isn't the title that we know him best by. His name is Wood, but I think the title we know him best by is Lord Halifax. But a box of Dr. IQ candy to that lady, and 2 tickets to next week's production here at Chase Buffalo Theater. And now it's Eddie Reimer's on my right downstairs.
I have a lady, Doctor.
13 silver dollars to that lady for this one. Does an average hen lay 50 eggs a year, 250 eggs a year, or 550 eggs a year? The average hen. No prompting, please.
50.
50? Oh, I'm sorry. I think you'll find it closer to 250 eggs a year for the average hen. But a box of 24 Dr. IQ candy bars to that lady, and 2 tickets to next week's production here at Chase Buffalo. Now, Ward Fenton in the center aisle downstairs.
I have a gentleman, Doctor.
Because Napoleon needed cash to carry on his world-conquering schemes, he made an $11,250,000 deal with a red-haired, violin-playing president of the United States. Now, I'll pay you 10 silver dollars if you can name the red-haired, violin-playing president, and 10 more silver dollars if you can name the deal that Napoleon paid $11,250,000 for. What was the deal first? No prompting?
Louisiana Purchase?
All right, the Louisiana Purchase. Now, who was that red-haired, violin-playing president? 5 seconds, please, sir.
Madison?
Oh, not Madison. I'm sorry, sir. Thanks for trying. I think you'd find it Thomas Jefferson, but you got half of it. 10 silver dollars to that gentleman.
Your name and address, please.
Tower, 115 Florida Street, Buffalo.
Thank you. Congratulations. And now, thanks to you, ladies and gentlemen, especially to you at home behind your radios and to you folks here in the theater audience. And now may I present Alan C. Anthony.
And so we bring to a close another half hour of fun with Dr. IQ, the mental banker. The Dr. IQ program will be heard next week at the same time from the stage of Chase Buffalo Theater in Buffalo, New York. In the meantime, when friends drop in or the children return from play, why not have a box of 24 delicious Dr. IQ bars on your pantry shelf? This enjoyable confection with its appetizing taste blend will bring a thrill to anyone who enjoys wholesome, nourishing candy. And a box of delicious Dr. IQ bars is a perfect gift to send to your favorite soldier, sailor, or Marine. They, too, appreciate its thrilling goodness. Remember, for the answer to your taste question, eat a Dr. IQ candy bar. The Dr. IQ program, sponsored by Mars Incorporated, makers of Dr. IQ candy bars, will be heard next Monday night from the stage of Chase Buffalo Theater in Buffalo, New York, at the same time and over these same stations. Do your part in fighting infantile paralysis by giving your dimes and dollars to this worthy cause. Help celebrate our President's Diamond Jubilee birthday by contributing to this great and humane crusade. Here's today, Alan C. Anthony speaks. This is the National
at ease. At ease and listen to the Armed Forces Radio Orchestra as they bring you a quarter hour of the music you'll always remember, America's folk songs of tomorrow. The music will be continuous with no interruption for announcements of any kind. Instead, we'll give you the titles at the conclusion of the program. So, at ease and listen.
northern Arizona where the bad men are, and the only thing to guide you is an evening star. The roughest, toughest man by far is Ragtime Cowboy Joe. He got his name from singing to the cows and sheep. Why, every night they say he sings a herd to sleep in a bass so rich and deep, crooning soft and low. He always sings, swinging music to the cattle as he swings, back and forward in the saddle on a horse that is syncopated, gated, and there's such a funny meter to the roar of his repeater. How they run, when they hear that fellow's gun, because the western folks all know he's a highfalutin, scootin', shootin' son of a gun from Arizona, Ragtime Cowboy Joe. When they hear that fellow's gun, because the western folks all know now he's a highfalutin, scootin', shootin' son of a gun from Arizona, Ragtime Cowboy, Roger Cowboy, oh, Ragtime Cowboy Joe.
Today's program in the series at Ease brought you Lover, Cross Your Heart, O Gee, Oh Joy, As Long As I Live, Prelude to a Kiss, Ragtime Cowboy Joe, Embraceable You, Lovely to Look At, You're the Cream in My Coffee, and The Thrill Is Gone. The AFRS Orchestra is under the direction of Major Meredith Wilson. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Starring Madeline Carroll in the Philip Barry play Tomorrow and Tomorrow on the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by DuPont, maker of better things for better living through chemistry. Tomorrow and Tomorrow, based on the play by the distinguished American playwright Philip Barry. Here is the story of a woman torn by three shattering emotions, and of how, because she was a strong woman and a fine one, she refused to let them destroy her, but on the contrary, through them achieved her own happiness and the happiness of those she loved. Now, DuPont, maker of better things for better living through chemistry, presents Madeline Carroll in Tomorrow and Tomorrow on the Cavalcade of America. Our scene, the home of Gail and Eve Redmond in the pleasant university town of Redmonton, named incidentally for one of Gail's grandfathers. As our curtain rises, Gail is just returning from an auto trip east to the annual reunion of his college class, an event Gail never fails to attend. It is an evening late in June of 1932.
Eve, darling.
Gail, is that you? You're back. Oh, hello.
Darling. Oh, Lord, it's good to be back.
It seems forever, Gail. But I hardly dared expect you tonight.
I drove straight through. Oh, am I tired?
Of course you are. How was the reunion?
Eve, it was a riot. You should have been there.
You really do enjoy those reunions, don't you, darling?
Sure, who doesn't? Oh, they rigged up a basketball game between the seniors and the alumni. We won. I played center. The old wind's still pretty good.
The old wind is superb.
Some of the old class are really showing their years, though. Oh, excuse me.
Oh, of course, dear. You're tired. Sit down.
What's been happening while I was away? Any news?
Well, let's see. Oh, yes. President Adie has announced a summer extension course at the college.
Why is that news?
Because I want to go.
You do?
Oh, Gail, I must do something. Somehow or other, I've got to find some way to...
To what, dear? What's the matter?
Oh, nothing. In any case, the science department's got hold of a man who's done some remarkable work in psychiatry. See, Dr. Nicholas Hay, I think his name is.
Mm-hmm.
He arrives tomorrow on the 9 o'clock. I said he could stay here with us.
Eve, what on earth?
Oh, he'll probably have whiskers and be very cranky, but it'll be nice to have someone to do for.
Well, there's me, isn't there?
You look out for yourself. You always have.
Eve, you still love me, don't you, dear?
I love Gail, so it must be you I love.
Oh, that's a queer way to put it. Darling, you seem changed. What's happened?
Nothing has happened.
Well...
For a long time, nothing has, and for a long time, nothing will. That's what I found out. That's the change in me. I've nothing left to fight for.
I don't get you at all when you talk this way.
The Jessops had their baby Tuesday.
Did they?
A girl. A very small one. I should have a strapping boy with a broad, high forehead and a mass of curly hair. That's the kind of baby I should have.
We'll have someday.
I hope it will be soon, Gail. We've been married almost 6 years now.
Oh, lots of people wait a dozen.
I'm getting scared. There are times I can't sleep for thinking of it. And I love children. If loving children made you have them, I'd have a house full. Besides, I'd so love the actual having of one. I'd know then that I was living, making, and not slowly dying a little more each day like this. Heaven shine on me, rain on me, bring something to me to hold in my arms. I love it tenderly. Only I shall look after it ever. Gail, listen to me. I'm speaking honestly. I must have a child, or in a while I shan't be good for anything at all. Help me to life, Gale. Hold fast to me with your 2 strong arms and bring me to it. Gale? Gale?
Oh, Lord, I must have dropped off. What were you saying, darling?
It'll keep.
No. Tell me.
You're tired and it's late. Besides, I'm not altogether sure you'd understand.
Excuse me, but I can't seem to find a taxi about. I wonder if you could tell me how to get to the Redmond house?
Why, yes, I'm going there myself as soon as I find Professor... But surely you're not Nicholas Hay.
I am indeed. And you must be Miss Redmond. How nice of you to come and meet me. In fact, how nice of your mother to ask me to stop with her.
My mother? Oh, I thought you'd be much older, too.
Great Scott, then you're Mrs. Redmond.
Yes.
Oh, really?
Come along, bring your bags. The car's right here.
Oh, thank you.
It was nice of you thinking I was my daughter. Tell me what you expected.
Well, tell me what you did.
For some ridiculous reason, a beard.
Oh, no. I could never rise to that.
And what was I?
Quite large, a little flushed, and slightly out of breath. And I believe you sang when urged.
I think we're quits, don't you?
So soon. You know, you're quite lovely.
What?
I say you're lovely.
But how nice of you to think that. Thank you. Oh, did I mention I was going to take your course?
Miss Redmond will please see me after class.
You're not a bit old, really. How is it you know so much?
Oh, I don't know anything.
I have an idea that you know many obscure things well. And that is why you have such grace about the plain things.
Who on earth are you, anyway?
I? Why, who do you think I am?
I should like to know.
It shouldn't be difficult. You see, I am one of the plain things. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm disturbing you.
Oh, not a bit of it. My own fault for working on the porch. Anyway, I've finished. There.
Oh, it is hot, isn't it? Our weather certainly hasn't shown off to you these weeks you've been here with us.
Where's Gale?
I left him talking horses to a man. You know, there are only 3 things Gale really loves. Horses, corn soup, and me.
Eve, don't move.
Nicholas.
I want this picture of you. I want to take the print of it as deeply as I can.
What for?
For afterward. I sail for Europe Friday week. 2 years in Vienna. My picture of you must last a long time.
I think I shall miss you a great deal. Afterward.
What can one do for you?
Do I seem to need something so much?
Yes.
That's quite true, Nicholas.
But what?
I don't know.
One thing's certain, you won't go looking for it, will you? You're quite content to stay on here forever.
I live here. My life is here.
If you can call it life. Seeing the neighbors, filling the house with children, I suppose.
Would that be such a dreadful fate?
Children. I see. I knew there was something. You're like an artist without an art.
You mustn't make fun of me, Nicholas.
Oh, but I'm not. Yes, it's quite plain now. A son. I see him with your eyes, your brow, and Gale's deep chest and straight back.
It would be good.
You'll be grave and solemn for a while, until things have grown familiar. Then he'll laugh out loud. He'll laugh a great deal. First sons do, you know.
I hope.
And you'll sing him to sleep at night. Frère Jacques, Frère Jacques.
Dormez-vous, dormez-vous, sonne les matines.
It's true. I believe he might be the answer for you.
I should set great store by him.
Then have one quickly, or failing that, adopt one. I know it's right for you. Let's see now. We must have a name for him. Peter? David? No. I have it. Christian. Christian Redmond.
Christian.
Eve, what is it? Tell me.
All that you said, you were speaking almost as though it were your own baby.
Eve, I've done it. Oh, hello, Nicholas. I've done it, Eve.
Done what, Gale?
Persuaded Marcus to sell me that roan stallion. And for guess how much? Only $1,200. Is that a break or is that a break?
It certainly is.
Congratulations, Gale.
Thanks. If you only knew how I've looked forward to this day. Eve can tell you how much it means to me.
Yes, of course I can. And if this makes you happy, Gale, I'm glad for you. Gale is sorry to miss your farewell supper, Nicholas.
I'm sorry, too, Eve.
But he's going to take the midnight train down. He'll see you to say goodbye at breakfast, surely.
To my host, and to my hostess, who has cared for me with all this care.
To our most welcome guest.
Eve.
Nicholas?
Why did you run away my last 3 days here?
I hadn't seen my aunt in such a long time. It seemed to me
Tell me
that...
the truth.
I'm trying to. It seemed to me...
Eve, this is my last night here. So talk to me honestly in the little time we have left.
What shall I say?
Say what you look. Eve, I try to be an honorable man.
I think you are a great and honorable man.
Oh, my dear. From the moment I saw you, I didn't know what had hit me.
Hush, don't think even.
But I'm to be gone 2 years, at least 2 years.
Nicholas.
Eve, come with me.
No, that I can't do.
You love him, too?
Yes. Yes, I love Gale.
But this has nothing to do with him.
My love for you has not. My going with you would.
Then this is hail and farewell for us. But, Eve, if ever you send for me, whenever, whatever your reason, I shall come. Remember that.
I shall remember.
And when you do, you must be ready to go with me. Remember that as well.
Yes, Nicholas. When I send for you, if ever I do, I shall be ready to go with you.
You are listening to Tomorrow and Tomorrow, starring Madeline Carroll on the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by DuPont, maker of better things for better living through chemistry. As our play continues, 8 years have passed. Gale and Eve Redman are with their son Christian, now 7 years old. And on an afternoon of early autumn...
And come down as soon as you're ready, Christian. The horses are waiting.
Yes, Daddy.
Gale, please. Please don't do it. Don't make Christian ride again, at least not today.
Now, Eve.
How can you, Gale? That fall yesterday might have...
Don't be ridiculous, darling. Takes 3 good falls to make a horseman. I'd had mine before I was his age. To anyone who loves horses, the important thing
I
is...
don't think he does love them. In fact, Gale, I'm sorry to tell you, but Christian has a deathly fear of horses.
What? A Redman afraid of horses?
Gale, I don't want him to ride again, at least until he wants to. Please.
No, you're on the wrong track with the boy, Eve. You always have been. I haven't wanted to say so, but...
But what?
Well, it's almost as though you were trying to make the kid different from ordinary boys. Boys like I was, for instance. Take the matter of teaching him yourself.
Is that so bad? I worked pretty hard for my degree.
But he can't even read or write yet.
That's true, but they'll come so easily when they come. So far, he's been occupied with real things.
What, for instance?
He has a sense of the strangeness of the world and of himself in it.
I'm talking about practical things.
All right. He knows where the trout lie, how to make a telephone. He can grow things out of rock, it seems to me. I've seen him let a swarm of bees settle on his bare arm and bring them to a new hive.
Very valuable in afterlife.
He knows that Jesus lived and was a hero. He can lead you to a spring in any patch of woods. He can smell water. He knows how to, the difference between, and he can tell you why. Oh, there's so much that he knows, and it's all part of him.
And he's yellow.
What?
I said he was yellow. That's why he failed that jump yesterday and fell. That's why he's going to make it today. My son, Yellow. Now you've got it.
Yes. Now I've got it.
I'm ready, Daddy.
All right, Christian.
Down the field and straight for the head.
Yes, Father. Gail, how can you? The boy was trembling, actually white and trembling.
Nonsense. Look at him come. That's riding, Eve. Give him his head, Christian. Don't flinch. Up and over, boy. Look at that. Over by 2 feet. He's... God in heaven, the horse. Jump clear, Christian, jump!
But, Doctor, what's to be done? You said a week ago that if Christian's fever broke...
He'd be all right. And so I thought. This coma there's no accounting for. Frankly, I'm baffled. And so are the best men I've been able to call in for consultation.
But surely there's something to be done.
Perhaps. But we don't know what. He's getting weaker each day, and I'm afraid if we can't get through to him soon... Well, it's just a matter of time before...
Oh, the phone. Just a minute. Yes? Yes, Mrs. Sadie? Who? No, I didn't know. Thank you. Gail, Nicholas Hay. He's back in this country. Mrs. Sadie just heard him on the radio from Chicago.
Nicholas Hay? Oh, yes, that professor who stayed with us.
Yes, and if he were here now...
If ever you send for me, whenever, whatever your reason, I shall come. Remember that.
Eve, what is it?
If Nicholas were here...
But when you do, you must be ready to go with me.
Eve, what's wrong? You look so strange.
Nothing, darling. Nothing. Operator, I want to call Chicago, person to person, to a Dr. Nicholas Hay. And it's urgent, operator. It's terribly, terribly urgent. You can reach him. Oh, Nicholas, to have you here, strong, sure.
Eve, my darling. I'd have come across the earth.
Hold me just for a moment, then tell me the truth. Will Christian get well?
I don't know. The other doctors are right when they say there's no apparent physical reason for the continuance of this coma. So there's only one answer. A deeper reason within the boy himself. I've no doubt we'll find the trouble so simple it will break your heart.
Oh, Nicholas, the most horrible thing has just come over me. If this is true, it's I who have done it, no one else.
Eve, what are you saying?
It's true. Loving you, I've always been trying to keep him from Gail. He's been pulled this way, that way, never knowing why, until at last he... Oh, poor child, poor baby.
Eve, I don't know.
I see it all now. Loving both Gail and me, he tried to be what each of us wanted. Now he feels that he's neither, that he's failed us both, and it's too much for his little 7 years.
Yes, Eve, this may be it. And if it is...
Nicholas, what?
You and you alone can solve it. Go into Christian, Eve, now. Whisper softly the things he must hear. Tell him you and Gail love him, are proud of him. Give him that confidence and will to live he must have to break through to us.
Do you really believe I can?
It's the only way.
I'll try, Nicholas. I'll try. Christian, can you hear me, darling? It's Mummy. I know a little curly-headed boy, the dearest little boy, who knows where the trout lie. He can find the prettiest flowers in the field, the sweetest fruit and berries. This little boy has been away, and his mother and Daddy just don't know what to do without him. Do you know where he is, Christian? His mother and Daddy love him, darling. They need him to show them, so many things. His daddy says that if he'll come back, he won't have to ride horses ever again unless he wants. Mommy and Daddy are sad and will surely be very much sadder if their little boy doesn't come back soon. Christian, darling, where is our little boy?
I'm here, Mommy.
You're coming back to us, aren't you, darling? You see, Mommy and Daddy just couldn't get along without their boy, could they?
Mommy, sing to me.
Frère Jacques, Frère Jacques, dormez-vous, dormez-vous, sonnez les matines, sonnez les
Good Lord, Hay, how can I ever begin to thank you?
Don't try. I understand.
Not having a child of your own, you couldn't quite. But having had this most dreadful experience, I realize more than ever that my life exists only in Eve and Christian. If anything ever happened to one of them, or... I know.
Daddy, come in here, huh?
Your son is paging you, Gail.
So I hear. I'm coming, Christian. And Doctor, it goes without saying that you're eternally welcome in this house.
Thanks, Redmond. I'll remember that. Well, Eve, my sweet, the decision can't wait longer.
I know. You said that if I ever sent for you, I should be ready to go with you.
My darling, any part I may have had in Christian's recovery must have nothing to do with what you decide. Well, my dear?
I can't decide it alone, Nicholas. I walked my feet off trying, telling myself, oh, please, you must help me.
What have you been telling yourself?
First and always, that I love you as no one was ever loved before. That in some way I had learned to get on without you. And that if I'm to go with you, it must be truly with you now, this afternoon.
The car leaves for the station in 10 minutes.
So short, terribly short for a lifetime. If I go, it will break Gail's heart. To say to him, look, your wife for 8 years, she has really been in love with another man. It would destroy him.
And me?
Heaven's own judgment would not destroy you, Nicholas.
Well, Eve?
You are the wise one, you say.
For years we have loved each other. That is the truth.
No, that is the fact. It may be that the truth is simply that I'm Gail's wife and my place is here.
Then...
It's somehow, just as it is, it's so complete.
You've decided?
Yes.
You were never really not decided.
I think that's true. I want to think so.
Eve.
God bless you, my darling.
And you, my dear.
Don't you see that even if there weren't Christian, if I didn't love us, you and me, I simply couldn't. Gail needs me so.
And you need no one? No, not anymore. You have yourself now.
That, too, you've given me. And I'll always love you for it. Goodbye, Nicholas. My darling. And thanks. Thanks.
Thank you, Madeline Carroll. Ladies and gentlemen, in a few moments, Miss Carroll is to return to our microphone. But first, here is Gain Whitman with some interesting information.
Our story of chemistry, working for the victory we mean to have, is once again a story of saving the most precious thing in the world today, time. And this time saving is concerned with a material vital to all people, all nations, wool. Textile mills in weaving woolen cloth have to add a spinning oil to the wool to make it travel more smoothly through the loom. The oil must, of course, be removed before the cloth is bleached or dyed. And until recently, it was washed out with soap and water. The cloth got wet, the spinning oil was lost. Quite a lot of heat was needed to dry the soaked cloth. And more important, time. Precious minutes and hours were required that we can ill afford to lose when every minute and hour saved counts. Partially because of the work of DuPont chemists and chemical engineers, the old method of degreasing woolens is on its way out. Several woolen mills are already using a dry cleaning process in place of the old wet wash. Today, thousands of yards of material are sewn together to make an endless belt. Thick or thin, it makes no difference. The endless belt runs through tanks of a DuPont product, a chemical compound that dries up oil the way water dissolves sugar. The woolens come out of this solution clean and dry, ready for bleaching or dyeing. Come out at the rate of a mile an hour, enough for 10 uniforms every minute. Time is saved because the goods aren't water-soaked, helping to make more possible sooner. Expense is saved because less heat is required to dry the material. Space is saved, for the whole process can take place in 1/5 or even 1/10 as much space as was needed before. Material is saved because the goods don't shrink. The valuable spinning oil is recovered from the solution. On a Cavalcade program not long ago, we told you what these chemicals mean in speeding up the cleaning of metals. Wherever metal must be absolutely clean before it is finished, the new solvents are doing the job as it has never been done before. Machine tools, mining equipment, airplane motors, rifles, and machine guns are only a few of the things that are coming off assembly lines faster because of the characteristic way in which certain chemicals drink up oil. Now, this same principle of cleaning has been applied to the weaving of woolen goods with the same time-saving results. For the duration of the war, they promise great savings in needed materials, plus greater efficiency and speed of production. And when the day comes when the war is at an end, they promise us an entirely new method of handling woolens. On that day, these solvents will assume their full stature as one of DuPont's better things for better living through chemistry.
And now it is my pleasure to introduce to you again our star of the evening, Miss Madeline Carroll.
Thanks, Mr. Houston. And thank you, ladies and gentlemen. It's always nice to be invited back to the DuPont Cavalcade of America.
That character of Eve Redmond and her great love of children reminds me that you have a sort of special interest in children, don't you, Miss Carroll?
Oh, yes. You're no doubt referring to the evacuated French children I took into my home near Paris at the beginning of the war.
How many children did you take under your wing, Miss Carroll?
Oh, I should say about 200.
200? You're very brave.
Oh, I don't know, but there were times when I felt like the old lady who lived in a shoe. But seriously, I'm hoping and praying for the day when I shall see them all well and happy and free again. Good night.
Good night, Madeline Carroll, and thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, next week, Cavalcade will present another of America's fine actors, James Cagney, in a special new radio preview of an exciting new Warner Brothers motion picture soon to be released, an epic of aviation, Captains of the Clouds. On tonight's program, Madeline Carroll appeared through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures, for whom she is currently starring in the Technicolor production Bahama Passage. The original musical score was composed and directed by Robert Armbruster. Don't forget next week's date with Jimmy Cagney in another of his fine roles as Captain of the Clouds on the Cavalcade of America. Your announcer is John Heaston, sending best wishes from DuPont. The greatest birthday present we can send to the White House in our President's Diamond Jubilee birthday celebration is our dimes and dollars, for he began the fight against the enemy of America's children, infantile paralysis. So give to your local campaign. Join our President's Diamond Jubilee birthday celebration. Fight infantile paralysis.
This is the Red Network of the National Broadcasting Company.
Presenting the transcription feature, Superman.
Look, up in the sky.
It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman. Yes, it's Superman, strange visitor from the planet Krypton, who came to Earth with powers and abilities far beyond those of mortal men. Superman, who can leap tall buildings at a single bound, race a speeding bullet to its target, bend steel in his bare hands, and who, disguised as Clark Kent, mild-mannered reporter for a great metropolitan newspaper, fights a never-ending battle for truth and justice. But before we join Superman, listen.
And now to our story. When a frightened nurse's half-choked scream foiled the leopard woman's daring attempt to kill Max Heller in the emergency ward of the city hospital, the cunning, fearless leader of an Oriental spy ring known as the Society of the Leopard decided to try again. Heller, hovering between life and death as a result of a bullet from the leopard woman's gun, might talk if he lived. Might talk too much. He had to die. But now the task was more difficult. Hella had been transferred to a private room guarded by a burly policeman. 2 Secret Service men were stationed at the hospital entrance, and Clark Kent newly appointed a special government agent for somewhere in the building. But once again, the mysterious woman's cunning conceived a plan. At the secret headquarters of the Leopard Society, she explained it to Cato, one of her Jap henchmen.
It's very simple, Cato. I'm going to be sick, violently sick. We will arrange for a private room at the city hospital and a private nurse. Summon one of our English-speaking friends who has pledged allegiance to the Leopard. He will assist me.
Simulating pain, the Leopard woman was taken to the hospital. Alone with her nurse, she dropped the guise of illness and at gunpoint forced the frightened girl to remove her starched uniform.
Take that uniform off. I don't carry this gun around to powder my nose with. It works. Get that uniform off, or this will be the last nursing job you'll ever handle.
Leaving the helpless nurse bound and gagged on the bed, the Leopard woman, dressed in the starched white uniform and cap, approached the policeman seated at the door of Hella's room.
Good morning.
Morning, miss.
Oh, don't get up. I'm just going in to have a look at our valuable patient. He hasn't given you any trouble, has he?
No, not him. He's out cold.
Yes, fortunately.
Unsuspected, the Leopard woman slips into Max Heller's room, darkened by drawn shades. Moving swiftly to the bed, her supple fingers reach out to fasten on the unconscious Heller's throat.
You stupid fool. To think you could ever escape me. No man escapes the Leopard. It's too bad you are not conscious. I should like very much to see your eyes as my fingers tighten on your throat. I should like to see your face.
You can if you turn on the light.
Oh!
That was my throat your fingers were fastened on. Hella was moved to another room.
Let go of me.
Oh, no.
Let go of me.
As you see, sometimes even leopards are caught in traps.
No,
You can come in now, Joe.
Oh, I'm scared.
See the one, Mr. Kent?
Yes, turn on the light.
Okay.
No use struggling. It's all over. Put the braces on it, Joe.
You'll pay for this. You'll pay with blood.
Tough baby, ain't she?
Yes.
Come on, sister. These ain't got no diamonds in them, but they shine pretty. There we are.
Now, you'll save yourself a lot of trouble by going along quietly, Leopard woman.
You think you're very clever, don't you?
You ain't so dumb. You fell for that switch gag, hook, line, and sinker.
Fools, both of you. Stupid fools.
Take her to headquarters, Joe. I'll pick Major Campbell up and meet you there. First, I've got to see what happened to that nurse. Now, watch her. She's tricky.
Don't worry about me, Mr. Kent. She ain't getting away from me. Come on, sister.
Dr. Harlow wanted in surgery. Dr. Harlow wanted in surgery. Dr. Harlow wanted in surgery.
As I've told you a dozen times, Mr. Kent and I can stay here till the cows come home. We've nothing else to do. Are you going to talk or aren't you?
I have nothing to say.
See what you can do, Kent. In another minute, I'll slap her insolent face.
I can't blame you much, Major. You are known as the Leopard Woman, aren't you?
I have nothing to say.
You're only making it more difficult for yourself, don't you realize that? What's your name?
I have nothing to say.
You said plenty when you were leaning over that bed with your hands on my throat, certain that you were about to murder Max Heller. You had plenty to say then. How you would have liked to see my eyes and my face. And you also said that no man escapes the leopard. Do you remember that? Do you?
Now, look here.
Just a minute, Major.
I'm not going to put up with this for long, Kent. She's a spy, and she deserves no consideration whatsoever. There are ways of making her talk.
No, we can always fall back on that. Perhaps we can reason with her, explain a few things. Particularly that we know she shot Max Heller and escaped in his folding wing plane. Naturally, Heller isn't going to feel very kindly toward her once he recovers from the bullet wound. You understand that, don't you?
I have nothing to say.
You understand that Heller, in seeking revenge for your having almost taken his life, will completely expose you. It's just a matter of time. Major Campbell might consent to give you special consideration if you cooperate. Well?
I have nothing to say.
All right, Kent. We're through handling her with kid gloves. Now let's try something else.
I'll take it.
Yeah.
Hello. Just a moment. You, Major.
Oh, thanks. Hello? Oh, yes, Dr. Kingsley. What? No. I see. All right. Yes, I will. Bye.
Something wrong, Major?
Hella died 10 minutes ago. What? Stop that insane laughter. Get her out of here, Kent. Lock her up.
Come on.
Put her back in the cell, Riley. Okay, Mr. Kent. Oh, Hella's death is quite a blow, Kent. I was counting on him to clean everything up.
Oh, we still have the leopard woman.
She won't spill anything. You can bank on that. Her insolence amazes me. In any other country, she'd be backed up against a wall and shot. Sometimes I think we treat people too well over here.
Major, I'm sure we can figure this thing out. There must be some way of tracking down her spy ring, even if she refuses to talk. Wait a minute. Wait, now, this may sound ridiculous to you, but it might work. Suppose we let her escape.
Kent, are you crazy?
No, now wait, not entirely. Listen to this. If we engineered it so that she could escape without suspecting we helped her along, someone could follow her to wherever the ring's headquarters are.
That's terribly risky.
I don't see why. I could trail her without any trouble.
You think she'd fall for it? She's smart, you know.
Well, we can try. Look, you have a couple of Japanese on your staff, haven't you? Interpreters and translators?
Yes.
We'll make use of one of them.
Well, how?
We'll put him in the cell next to hers. She won't be able to see him, but she can hear him. And after all Japs sound alike. We'll provide him with a key to the cell door that he can slip to her. The prison guards will have to be told, of course, to keep out of her way when she opens the cell door to let her escape. Then I'll be waiting outside to trail her.
You mean we'll be waiting outside? This is my party, too, you know.
I didn't mean it as a slight, Major. It's just that one man can get around faster.
Don't worry about my getting around. I've been doing it for 40 years. I think I know how. Come on. If we're going to try your scheme, let's get going. I certainly hope it works. It'll take a big load off my mind.
With the aid of a native Japanese attached to the espionage division of the Secret Service, Kent and Major Campbell set up the trap, baited with an opportunity for the leopard woman to escape. Outside the prison, they wait in a car parked in a dark alley, motor running and Kent at the wheel.
It's been an hour since Moyata was locked up in that cell, Kent. Think something's gone wrong?
Oh, no. She's too cagey to make a quick break. After all, she doesn't know the way is clear. She thinks guards are walking the corridors. Give her time, Major.
I had to give her a rope around her neck. I know I'm not supposed to say things like that, but I can't help it.
Well, unless I miss my guess, we'll be rounding up quite a flock of spies before the night's over, Major. You won't have to worry about it anymore. At least not as far as the Leopard Society is concerned.
I've got 6 men in a staff car waiting to follow us. They're up the street.
Good. I just hope the procession doesn't frighten her.
Oh, I told them to keep well behind us.
Oh.
Chances are she'll hop one of those cabs over there as soon as she gets out. They're all driven by servicemen. Say, wait a minute. What about money? How can she take a cab without money?
No, I thought of that. I gave your Jap a $5 bill to wrap the key in.
Nice going, Kent.
Keep low, Major. Don't move. Here she comes.
Oh, I see her. Crossing the street. Hugging the buildings. Hey, wait, I've lost her.
No, she's heading for one of the cabs. Didn't take her long to spot them.
I see her now. She's getting in. Let's go, Kent.
Not yet. Give the cab a chance to pull away.
And there it goes.
Okay.
What about lights, Kent?
We'll run without them.
Where's the cab?
Just turned the corner.
I told those fools not to lose us. Run slowly.
Don't you worry. There it is, up ahead. Is the other car behind us?
Yes, sir. I can't tell. Evidently it took your cue, running without lights.
Oh, that's fine. Now, just you sit tight, Major. This is going to work out swell.
I hope so, Kent. Getting under the cab. Going into that building.
Motion your other car to come ahead.
It's right in back of us.
Oh, good. Now we'll have to close in fast.
All right, boys. Remember what I told you. If possible, we want them all alive, particularly the woman. But if you have to, use those Tommy guns. Riley, you and Duncan wait out front.
Okay, sir.
Well, don't take the rear of the building, and the rest of you come along with Kent and myself. On, let's go. Which house was it, Kent? These brownstones are alike.
Third from the corner. That one.
Hey, wait a minute. You have no gun, have you?
I won't need one. Here we are.
Shh. Okay, men.
All right, Major.
Get set. Is the door locked, Kent?
I'll see. No. It's open.
it looks as though the Society of the Leopard is about to be disbanded. Or has the cunning mind of the mysterious leopard woman conceived another surprise for Kent and Major Campbell? Don't miss the next thrilling episode. Tune in and listen. We're the Superman.
Don't forget, tune in again for the next thrilling episode with Superman.
Look, up in the sky.
It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman. Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Cary Grant, Claude Rains, Evelyn Keyes, and James Sleaton in Here Comes Mr. Jordan. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. One evening after dinner, the family and I settled down in our most comfortable chairs to see a motion picture at home. None of us stayed settled long. The picture was Columbia's Here Comes Mr. Jordan. And from myself down to the youngest grandchild, it kept us all on the edge of our chairs. Following the peculiar career of a prize fighter named Joe Pendleton, who was killed in the first scene, yet lived to get the girl at the end. The neatest trick of the year. A slight error of destiny takes the hero through adventures that make Christopher Columbus, Marco Polo, and Magellan look like stay-at-home. You see, Joe gets killed, but he is not dead, and thereby hangs one of the most curious picture stories of the year. So here comes Mr. Jordan, and here comes Cary Grant. And from the original screencast, Claude Rains, Evelyn Keyes, and James Gleason. Here are the Adirondack Mountains. Here are the murmuring pines, the leafy glades. Here are the cool, bubbling streams. And here in this mountain paradise are two prize fighters trying to knock each other's brains out. They're sparring away in the training ring. The one in the blue trunks is Joe Pendleton, contender for the championship of the world. And that man at the ringside in the battered derby is his trainer, Max Corporal.
Okay, Joe, that's enough. Cut it out. Inside for a rub-down.
Oh, come on, Max. They only had 5 rounds. Can't I have a couple more?
You heard me. I said that's enough now. Save some of that for Moydon.
Hey, how'd that look, Maxie?
Just fair. Not enough speed.
Go on, I'm in the paint. Break down, Maxie. Who's your favorite fighter?
Stop it, clowning. Look, Joe, I decided to finish training in New York, so we'll break camp right after lunch.
Yeah? Oh, that's great. I can fly myself down this afternoon, huh?
Oh, listen, Joe, do me a favor, will you? Leave that plane of yours up here and take the train down. Will you do that?
Oh, what can happen to me when I got the lucky saxophone along? Hey, where is it? Where's my sax? Oh, here it is, Joe. Oh, thanks, pal.
Joe, I don't like this flying business. The way we're sitting out within 2 weeks in the greatest fight of your life and on the way to the championship, why take chances?
Oh, yeah? Fine thing. Me known as a flying pug, the papers will all say flying pug takes train. Fine thing.
Ah, Joe.
I'll meet you in New York at the gym tomorrow. Hey, Maxie, how about a little of your favorite tune, huh?
No, not now, Joe. Oh, Joe, come on. This is serious. Joe. That's awful. Will you please lay off? Will you lay off?
Hey, what goes on? What's the matter with this? Hey, what's that? Hey, come on, baby, straighten out. Don't be messed up. Hey, come on. Mister, what goes on? Where am flying over New Jersey.
If you aren't in New Jersey now, Mr. Pendleton, your plane crashed.
Now listen, if I'm in New Jersey, where am I? And who are you?
I am messenger number 7013. My mission is to take care of all dead persons in my territory.
Huh? Dead? Who's dead?
You are, Mr. Pendleton.
Oh, you're screwy. I never felt better in my life. I'm in the pain. How can I be dead?
Mr. Pendleton, the barometer. Does this look like the Earth?
Oh, I can see it on the clouds.
Have you ever walked on clouds before?
No, and furthermore, I don't like it. Get me out of here.
Oh, no. Oh, no. We can't leave just yet, Mr. Pendleton. You see, this is the halfway point. The stopover for new arrivals from the world.
Oh, listen, you don't make any sense at all. You must be a little crank. I'm doing New York. I gotta get there. Where can I find a taxi?
There are no taxis here, as you can see, sir.
Hey. Who are all those people over there?
Oh, the new arrivals, sir. They're waiting to be checked off the list.
Oh, yeah? Well, I hope they ain't all as screwy as you. I'll find out about this thing.
Oh, Mr. Pendleton, come back.
Messenger 424 reporting, sir. 9 passengers. Check their names against this list and then proceed. Yes, sir.
Hey, who's in charge around here? Where's the boss?
Oh, Mr. Pendleton, will you stop this commotion?
What's the trouble?
Messenger 7013 reporting, sir. No trouble at all.
No, there's no trouble yet, but there's gonna be. Are you the boss here?
Oh, Mr. Pendleton, a little more respect. This is Mr. Jordan.
Oh, Mr. Jordan, eh? Well, look, Mr. Jordan, I want to get a taxi to New York and quick.
What is the meaning of this?
Oh, it's a very difficult case, sir. Fought me tooth and nail all the way up here.
Oh, fought him. How do you like that? Listen, Mr. Jordan, don't waste your time listening to this comic. You know what he keeps telling me? He keeps telling me I'm dead.
I'm afraid you are.
Oh, what?
Dead.
Oh, you too, eh? You're just as crazy as he is.
Oh, Mr. Pendleton, now please.
What is his name?
Pendleton. Joseph.
No, you even got that balled up. I'm Joe. Not Joe Pendleton. Not Pendleton, Joseph.
Oh,
Pendleton. I'm doing it now.
Pendleton. I don't see his name on my list.
Well, I can't be on any list.
What's your occupation? Musician?
Musician? Whatever gave you the idea I'm a musician?
That instrument you're carrying?
Oh, that? Oh, that's the sax. That's just a hobby like flying. Look, I'm Joe Pendleton, the flying pug they call me. I'm a prize fighter.
You were a prize fighter.
There's no Pendleton Joseph listed.
Hey, you see, what did I tell you?
Mr. Sloan, contact the registrar's office, will you? Ask them for everything they have on Pendleton Joseph. Yes, sir.
No, I'm trying to tell you, fellas, I'm not ready for this place yet. I never felt better in my life. I'm in the face.
Strange he isn't on the list.
Oh, now, ready, sir. It isn't possible that he could have survived. Why, he was hurtling to Earth with the speed of a meteor.
Yes, but I wouldn't have crashed. I'd have pulled the ship out somehow if you left me alone.
Oh, quiet.
Messenger?
Yes, Mr. Jordan.
Am I to understand that you took this man out of that plane before it crashed?
Yeah, that's what he did.
Yes, sir.
Pardon a bit presumptuous.
Yes, sir. Oh, but there he was, sir. Just plummeting earthward. I wanted to spare him the agony of crashing.
That's enough, please. You're new, aren't you?
I am, yes, sir. I was put on only this morning.
I thought so. Overzealousness. Out for record collection.
Mr. Jordan.
Yes?
On Pendleton Joseph, the official record says both his parents are happily withdrawn and awaiting his arrival. Joseph is scheduled to join them the morning of May 11th, 1992.
1992? 10/26. Well, that's 50 years from now. What did I tell you?
It seems you were a little premature.
50 years ago yet. You fellas certainly pulled a boner this time.
Oh, Mr. Pendleton, I feel I owe you an apology.
I'll tell the world you do. Oh, well. Never mind. We all make mistakes. There's no harm done. Just forget about it and take me back.
Take you back?
Naturally. Take him back. Return him to the body out of which you so indiscreetly snatched him.
Yeah, and make it snappy. Well, I'm glad you mentioned, Mr. Jordan, and thanks for straightening everything out for me.
Not at all.
I'll be seeing you 50 years from now, if you're still on the job.
I will be.
Well, come on, let's go.
And Mr. Pendleton, if you don't mind, I'm the one who says let's go. Let's go.
Is there anything wrong?
Oh, Mr. Jordan.
Oh, hello, Mr. Jordan. I didn't expect to see you 50 years, Mr. Pendleton.
Oh, Mr. Jordan, something terrible has happened.
Shut up, I'll tell him. You keep quiet. Now, look, Mr. Jordan. We go down there to New Jersey. Well, my body ain't in the plane. No, then we go to Court Place. My body ain't there either. Finally, I find out what's happened. While you guys get me up here gabbing, that cork will get my body out of the thing and has me cremated.
Cremated?
Yeah.
Oh, that's bad.
Oh, it's deplorable, Mr. Jordan. I feel just ghastly.
Well, how do you think I feel? Wait till I see that cork go. You can't go around burning me up and get away with it.
It's very bad. This complicates everything.
I've an idea, Mr. Jordan. Couldn't we have him reborn?
Nothing doing. I'm not going to go through that again.
Well, I see I'll have to take personal charge of this. Come along, Joseph.
Oh, wait a minute. Where to?
Well, I'm taking you back to Earth.
Yeah, but Ted, didn't I just tell you? I haven't got a body anymore.
What of it? I'll get you another body.
Huh? You'll do what?
Another body?
That's what I said. Come along, Joseph.
Now, wait a minute. What kind of a deal is this? You can't go shoving just anybody's body off on me. Not on your life. I put in 10 years getting that body in the paint.
But, Joseph, it's gone. Your body doesn't exist any longer.
Mr. Jordan.
Now, Joe, you shall have your choice of 1,000 bodies. All excellent specimens. I promise you, we'll keep looking until we find a body right. Now, that's fair enough, isn't it?
Well, I don't want any more of what's coming to me. I just want what I was and what I was going to be. No more, no less. So I expect you to make good, Mr. Jordan.
I'll do my best. Come along.
Goodbye, Mr. Pendleton. Good luck.
Oh, that sounds mighty weird coming from you. I thought that messenger fellow was good at getting around, but you're terrific, Mr. Jordan. Russia, Australia, South Africa, and now New York. How do you do it?
Well, that's a trade secret, Joe.
Yeah?
Joe, we've made 130 stops. I've offered you the cream of last week's crop, and you turn up your nose at the loss.
Yeah, but there wasn't a decent physique in the whole bunch, Mr. Jordan. You can't slip me a second rater. You gotta remember I was in the pink.
That is becoming a most obnoxious color, Joe. Now, don't mention it again, please.
Oh, okay, I won't. Well, where's the next stop?
The next stop is that house across the street.
Oh, yeah? Hey, pretty snazzy place, isn't it? Who did we size up in there?
The owner, Bruce Farnsworth.
Well, look, I can't go into a place like that. I mean, well, you gotta dress up a little, you know.
Joe, I've explained it 20 times. No one can see us, and no one can hear us. Not invisible, Joe.
Yeah, that's right. I keep forgetting. Well, let's take a look at this bird. You know, Mr. Jordan, I'll never get used to this.
To what, Joe?
Walking through walls. It ain't natural. Hey, what's the dope on this Farnsworth guy?
Well, he's about your age and fairly husky.
Well, about my age and he's got a joint like this? He must be rolling in dough.
He inherited it, Joe.
Well set up?
Oh, quite. Played polo a while back.
Oh, that sounds good. Is he dead?
No.
Going to die, though, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Sick, huh?
No, not really. He has a slightly run-down condition.
Oh, just slightly run down. Going to die, that's all.
He's being murdered, Joe.
What? Murdered? You mean... Well, is it going on right now?
Mm-hmm.
But right here in this house?
That's right.
Well, who's doing it?
His wife. And the man she's in love with, Farnsworth's confidential secretary.
Nice people you're wanting to meet. How are they killing him?
They're drowning him in the bathtub.
Holy cow! Well, come on, let's stay out of here. I'm going to keep my nose clean.
Now, wait, Joe.
Oh, now, look, Mr. Jordan. You don't think I'm crazy enough to change places with a guy who's got a wife like that hanging around? I ain't punch drunk yet.
We'll have to wait here until I collect him. It's my job.
Well, how can you sit there when there's a guy being killed? Why don't we call the cops?
I'm afraid they wouldn't pay any attention to us, Joe. Even the New York's finest can't see or hear us.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Wait. It's all over.
What? You mean he's dead?
He's dead.
Hurry, Tony.
It's all right, Julia. Now keep calm.
Hey, are those the two that did it?
That's Mrs. Farnsworth and the secretary, Tony Abbott.
Gee, but look at her. You wouldn't think. Well, she don't look like a murderer, Mr. Jordan.
Just you listen, Joe.
Tony, I'm frightened.
Get hold of yourself, Julia.
Tony, I don't know what's come over me. I have a feeling I can't shake off it. There's something weird, something hanging over us, watching us.
You said it, sister. Come now, stop it, Julia.
Now, what could be more natural? A glass of warm milk, a sleeping tablet or two, and a very tired, dissipated young man unfortunately drowses off in his bed.
I beg your pardon, Mrs. Farnsworth.
Yes, what is it?
Miss Betty Logan is here. She wants to see Mr. Farnsworth.
Send her away.
Don't be silly, Julia. Ask Miss Logan to come in, sis.
Very good, sir.
I can't talk to her now, Tony.
Of course you can. Just be sympathetic. I'll be in the study. If she becomes difficult, bring her in to me.
Hey, who's this Logan? Somebody else mixed up in the murder?
You judge for yourself, Joe.
Miss Logan.
How do you do, Miss Logan? I'm Mrs. Farnsworth.
May I see Mr. Farnsworth, please? I've got to see him.
Why, yes, you'll be right down.
Oh, be right down. She knows he's dead.
Mrs. Farnsworth, my father's been arrested.
Yes, I know. I'm sorry.
He's sick, Mrs. Farnsworth. This will kill him. And he's not guilty of anything.
It was about some worthless securities he sold, wasn't it?
That Mr. Farnsworth sold under my father's name.
Really? And what do you expect Mr. Farnsworth to do?
I don't know. But he can't send an innocent man to jail.
Well, I don't know about these things. Mr. Abbott has all the facts in the case, and he's in the study. Would you care to see him?
Yes, if I could, please.
Just come right in.
Thank you.
Oh, Mr. Jordan. That Logan girl. Oh, boy, I've never seen anything as beautiful as that. Not even in heaven.
She is pretty, isn't she?
Yeah. She's in a tough spot. She's got a lot of courage to come here alone to fight for her father.
She worships him.
Yeah. Well, she's no match for those buzzards. She needs help. You'd better go to work.
Farnsworth is the only one who can help her, Joe.
Well, he's dead.
Yes. But you can be Farnsworth.
Huh? Well, what do you mean? I don't get it.
Quite simple.
What? You mean you want me to be Farnsworth and have a swell girl like that hate me?
But you'll make a very different Farnsworth, Joe. Spiritually, there'll be no change in you.
Yeah, but I wouldn't be myself. A guy's no good if he isn't himself.
Joe, you'll always be yourself. You'd merely be using Farnsworth's physical covering, like putting on a new overcoat.
Yeah? Well, it better be a pretty good overcoat. It's going to last me 50 years.
But inside that coat, you'd still be Joe Pendleton, thinking, acting, and feeling.
Yeah. But that run-down overcoat, that playboy Farnsworth, I'd have to give up everything, a crack at the title, and... No, I couldn't do it, Mr. Jordan. I'd like to help you, but not that way.
Yes, Mr. Abbott? You tell Mr. Farnsworth that Miss Logan is here to see him?
Yes, sir. Now, what's the idea? That guy Abbott knows Farnsworth is dead.
Very convenient, the butler discovering the body. You haven't much time to decide, Joe.
Well, don't rush me. I've got to do some figuring.
Make up your mind, Joe.
Well, now look. What if I did it only temporary? Supposing I was Farnsworth just for a little while until after I helped that kid out. Could I do that?
If you wish it.
All right. And after you got me out of Farnsworth's body, you'd have to get me a body that would suit me. Is that clear?
Quite.
Okay, it's a deal. Well, come on, Mr. Jordan. We got to hurry. Hey! Wait a minute, Mr. Jordan. I'm all wet. I'm soaking wet.
Well, you just got out of the bath, Joe. That's where Farnsworth was.
Yeah. Well, where's Farnsworth now?
You're Farnsworth.
What? Oh, no, wait. We can't get away with this. Mr. Jordan, I still feel like me. I still sound like me.
Inwardly, you haven't changed, Joe. Outwardly, you're Bruce Farnsworth, and that's what they'll see and hear.
Mr. Farnsworth, are you in there?
Answer him, Joe.
Answer him? What, you mean people can hear me now?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but he knows that other guy's voice.
That is exactly what you'll hear. To everyone else, you'll seem to be talking like Bruce Farnsworth.
Mr. Farnsworth, is anything wrong? Please answer me, sir.
Go ahead, Joe.
Oh, okay. I'll be out in a minute.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
There. Now, what he heard was the voice of Farnsworth.
Oh, it was, huh?
And when you open that door, what he sees will be Farnsworth. You try it.
Okay, here goes. Excuse me, Mr. Farnsworth, but there's a Miss Logan. What'd you call me? Why, Mr. Farnsworth. Hey, go on. There's a Miss Logan here to see you, sir. Yeah, I know. I beg your pardon, sir? I'll go right down. Yeah. You never batted an eye, Mr. Jordan. I beg your pardon, sir.
Remember, Joe, people can hear you now.
Oh, yeah, I forgot. Forgot what, sir? No, I was only thinking. Well, look, Mr. Jordan, you mean they still can't see or hear you?
No, Joe.
Who can't see and hear whom, sir? Nobody beat it, will you? I'll be right down. Very good. Isn't that amazing? Mr. Farnsworth, he called me, looking right at me. How do you do, Mr. Jordan?
Well, if there were no mystery left to explore, Joe, life would get rather dull, wouldn't it? Now to the library, and I think you're going to be something of a surprise down there.
My husband's taking rather long, isn't he? Yes, very long. Well, perhaps he won't come down at all.
Julia?
So why don't you go, Miss Logan? There's no help for you. Your father's in jail to stay.
Hello. Somebody want me? Mr. Farnsworth.
Bruce. Bruce, what are you...
Hello, Miss Logan. I'm glad to see you.
Mr. Farnsworth, I'd like to speak to you privately.
Yeah, sure. Why not? How about outside?
Bruce, you...
What's the matter?
Nothing. I just...
Oh, hey, Abbott. Mrs. Farnsworth looks a little pale around the gills. She looks like she's gonna... Oh, she did. Oh, pick her up. This way, Miss Logan. Oh, sit down, Miss Logan. What's on your mind?
Mr. Farnsworth, I just want one thing. I want you to get my father out of jail.
Oh, yeah, that's right. He's in jail, isn't he? Yeah.
As if you didn't know. You put him there.
Well, Farnsworth did. I mean, you see, I'm not really... Well, you know how it goes. Now, for instance, if you want to change overcoats...
This is hardly the time for jokes.
Oh, I'm not joking, Miss Logan.
Then admit it. You did put my father in jail.
Well, all right, I did. But I didn't have anything to do with it.
You're just trying to put me off. You're trying to make a fool out of me. You think you can laugh me out of it as if I were a child.
Oh, look, your father's going to be all right, Miss Logan.
Another Farnsworth trick. They told me there was no use coming here to talk to you.
Oh, now, please, listen.
I knew you were cruel. But to play with people like this and torture them... Oh, you're horrible. Horrible.
Oh, wait, Miss Logan. I'll get your father out. Listen.
The high-speed jail, Joe.
Yeah. Did you hear that, Mr. Jordan?
I was sitting right there.
Yeah. Well, I certainly fixed it, didn't I? She likes me a lot.
She will in time.
Oh, go on. I'm poison to her. Mr. Jordan, this won't work. You better get me out of this overcoat and let's get moving.
She is wonderful, though, isn't she?
Oh, yeah. Boy, I'd give her right on if I could help her.
You promised you would, didn't you? You can't very well move on until you've made good.
Yeah, but it's no use. I don't even know what to do.
Bruce Farnsworth can do anything he wishes. I'll have to be leaving you now, Joe.
What?
My work's piling up. I'll have to get back.
Yeah, but you can't leave me holding a bag in a mess like this.
I'll be back whenever you need me. So long, Joe.
Yeah, Mr. Jordan! Oh, Mr. Jordan, don't go walking through walls on me. Hey, where are you? Mr. Jordan! Mr. Jordan! Woo! Holy cow!
Just a moment. Outside, Terry Grant, Clark Rain, Edmund Keith, and James Gleason will return in Act 2. Here comes Mr. Jordan.
Act 2 of Here Comes Mr. Jordan, starring Cary Grant as Joe, Claude Rains as Mr. Jordan, Evelyn Keyes as Betty, and James Gleason as Max. The spirit of Joe Pendleton is encased in the body of Bruce Farnsworth, and Joe is finding the situation very annoying. He's discovered that Bruce Farnsworth is, or was, a first-class crook and all-around cad. Only the presence of his beloved saxophone makes Joe's existence bearable.
Mr. Farnsworth, you sent for me? Yeah. What are you looking at, Abbott? Well, I didn't know you played a saxophone. No? Well, a lot of people don't know it. You'll get used to it after a while. Now, let's get on to business. I've been thinking over this Logan affair, and it don't sound so good. Want to get Mr. Logan on the tail. With fraud pinned on him like this? Well, who pinned it on him? Well, naturally, we did. That's what I thought, so let's unpin it. Mr. Farnsworth, you realize you'll have to buy back every share of that worthless stock. It's impossible. Now, who's got it? Naturally, small investors all over the country. Oh, small investors, eh? It's nice work. Or give them back every cent they paid for it.
That will take millions of dollars.
Have I got it?
Of course, but...
All right, let's do it.
Don't you feel you ought to think this over first?
I have thought it over. And get this. You and I are going to tangle plenty from now on if you don't watch your step. So don't try any funny business. And stay out of my bathroom.
Smoking insecurity fraud. No been released from jail. Pay back to investors.
Oh, Mr. Jordan. Hey, Mr. Jordan. Mr. Jordan.
I am, Joe.
Oh, hello, Mr. Jordan. You're just the man I needed.
I told you I'd come if you needed me.
How are you, Mr. Pendleton? Oh, you too, huh? What do you want? I didn't ask for you.
Oh, really, Mr. Pendleton? It's all right, Joe. You came with me. What's the trouble?
Well, look at this in the paper. That's what's the trouble.
You mean about giving the money back?
Oh, no, not that. On the sporting page. Listen. Murdoch's a fight champ. Mr. Jordan, they can't do this to me. They're trying to diss me out of the title. This is what comes of fooling around with this temporary Farnsworth business. Now, look at the spot I'm in.
You're in no spot whatsoever, Mr. Pendleton.
Why don't you keep out of this?
I knew perfectly well that you were to have another body.
Yeah, well, what have you done about it?
Just scoured the world for it, that's all. And I may say, I found it.
What have you found?
A superb specimen. A strapping fellow in Australia who'll soon be available. A motor accident.
Huh? What's his weight?
192 pounds.
Oh, that's good. What's his reach?
78 inches.
Not bad. His chest and forearm.
Oh, great heavens, what difference does that make? He's got a waist and a chest and a forearm. What more do you want?
Well, I want to know. That's what I want. While you're bumping around, the championship's getting away from me.
But it won't get very far. We have found out that you are actually intended to be the next world's champion.
What? Is that a fact?
Yes, Joe.
Well, how do you know?
Nothing can prevent it.
I knew it. I told you. Well, come on. What are we waiting for? Let's take a look at this Australian fella.
Farnsworth, sir.
What's the butler? Hey, duck, you guys. Beat it.
We don't have to duck, Joe.
They can't see us.
Oh, yeah. That's right. Why can't I remember that?
Mr. Farnsworth.
Yeah, what?
Miss Logan is here, sir.
Oh, Miss Logan? Well, bring her in. Never mind. I'll get her myself.
Yes. Oh, this delay necessary, Mr. Jordan.
Yes, and very interesting.
Hello, Miss Logan. Come right in here. Sit down. Can I get you something? Coffee or something?
No, I just wanted to tell you my father's home. Thank you.
Oh, that's fine. Fine. Sit down.
It was a wonderful thing you did. Not only for my father, I mean to give that money back to all those people.
Oh, well, as a matter of fact, that's about the only thing to do, wasn't it?
I don't know. I'm sorry I keep on staring at you like this.
Oh, that's okay. I'm doing a little staring myself.
I'm all mixed up. When I came to see you that night, when I was trying to hate you most, I couldn't deny there was something warm and friendly, even gentle in the way you smiled.
Well, there was, huh? Gee. Well, that's wonderful.
How long does this dribble go on?
You know what I told my father this was? A miracle.
A miracle? Why?
Well, that a man like Bruce Farnsworth could have a real feeling for the happiness of others.
Well, now, that's a good a way to go through life as any other, isn't it?
Yes, that's all I meant. Except when you find that in somebody, it's a great discovery. I guess that's why I keep staring. I can't help it. It's something in your eyes. And what's behind it that I keep trying to see. That sounds silly, doesn't it?
Oh. No, I know what you mean. When you make a discovery like that, it's pretty important, isn't it? I mean, it's more important than what two people look like, or who they are, or anything else.
Of course.
Yeah. And even if he was, well, it wouldn't make any difference what he was. The other thing is all that matters.
That's how it ought to be. I'll have to go now. Goodbye.
Will I see you again?
Yes, of course. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Gee. Well, thank goodness she's gone. Oh, Miss Jordan, did you hear what she said? She was looking at me. Joe, she likes me. Me.
Oh, really, sir? We have to get moving.
Yes. Ready, Joe?
Huh? What do you mean? Oh, yeah. That Australian guy.
If you recall, yes.
Well, wait a minute. I can't do that now.
Why not?
Well, don't you see, Mr. Jordan, she likes me the way I am. Now, if I go running off to Australia and pull a switch just when I get her used to this Farnsworth, I might lose her.
Yes, Joe.
Yeah. Well, now, look, Mr. Jordan. This Farnsworth was about my age. He had a pretty good body once. You said he played polo. But why couldn't I build him up physically like I did me?
Why not?
Yeah. Exercise, playing food, playing fresh air.
I'm sure you do wonders.
Certainly, but what I know about fighting, of course I could. I could get that body into pink in no time at all and lick Murdoch with it. Then I've got the title and I've got her, too.
Mr. Pendleton, is this final?
You bet it's final. I'm getting Max Corgle in here tomorrow to help me train. But I'm going to stay like I am, as Farnsworth. I'll follow it while I'm punching the bag. I told you that before.
Mr. Farnsworth, Mr. Corgle is here.
Oh, Corgle? Max Corgle?
Yes, sir.
Oh, well, where is he? Hey, Corgle, come on in.
Excuse me, but,
Hello, Corgle. Right in here. Right here.
Thanks. I got a telegram.
Yeah, wait a minute. Hey, you. Sit. Outside.
Very good, sir.
Max, you old son of a gun. I'm glad to see you.
Do you know me?
Certainly I know you, you dumbox. Take a good look, Max. Do you know me?
Sure. Everybody knows you, Mr. Farnsworth.
Now, what's the matter with your eyes, you big sap? I'm not Farnsworth. I'm Joe Pendleton. You're Joe.
You're nuts, Mr. Farnsworth.
Wait. Look, Max. I know I don't look like Joe, but I'm him just the same, and it's your fault.
My fault?
Yeah. If you hadn't been in such a hurry to cremate me, I wouldn't be in the jam I'm in now.
I cremated you?
Didn't you?
Take it easy, will you, Mr. Farnsworth? It's been kind of hot today, ain't it? I better go.
Oh, no, you don't, Max. Now, listen. You remember the time I went up in the plane? Well, something went fluey, and one of those guys that goes around collecting people, he pulled a boner. He grabbed me off before me time, and while I'm arguing with him, whether I'm dead or not, you cremate me. Then they got to make good. They got to get me another body. You get it?
Sure. Then everything's fine, ain't it? And all you need now is a doctor. The best one. Maybe a specialist.
Now, listen.
I'm a very busy man, Mr. Farnsworth.
The body they give me belongs to this other guy. They drowned him in the bathtub, pushed him underneath the water.
Hey!
Keep quiet, Max.
Having trouble, Joe?
Yeah. Oh, Mr. Jordan, gee, I certainly am glad you showed up. Max, this is Mr. Jordan.
Is there somebody here with us?
Mr. Jordan.
Pleased to meet you, Mr. Jordan.
Where is he?
Oh, well, I forgot. You can't see him and you can't hear him.
Oh, maybe if I had a good stiff drink.
Well, you can't see him because you're not dead yet.
Well, I guess you two fellas have got a lot of business to talk over, so I'll be mooching along.
Oh, now come here, Max. Come here and sit down. Oh, Mr. Jordan, I've got to get this through to him. Make him understand, will you?
You can do it yourself, Joe. Try.
Oh, I can, huh? Oh, well. All right, now listen, Max. Now, how would I know about Joe if I wasn't Joe? And listen to this. You got 40% of it.
Yeah? Since when did you give me that?
Well, since that time in Astoria when you saw me put away Butcher Boy McKenzie. Don't you remember you said I had color? You said I was what they wanted? And look. How's your sister Rosie and her 3 kids? And have the twins gotten over the measles yet?
Hey, who are you anyways?
I'm Joe. You're Joe. This is Farnsworth's body because you burned mine, you big stiff. Hey, wait a minute. Wait. Sit there. Hey, now look. I'll prove it to you. Now, do you remember this? My saxophone?
Hey, that's Joe's. I give it to him. Where'd you get it?
It's my sax, I tell you. Wait. I'll play your favorite tune for you. Now listen.
You always hit that note, son. You, Joe. It's you. It's Joe.
Oh, now Max, don't faint.
No, come on.
No, come on, Max. No, come on.
Joe.
Max, snap out of it.
I know.
Come on.
Joe.
Take a deep breath, Max. Come on, fella. Yeah, breathe, Max, breathe. There we are. That's the boy. There. You feel better, Max?
Oh.
Huh?
Yeah. You sure this ain't a hangover from last night? You really are, Joe?
Listen, Max. Inside on Joe, outside on Farnsworth.
Yeah. Hey, is your pal still around?
Yeah, he's right there.
He is, huh? Maybe I'm somebody else, too. Ask him. No, don't. If I'm somebody else's body, I don't want to know about it.
Max, I want to tell you why I sent for you. They're talking about matching K.O. Murdoch with Gilbert.
Yeah?
Well, who did Murdoch have to fight before he got a crack at Gilbert's title?
Joe. I mean you.
All right. I want you to fix it for me to fight Murdoch.
You're crazy. K.O. never fight Farnsworth.
Tell him what the registrar discovered, Joe.
Yeah, that's right.
Is he talking again?
Yeah. Max, I'm going to let you know something. I'm the next champ. It's in the book. Nothing can change it.
Is that what he said?
That's what he said, and he knows.
Will he insure any bets?
Max, I'm telling you what you got to do.
Yeah, but Farnsworth the banker.
You go and see Lefty, K.O.'s manager. Offer him some money, any amount.
Well, like what?
Oh, what will it take?
I don't know, $25,000 at least.
Okay, I'll send you a check this afternoon. But go down there and throw up that Murdoch fight.
Okay. Hey, Joe. Is your friend still here?
Sure.
Oh. Well, I'm pleased to have met you, Mr. Jordan. Could I drop you somewhere? No. Come to think of it, I ain't going your way, am I?
Well, I wish you didn't have to go yet. I'd like to just sit and talk a while.
I'm afraid I can't. I told my father I'd be home. It's getting very late.
Yeah, I guess so. Well, I'll have her take care of those papers in the morning, so don't you worry about it.
Thank you. Well, the car's waiting outside.
Yeah? You know, I could stand here and look at you all night. I mean, well, I never saw you done up like this before. You look wonderful. Say, look at me. Did you see anything? Any difference?
Now, let's see.
Healthier, maybe?
You look very well.
Sort of into pink?
Yes, almost pink.
Yeah, they are. I've been exercising.
Really?
Yeah, and I mean exercising. Sparring around, punching the bag, plenty of road work, lots of sleep. I'd even call it training.
Why on earth would you be training?
Oh, that's the point. Look, did you ever box? Oh, no, of course you didn't. Well, I used to. I liked it a lot, too. I thought I'd like to get back in shape again.
What for?
Well, I thought I might like to do some fighting. Some real fighting, right in the ring.
Oh, you're joking.
Well, I'm not bad, you know.
Bruce, you must stop this exercising. It's going to your head.
Yeah, but listen,
Good night, Bruce.
No, I'm serious about this. You see, Oh.
Can I see you, Mr. Pennington? It's very important.
Oh, yeah, sure.
What's the matter, Bruce? What are you staring at?
Huh? Oh, well, excuse me a minute, will you? I'll be right back. Now, what do you want? I thought I saw the last of you.
Oh, I've got some very distressing news, Mr. Pennington. You can't use Farnsworth's body anymore.
What do you mean?
Just what I said.
You're crazy. Mr. Jordan told me I was going to be champ.
But not with Farnsworth's body.
Why not?
It wasn't meant to be that way.
Why not?
Don't keep saying why not. Mr. Pennington, you haven't much more time to stay in Farnsworth.
Oh, go on. I'm not even listening. Mr. Jordan said it was okay, and this is the way it's going to be.
I'm afraid not, Mr. Pennington.
Now, you wait. Come back here. Listen.
Bruce.
Huh? Oh.
Bruce, I really must leave.
Oh, I'm sorry to keep you waiting. I'll take you to your car. Come on, baby.
Bruce, has something happened?
No.
Bruce, what's troubling you?
Oh, nothing. Look, you just got to believe one thing. We got a great life ahead, you and me. Nobody can take that away from us.
Why are you looking at me like that?
Well, I'm trying to memorize your face. I'm trying to memorize everything about you, so that no matter what happens, I won't forget you.
What might happen?
Now, don't be scared. Just look at me. You wouldn't forget me either, would you?
No, never.
Of course you wouldn't. But if something did happen, I mean the thing you said you saw in me, something in my eyes. Well, if someday somebody came up to you, he might even be a fighter, and acted like he'd seen you someplace before, you'd notice the same thing in him. Even if you thought you did, you'd give him a break, because he might be a good guy.
I don't understand you.
Oh, I'm just crazy. Don't mind me. Well, I never want to lose you, that's all. And I'm never going to. Betty, can I kiss you?
Oh, yes, Bruce.
Hello, Joe. Yeah, I thought you'd be here, Mr. Jordan. Look, it isn't true, is it, about giving up Farnsworth? You're not going to ask me to do that now, are you?
It's not up to me, my boy.
Yeah, but why? We got everything going great. You told me I was going to be canned.
You will be, but on another road.
Yeah, but why now this Farnsworth? I got his body in the pink. Why now this Farnsworth?
Because it wasn't meant to be that way.
Oh, that's no answer.
On the contrary, it's the perfect answer.
Yeah, but look, Mr. Jordan. There's Betty. I love her. And she loves me as Farnsworth. You can't ask me to give her up and forget her now.
No, if that was meant to be, it will be.
Well, don't talk like that. I can't switch now. Listen, Mr. Jordan. Just let me get through this fight and work it out somehow with Betty. Give me a little time.
There's only a little time left, Joe.
All right. Then I say no. You're not going to play tricks in my life again. I'm going to stay like I am.
You can't change the course of your destiny.
Well, we'll see about that. If you think you can get me loose from Farnsworth, you go ahead and try it.
I can't stop it, Joe. Farnsworth is going to die.
What? You're crazy.
He's going to be killed, Joe.
Oh, what are you talking about?
He's going to be killed by Abbott. There's no mistake this time.
Oh. Mr. Jordan. Mr. Jordan.
Don't fight, Joe. Leave Farnsworth.
Oh. This is it, huh? And Farnsworth. What's going to happen to him now?
Just earthly remains for them to dispose of.
Yeah, but me, Mr. Jordan. Me. Joe Pendleton.
Why, you and I will be moving again, Joe, and searching.
Oh, Mr. Jordan. Why couldn't you give me just a little time? Don't you see? I'll lose her now. Betty. Betty.
Don't fight, Joe. Leave Farnsworth. Joe. Leave Farnsworth.
Lux Radio, Melodies, and Great Gildersleeve. Here comes Mr. Jordan.
The curtain rises on the third act of Here Comes Mr. Jordan. Joe Pendleton's spirit is roaming the world again, this time without a body. For Farnsworth has been killed and his remains hidden. It's the night of the Murdoch fight. Joe and Mr. Jordan walk slowly along the street in front of the arena.
Quite a crowd in there, Joe. Would you like to see part of the fight?
No. What for? There ought to be me fighting in there, not Murdoch.
If you like, we can hear it on the radio at the cigar store down there.
Read all about it. Farnsworth disappearance still unsolved. Police question.
Hey, you hear that, Mr. Jordan? They haven't found Farnsworth yet. Where is he now?
In the basement refrigerator. Tony Abbott and Julia got rid of him.
Refrigerator? Nice start.
There's the fight, Joe. Want to listen to it?
Okay, sure.
Murdoch throws a right Gilbert body, a left to the head, and another right to the body. Murdoch is crowding Gilbert into the ropes. Oh, there's a left to the chin, another right, another left, and now they go to a clinch.
That Murdoch's a great fighter, Joe, and you know it. In your heart, you'd even like to be like him.
For me?
Now they're out of it, another right to the head. Gilbert swings wild at Murdoch. Murdoch staggers. All of a sudden, Murdoch quit. I don't get it. Gilbert didn't even touch him. That wild punch only grazed the side of Murdoch's head. He's staggering.
Murdoch was going like a buzzsaw. Why did he quit?
He was shot, Joe.
What shot?
By gamblers from the ringside because he wouldn't throw the fight.
But they shot him? Murdoch! One of the cleanest guys in the game?
Gilbert's falling all over Murdoch now. Cut him to ribbon. He's down. Murdoch's down. They finally crossed to the heat.
He's dead, Joe.
Dead. He's down. Flat on his face. The referee is trying to get Gilbert to a neutral corner.
I wish I could finish that fight.
You can, Joe.
What do you mean I can take Murdoch's lead?
He's just got time to make. Come on, Joe.
7, 8, 9. He's up in the count of 9. Murdoch is up. Oh, what a fight. 1 minute like a man, and now on his feet like a dynamo. It's amazing. Now he lets go with a terrific right. And a left. And another right. Now Gilbert's down. The referee counting. One of the most sensational encounters of all time. Hey, wait a minute. What's that thing Murdoch's taking off the ring post in his corner? A saxophone. I didn't notice that there before. A saxophone.
Come on now, everybody outside. That's right. Now the champ's gonna rest. Let me see him. I gotta see Murdoch. What do you want here, Corporal? Beat it.
No, you don't. Let Corkle in here, Lefty.
What's Corporal got to do with you?
Lindy, you get out of here, Lefty. You and the rest of them. Now get out.
How do you get that way? I'm your manager.
Yeah, the fine crooked manager you turned out to be. Now get out of here before the party.
You must be nuts.
Hello, Max.
Listen, there's just one thing I want to know, Murdoch. I was looking into this fight, and the guy said you want a saxophone. Where is it?
Right here.
That's it. Where'd you get it? That's Joe Pendleton's sax. He always had it in the ring with him.
Max, don't you know me? Joe Pendleton.
Oh, Joe.
Oh, no, Max, don't faint.
I know. I'm all right. What are you doing in Murdoch's body?
Oh, I just took Murdoch's body to help him out. He was shot. Look, a hole in his chest.
Oh, Joe, what kind of body is this to pick up? I better get a doctor.
No, it's nothing.
Nothing you say with a bullet in you? Hey, Joe, what about Farnsworth? Where is he?
Oh, he's dead, Max. Tony Abbott shot him. Tell the cops to look in the basement icebox.
Oh, boy, they'll hang that Abbott high in a kite.
Hello, Joe.
Oh, hello, Mr. Jordan.
Joe, is he here again?
Yeah, would you mind waiting outside a minute? Go call the cops, Max, and then get in touch with Betty Logan.
Oh, sure.
I want to see her.
Well, I'm pleased to have met you again, Mr. Jordan.
Mr. Jordan, I'm glad you came here. How did you like the fight?
That was a nice job, Joe. You made Murdoch very happy. He was told how it came out.
He was? Oh, that's swell.
You fought beautifully, Joe. Cleanly, scientifically. This is your niche, Joe. This is where you belong. Where you were meant to be. World champion.
No, not me. Murdoch is. I don't mind helping him out, Mr. Jordan, but don't get me out of this.
Joe.
Yeah?
Remember I said you wouldn't be cheated?
Yeah.
Nobody is really. You were meant to be champion. You are. This is your destiny, Joe. You're going to go on being Murdoch.
What? Yeah, but wait a minute. You're forgetting about Betty. What good is anything if I haven't got her?
That's a chance you have to face, Joe, but don't worry. You'll have everything that was ordained for you.
Oh, I don't like it, Mr. Jordan.
This is your road, Joe. From now on, you're K.O. Murdoch. There'll be no more memory of Joseph Pendleton. And everything's going to be all right. Goodbye, Joe.
Wait! Listen!
Goodbye, Joe.
Hey, Joe, I called the cops.
Huh? What do you want here, Corporal?
Listen, will you? They found Farnsworth's body, just like you said.
I don't get it. I don't know any Farnsworth.
Now, don't give me no answers like that, Joe. Well, have you got a fever, Joe? Oh, sure, you got a fever from being shot.
Who was shot?
You was. Look at your chest. You got a hole in it. Hey, where is it?
Where's what?
The bullet hole. You showed it to me.
You're going crazy. Get out of here.
I'm going around again. It's that guy, Jordan. What did he do to you, Joe?
Why do you keep calling me Joe?
Oh, look at me. Take a good look at me. Don't you know me?
Yeah, I think so.
Well, who am I?
Well, don't you know?
Well, I got my doubts. You tell me.
You're Corkle, Max Corkle.
Who are you?
K.O. Murdoch. What's the matter with you?
Do you know Joe Pendleton?
Yeah, sure. I knew Joe. He was killed in an airplane crash.
Yeah, that's right.
That was a tough break. Nice fella. Strictly on the level, too.
Yeah, he certainly was.
Yeah. I understand you are, too. Hey, how'd you like to manage me, Corkle?
Manage you?
Sure.
Oh, yeah.
Swell. Well, I gotta be running along.
Yeah, sure.
Hey, what's the matter with you? Come on, snap out of it. We're gonna do all right, Max.
Yeah, sure.
Inside, outside?
No, they've all went.
Good. So long, Maxie.
So long. So long, Joe.
Oh! Sorry, miss. You looking for somebody?
Yes, Mr. Corkle. They said he might be in Mr. Murdoch's dressing room.
Sonny. Don't I know you?
I don't think so.
No, I guess not. I thought for a minute I did. Funny how sometimes you feel you know people.
Yes. Oh, your eyes, sir.
Oh, nothing, just a little swollen.
It's all red.
Oh, it doesn't hurt. I'm Murdoch.
Oh.
Ralph Murdoch, and you're,
Betty Logan.
Hello.
How do you do?
Yeah, glad to know you. You interested in the fight game?
I knew a man who was.
Do I know him?
Bruce Farnsworth. He was killed.
Huh? Oh, I'm sorry. Was he a friend of yours?
I loved him.
Oh, that's tough.
Yes, but I don't know. Maybe it was the kindest thing. He was so troubled. I don't seem to feel.
Wait. What did you do that for? You touched my face.
Your bandage was loose. I didn't mean to.
Well, it felt kind of good. You know, you were looking at me just now. Kind of looking right through my eyes.
What's that?
Oh, don't be scared. I just turned the lights out for a second. Just a warning. Everybody out.
Oh.
Oh. In the darkness, your voice sounded like I'd heard it someplace before. I couldn't remember where. You didn't feel that, did you?
Well, yes. I felt I was standing high up, looking out over the sea. And someone was swimming toward me, shouting something. Something I felt I'd heard long ago.
Yeah. I said, don't be scared.
Oh, did you? People are always thinking they knew someone before, in another existence.
You know, I had a feeling all night I was in a hurry to meet somebody I knew. Hey, there's a little place around the corner. It's a small little place called Mike's where I go after the fights. You wouldn't want to... No, I guess you wouldn't want to tonight, feeling the way you do about him. I guess not, huh?
What was it he said? If I were to meet a fighter, I was to... I'd love to go with you, Mr. Murdoch.
Okay. Swell. So long, champ.
A knockout blow to the blues by Cary Grant, Claude Rains, Evelyn Keyes, and James Grayson. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Ladies and gentlemen, here is the early morning news of the world, and before we start our roundup of world capitals, here in the New York newsroom, we have the latest reports on fighting in the Pacific Theater. The first round of the battle for the Dutch East Indies may not be over yet, but so far the Allied nations are way ahead. Upwards of 30 Japanese ships so far have been sunk or damaged in the great running sea and air fight in Makassar Strait between Borneo and Celebes. American and Dutch forces between them are believed to have accounted for close to 25,000 Japanese soldiers, gone down with their transport ships. The latest success is the torpedoing of a Japanese aircraft carrier announced by the Navy Department last night. The big ship is believed to have sunk after the attack by an American submarine. The Australian Air Force, employing the same tactics as the Americans and the Dutch, struck at the Japanese invasion fleet in the Bismarck Islands during the night, and a Melbourne communique says that 3 Jap ships were damaged in Rabaul Harbor. Now, Tokyo today claims the Japanese troops in Malaya are within 30 miles of Singapore, but there is no British confirmation for that. Remember, that's a Tokyo claim. Now, there's no indication yet of where the British line is now that Batu Pahat has been lost, but on the west, at least, the front is less than 60 miles from Singapore. In Burma, according to a Rangoon communique, there's no change in the situation. And it isn't quite clear from that whether General Headquarters at Rangoon means that British troops still are withdrawing toward Mulmine or whether they've braced their lines. The American volunteer flyers in Burma have smashed another Japanese attempt to attack Rangoon from the air. In the latest clash, they shot down 3 and maybe 4 Japanese planes. The exact toll of Japanese losses in the Battle of Makassar is most difficult to compute because communiques from various sources overlap. But Washington has announced that American naval forces have accounted for at least 8 and possibly 10 Japanese transports. American flying Fortress bombers sank another transport and set fire to 1. And then there's the aircraft carrier, which makes at least 13 ships sunk, or probably sunk, by American forces. Now, the Dutch have blasted as many or more. Now, here's a late bulletin from Batavia. The Japanese are believed to have extended their landings in southwest Celebes. The Netherlands High Command says the invaders apparently have occupied their points in the Kendari region of that island. In the Southern Hemisphere, the Pan American Conference at Rio de Janeiro closes today, with every indication of being the most important in the history of inter-hemispheric relations. A final plenary session is scheduled to give formal approval to 39 resolutions designed to cleanse the entire hemisphere of Axis influences. Adoption of the resolutions is regarded as, well, just only a formality. But one century-old problem still threatens to sound a discordant note at the otherwise harmonious finale. It's the border dispute between Ecuador and Peru. Now, Ecuador may bring up the argument at the conference today, unless Peru previously accepts a formula for settling the controversy. In Montevideo, an authoritative source discloses that Uruguay's diplomatic delegations in Berlin and in Rome have closed their offices. Now, the staffs will leave soon for Lisbon, preparatory to sailing for home. Uruguay is one of the 17 American nations that have broken diplomatic relations with the Axis. The diplomatic break, in addition to an economic break, has been recommended by the conference. Uruguay also is supporting anti-Axis financial moves by requiring exchange permits on all remittances to foreign countries except Great Britain and the United States. The United States delegation to the conference regards the financial measure as, well, perhaps the strongest of the entire conference. The head of the American delegation, Under Secretary of State Sumner Welles, says that he's eminently satisfied with the outcome of the conference. Broadcasting to the United States last night, Welles said, the conference has more than accomplished its purpose, and said Welles, the unity of the Western Hemisphere has been preserved. From Moscow, the Red Armies are driving westward for further victories this morning. But Soviet communiques reveal no details except to say that a number of additional villages have been taken and that German losses are heavy. Word from unofficial sources is that Reserve, that's just 140 miles northwest of the Kremlin, is expected to fall any minute, and that other Russian troops are pressing forward at Veliki Luki, only 80 miles from the border of Soviet Latvia. The Soviet communique concludes with news of 2 more enemy transports sunk in the Barents Sea. Next comes news from that great democracy across the Atlantic. Go ahead, London.
This is Robert St. John in London. Scrappy, round-faced Winston Churchill reported to his nation today. On the stroke of noon, the Prime Minister began a serious, hour-and-a-half fighting speech in Parliament. By his own wish, that speech started off a 3-day debate on the whole conduct of the war. And also by his own wish, the debate will be climaxed by a vote of whether or not Parliament wishes the Churchill government to continue in office. A vote of confidence or no confidence. There is no doubt here in London about what will happen when it's all over, when all the serious and petty complaints and criticisms have been aired. There is no doubt but that Parliament will tell the world it does have confidence in Winston Churchill. Churchill himself insisted on a really free debate and a really honest vote. He insisted on this demonstration of British democracy so that, as he put it, the whole world may know where we stand. He even urged his critics not to be mealy-mouthed in their speeches. Before actually reviewing the war, Churchill was several times a bit whimsical, tossing out occasional light banter, occasional jibes at his critics. Once, for example, he chided those who have lighter burdens to carry than some of the rest of us. Once, when he referred to the flight of Rudolf Hess to Britain, a member interrupted him to ask, "Where is Hess now?" Without an instant's hesitation, Churchill snapped back, "Where he ought to be." A high point of the Churchill speech was his announcement that a joint Pacific Council has been established, a council on which Great Britain, Australia, New Zealand, and Holland will be represented, and that Australia, New Zealand, and Canada have been granted representation in the War Cabinet. He called on Britain not to allow itself to become rattled by events in the Far East. He refused to predict how long the Pacific War will last, but he frankly said it will be attended by heavy punishment. He doubted that the Japs will attempt an invasion of Australia. He pledged himself to do all in his power to aid Australia and to persuade America to do likewise. Churchill told dramatically how when he left Washington, Roosevelt gripped his hand tightly and said, "We will fight this thing through to the bitter end, whatever the cost may be." Churchill referred to American troop landings in Northern Ireland and said a considerable force will follow. And he also gave Hitler something to think about when he said American fighters and bombers will defend this island and will attack Germany. As the Prime Minister got into a serious review of the war, I looked over at a tall, thin man on the balcony near me, and I noticed that he bent forward, cocking an ear and drinking in every word Churchill was saying. That man was American Ambassador John G. Wynant. A lot of other people were listening just as intently. Not a single seat on the floor of Parliament appeared to be vacant. They were there from all over, from Scotland, from Northern Ireland, from Wales, from all over England, there to hear Winston Churchill tell of his trip to America, his leadership at the Empire's most crucial hour, and his opinion of how the war is going. Often, Churchill was interrupted by little rumbles of approval, by shouts of "Hear, hear." Churchill paid tribute to his and our Russian allies. He disclosed that Britain has sent Stalin exactly what Stalin asked for in the way of raw material. At the moment, there is only a slight lag due to the weather, but Churchill said this lag will be overcome next month. Then he turned to Libya. He told how when the winter battle began down there, the British had 45,000 troops against an Axis army twice that size. But, said Churchill, 2/3 of those men of Hitler and men of Mussolini have been killed, wounded, or captured. The British loss has only been 18,000. Churchill was grim when he told Parliament how this battle has tested our men. He said the desert fight has proved that men cannot only die for king and country, everyone knew that, but that they can also kill. He admitted that Rommel is a daring, skillful opponent. He admitted that a grave new battle now rages, but he said he never hazards a prediction about the outcome of a battle while it still is in progress. And now this is Robert St. John returning you to New York.
Now for a report on events here in the United States, as given by Earl Godwin from the newsroom in Washington.
And good morning, folks. What I have to say comes right along behind Robert St. John because it's a part of the big effort. Your Uncle Sam and his pal John Bull get right down to cases now and pile up everything they have, all their resources, all of their ingenuity, all of their ships, all of their factories, all of their stuff, and promise to use it commonly in the common defense against this very common enemy. That's the meaning of the White House announcement, which was released this morning about 3 joint war boards and so forth. The White House announced that the new boards will handle separate phases of a plan to knit still more closely the gigantic efforts of the United Nations. One of the new groups will control shipping, another will control raw materials, and the third, possibly the most important, will direct the disposition of munitions. All possible information between this country and England will be exchanged under the plan, and though only Britons and Americans will actually be board members, it is believed and said they will confer often with representatives of the other United Nations. It is expected these board members will be appointed shortly. I think that would give you a better picture if you just envisioned a common storeroom to which these boards will go to take the stuff that is needed here, there, and everywhere, and just use them against the onslaught without resort to as much red tape and conferring as there has been. Meantime, Washington hears rather loud, short, and sharp cries from down under, where the Australians and the Dutch are telling us, in effect, to hurry up and get busy, or else. That seems to mean that the Aussies and the East Indian Dutch want the United States and Britain to help in a terrific and possibly a reckless offensive against the Japanese, who are coming right down the line regardless. They are stopped for a brief time by successful naval engagements against them in the Straits, but no one believes the Japs will stop there. And incidentally, that remark of St. John's that the British government does not believe that the Japanese will invade or attempt to invade Australia is the first we have heard of it here, because here in this country or in this city, I haven't heard anybody say that the Japanese would not invade Australia. In fact, we have thought they would if they could. The President signs that bill, by the way, to extend the retirement system, and that includes congressmen who must contribute a slice of their wages, same as everyone else. And the House finally agrees to what it looks to me to be a rather ragged version of the price control bill. The Senate may take it up and finish the thing today. I haven't found anybody who gives the way this bill is written 100% endorsement, but it provides a vast and severe price control authority, including authority to control rents in defense areas. And it gives the price administrator the power and authority to license you to do business. And if you don't conform to the government price regulations, out you go on your ear. But the price controller, of course, must get the court to do that. Also, you're permitted to go to court and sue anybody who overcharges you, and you may get 3 times the overcharge back. Sugar rationing this morning stands at about 12 ounces a week per person when they actually get down to rationing. The Dias Committee is in a mood to say, "I told you so," and will reveal to Congress all it had on the Japanese espionage organization on the West Coast, which Dias says he was urged to keep under cover, while the executive branch of the government tried to smooth over the Japanese situation. That was within the last 2 years. And a heavy concentration of Japanese merchants here were organized into a front for Japanese spy work, and Dias says that he has all the information and intends to put it into a booklet and lay it before Congress in about 2 weeks. That's all from Washington at this time.
And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, the latest news of the world. Now, you've heard our reporter, Robert St. John, in London, Earl Godwin in Washington, and this is John Fraser speaking from New York. For the latest news, keep tuned to this station. This is the Blue Network.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber, McGee, and Folly. The makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat present Fibber, McGee, and Folly, written by Don Quinn, with songs by the King's Men and music by Billy Mills. The show opens with Free for All. Is such an important room in the house, you can't blame a woman for wanting to make it cheerful and convenient. In the first place, it's her workroom, where she spends a good many hours. Also, it's a room where both neighbors and family like to visit. Why shouldn't it be a pleasant room with colorful curtains, convenient cabinets, and a beautiful, easy-to-keep clean floor? That, of course, is where Johnson's Glow Coat comes in. A floor that's kept sparkling with Glow Coat does wonders for your kitchen. Keeps it clean and bright with a minimum of work. And don't forget that the regular use of Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat makes your linoleum last from 5 to 10 times longer. Now, you know, of course, that Glow Coat needs no rubbing or buffing. It's self-polishing. Glow Coat gives a floor lasting luster, has a flexible film that wears evenly and smoothly without chipping. And Glow Coat is economical because a little goes a long way. But for real Glow Coat results, don't be satisfied with anything but the original Johnson self-polishing Glow Coat with the familiar red and yellow label. Buy some tomorrow. The worst blizzard in 76 years has hit Wistful Vista. Snow has drifted up to the second-floor windows in some places, and this is one of the places, the home of Fibber, McGee, and Molly.
Well, it certainly is nice to stay home by a warm fire tonight, isn't it, dearie?
I'll say. Ain't a fit night out for a man or Hitler.
I tell you, it must be terribly cold out.
Cold? Why, when I come home tonight, that snowman in front of Toops's was blowing on his fingers.
Say, what's the exact temperature? Stick your head out the door and see what the thermometer on the porch says.
Oh, no. I wouldn't protrude my puss out those portals tonight for all the retreads in Detroit. No, sirree.
Well, then turn on the radio. It's just time for the weather report.
Oh, say, it is at that. I wonder just how cold it is.
Terribly.
Thanks.
Well, at least we're comfortable and warm here. You want to play a game of rummy, dearie?
No, I got a lot of stuff to do. Never have a better chance to do them, too, either.
Just what have you got to do?
Oh, I got to paste my defense stamps in my book, and sort out my trout flies, and write a letter to Aunt Sarah thanking her for my Christmas present.
She didn't send you any Christmas presents.
Well, I'm in a sarcastic mood.
Well, I'm glad you're going to be busy, McGee. Maybe I can finish knitting this.
This what?
I wish I knew. I'm not much of a knitter yet.
Well, you're a swell needle pointer.
I know, but the Army has some silly objections to needlepoint sweaters. Now, maybe if I'd...
My gosh, there's somebody at the door.
You know, that's what I love about you, McGee. You grasp things so quickly. Well, let 'em in. They'll freeze to death out there.
Okay, but if it's the good humor man, he ain't using good judgment.
Good evening. I'm Mr. George Melvin. Come in. At the door. Let me get the door.
Hello. Wind goes through you like a collector from the Internal Revenue. What'd you say your name was, Bud?
Spelvin, George Spelvin. You're Mr. McGee?
That I am indeed. And this is my wife, Molly. Molly, Mr. Spelvin.
Oh, how do you do, I'm sure.
Delighted, madam. My, it's nice and cozy in here. Don't tell me you're knitting on a tiny garment. Congratulations. When is the happy event?
Huh?
It isn't a tiny garment. It's a sweater for a soldier. And if I don't stop dropping stitches, it won't be a happy event either. Have a chair, Mr. Spellbound.
Spelvin, and thank you. But first, I'd better drop this overcoat and these wet overshoes in the hall.
McGee. Who is he?
I don't know. But I wouldn't turn a dog away on a night like this. And he looks kind of like an old hound I used to have when I... Well. Have a chair, Spelvin, old man.
Thank you. A nice place you have here, Mrs. McGee.
Thank you. We like it. We have to. We own it.
Well, I imagine you'll be seeing a great deal of it for the next few days. You won't be able to get downtown to a restaurant till this storm is over.
Well, so what? Home is where the heartburn is, I always says. Did you want to see me about something, Spelvin?
What? Oh, yes. Mr. McGee, I have a special message to you from the governor.
Heavenly days from the governor. Maybe you've got an appointment, dearie.
Well, it's about time. I volunteered for everything from air raid warden to mixing macaroons for Marines. What'd the governor say, Spelvin?
Well, first, Mr. McGee, may I ask if you have a car?
Every time I see it, I ask myself the same thing.
Sure, I got a car, Bud. Tip-top condition, too.
You're not kidding, McGee. That top tip's under any condition.
Well, it really doesn't matter as long as it runs.
Oh, it runs. That car will do 55 in second gear, Spelman.
And 30 in high.
Oh, now, Molly, you're giving George here entirely wrong impression. You see, George, you don't mind if I call you George, do you?
Oh, not at all. Glad to have you.
Fine. You see, Spelman, before we were married, my wife used to go with a guy that owned a Stutz Bearcat, and she never got over
Never mind me, McGee.
Huh?
What did the governor say?
Yeah, what'd he say, Spelman?
Well, the fact is, McGee, it's of the utmost importance that you...
Oh, dear. Now who? You answered, McGee. I'm right in the middle of a mistake in my knitting.
Okay. Excuse me a minute, George.
Oh, certainly.
I suppose somebody wants me to tie some hot coffee around my neck and go rescue their St. Bernard.
Hello there, Johnny. Hey, can I borrow that old timer? Come on in. Open the door.
It's the old timer, Molly.
Okay, Johnny. Just for a minute. Hello there, daughter. What you doing? Knitting for Britain or crocheting for the Malayan?
We can't stand that applause, can we? Oh, good evening, Mr. Oldtimer. May I introduce you to Mr. Spelman? Mr. Spelman, this is Mr. Hey, what is your name anyway, Mr. Oldtimer?
Yeah, I don't believe I ever heard it either.
Just call me Oldtimer, kids. Names don't matter. It's character that counts. As long as the feller's true blue, honest, straightforward, backward.
Oh, don't be so coy. What's your name?
Come on, old-timer. After all, it couldn't be worse than Fibber.
Maybe not, Johnny, but I'm more sensitive than you are.
Won't you tell us?
Nope.
Just tell me.
Nope.
Whisper to my ear. I won't tell anybody.
Promise?
I promise.
Okay.
Oh, heavenly days, it couldn't be.
It is, though.
Can you imagine? Mr. Spelman, this is the old-timer.
How do you do, sir?
Well, hello, son. Sorry to butt in like this, kids. Just wanted to know if I could borrow a hot poker.
A hot poker? No, I'm sorry, old-timer. Our poker's busted.
What on earth did you want that for?
Oh, me and my girlfriend.
Your girlfriend?
No, my girlfriend, Frances.
Oh.
We were playing in the snow along the street here, diving into snowdrifts. And all of a sudden, I missed Fran. Must have knocked yourself out in a fire hydrant or something. Anyway, she's under a drift someplace along here, and I was going to jab around with a hot poker. Oh, well, guess I can use a sharp stick. See you later, kids. Good night, Mr. Tailspin.
you have another cup of coffee before you and McGee start talking business, Mr. Spelvin?
Thanks. I believe I will. Delicious coffee, Mrs. McGee.
I'm glad you like it. I make it from a recipe I got from McGee's half-sister, Beth.
What do you mean, half-sister? She's my sister.
Not since she worked for that magician and he sawed her in two.
Oh, yeah, I forgot that. Just a family joke, Spell. We always kid Bessie about wanting to go on the stage.
Oh, is that so?
Yeah.
You know, I had a younger brother always wanted to go on the stage. Finally made it, too.
Good for him.
Yes, he was out in Desert Springs, Arizona once, and he wanted to go to Dry Gulch, New Mexico, but the trains weren't running, so he went on the stage.
Well, let's get down to business, Spelvin. As long as you represent the governor, suppose you tell me just exactly what he wants me to...
Well, for goodness sake, more orphans of the storm. See who it is, McGee.
Okay, excuse me a minute, Spelvin, while I see what no good this ill wind is blowing us.
Oh, good.
Shut the door! Quick! Hey, Molly, Uppy's here. Come on in, Uppy.
Oh, how do you do, Abigail? May I present Mr. Spelvin, Mrs. Uppington?
Oh, how do you do?
Not the Mrs. Uppington through whose window someone threw a rock.
The very same, Spelvin, the very same.
Will you have a cup of coffee, Abigail? You look awfully cold.
Oh, thank you, I will, my dear, and I am cold. In fact, I'm quite numb.
That's what I was telling Molly just this morning, Uppy. I says that Uppington trail is just about the...
McGee. He said numb.
Oh, Hey, what are you doing out on a night like this, Uppy? This kind of weather's only good for one thing. To keep the Germans rushing back from the Russian front. Did you get it, folks? I says to keep...
Ain't funny, McGee.
I thought it was rather amusing, Mrs. McGee.
Oh, thanks, Spell. Have a cigar?
Oh, thanks. I have one.
You got two? Thanks.
Answering your question, Mr. McGee, I had little Fifi out for a walk. She adores the snow, you know.
Is Fifi your daughter, Mrs. Uppington?
Fifi is a Pekingese, Mr. Spelvin.
How interesting. I'd love to meet her. Chinese girls are so intelligent, I say. I'd love to discuss the situation.
Fifi is a dog, Spelvin, and she ain't interested in the foreign situation.
As I was saying, it was so blustery and so cold outside, I was frightfully afraid of being lost in the storm. And yours was the only light I could see, for simply blocks, my dear. So I struggled through the drifts and finally succeeded in forcing my way through the snow to your front door.
But where's Fifi?
Oh, I took her home first.
Well, sit down and take a load off your eye millers, Uppy. Mr. Spelvin here was just about to give me a message from the governor.
As a matter of fact,
What we need is a doorman. Does anybody here know any unemployed Eskimos? Well, go see who it is, McGee.
Okay, but... All right. Come on in, Marco. Come on in. Shut the door.
Oh, boy. Oh, gee. Thanks, Fibber. My hands were so cold I couldn't find the doorbell. I had to hammer with my elbows.
Haven't you got sense enough to stay home on a night like this, Harlow?
Well, my conscience was bothering me, Fibber. I just ran across a book I borrowed from you a long time ago. Here.
Oh, thanks. What is it? Oh, If Winter Comes. You sure this is mine?
Yep. I borrowed it in 1925. Hey, is that coffee I smell?
It is, and you do. Come on in, Harlow, and defrost your eyebrows.
Hello, Mr. Wilcox.
How do you do, Mr. Wilcox?
Hello, Mrs. Uppington.
Harlow, this is Mr. George Spelvin. Spelvey, old man, this is Harlow Wilcox. Your linoleum's best friend and severest critic.
I'm glad to know you, Mr. Wilcox.
Well, this is a coincidence, Mr. Spelvin. I was demonstrating Johnson's self-polishing glow coat to a Mrs. Spelvin yesterday afternoon, showing her how easy it was to apply, how quickly it dried to a beautiful polish, and how the easier homework would take years off her life and put them on the life of the linoleum. Let me see. No, it wasn't Mrs. Spelvin either. It was Mrs. Woods. No, Crawford. That was it. Mrs. Crawford. No relation, I suppose.
Tall, dark woman with a mole on her arm?
No, short and stout with a poodle on her lap.
No relation, I guess.
Oh, speaking of poodles, Mr. Wilcox, I hated to take little Fifi out tonight.
Well, there's nothing like a dog.
There's nothing like Uppy's dog. I'll go that far with you. There ain't even another dog like her dog.
Yeah, I had a dog once.
Man's best friend, I always say. Just like Johnson's glow coat is a woman's best friend because it saves so much time and effort.
Heavenly days, Mr. Wilcox. Can't you forget Johnson's glow coat for 1 minute?
I don't know. I've never tried.
As I was saying, I had a dog once.
I did, too. A part Springer Spaniel on his mother's side and the smartest dog I ever knew on his father's side. Smarter than a human being.
Oh, now, McGee.
Well, he was. Every Sunday morning, he'd go out on the porch and look both ways up and down the street. Then he'd kind of shake his little head and come back in the house. Every Sunday morning for 11 years he did that.
Well, what was he looking for?
We never knew. He knew, but we didn't. So he was smarter than us. I'll have another cup of coffee, too, Molly.
As I was going to say, I had a dog once.
That mud of George's is going to die of old age before he gets it into the discussion. Excuse me while I see who's at the door. Oh, hi, Trivia. Shut the door. Come on in.
Thank you, McGee.
Glad you dropped in, Latrivia. The conversation around here was going to the dogs. Hey, everybody, here's Mayor Latrivia.
Hello, Mayor. I don't believe you know Mr. Spelvin, Your Honor. Mr. Spelvin, this is Mayor Latrivia.
Yeah, I had a dog once. Oh, excuse me. I'm glad to meet you, Your Honor.
How do you do? Are you a resident of our fair city, Mr. Spelvin?
No, he don't vote here, Latrivia, so you can let go of his hand now.
Mr. Spelvin represents the governor, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, he does? Well. I see where Mr. Spelvin and I can spend a profitable few minutes together. We can
have a cup of coffee, Mr. Mayor?
Thank you, and an egg sandwich. I just stopped in to tell you, McGee, that a complaint has reached my ears.
I had the same thing last summer, Latrivia. Started in my neck and reached my ears in 2 days. The doctor says it was just a temper...
Mr. McGee, please. What? I was about to say that I have received a complaint from the street commissioner that you have been remiss in the matter of snow removal from your front sidewalk.
Oh, well, thanks for warning me, Latrivia. It's a funny thing, too. I really enjoy shoveling snow.
You do?
You do?
I surely do. I'd rather hear the frosty clang of a snow shovel on a sidewalk than the finest symphony music in the world. To feel the red blood coursing through my veins as I swing that shovel to and fro. That marvelous glow that comes from exercising in the cold winter air. The sharp tang of the wind on my cheeks as my muscles respond to the healthy rhythm. And what an appetite I get. And sleep like a baby. Oh, I love the feeling of the snow.
Hold it, McGee. Where are you going, Mr. Mayor?
I'm going to shovel your walk-off for you. I haven't felt like that in years. There's the snow shovel.
Snow shovel's right in here, Latrivia.
Oh. Where, McGee?
Right here in the hall closet. Got to straighten out that closet one of these days.
The King's Men sing Gay Ranchero.
A gay ranchero, a caballero, can always find someone to pet. A senorita, a sweet pepita, her other loves will soon forget. If he's insistent and she's not distant, the senorita will confess.
A gay ranchero, a caballero, he'd only ask
and she'll say yes. Soon there'll be a fiesta with a blushing bride, and the gay ranchero standing by her side. He'll be so excited on his wedding day. Ask him if he loves her, and you'll hear him say, "Si, si, tu amo, la señorita hermosita, estrellita. Si, si, tu amo, cuando le doy todo mi amor, florcita del corazón." Oh, look at Pancho, back on his rancho, with his Pepita by his side. She thinks he's handsome, worth any ransom. To him she's still a blushing bride.
The gay ranchero,
so very happy is he.
The caballero,
so very happy is he. And all the world knows how they met. This
story that I once was told. Here's a little secret that I must unfold. For they found the promise that they had in store. Now they're really counting those muchachas by the score. And maybe more.
Hey, everybody.
Yes, Mr. McGee?
Look, I think the storm's letting up a little.
Yeah, so if any of you want to get home before you really get snowed
Oh, I
in-
don't want to go home, Molly. I'm having fun.
So am I, Mrs. McGee, and I can talk to your husband later.
Won't you join us, my dear, when you get through making the sandwiches?
He wasn't making any sandwiches.
Oh, he wasn't?
No, but I will. I guess Molly McGee can take a hint without being hit in the face with a wet bathing suit.
Well, I'll join you guys here. What you playing?
We're playing Sinky Dink.
What on earth are stinky dinks?
Well, look, it's my turn. I'll show you. All right. I'm thinking of a contented insect in an oil robe.
I knew. A snug bug in a chug rug. Now, your turn, Mr. Selvin.
All right. Now, what's a wide-awake quintet in a juke joint?
Oh, that's easy. A live five and a jive dive.
Oh, this game is a cinch. Let me try it.
Oh, do, Mr. McGee. Go ahead.
Okay. I'm thinking of a tired Indian in a borrowed teepee. Give up? A spent gent in a lent tent.
Oh, hey, you didn't give us time to guess, Fibber.
Oh, you wouldn't have got it anyway. Go ahead, Molly. It's your turn.
All right. I'm thinking of a hand-painted spark plug dancing with a red-haired kangaroo on a Wednesday afternoon.
Good heavens. I can't think what that would be.
Neither can I, so I'll go out and make some sandwiches. Go ahead and have fun. Oh, dear, go see who that is, McGee. It may mean extra food and more coffee.
Okay, excuse me, folks.
Oh, sure.
I don't find out pretty soon what the hell.
Hello, Mr. McGee. My goodness. Isn't it a terrible night out?
Yeah.
Not that any night out is very terrible to me, though, because... Oh, you have company.
Oh, come on in anyway. Hey, folks, here's Wallace Wimple.
Hello, Mr. Wimple. I don't think Mr. Wimple knows Mr. Spelvin, McGee. Mr. Spelvin, Mr. Wimple.
Good evening, Mr. Wimple.
Oh, it's nothing of the kind, Mr. Spelvin. It's a horrible evening. I'd never have buzzed out of the house if I hadn't run out of cigarettes.
Oh, you don't have to go clear to the cigar store, Wimp. I'll give you a couple of packages. What do you smoke?
Q-beds.
I didn't know your wife would let you smoke, Mr. Wimple.
Well, she doesn't really approve, Mrs. McGee. Not cigarettes, anyway. So she promised me a pipe last Christmas.
Briar, Wallace?
No, Mr. Wilcox. Lead. She promised she'd let me have it if she ever caught me smoking again. You see, Sweetie Face is my wife, Mrs. Selvin.
Oh, I see.
Sweetie Face is simply obsessed with health fads.
Oh.
Why, sometimes for dinner, we just have a heaping plate of spinach apiece.
Just spinach, Wimp?
Just spinach. I pretend I don't know she has a filet mignon under hers. And later I run out and get a nutty burger.
Oh, but don't you ever protest against such inhuman treatment, Mr. Wimple?
Oh, of course I had, Mrs. Uppington. Why, just last Saturday I said to her, Sweetie Face, I said, I'd like to have a little more freedom. And she said, why, Wallace, dear, how can you say that? Why, you're as free as a bird.
She did, really?
Yes. And then she said, in fact, I bet you can fly. And she threw me out the window.
Your wife sounds like quite a character, Mr. Sweetie Face.
Wimple Spelman. His wife's name is Sweetie Face.
Oh, excuse me.
Well, I wouldn't want anyone to misunderstand me. Sweetie Face is really a delightful person when you really get to know her. She says... Well, I must be running along, folks. It's been nice to see all of you.
You sure you can't stay a while and play some games, Mr. Wimple?
Well, if I do it, I'd better hit him. I bet one anyway. I'll stay.
Now, let's all play games again. Now, who was the...
Hey, just a minute, folks. Just a minute.
What's the matter, McGee?
Well, you're welcome to stay all night and play all the games you want, but Mr. Spelvin come here tonight with a message from the governor. Now, I don't want to wait any longer to hear what it is.
Well, we'll go in the other room, Fibber, and let you talk.
No. Now, we want you all to hear it, don't we, McGee?
Huh? Do we?
Why, of course we do. I'm proud of it.
Oh, well, I guess we do at that. All you people thought I was kind of unimportant around here, didn't you? Thought I'd never amount to anything. Well, there's going to be a few opinions changed around here tonight. Go ahead, Spelvin, old man.
All right, Mr. McGee. Do you realize that your tires wear out twice as fast at 45 miles per hour as they do at 30?
Why, certainly, we know all of that, but what is that...
Driving habits are hard to control. So what's the best answer? An automatic control. Therefore...
Hey, what's all this got to do with giving Fibber a state job?
Yes, why does the governor need our car?
That's what I've been getting at. Huh? It isn't so much that the governor needs your car as it is that your car needs a governor.
Hey, what is this, Bud? Who do you represent?
Well, you never let me quite explain that, Mr. McGee. I represent the Governor and Carburetor Corporation of New Jersey, and
When you step into some homes, don't they seem to be more livable and friendly than others, aglow with warm hospitality? A wax-protected home is usually a warm, friendly one. Floors that shimmer and gleam with a rich Johnson's wax polish add beauty to the entire home. They are protected, too, against wear and dirt, actual money-saving protection, and they're so much easier to keep clean. But this Johnson's wax protection and labor saving doesn't stop with floors. Wax your tabletops, chair arms, woodwork also, and your windowsills, Venetian blinds, shelves, refrigerator, shoes, luggage, lampshades. Then you'll be practicing what authorities call protective housekeeping. Right now and during the next year or so, it's important to take extra good care of your things. Give them an occasional application of genuine Johnson's wax, which you can buy now in 3 forms: paste, liquid, and the new cream wax especially formulated for furniture and woodwork. Oh, by the way, Johnson's wax is great, too, for Army boots and leather service equipment.
Ladies and gentlemen, this country has a big job ahead of it and won't stop till it's done. We've got to get in there with our money and our work and our loyal 100% support.
Yes, Uncle Sam has rolled up his sleeves, and now what he needs is more sleeves.
So let's give him our shirts. Good night.
Good night, all.
Fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo silver, the Lone Ranger. During the years of unrest that followed the Civil War, a powerful secret organization called the Legion of the Black Arrow sprang up in the western United States. Its members were to be found everywhere, defying the law or using the law for their own purposes, working toward the ultimate goal of revolt and the foundation of a despotic empire. It was the masked rider of the plains who led the fight against this band of outlaws and traitors, and for once his great strength and courage, his daring and resourcefulness were taxed to the utmost in the cause of democracy. Return with us now to those thrilling days when the West was young. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of a great horse, Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! Run the trail of the Black Arrow! Hail, Silver!
The Lone Ranger and Tonto headed south from the Sweetwater. Near Bitter Creek, they saw a cloud of dust ahead of them. A word from the masked man, and Silver increased his speed with Scout keeping his place beside him. Now a herd of cattle could be seen moving toward the opening of a canyon. A solitary horseman rode the point. But just as the opening was reached, the leaders of the herd swung aside and headed for the rider. Then suddenly they broke into a run.
Tonto, it's a stampede. That's a girl in front of the herd. Come on, Silver. We've got to hurry. Get him up, Scout.
Swiftly, the Lone Ranger and Tonto cut in front of the herd. The girl ranged alongside. Desperation sounded in her voice as she urged her mount on.
Come on, Blackie, run! They're gaining on us!
Swing to the right!
Keep away from me!
Don't fight your horse. Let him swing to the right. It's your only chance.
Blackie, run!
Come on, Silver.
Keep away from me!
To the right. The herd's swinging toward the creek.
The what?
You'll make it now. Lean forward. Let your horse have his head.
Run, Blackie!
Come on, Silver. Get him up, Scout. You can rein up now. We're out of danger.
Oh, Scout.
Steady, Silver. Steady, fella.
I suppose I ought to thank you.
That isn't necessary.
You take plenty big chance. Try to drive herd into Canyon Lone.
I wasn't doing that.
It looks as if you were.
What do you take me for, tenderfoot? Why, if they ever got up into the hills, nobody could round them up for a month. I was trying to turn them aside from the canyon.
I see.
What do you mean by that?
Nothing.
Don't you believe me, masked man?
I was wondering if you'd noticed my mask.
Well, I noticed it, but I know who you are. I heard what you called your horse. Don't you believe me?
You're right, of course. It'd be almost impossible to round up the herd if they ever got into the hills. There ought to be a fence across the opening of that canyon.
There is. There was, anyway. Somebody broke it down.
Rustlers?
How should I know? You saved my life, and I'm grateful. Guess that's all I got to say to you. Goodbye.
Just a moment.
Get up, Blackie.
Kimasabi. It not look like her try to stop herd.
It didn't look that way to me either, Tonto. I'd say it was just the opposite.
Why her do that?
I don't know. I think we better stay close to Bitter Creek until we find out. And we'll make camp, then you scout around town.
Aye. Steady, Scout. Steady.
What did you learn in town, Tonto?
Cattle belong to a young rancher called Ted Donovan.
Donovan, huh?
Circle D.
Yes, I noticed the Circle D brand.
Him sell ranch and cattle plenty soon. Go into freighting business.
The freighting business?
Me here talking cafe. Him talk with big man. Father girl we see.
Ted? Is your mind still made up?
Yep. And I got another good reason for quitting as a rancher.
What's that?
My main herd stampeded this afternoon. They didn't pull up till they got to Willow Grove.
Well, you can drive them back, can't you?
I reckon, but it won't be long before I'm driving them to market.
To market? What's the point of that? Why don't you just sell the cattle with your ranch?
Because I can't find a buyer. Now, I'll have to keep the buildings and the land. But once I get my money for the herd, I'll buy wagons and oxen, hire men, and start asking for freighting contracts.
You'll get them, of course.
Sure I will.
It's a mighty dangerous trail from here to Cheyenne.
We gotta have supplies around this part of the country.
You know what happened to your brother?
Angus, why do you suppose I'm going into this thing? I'm hiring more than just drivers. There'll be a guard on every wagon. And I'm hoping that the gang that wiped out Johnny and his men try it with me. We'll be waiting for him. We'll be ready, too.
Well, I guess I done my best.
Nothing or nobody can change my mind, Angus.
I wish Janet could realize that.
What's she been saying?
Oh, the usual. You're loco to try something like this. Getting yourself killed won't bring Johnny back.
Somehow I haven't got any choice. There's something inside me that keeps saying, if you don't do it, you're a coward. You gotta pick up the reins where Johnny dropped.
Matt, what Tonto here?
Tonto, how do you know that this man called Angus is the father of the girl we saw out on the range?
Me asked barkeep about girl first.
I see. This young rancher can't go into the freighting business if he doesn't sell his cattle.
That's right.
So the girl was trying to drive them up into the hills.
That's right.
That answers one question. This freight train being wiped out, when did that happen?
1 week ago.
Well, we were up on the Sweetwater.
Ah.
How far away from Bitter Creek?
Maybe 100 miles to east.
Any landmarks?
Barkeep say outlaw raiding Midnight Pass.
And that's where we're heading, Tonto. Midnight Pass.
Three weeks later, Ted Donovan had reached Cheyenne with his herd. Beef was bringing a good price, and in less than an hour he had closed the deal. When he returned to the hotel with more than enough in his money belt to start out in the freighting business, he found an old friend waiting in the lobby.
Janice, what are you doing here?
Hello, Ted.
Do you mean to say you've come all the way from Bitter Creek alone?
No, Pa's here. But I would have come alone if I'd had to.
What for? What's the idea?
Well, it isn't going to make much sense to you, Ted, but a girl told me to.
A girl? I should say it doesn't make sense.
You won't listen if I tell you you're in danger, will you?
It won't make any difference to my plans. It can't. But I gotta admit I'm curious. Who's this girl you're talking about?
I don't know her name. I never saw her before. As a matter of fact, I didn't see her very good that night. It was awful dark down by the corral.
This is getting worse instead of better.
I suppose it is. Guess there isn't any sense in my going on. Anyway, I didn't come here to see you. There's another man somewhere around Cheyenne that'll listen to me, even if you won't.
No, honey. That's no way to talk. You know I love you, and I'll listen to you all day long. But I'm going after the crooks that killed Johnny.
Ted, didn't you ever realize you being Johnny's twin and looking so much like him that even I found it hard to tell you apart? Didn't you ever realize that those crooks might...
What's the matter?
There was a man over there with a scar on his face. He was looking at you.
Where?
He's gone now. He went up the stairs. Oh, Ted, I'm afraid. I'm afraid to say anything for fear of what you'll do. I'm afraid if I don't, I won't find the masked man in time. Oh, I'm afraid.
Who's there?
Stone.
Wait a minute.
Mike, you gotta believe me.
I gotta believe what?
I haven't touched a drop today.
And it's almost noon. That's a miracle.
I want you to know that I'm telling the truth.
Yeah, that'd be another miracle.
Oh, listen, Mike, this is straight. I just saw Johnny Donovan downstairs.
You what?
I did. With my own eyes, I saw him. He was standing over by the desk talking to a girl. She caught a sight of me, and he started to turn around, but I ducked up the stairs.
It can't be.
Oh, all right. Don't take my word for it. Go down there and see for yourself.
How could he be alive?
Red got plugged 9 times down in Tombstone, and he's alive.
Yeah.
Maybe he's talked already.
No. They'd have come after us long before this.
What would stop him?
Carol, of course. He figured she was mixed up in it and laid off for her sake.
Would he do that after what happened?
Maybe he's out to get us himself.
Yeah, if he turned around any faster, he would.
We got to get him first, that's all. It's too early for Carol to be at the cafe. We'll find her at her house.
Yeah, why do we want her?
She made the mistake in the first place. It's up to her to fix things up. Come on.
You going out?
Don't worry, we'll slip out the back of the hotel. Johnny won't catch you just yet. I ought to slap your face.
I don't care. I'm glad.
All right, you're glad. Maybe you won't be so happy when I get through.
You're not going after him again.
No, Carol, I'm not going after him again.
Good. He proved he wouldn't go to the law. Besides, what if he did? What could he prove?
We're not going after him again, Carol. But you are.
No. No, Mike. You wouldn't ask me to do a thing like that. I couldn't. Don't you understand? He trusted me and I double-crossed him. All right, that's bad enough. You can't expect me to do anything more. I won't, Mike. I tell you, I won't.
You know what the choice is, Carol. Do you follow orders or don't you?
Quiet, Silver. It's Tonto. Yes, you're right. Someone riding with him.
Tonto fine girl in town, Kimasabi. Bring her here.
The girl?
Masked man, I'm Janet McLean. Don't you remember me?
Why, of course. I thought at first Tonto meant someone else.
Well, I know who you mean, and I have a message from her.
You have?
She couldn't come to Cheyenne herself, and she asked me to come instead. She wanted you to know the truth about Johnny Donovan's death.
The truth?
Yes. I'll have to tell it just the way she told it to me, because there's some parts I don't understand. She said you would.
Please go on.
Well, in the first place, Johnny was in love with a girl named Carol.
Ah, her work in Palace Cafe.
Through Carol, Johnny met some men who had a business transaction they wanted to talk over with him. This is the part I don't understand. Those men were members of the Black Arrow.
That's all right. Go on.
Whatever the transaction was, Johnny wouldn't have anything to do with it. That's why he was killed.
You were right, Tonto. They rode out of town ahead of him and waited at the pass.
Ah.
What are the names of the men? Could she tell you that?
Just one of them, Mike Rafferty.
Tonto know him.
Now, that's fine. We may be able to get proof against him through this Carol.
But don't you understand? Ted's in town. He's in danger every minute.
Have you told him all this? Is he going after Rafferty himself?
No, I was afraid he'd do that, so I haven't said a word to him.
And I can't see why he should be in danger.
They may think he's Johnny.
Why should they?
Ted and Johnny were twin brothers. They look exactly alike, didn't you know?
Here, Silver.
What are you going to do?
Twins, he is in danger. We've got to find him. Steady, Silver. Hip. Let's hope we're not too late.
Get him up, Scout.
Well, Silver! Hoy!
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments.
Now to continue our story. As the Lone Ranger, Tonto, and Janet were heading for the town, Angus McLean and Ted Donovan met on the porch of the hotel.
This is a fine time to be coming in, Donovan.
Hello, Angus. You're up sort of late yourself.
Why shouldn't I be? Where's Janet? Has she gone to her room already?
Oh, I don't know.
You don't know?
Oh, why should I? I haven't seen her since supper.
You mean to say she didn't go riding with you?
Why, no. I had some business with a man named Smithers. We've been talking for the last 3 hours.
Yeah, but she told me that... Oh, did she?
Did she what?
She said she was going for a ride, that I shouldn't worry. She had plenty of protection from the man I trusted. I thought she meant you.
Well, if she had, she'd have said so, wouldn't she?
She was smiling. I figured she was just being cute. It wasn't you she was talking about, though. It was a masked man.
The masked man?
The Lone Ranger.
What's that?
That's why we're here. She's trying to find him. But if she went riding by herself outside of town and missed him, there's no telling what might have happened.
You sure she hasn't come back?
I just been taking a turn up the street. She might have slipped in. Come on, we'll ask the clerk.
He knows.
Lone Ranger.
Yeah, that's what he said.
Who's the old gent?
His name's McLean. It was his daughter that saw me.
She's the girl they were talking about, eh?
Yeah.
Well, what about it? Has she come in? You're following orders. You've been sticking close enough to the porch to see everybody that come in.
I didn't see her.
They're asking the clerk.
Why should we worry about the girl? We gotta find some way to get Donovan away from the hotel.
This is it, Scar. Look, they're going upstairs. They're gonna try her room.
Yeah?
I guess the clerk wasn't sure, but as long as you are...
Yeah, I am.
all we have to do is leave a message with the clerk before they come down. There he is, Carol. Come on, Scar. Getting back to the hotel to fix up our alibi.
Back way, huh?
Now, hurry up.
It's a good thing we left the horses out back here.
Johnny, why did you have to come back?
Open up.
Hello?
Hello. Is Janet McLean here?
Won't you come in, Mr. Donovan?
Where is she?
Haven't you got anything to say to me?
Well, I got your message. I came as fast as I could. Where's Janet?
Is that all you can say?
Of course, that's all. Say, what is this? A trick of some kind?
Well, you might tell me a little bit about her. Are you going to get married?
What business is that of yours?
You don't have to feel that way about it. We could still be friends.
Still be friends? Are you loco?
Not anymore. I guess I was for a while, but I'm getting over it. I'm getting over it awful fast. Why don't you sit down for a minute and have a drink?
You answer me just one question. Is Janet McLean here or isn't she?
You see her?
There's another room.
Well?
No, I knew this was a trick. I knew it the minute I saw your face. What would a girl like Janet have to do with someone like...
That's enough.
A gun.
You're going to be sorry you said that, mister. I can understand part of it. You think I had something to do with your being ambushed. I don't blame you for being sore. That part of it's all right. But nobody's going to talk to me like I'm dirt and get away with it.
No, wait a minute. Something wrong here.
For the first time, Johnny, I'm going to be glad to pull this trigger.
Well, you called me Johnny.
I apologize, Mr. Donovan.
But I'm not Johnny. I'm his brother, Ted.
What?
Well, it's my turn to apologize. I didn't realize you were a friend of Johnny's. But do you mean to say... Hasn't anybody told you that Johnny's dead?
It's true. I can see it now. But you're so much alike.
We were twins. Now, steady there.
I'm all right. It's just to lose hope and then hope again, then find out after all.
But you were going to shoot me.
My call to turn. I was jealous.
You were in love with Johnny then?
Yeah.
I see. Maybe you'll be glad to know this. I'm not going to rest until I find the men who killed him.
It's better for you to go home and forget all about it.
Can you do that?
It isn't the same.
You want those crooks to get off scot-free?
No, I don't.
They can't. That's all there is to it. They've got to pay. I'll find them and I'll...
I'll help you, Ted.
You what?
I'll help you. And you're going to be mighty surprised at the help I can give.
Lige, did Donovan get the message I left for him?
For sure. I had to tell him how to get to Carol's house. But he left about 15 minutes ago.
You had to tell him?
Quiet.
It's mighty funny. Johnny's old girl and Ted's girl getting together that way.
Ted's girl, you say?
Sure. He and Janet's going to get married pronto.
Hey, let me get this straight. Who is this Ted?
But Ted Donovan, Johnny's brother. You know, the fella he left the message for.
So Johnny had a brother.
A dead ringer for him. If you knew Johnny, you couldn't miss the resemblance.
Well, don't forget, I didn't have a look at him.
Well, just stick around.
We can't do that tonight. Come on, Scar.
Brother.
Why didn't you find out what his first name was?
Well, you saw him out here on the porch. You didn't bother to ask any questions. Well, did you?
This way, back to Carol's.
Hey, what if she's drilled him already?
I hope she has, but she won't. Talking to him face to face, it wouldn't take her long to find out the truth. And I don't trust her. Come on.
He may be at the hotel.
That's it up ahead, isn't it?
Yes.
We'll stop there first. You wear masks? That can't be helped.
I'll answer for him.
Come on, Silver. Hit him
Right
up.
back.
Scout.
That's the whole truth, Ted. I swear it. I didn't have anything to do with the ambush. And as for the rest of it, well, you'd have to know a lot more about the Black Arrow to understand how you can get mixed up in it without really wanting to.
You must feel bad enough, Carol. You're getting punished for your part in it.
I am.
So they wanted him to smuggle rifles to the Indians. And he wouldn't.
I thought he could say yes or no, and that's all there'd be to it.
Well, it doesn't interest me much what led up to it. Mike Rafferty killed my brother.
Ted, you promised. You promised you'd go to the sheriff.
He can't shoot any straighter than I
No,
can.
you've got to listen to me. There's nobody in Wyoming got a faster draw than Mike.
It's my job. Just tell me where I can find him.
Scar's with him all the time. You'd end up the same way Johnny did.
Where can I find him?
Howdy, Carol.
Mike, I want you to meet Johnny's twin brother. This is Ted Donovan.
Where's Ted Donovan?
You're masked.
It's all right. This is the Lone Ranger. Is Ted here?
Why, no, Miss McLean. He went after you.
After me? Where?
Carol's place. Mike Rafferty brought a message over there and wanted to see him alone.
Mike Rafferty?
Where is this place? Are you talking about a cafe?
No, it's her home.
Tonto know where that is?
Good, come on.
Miss McLean, your pa's been looking for you.
We can't stop. This is a matter of life and death.
What's the matter, Carol? You seem to be kind of nervous. Why don't you sit down?
I'm not nervous.
Shut the door, Scar.
Yeah.
You're standing right in my way, Carol. I can't see Donovan's face.
I want you to get things straight. It isn't Johnny. It's Ted. Hadn't you better leave?
Get out of the way.
Go ahead, Carol.
I thought so. You've been talking too much, haven't you?
No.
Always knew you were soft, and now you've double-crossed us.
You're the one who's talking too much.
Well, maybe so. I won't waste any more time. If you don't get out of the way, I'll shoot you first and him next.
What happens then? They'd hang you, sure. You'd never get away with it.
It's his life or mine, and you know
Look,
it.
Mike, without me, he hasn't got any proof. Can we make a deal? Let him go, and I promise, I swear I won't say anything.
There's only one way I can be sure of that.
All right, then. Go ahead and kill me, but let him go.
One murder's as good as another as far as he's concerned. If I killed you in front of him, he could turn me in for that.
Tie him up. Leave him here. Take me with you.
You can't make any proposition like that with me around. Stand aside and I'll shoot it out with him.
You wouldn't have a chance.
Here goes, Carol.
Wait, there's somebody outside. The lamp. They shot the lamp out.
Get down, Ted.
Up with your hands, Mike.
It's a Lone Ranger in the doorway. Let him have it.
I got him. I saw him fall.
No, he ain't there now. He ducked into the room. He's coming toward us.
Keep your back to the wall. Shoot wherever you hear a sound.
You're making a lot of noise yourself.
Over there. Do you hear anything?
Nope. He must be done for. I gotta reload.
That's what I've been waiting for.
What? Let go of me.
Mike!
Don't shoot, Scar. You might hit me. He's got my arm so I can't move him.
But I've got a gun hand free for you, Scar.
No, don't shoot.
Let's hear your gun hit the floor.
There.
Ted, where are you?
I'm afraid he's unconscious. I pushed him down when the shooting started, and I think he hit his head on the table.
How about another lamp?
I'm lighting one now. Here you are.
All right, Tonto. Tie these two up.
Time to do that.
Ted, are you hurt?
Oh, I don't think so. This might hit.
I'll help you stand up.
If you turn us over to the sheriff, you gotta jail her, too.
I'm ready to go.
Did you help plan Johnny Donovan's murder?
No. But I've been working for the Black Arrow.
You can't put her in jail. It's her evidence that'll send these two to the gallows.
Are you willing to give it?
More than willing.
Will you help the government against the Black Arrow?
All I can.
She won't live to do it.
Yes, she will. Get them moving, Tonto. We're heading for the sheriff's office.
You come with me.
What did you tell them, Carol?
I can't answer that. But it was all I knew.
Certainly made the masked man and Tonto leave in a hurry. Just look at 'em ride.
I hope they get there in time.
Is it a long way?
Yes. And the odds will be against them.
That won't matter. Not even if they were 100 to 1. My bets are on the Lone Ranger.
story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
By transcription.
The Mutual Broadcasting System proudly presents Mr. District Attorney. Mr. District Attorney, champion of the people, defender of truth, guardian of our fundamental rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Mr. District Attorney, transcribed, starring Jay Jostin in the title role, Len Doyle as Harrington, and Vicky Vola as Miss Miller.
And it shall be my duty as District Attorney not only to prosecute to the limit of the law all persons accused of crimes perpetrated within this county, but to defend with equal vigor the rights and privileges of all its citizens.
In a moment, Mr. District Attorney, but first, you know, one of the best ways to send food and clothing abroad is through CARE. This way is efficient, economical, and on a person-to-person basis. For CARE offers a wide variety of packages to fill many needs. There's the food package, which is designed to supplement the rations of a family of 4 for a month. The contents are chosen to meet most basic shortages and to combine with available foods to make nationally preferred dishes. You know, you can send a parcel that contains enough food to feed a baby for 1 month. And each CARE package is delivered to the family chosen by you. If you do not know someone abroad you would like to help, you may designate a category, such as a French orphan or Greek farmer. Delivery of your package is quick. Orders placed in the U.S. or air cargo to designated countries where deliveries are made from local CARE warehouses. Signed receipts obtained upon delivery are mailed back to you. For further information about CARE packages, contact your nearest CARE office. This message is brought to you as a public service.
Just a minute. Just a minute, I'm coming. Yes, what can... Mother.
Surprise, kid.
Trixie,
come in, why don't you? Make yourself to home. Thanks, kid, I will.
But...
Good grief, look at you. You're even skinnier than I thought. And what's this Mr. and Mrs. Taylor routine on the door? I chased all over town finding you, Nora.
I'm married.
You're what?
Ed, my husband's at work. He'll be home.
Stop mumbling, child, and stop gaping, will you? It's me, all right. So you're married. Legal?
Trixie, you can't come here like this. You just
can't. Well, I must say that's a fine way to greet your mother. And me coming straight here the minute they slammed the doors behind me.
I didn't know. I hadn't kept track.
Ever hear of good behavior? You just keep your nose clean up there and they let you out early. Oh, I'm on pro, sure, but that's a cinch. I can con my way through that like a breeze.
On probation?
Yes, probation, that's what they call it. I got to report to some monkey to prove I'm going straight.
Look, Trixie, you can't stay here. You don't understand. Ed is...
Ed? Oh, that's the sucker you hooked, I take.
Don't you see, Ed is kind of...
You know all about your sweet old mother, kid?
My mother is dead.
I ought to bust you in the lip for that one. So you didn't tell him, huh? How long you been hitched?
We were married in 1950.
What's his racket? Does he work?
He drives a milk wagon.
A milk wagon? What's the angle?
There isn't any angle. We furnished this place on part of his savings. We put most of it in the bank, so we... You wouldn't understand.
Did you tell him your old lady was in stir?
I just never mentioned you.
Trusting dope, isn't he? But you didn't tell him I was dead.
I just didn't say anything.
What time's you due home?
Tonight, 6:30 usually.
Good. That gives us a couple of hours to dope out something to tell him.
Trixie, you can't stay here. Do you hear me? You can't.
Now, stop yapping, will you? I can handle your Ed all right. And, you better drop that Trixie routine. From now on, it's Mother. And mothers come home to stay.
I am reminded in passing of the celebrated remark made by Justice Oliver Wendell Holmes when in his decision in the Supreme Court he said, quote, I'll have to find that quote for you, Miss Miller. It's in volume 23, I believe. 23-290.
I'll have it brought in from the library, Chief.
All right, fine.
Oh, you busy, Chief?
Oh, come in, Harrington. Hi. I think we'll give it up for the moment, Miss Miller.
Right, Chief. I'll get this much typed up this afternoon.
Oh, something important, Chief? I can come back.
Oh, it's nothing special. Just a speech for the university.
Why, it is, too. Haven't you heard, Harrington? The Chief's going to talk to a whole convention of criminal lawyers.
What?
Yes, do you think I look dignified enough for it, Harrington?
Well, you sure didn't in that baseball game at the picnic yesterday. How's the old back this morning?
Well, the phrase, I think, is, oh, my aching back. Boy, it's appropriate. I'm afraid my pitching days are over.
Oh, boy, you ought to see Brophy.
Yeah?
He's tied up like that escape artist they used to throw into Hudson River.
Oh, Houdini.
Oh, thank you, Miss Miller. I'm surprised you remember. Oh, that reminds me about Brophy, I mean.
Yes?
Guess who turned up on the probation list this morning, Chief? I had her assigned to me, too.
This morning, but I haven't seen the sheet.
Trixie Norris.
Norris?
Oh, Chief, you remember that old trouble-proof Trixie? Got the itchiest fingers in town? She went up on a dead right when we cleaned out Lippy Defense.
Oh, yes, I remember. So she's out, is she?
Yeah, going straight, she says. I've heard that before, too. Trixie couldn't go straight if she was riding up in an elevator.
Well, give her a chance anyway, Harrington.
Oh, well, you know me, Chief. I won't hound her. But I ain't letting her far out of my sight either. She'll be up to something before long. You wait and see.
Ed, dear boy, you look tired. Let me get you your slippers, huh?
Oh, don't bother, Mother Norris. Matter of fact, I'm going to turn in.
Oh, now, Ed, if you and Nora have something planned, don't let me interfere. I wouldn't get in your way for the world.
You? Why, we're glad you're here, Mother. Well, you're so young, acting, and spry. It's just like I was telling the boys down at the dairy. I said,
Ed, you want to go to a movie?
Oh, you got the dishes all done, Nora?
To a movie, indeed. Ed's going to get a good night's sleep, aren't you, son?
Well, I sure could use it, Mother. Oh, I have to get up awful early.
Now, you just run along to bed, and I'll see that the house is just as quiet as a mouse. Oh, not you, Nora, dear. Mother wants to have a little talk with you.
Talk about what?
Just little things, dear. Say good night to Ed now.
Well, night, honey. Night, Mother Morris.
Good night, dear boy. Sleep tight.
Good night.
Of all the squares.
Trixie, I insist that you get up.
And if you call me Mother Norris, I'll crack you in the teeth.
Look, I've been thinking.
You've been thinking. What won't they dream up next? Listen, Nora, I need more money.
But I gave you $5 this morning.
$5. Come out of the bush league, will you? I need real dough.
Trixie, I haven't got it. I told you.
Ed has. What about all the savings he's got stashed in the bank?
That's for something else.
And what's more important than your mother?
I told you, if there's a baby.
A baby? Well, I'll be. Now, listen, kid. That bank account, it's in both your names, huh?
Yes, but I don't see what that's got to do with it.
You don't see nothing. You know what that worm is doing to you? Take my advice, girl, and do something about it before you lose him.
Before I lose him, Ed?
I don't mean Milton Berle. This boy's on the run.
Oh, that's crazy.
Is it? He's got a dame in every cottage on his milk route. You better wake up and face it.
You keep saying that, and it isn't true.
I know men, Nora. You're losing him, kid. You think he's working when he doesn't come home all day?
I told you he has to work in the dairy after he gets through delivering.
That's a fancy name for it, all right.
Oh, I'd die if I lost Ed. I'd just die.
Look, you want some good advice, kid? And so help me. I've seen it work time after time.
Seen what work?
When your man's getting away from you, Nora, there's one sure way to get him back. Make him sick, kid. That's the answer.
Sick? I don't understand.
All right, so I'll draw pictures. When a man's helpless, you can get to him, see? Mother him, nurse him, make him see how much he needs you.
Yes, but...
And when a man's sick, he is helpless. You get it?
Yes, but Ed isn't sick. He's stronger than us.
Oh, there's ways to make people sick, you know.
There are?
Get me some of that rye out of the cupboard like a good girl, and I'll tell you just how this thing goes.
Mr. District Attorney continues in a moment, but first, Here's your opportunity to help put your favorite unsung football player into the limelight, to give your college recognition by voting for its outstanding player. All you have to do is cast your vote in Harry Wismer's exciting campaign to select the All-College All-America football team. Voting is going on right now. You can learn all about it on the Sports 10 program heard every weeknight. The campaign is a chance for little-known players of any college, large or small, to achieve the prized rank of All-America. But every fan must do his part and cast his vote. You'll want to round up all the ballots you can for your favorite. So tell all your friends to listen to Harry Wismer's Sports 10 program for complete details. Your college can gain national honors through your selection for the All-College All-America football team. Don't miss this chance to let your opinions be heard in a national campaign. Learn all the details of the All-College All-America football team selection on Harry Wismer's Sports 10 program, heard every weeknight over most of these stations.
Hey, Trixie. Hey. Hiya, Trixie. Hey, wait a second, will you? What's your hurry?
Huh? Oh, it's you. I thought it was a beautiful morning.
Oh, now, that's no way to greet an old friend, Trixie.
Look, Harrington, I report to you on Mondays. This is Wednesday. Stop following me, will you?
I'm not tailing you, Trixie. I was just standing here on the corner. You passed by, that's all. It's okay to say hello to a pal, ain't it?
You and me, pals.
Well, ain't we?
You know you old goat, it's too bad you're a cop. We might hit it off at that.
Yeah, we might. Are you still living with your daughter, Trixie?
And why not?
No reason. I'm just interested, that's all.
Sure, I'm living with her. Her and her husband. Should I tell you a secret, Harrington?
If you want it.
We bought a press, see?
Huh?
We're making $3 bills.
No kidding.
By the basketful, copper. Drop up sometime. I'll give you a fistful and you can put it on a horse.
Oh, you playing the horses these days?
Funny, aren't you? Rule 94. People on pro don't gamble. Do they, Harrington?
So you're really hitting the old straight and narrow, huh, Trixie?
Buy me a beer sometime and maybe I'll tell you all about it.
You know, I think you would at that. You're quite a gal, Trixie.
Oh, I'll bet you say that to all your pro kids. Go on back to the DA, Sonny, and tell him little Trixie is flying high, see? High, wide, and straight. Get it?
I'll tell him, Trixie, and you know he'll be glad to hear it.
That's right. Well, see you around.
Yeah, sure, Trixie. You'll see me around. Street corners, middle of the block, practically any place that you happen to be.
Call Ed, dear. Everything's on the table.
Trixie, no, I'm scared.
Call him, you little fool. Oh, Ed, dear, dinner.
I can't.
You want him back, don't you? Well, don't you?
Yes.
You put the stuff in his milk the way I told you? Answer me, Nora.
Yes, I did.
Then don't you worry. Ed, dear, I said dinner.
Coming.
Trixie, I can't do it again.
Shut up. My goodness, Ed, everything will be cold.
Golly, Nora, it looks wonderful. Oh, just look at those chops. Done to a turn. Isn't she a wonder, Mother North?
Yes, come on now. Eat it before it gets cold.
Oh, sure thing. Pass the butter, will you, Mother North?
Certainly. Here you are.
You going to drink your milk now?
Now and later, honey. That's the way I always kid waitresses, Mother Nora. They say, you want your beverage now? And I always say, now and later, kiddo. You get it? Now and later.
I'll bet you kid him all right, Ed. Don't you, Nora?
What? Hey, what's the matter tonight, honey? You're as quiet as a mouse.
Ed, don't you want tea? I could make you a cup of tea.
Tea? Oh, now, honey, you know I don't like tea.
Don't nag him, dear. Ed likes milk. After all, he delivers the stuff.
Yes, sir.
Don't.
Nora, for Pete's sake, what's eating you?
Don't drink that milk.
Now, what are you so upset about, child?
Don't drink my milk. But, honey, it's good milk.
Nora!
Shut up. It's poison. She made me put poison in it.
What? Ed, that isn't true. She isn't herself. She doesn't know what she's saying.
It is true, I tell you. Ed, don't drink it. Don't.
Let me see this
Ed,
milk.
no.
Oh, it is bitter. There is something in this glass.
Don't be a fool, Ed. Sit down.
Answer me, Nora. What's this all about? Nora.
She made me do it. Which made me sick.
Sick?
So I could nurse you back to health. She says she don't love me.
Shut up, you little fool. Shut up. Ed, don't listen to her.
What do you think you can do?
Please.
My neck, let go.
Answer me.
Eddie, you're hurting me.
Answer me, Nora. Tell me what this is like.
Oh, Trixie, no.
All right, sonny boy, you boy.
Oh, Trixie, you hit him.
Shut up.
Ed. Oh, darling, listen to me, Ed. Trixie, his head is... He's breathing. Trixie,
Get out of my way. Here, let me see him.
Trixie.
Quiet.
Trixie.
Yeah, he's dead all right. Cannon, I said. Here, wipe this thing off.
Oh, you killed him. You hit him with an iron dart.
Wipe it off, I said.
Please. You shut up.
Now, you do what I say, you hear? You're in this, too, don't forget. Come on, now. Help me drag him over to that fireplace. Hurry, Nora.
You killed him.
We, kid. Don't forget that. You put the stuff in his milk. Now, here. Put his head up against that andiron. He fell, you get it? He fell and hit his head on the fireplace andiron. Wait a minute. Blood. Yeah, there should be blood on the andiron. Here we are. Hold still, Ed, my boy. We'll just wipe a little blood over here. There. Does it? Perfect.
I can't go through with it.
Sister, you better, that's all. There was poison in that glass of milk he tried, you know. And you put it there, baby.
But it's murder, Trixie. It's murder.
It's going to be all right, see? From now on, you do everything Mother says.
Come on now, Trixie, open up and tell us what really happened.
I told you a dozen times. He got mad while we were having our dinner.
He sat there, Trixie?
Yes, sir, right there.
Order a picture of that chair, Miss Miller, will you?
I will, Chief, as soon as Ray gets here.
Go on, Trixie. So Ed gets mad, huh? And then what?
Well, he got up and started for Nora. She was standing in front of the fireplace, weren't you, dear?
Yes, I was.
So Nora ducked. Ed fell against the fireplace, and when he went down, he cracked his head on that andiron. Right, Trixie?
Right. You can see the blood yourself.
On the andiron, you mean?
Oh, look for yourself.
Yes, I did, Trixie. Put that on Ray's list, too, Miss Miller.
Right, Chief.
Well, Chief, now what?
I want the body sent to the morgue, Harrington, as soon as the photographers are through.
Check. Tag it, will you, Miss Miller?
Yeah, got it made out.
I want to go over this room thoroughly, Harrington. Tell Brophy we'll need prints and pictures all the way through.
Yeah, right. What about Trixie and Nora, Chief? You want me to take them in?
Why,
Take us in? And what for, I'd like to know. Just because I'm on pro, you cops think...
All right, Trixie, all right, quiet down.
Well...
Nothing to get excited about. I'm not taking you in.
Huh? That's better.
Well, but
later, Harrington. Let's get the apartment checked first, and then we'll decide what's to be done. In the meantime, Trixie...
Yeah?
You understand you and Nora are to stay here. Just a formality, but see that you do.
Yeah, I'll leave a man downstairs, Chief.
Right. And now let's get started. We have a lot of work to do.
Dry up, little snip. You've been falling all night.
I can't help it, Trixie. I'm scared. I don't know what to do.
Look, Nora. Come on, child. Now look up. Here, put your head back.
Oh, Trixie, I loved him so. I only wanted to make him sick.
You'll be all right, kid. I won't let anything happen. You know that.
Trixie,
after all, you're all I've got. We gotta stick together, baby. You and old Trixie.
Where do we go? What do we do? I loved him so. And now I feel lost.
No, we'll make up. Here. You and him had this bank account, didn't you, Nora?
You know we did.
Well, then it's simple, kid. We just take the dough and we'll make a trip. Yeah, that's it. A nice long trip so we can forget all about this. Maybe Canada'd be nice this time of year.
On Ed's money?
Our money, girl. Well, look, you deserve it, honey. And with me standing by to help you, what? Say, things will be just fine.
Yes, Harrington.
Yeah, Brophy's back from the tailor apartment. He's got the andirons with him, just the way you said.
Good. Put a tag on them, William Miller.
Oh, right away, Chief.
Oh, and one thing more.
Yes?
I asked Brophy to bring down some other things from the apartment, Miss Miller. Tag everything, and I'll be out to check it in a moment.
Right, Chief.
Other things, Chief?
Yes, it may not be much, Harrington. The fact is, I'm trying to be sure... Oh, excuse me. Yes. Oh, yes, Skippy. What did the doctor find? Oh, I see. No, I hadn't expected that. Yes, ask him to send his report up at once, will you please? Yes, thanks.
What, the autopsy report on Taylor, Chief?
A surprising report, I'd say. They found evidence of poison in his stomach, Harrington.
What?
Yes, not enough to cause death, however. The blow on the head did that.
Poison?
Mm-hmm.
Well, okay, Chief. Should I go get her? Trixie, this clinches it, doesn't it?
Well, I wish it did, but frankly, I'm not sure.
But Chief...
No, we'll wait, I think. I still want to examine everything Brophy brought down here. Then we'll be sure.
Mr. District Attorney continues in a moment, but first, we are at the beginning of rough winter weather. Now is the time to make certain that your car is in tip-top shape for the months ahead. Check up and see if the brakes would hold if you had to stop in an emergency. See if both headlights are working and set at the proper height. And don't forget to check on the taillights at the same time. And those tires, are all four sturdy enough to protect you against a blowout? Check up now. On the average, 1 out of every 3 cars has at least one mechanical defect. You know, you can't be safe if your car is unsafe. And don't be fooled by thinking your car is in good condition just because it's a new model. Some parts wear out rather quickly, and failure to keep cars in good condition is one of the basic causes of accidents. So, for the protection of yourself, the folks who ride with you, and those you may meet in traffic, keep your car in safe driving shape. Make frequent, regular checkups and fix-ups a rule. Check your car and check accidents. Remember, the life you save may be your own. This message is brought to you as a public service.
Oh, don't be so stubborn, Nora. After all, I know how to handle money.
But, Trixie, it was his savings. I haven't got the right...
Right. Will you get it through your thick head that he's dead? That money belongs to us.
I wish I could be sure what to do.
I'll tell you what, sure, young lady. Unless you do what I tell you, you'll end up with a murder rap on you.
But, Trixie,
Poison, remember? Now get smart, kid. Draw that dough out of the bank, and as soon as the DA gives us the word, we'll head for Canada.
I can't do it.
Why, I ought to beat some sense into you.
Trixie, who's that?
Cops, probably. They'll swarm all over the joint until they're satisfied. Well, it's you again, huh?
I just thought I'd keep you company, Trixie.
Haven't you got a home?
Feeling better, Nora?
She's okay. Go on in and lie down, dear.
No, stay here, Nora. Matter of fact, I'd like to ask you a few questions.
You dared. You asked me so many.
Well, I'm curious, Nora. You don't mind, do you? After all, your husband's death was an accident, wasn't it?
You're darn right it was.
Was it, Nora?
I told you.
Well, come on, tell me again, Nora. It was an accident, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. Leave me alone.
And, wait a minute. The poison we found in his stomach. That was an accident, too, Nora.
The poison?
Trixie. Nora, go inside. Go on.
No. Stay here, Nora. What about the poison, kid? Did Trixie slip it to him?
You're crazy.
Did she, Nora? Did Trixie give him the poison? Did she? Come on now, tell the truth, Nora. I'd hate to see you get stuck for something that you didn't do.
Don't you say anything, Nora.
Well, you might just as well, Nora, because we know all about it anyway. The poison and everything. Did she give it to him? Nora, did you let her poison your husband? Did you...
Oh, stop it! I did it.
Huh?
Nora, shut up.
I put it in his milk, that's the truth. I did it, I tell you.
Well, now ain't that interesting. Stand still, Trixie.
You stinking little...
Save it. Let's go downtown, Nora. Get your hat and
I did it. Isn't that enough?
Come in.
Oh, Harrington. Well, I'm glad you're here.
Oh, it's all sewed up, Chief. Come on, Nora, get your hat.
Harrington, you mean Nora did it?
She just admitted it, Miss Miller. Nora's ready to talk, Chief. She put the poison in Ed's milk.
Oh, is that right, Nora?
Nora, don't talk. Yes, I did. I told you I did.
All set, Chief?
Why, yes, Harrington. I think we're all set. Take Trixie downtown and book her.
What?
Trixie?
Me? Well, you're crazy. You just heard the kid.
Oh, I heard her, Trixie. And undoubtedly she did put something into Ed's milk.
Sure, Chief, like I said.
Yes, but that didn't kill Ed Taylor, Trixie. You did.
What?
There's a car downstairs, Harrington. This case is closed.
Mr. District Attorney continues in a moment, but first, Mutual believes that if something is good, then there should be more of it. In keeping with this policy, you can now hear 6 different new variety programs. There's Joe King, the MC with a smile in his voice, who interviews guest celebrities, including some of the biggest names in the entertainment world. For everyone interested in food, and that includes the whole family, famed expert Duncan Hines offers choice tidbits on table and travel topics. The Mutual sports voice, who needs no introduction, Al Helfer, presents interviews and interesting anecdotes about the top personalities in the field of sports. And David Ross, veteran broadcaster, turns the spotlight on Americana with salutes to famous anniversaries. One of the best known and best loved of actors, Edward Arnold, gives a great performance as the storyteller. And 2 quick-witted favorites, Arlene Francis and Bill Cullen, join talents to bring a program of smiles. Yes, sir, for something new and different, why not just stay tuned to your favorite Mutual station? You can hear them all every weekday over most of these stations. Back now for Mr. District Attorney.
For the murder of Ed Taylor, ladies and gentlemen, Trixie will pay the full penalty demanded by law. And this time, her career is really over.
Yeah, and Nora, Chief, what about her?
Well, for her complicity in the crime, Nora will be sentenced, Harrington, but I think the court will be lenient. Perhaps even suspend sentence.
Oh, I'm glad, Chief. I think she's learned her lesson. I don't think you'll have any more trouble from her.
No, nor do I, Miss Miller. Actually, Nora was the victim of a hardened criminal type. Her foster mother, Trixie Norris.
Foster mother?
Yes, Trixie wasn't Nora's real mother, Harrington. As a matter of fact, Nora was an orphan. Years ago, as we know now, Trixie took Nora in off the streets. Took her in as a child to train her in a criminal career.
Just how were you sure it was Trixie who murdered Ed, Chief?
Well, she was very clever, Miss Miller, but she made one mistake. She hit Ed with that iron doorstop, you see, the one I had Brophy bring down to the office for examination.
And under the microscope, you found blood on it, huh, Chief? Mm-hmm. Blood that they didn't get off with that rag.
Yes, that's right, Harrington, and that, I admit, was a stab in the dark, ordering an examination of any heavy, blunt object in the room.
But the andiron really proved it, didn't it, Chief?
Yes, it did, Miss Miller. Trixie was clever enough to smear blood from Ed's head onto the andiron, but what she forgot was hair.
Hair?
Yes, strands of hair, Harrington. If he'd fallen against the andiron the way Trixie said he had, there would have been hair as well as blood on its surface. And as you know, there wasn't. And that was that.
This is the last program in the current series of Mr. District Attorney broadcasts. Next week, at the same time, over most of these same stations, Mutual presents Counter Spy, a program designed to help investigate and combat the enemies of our country, both at home and abroad. Be sure to listen then. program came to you transcribed. Colorful San Francisco awakens the entire West Coast with that passable of peppy persuaders, the Breakfast Gang, who welcome the invitation to join you in greeting the dawn each Monday through Saturday morning at 7:15. It's the program designed to start your day off at the right tempo. So be sure you hear the Breakfast Gang tomorrow morning and each Monday morning, Monday through Friday morning at 7:15. Stay tuned now for the latest news on the newspaper of the air with John Holbrook, which follows immediately. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
What's cooking? Well, it seems like everybody's cooking with Crisco shortening, frying fritters, frying chicken, donuts, say, make 'em yummy, please your tummy. Crisco shortening, swell for frying. Get to buying Crisco today.
The right to happiness. A very human story brought to you every weekday, Monday through Friday, at this same time by Procter & Gamble, the makers of P&G Naphtha Soap, the soap that gets clothes really white. Say, have you seen PG? Cute fellow, about so high, with the letters P&G on his coat. He's P&G Naphtha Soap. He may be at your house right now, because he doesn't seem to be here.
Who?
Oh, PG. You scared me. Where have you been?
I've been working for a lady in Connecticut.
Oh, so that's where you were. What kind of work were you doing?
Well, this lady has a special job for me every wash day. You see, her son and her husband get their shirt collars and cuffs just grimy.
Boy, those things are really hard to get clean, aren't they?
Not if you do it the P&G way.
The P&G way?
Yes, like this lady does. She dampens the collars and cuffs, and then rubs me right on the dirty spots before she puts them into my suds.
Oh, I see. She rubs you on the dirty places first.
Uh-huh. Then when the clothes get into my thick, rich suds, all that old grime just streams out.
Did you hear that, friends? Rub P&G on your extra dirty clothes first. Then put them into the suds, and they'll come out clean as a whistle.
Just like that. Why, I can't be beat for getting clothes clean. You see, I'm a high-quality soap with an active dirt loosener.
You hear that, friends? That's what you get when you buy P&G Naphtha Soap. Why don't you get several big bars today so you'll have plenty on hand next wash day? A whopping big bar costs only a few pennies, and that one bar is enough for an average 100-piece wash. And now, the right to happiness. A tragedy bared to the public eye. Headlines, pictures, a front-page story. And as newsboys hawk their wares, as the morning papers flood the city, Carolyn is being held in a cell at the Morgan Street police station. The wheels of justice have started to grind. The machinery of the law has gone into action. Fingerprints, photographs, records compiled. After trying hours at the Bureau of Identification, a young woman sits white-faced, exhausted, staring almost without expression through the bars of her cell. She said over and over again that the shooting was an accident. And yet, the statement of Bill Walker, the statement of Bill, lying close to death in a hospital, weighs heavily against her. A charge of intent to kill may become a charge of murder. In a waiting room of the police station, Fred Minton is at Doris' side. The man whom Carolyn's mother planned to marry in the near future has proved himself in this time of crisis. Since yesterday evening, when Doris called him to tell him of a shooting, an accident, he's tried to take the entire burden from the shoulders of the woman he loves. His face shows the weariness of lack of sleep, the strain of the nighttime vigil he kept at the police station. As Doris looks at him now, she says,
"You're completely worn out, Fred."
Don't worry about me.
Well, I don't know how I can thank you for everything you've done.
I haven't been able to do much, I'm afraid. Did you get any rest at all, Doris?
Rest? You'd scarcely call it rest. I tried to sleep after I went home, but it was out of the question. I just lay there in the darkness, seeing it all again. Carolyn's face as she stood there, holding a gun. Bill lying at her feet. Oh, Fred, he's got to live. He's got to pull through.
Yes.
Oh, when I think of Carolyn... She was in that cell all night, Fred. When they let us see her a few minutes ago, I was almost frightened. Can't we do something to get her out of here? To get her away from this place?
Well, I told you that bail was out of the question, Doris.
I know.
They're holding her until Bill takes a turn for better, or...
Don't even say it. He can't die. He's got to live, Fred. When you phoned your attorney, Fred...
Yes?
What was it he said to you about proceedings?
Habeas corpus proceedings? Well, he said that was the only way we could get Carolyn out on bail. A habeas corpus writ will demand that charges be placed against her immediately and bail set.
Charges?
We may as well be prepared to face it, Doris. If charges are placed while Bill still lives, Carolyn will undoubtedly be booked with assault with intent to kill.
But it was an accident.
Yes, I know. But I'm afraid we'll have to convince a court of that.
And if Bill should die, the charge will be...
murder.
That statement made by Bill last night, how could he have said the things he did, Fred? The state's attorney told me that he insisted Carolyn meant to kill him. He knows that isn't true.
It seems, my dear, that some people nurse their bitterness, their vindictiveness, even at a time when...
When they should want to clean the slate, yes. Oh, hasn't Bill even a spark of something good left in him? I just can't believe, Fred, that anyone, not even Bill, could...
He's shown us in the past, my dear, that he's capable of almost anything.
Shouldn't your attorney be here by now?
He said he tried to be here at 10 o'clock. It's only a few minutes after.
Will he want to see Carolyn first?
Probably.
Fred.
Yes?
He'll want to know everything.
He'll have to know everything.
About Bill and me. What we were to each other years ago.
Everything, Doris.
If he were a stranger, Fred. But a friend of yours, a man who knows you're going to marry me.
I'm not ashamed of anything you've done in the past, my dear. I'm not ashamed to have you take him into your complete confidence. He just has to know the background of this thing, or he won't be able to proceed.
Yes. Carolyn won't be able to tell him, Fred. I'll have to do it.
Well, I can if you wish.
No, I think I should. Not a word from Dwight.
You see, he must know by now.
Of course. The papers, he must have seen them by now. You'd think that now, of all times, if he ever had any love for Carolyn, he'd go to her.
Well, his mother and father are in the city, Doris. I can imagine that they've brought influence to bear on him. It was a pretty ugly story, the way the newspapers gave it.
The way they magnified it out of all proportion. My name. The fact that Carolyn is the daughter of the editor of a well-known magazine. Daughter of a woman who tells other people how to live. They certainly played that for all it was worth.
Yes.
Not that I care about that. Carolyn. I can't think of anything or anyone but her now and what may lie ahead of her. Oh, it almost sickened me, Fred, the way the papers treated her version of the shooting. Her insistence that it was an accident. All the clever reporters with their innuendos. With the things they left unsaid rather than said. They certainly had a field day. Why is it they can't give people the benefit of the doubt? Why can't they accept that someone is innocent until they're proven guilty? Guilty? Carolyn was no more to blame for what happened in Bill's office last night than I was. She took a gun there, yes. She just doesn't have it in her to want to kill.
No, of course not.
But what good will her word be, or my word, in the face of Bill's statement? Oh, if I could only get to him, Fred. If I could only talk to him. Perhaps I could...
What, Doris?
I don't know. But there have been times in the past when I've seemed to be able to have a little influence with Bill. The power to move him a little. Perhaps now, if I made him understand what may happen because of his statement. Perhaps now, if I appeal to whatever good is left in him, Fred, I can make him give another account of what happened. A true account. Bill knows it was an accident. He must know it was an accident.
He does, Doris. But as Fred has pointed out, there are some people who remain bitter and vindictive to the end. Knowing Bill as you do you really think you have the power to bring out some of the decency, some of the chivalry you still believe he possesses? Will it be possible for you to see Bill, to plead with him, before it's too late?
You know, a lot of you write us that you enjoy our program every day and our soap P&G Naphtha every wash day. But I wonder if you're enjoying some of the other things P&G can do for you. Help you with your dishes, for instance. Oh, say, P&G's Whirlwind in the dishpan gives you plenty of zippy suds that get dishes clean in a hurry. Sure they do. Because P&G suds contain an active ingredient that helps cut grease and caked-on food. Has dishes and pots and pans shining clean in practically no time. There's no waiting around for those suds either. Why, they come rolling off that big creamy bar in a jiffy, even in hard water, because P&G helps soften water. And say, when you take your hands out of those rich, thick suds, notice how easy P&G's been on them, will you? It's a high-quality soap, you know. It's easy on hands, as any P&G user will tell you. And I know you'll notice how long one bar of P&G lasts. Why, a big husky bar that costs only a few pennies will do all your dishes for a whole week. I hope you'll give P&G a chance soon to show you how it can help with dishes. Why not make it tonight? Be sure to listen tomorrow to the next truly human episode of The Right to Happiness. This is your announcer, Fort Pearson, for P&G Naphtha Soap. Friends, you can make America invincible in the air. Buy defense bonds. The money you put into defense bonds provides your pilots with ships. Get defense bonds at your bank, post office, or savings and loan association. Get defense stamps at your retail store, or have your newspaper carrier boy deliver them every week.
Presenting the transcription feature, Superman.
Look, up in the sky.
It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman. Yes, it's Superman, strange visitor from the planet Krypton, who came to Earth with powers and abilities far beyond those of mortal men. Superman, who can leap tall buildings at a single bound, race a speeding bullet to its target, bend steel in his bare hands, and who, disguised as Clark Kent, mild-mannered reporter for a great metropolitan newspaper, fights a never-ending battle for truth and justice. But before we join Superman, listen.
And now to our story. Although Clark Kent, by a clever ruse, succeeded in capturing the mysterious leopard woman, cunning leader of an Oriental spy ring, nothing was gained. The woman, even though threatened with all manner of punishment, refused to talk. To make matters worse, Max Heller, the foreign agent who might have exposed the spy ring, suffered a relapse and died of the bullet wound inflicted by the leopard woman. Up against the blank wall, Major Campbell, chief of the espionage division of the Secret Service, appealed to Kent. It was decided to match fire with fire, cunning with cunning, to let the leopard woman escape from the city prison where she was being held in the hope that she would lead Kent and Major Campbell to the headquarters of the spy ring. As our story continues today, the scheme is working perfectly. 3 Secret Service operatives armed with Tommy guns are following Kent and Major Campbell as they approach the brownstone house the leopard woman has just entered. 2 more armed men are stationed across the street, and the 3rd is guarding the rear. Listen.
Is the door locked, Kent? I don't know, Major. I'll see. No, it's not locked.
All right, men. Get set.
All right, Major.
Open it, Kent.
Right. Always pitch dark.
I've got a flash. Wait a minute. There.
Keep it down low and follow me.
Hey, wait a minute. I smell something funny. Smell it, Kent?
Yes, incense. Think we'd better separate, Major. Send 2 of your men upstairs and we'll comb this lower floor.
Good idea. O'Hara, stay with us. Kane, you and Johnson see what you can find upstairs.
Okay. There's a room to the right. We'll try that first.
Then let O'Hara get up front with his Tommy gun.
He can stand alongside of me. I'll shoot the flash into the room. Let me have it, will you?
All right.
Here, thanks. All set, O'Hara? Yes, sir. All right, I'll swing the door open.
The room's empty.
So it seems. Try that light switch. See if it works. Huh, it works all right.
But the room hasn't a stick of furniture in it.
Yeah.
Smell that incense? Pretty strong in here.
I know, Kent, but the room's empty.
Well, it hasn't been empty long. Oh, Harry, you run upstairs and see what's doing. Chances are you'll find it deserted.
Okay. Kent, you mean the whole house is empty?
I'm afraid so.
Hey, why are you poking in the fireplace?
Well, these ashes are still warm. In fact, there's a piece of incense still smoldering. That means they haven't been gone long.
But, Kent, what about the woman? Where is she?
Mr. Kent. Wait a minute. Yes, O'Hara?
The rooms are all empty up here.
I figured they would be. You can come down.
Kent, you said this was the house she entered.
It is. Unfortunately, this hall runs right through. She went in the front way and out the back.
Well, then she's gone. She's tricked us.
I don't think that's quite it.
What do you mean, not quite it?
I don't think she knew the house was empty. Otherwise, why did she come here?
Well, to throw us off the scent. She knew we were following her.
Possibly. I think there's more to it than that. You better have your men make a thorough search of the house anyway. We better get to a phone and call police headquarters. If she's wandering around the street, some prowl car might pick her up. It's worth sending out an alarm. I noticed a drugstore up the street. There must be a public phone there. You start the men searching the house. I'll put the call in. I'll meet you at the car.
Major Campbell's office. Who? Well, send him in. It's O'Hara.
Oh.
They're all through searching the house.
Did they find anything?
He's coming right in. Oh, yes, O'Hara. Come in.
Anything turn up?
Just this silver medal.
Medal?
Yeah, I see it. Japanese letters.
Hey, wait, that's not all. Isn't that a crouched leopard in the center?
You're right, Kent. It is.
Probably the medallion of the Leopard Society. Those letters must mean something.
We'll find out if they do. O'Hara, get hold of Muyato. Have him translate this.
Yes, sir.
Well, finding that medallion proves one thing, Major.
What?
That the brownstone house was the headquarters of the spy ring.
Rather good that does us. You certainly managed to mess things up, Kent. Max Heller dead, the leopard woman at liberty. Nothing to show for our efforts but a silver medal. Let's wait till Washington hears about this. If I'm not transferred to the garbage brigade, I'll be very much surprised. Major Campbell speaking. Oh, yes, O'Hara. No, wait a minute. Let me jot that down. All right, go ahead. The Society of the Leopard. Well, is that all? Right. Muyato translated the Japanese letters on the medal.
Yes, I heard. The Society of the Leopard, eh?
And we let us slip through our fingers like a couple of bungling rookies.
No word from the police, I suppose?
No. You can bet your bottom dollar they won't pick her up either. She's too smart for that. Probably headed straight for another hideout after giving us the slip.
I don't think so, Major. In fact, I'm not quite sure she even knows where the rest of her gang have gone.
Well, now, isn't that a stupid statement? You mean to say they'd clear out without telling her where they were going?
Now, look, see if this makes sense. I've been mulling it around in my head ever since we got back here. The leopard woman knew she was running into danger when she made that second trip back to the hospital. If anything went wrong, she couldn't possibly get away, not with the place guarded the way it was.
What's the point?
I'm coming to it. Realizing that she might fail, she probably issued instructions that if she wasn't back within a given number of hours, her gang was to clear out of that brownstone house.
And leave her hanging? Don't be silly.
Now, just a minute. You've got to understand a woman like that. If her plan to do away with Heller failed, as it did, she knew she'd be caught and subjected to questioning, possibly even a third degree.
I still don't get your point.
Well, it's simply this. Rather than run the risk of having to reveal the whereabouts of her gang if the police put her through a third degree, she made sure she wouldn't know by telling them to pick another hideout of their own choice.
Oh, now look, Kent, that doesn't make sense. Here's a woman who's the brains of a spy ring.
Well?
You mean to tell me she gave her henchmen instructions to clear out without letting her know where they were going?
She didn't want to know. In that way, she couldn't ever be forced to reveal their whereabouts, no matter what happened.
Well, how is she going to locate them now?
Oh, they'll communicate with her somehow. Of course, you understand this is all theory. Nothing like it may have happened.
Well, as far as I'm concerned, Kent, the only thing that happened was that we handled this assignment like a couple of amateurs. Boy Scouts could have done better.
Yeah.
And where are you going?
I'm back to my office. No sense hanging around here. I want to think this thing over. I'll walk by the hospital and see how Jimmy Olsen's getting along. I almost forgot about him and all this excitement. Call me if you need me.
Well, the chances are we won't need you, Kent.
Huh?
Thanks very much for your help.
You mean I'm through?
Well, from now on, I think we'd better stick to the tried and true methods of rounding up spies.
I see. All right. Bye, Major.
Goodbye, Kent.
Stung at the sudden dismissal, Clark Kent returns directly to the editorial room of the Daily Planet. As he steps into his office, he finds Lois Lane seated at his desk.
Well, look who's here. A long-lost Secret Service man. Come on in. You're a sight for sore eyes.
Looks like I'd been dispossessed.
Not quite. It was too noisy out there, and since nobody knew when you were returning to the fold, I decided to make use of your desk. I'll move this junk out.
No, stay right where you are. How's Mr. White?
Fine, and Jimmy's getting along swell. I saw him at noon today.
Oh?
He asked after you.
Yeah, I know. I've been so busy I haven't had a chance to think.
Well, how does it feel being a big Secret Service operative?
It doesn't anymore. I've been fired.
No kidding.
Uh-huh.
Why?
No, it's a long, sad story, Lois. I'll save it for some other time. Now, what are you so busily engaged in with all these competitive newspapers here? The Sentinel, the Clarion, the Bugle?
Oh, I don't know. Someone evidently sent Mr. White a memorandum stating that we weren't getting as much classified advertising as our competitors. So he sat me down to check it.
Oh.
I'm an expert on help wanted, situations wanted, and miscellaneous merchandise. For instance, would you like to buy a complete set of electric Christmas tree ornaments, only slightly used? Or a genuine leopard skin? Or
Wait a minute. What was that last one?
For immediate sale, genuine leopard skin. Call 4836. Mm-hmm.
When did that ad appear?
It's in tomorrow's Sentinel. Well, this is an advance copy.
Oh.
What's all the excitement? Did someone steal your pet leopard and skin it?
No, we're going to check that telephone number, find out the address, and then go down and buy that leopard skin as husband and wife. Come on.
I like it down here at the waterfront, especially with that fog rolling in.
It's just another block or two. 410 Front Street. That taxi let us off at the wrong corner.
Clark, do you really think that ad has anything to do with the leopard woman?
Oh, I don't know. It's just a wild stab. Oh, here's the house.
It's vacant. All the windows are boarded up.
It doesn't mean anything. Come on.
There's a light in the upstairs hall.
I told you the boarding didn't mean anything. Hey, watch these steps. They don't look too solid.
This is not my idea of fun. I can think of a lot of things I'd rather do.
Forget you're Mrs. Jones. Now, this looks like the door.
How can anyone live in a place like this?
You'd be surprised. Shh, someone's coming.
Who is it?
Mr. Brower?
Yes?
We've come in reference to that leopard skin you advertised.
Just a minute.
Taking you an awfully long time to open that door.
Oh, how do you do?
Come in.
Oh, thank you. My name is Jones. This is Mrs. Jones.
How do you do?
How do you do?
So, you want to buy the leopard skin?
We'd like to see it.
Oh, you want to see it?
Yes.
All right. Wait a minute. I got it in the next room. I'll bring it in.
Thank you. Strange bird, isn't he?
Dog. I don't like this.
Well, I can't say we do either. Is Ken's hunch right? Was the advertisement in the paper intended to lead the leopard woman back to her henchman? You'll find out when you hear the next exciting episode, so don't miss it. Tune in and follow the story with Superman.
Don't forget, tune in again for the next thrilling episode with Superman.
Look, up in the sky.
It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman. Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine.
From New York City, we present Gene Hirschholt in a new Dr. Christian story called The Neediest Case. Presented for your enjoyment by the Cheesebro Manufacturing Company, owners of the trademark Vaseline, and producers of Vaseline Petroleum Jelly, Vaseline Hair Tonic, and other Vaseline specialties. Every man wants to keep his hair and keep it good looking. Unfortunately, overheated rooms, too much soap and water, all help to rob the hair of the protective oils that nature provided to keep it manageable and handsome. It grows dry, brittle. Your scalp sheds loose dandruff scales. Now, don't let dry scalp threaten the good looks of your hair. Start now to combat this condition with Vaseline Hair Tonic. Every week before shampooing, give your scalp a thorough massage with Vaseline Hair Tonic. This stimulates the circulation and helps to supplement the natural scalp oils, which soap and water tend to remove. Then, every morning, use a few drops of Vaseline Hair Tonic to dress your hair. It gives a soft, natural look and helps to counteract dryness. In fact, it's one tonic that simply cannot dry the hair. For Vaseline Hair Tonic contains no drying ingredients. It's economical, too. Dousing is unnecessary. Just a few drops on the hair each morning do the trick. Buy a bottle tomorrow. Vaseline Hair Tonic comes in convenient shaker-top bottles at 40 and 70 cents. Well, the stage is all set here in the Columbia Playhouse in New York for Gene Hersholt, playing tonight in the Dr. Christian drama, The Neediest Case. As the curtain rises, we find him traveling along the icy road where telephone company troubleshooters are repairing wires blown down by the storm.
Hello there, Doc.
Oh, hello, Terry.
Hi, Doc.
Well, you fellas have got your work cut out for you today, all right.
And far into the night.
Regular doctor's hours, eh?
I'll say.
Oh, by the way, I noticed just now there's a wire down on Willow Road.
On Willow Road, huh?
Yeah, right in front of Miss... what's her name? You know, the old lady who lives in that very shabby old brown house.
Oh, Miss Fenner.
Ivy Fenner,
Yeah.
that's it. I didn't know whether she'd reported it or not.
Why, no.
No, she has no telephone. That's probably why.
Well, she may not even have seen it.
I don't know how she could have missed it. It's hanging right across her front gate.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, it's a bad place for a while.
Well, we'll go over and attend to it just as soon as we finish up here. Thanks for letting us know, Doc.
In the meantime, I'll drop by there and mention it to her, just so she won't by any chance walk into it.
Can you get by our truck all right there, Doc?
Sure.
Swing out a little more to your left.
Watch it, Doc.
All right, now you're clear. Okay.
Thank you. Goodbye.
See you later.
Dr. Christian.
Who?
Paul Christian.
Oh, just a minute now. I keep my door locked on account of all these solicitors and folks who come around trying to sell things.
Well, don't worry. I'm not working my way through college.
Huh? What?
I just stopped by to tell you that there's a wire down in front of your house.
Oh, is there?
Yeah, the repairmen will be around to fix it shortly. But I wanted to warn you in case you were going out to look out for it.
It's not likely I'd be going out in weather like this.
This pretty slippery underfoot.
Especially when you don't own so much as a pair of creepers.
Well, if there's nothing to take you out, you're certainly much better off right by your own fire.
Fire? What made you think I had a fire?
Why,
You didn't see any smoke coming out of my chimney, did you?
Miss Fenner...
Oh, it's all right. I'm used to it.
You mean to say you're living in an unheated house?
Oh, 'tain't bad.
With the thermometer down around 0?
Oh, I'm in bed most of the time anyway.
Well, my dear woman...
I'd be there now if I hadn't had to get up and answer the door.
You're sick?
No.
Well, suppose I come in and have a look at you.
No, I don't need a doctor.
Here, let me shut the door and keep some of this wind out.
I tell you, I don't need a doctor.
Oh, Lord, it's cold in here. Colder than outside.
I can't afford a doctor.
Never you mind about that. You just get back into bed now.
No, I'm not sick.
Here, wait, let me help you.
It's just weakness.
There. Now, cover yourself up.
Yeah.
Are these all the blankets you got?
Yes.
Oh, your hands and feet are like ice. You haven't a hot water bottle in the house, have you?
No.
Well, you stay there while I make a fire on the stove.
No, you can't.
Can't I? Oh, well, you don't know what a good fire builder I am. I can beat any Boy Scout in River's End with one hand tied behind me. Now,
Where do you keep your wood?
There ain't any.
No wood?
Not a stick.
Nor any coal?
No.
Well, let's see what we can find to burn. What about this kitchen chair?
Oh, no.
It's not a family heirloom, is it?
No, but...
I'll see that you get another to take its place. We've got to have some heat in this house right away.
I don't know if the stove grows or not. So long since I've had it lighted.
What do you use for cooking?
Well, I ain't done any cooking to speak of. Not since they turned the gas off.
You mean to say that...
Oh, it's all right. I just couldn't pay my bill.
Did you explain to the company?
No.
Well, I will. I'll go to Charlie Gorham and tell him. I'll tell the other good folks in Riverside, too. What's going on here right under their very noses. And believe me, I'm... Hello? Is that the Wood and Coal Company? Oh, is that you, Benny? This is Dr. Christian. Listen, Benny. I want you to do something for me. I want you to donate a half a quart of wood to an old woman who is freezing to death. No? Oh, I'm not joking. She is. Where? Right here in Riverside. Miss Fenner. Miss Ivy Fenner. Oh, on Willow Road. You know her? Well, she's in a bad way. Absolutely no heat in her house and not a cent of money, too. What? Well, of course, a whole quart would be just twice as welcome as half a quart. Thank you, Benny. I know I could count on you. I'll tell you the whole story when I see you. But I haven't time now. I've got some other people to call up.
Sorry, I kept you waiting, Dr. Christian.
That's all right.
I was up in the attic hunting for some old foot warmers the family used to have.
Foot warmers?
Mm-hmm. I'm putting on a big sleigh ride tonight for a crowd of youngsters. You know, taking advantage of the snow and a holiday weekend.
So, that's why the pile of blankets here in the front hall?
Mm-hmm. Think we'll keep warm? Why, what's the matter?
Oh, I thought when I saw them that perhaps you'd heard and gotten them ready for me.
Heard? Heard what?
I happened on a most pitiful case today, Rita. The sort of thing you just wouldn't believe could exist in a place like Riverside.
Really? Tell me.
You know Miss Fenner?
The old witch?
Oh, she's not a witch. She's a poor old woman.
Why, we always used to think so as children. We were scared to death to go near her house for fear she'd grab us and eat us.
Heaven knows she's hungry enough to do something desperate.
What? What do you mean?
She's starving, Rita. That poor old creature is literally starving.
Dr. Christian.
That isn't all. She's had no heat in that house of hers all winter. It's like a tomb.
Oh, how awful.
She has no warm clothes, and her blankets are so worn and so thin that she can see right through.
Is she as poor as all that?
She's absolutely penniless.
But why didn't she let somebody know?
Too proud, I guess.
Proud? That sniveling old whining...
Rita.
Well...
I'm surprised at you.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's the old witch complex, I guess, but I just can't bear that old woman.
If you'd seen her as I saw her this morning, you could feel nothing but pity in your heart for her.
Perhaps.
To me, there's nothing quite so sad as old age that's destitute and friendless.
Well, it's her own fault she has no friends.
Evidently, I've come to the wrong place. I'm sorry to have bothered you, Rita.
Oh, Dr. Christian, forgive me. I shouldn't have said what I did.
I thought you'd be the first to offer aid and sympathy.
Well, I'll be glad to do anything I can, of course. What is it you want?
Donations.
Food?
Oh, Jim Pearson has promised to send me a supply of grocery for her from the store.
Mm-hmm.
It's clothing I'm after from the ladies.
All right. Have you a list?
In my head.
Well, tell me and I'll write it down.
Blankets.
Mm-hmm. Blankets.
A hot water bottle. You know, every family has an extra one.
Mm-hmm. That leaks. But all right, what else?
Let's see. Flannel nightgowns.
Mm-hmm.
A warm wrapper.
Wrapper.
Bed socks.
Mm-hmm.
Doctor.
Yeah, it's me, and I've brought a very charming young lady with me.
Huh? I don't want a nurse. I won't have a nurse.
Oh, I'm not a nurse, Miss Fenner.
Oh.
I'm Rita Wells.
The lady who's responsible for the blankets and the other nice things.
Oh. Wells, eh?
Yes, I used to live right near here, over on Sycamore Road when I was a little girl. Don't you remember?
There was so many brats screeching around the neighborhood, breaking windows and all. I couldn't keep track of them. Oh. What you got there?
A jar of homemade chicken soup that I thought you might like.
Chicken soup, eh?
Mm-hmm.
I've never been very partial to chicken soup.
Oh, but wait till you taste this. It's hyper, super, extra good.
Let me see it.
All right. Here it is.
What's them little black things floating through it?
Oh, that's just seasoning.
Looks like pin feathers to me.
Oh, Miss Fenner.
Well, set it down somewhere. If I feel like eating any of it later on, I will, but I don't know.
You eat too. You should eat, you know. You ought to get your strength back.
I'm past being hungry.
Now, if you'd let me heat it up for you and fix some crackers with it, it would
What
do.
you need is a nurse.
I don't want a nurse.
Just the same, you ought to have one.
No.
It's all wrong, your being here all alone.
I'm used to it.
Yes, I know.
I don't want any strange woman living in my house, snooping around.
Oh, she wouldn't snoop.
I know what nurses are like, always poking in bureau drawers and peeking in closets and asking questions that's none of their business. I won't have one, I tell you.
Oh, but you'd be so much more comfortable.
I'm all right.
Well, if you don't want anyone around here on full-time duty, well, how about getting the district nurse to come in once a day just to give you good back rub and make your bed and...
My bed don't need making. I'm in it all the time anyway.
Well, the doctor means smoothing it up and changing the linen and turning the mattress.
What's the idea of turning the mattress? The other side's just the same.
To get the bumps out of it.
What do you mean?
Why, don't you see what a big hollow there is where you've been lying and then how these...
You keep away from my bed. And from me, do you hear? Keep away.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, I think I'll be running along, Dr. Christian, if you don't mind. I have some errands to do.
Oh, wait a minute. I'll give you a lift.
All right, but I don't want to hurry you.
Oh, I'm going right along, too, anyway.
All right.
Just want to check up with this lady and make sure she's taken the medicine and tonic I prescribed.
Doctor, I was going to ask you about that tonic.
Yes?
Don't you think a little sherry or port wine would be better?
Well, they wouldn't take the place of the liver extract, I'm afraid.
Never could stand the taste of liver.
Oh, you can't taste the liver in that tonic.
And taste something I don't like. Tastes like the fillings in your teeth.
That's the iron in it you taste.
Oh.
And iron is good for you.
Then you won't let me have any sherry or port wine?
No, of course I will. If you'll take the tonic, too. I'll bring you a bottle the next time I come.
Oh, no, never mind. Wine's a luxury.
Now, which do you prefer? Sherry or port?
It's hard to say. I like them both.
Well, I'll bring you a bottle of each. How's that?
You mean as a present?
Of course.
I hate to accept it from you. I'm accepting so much.
No, that's all right.
All these visits of yours, they are just friendly visits, aren't they?
Of course.
Well, I just wanted to make sure. I'd be glad to pay you, Doctor, if I could, but
I understand.
It's so dreadful to be poor.
You stop worrying about money now. Just concentrate on getting well. I'll be to see you again tomorrow.
With the wine?
With the wine. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Doctor.
Goodbye, Miss Fenner.
Oh, I'm sorry she spoke to you like that, Rachel. It wasn't kind of her.
It's all right by me. I'm perfectly willing to stay away from her and from her house. Did you ever see such a dirty place in your life?
Oh, poor soul.
Now, listen, Dr. Christian. There's no excuse for anyone living in filth.
You're old and sick, my dear. And have nobody to do for you then.
Well, she certainly found someone to do for her now.
Who?
You.
Oh,
And she's playing you for all you're worth, begging for wine.
Oh, the wine will do good.
You'll pay for it out of your own pocket, of course.
Oh, I might prevail upon Dan McCarty to donate it, of course.
Well, he'll never get thanked for it either.
You mustn't judge her too harshly. Poverty does strange things to people. And besides, she hasn't long to live.
Is she in bad shape?
Very. Felicia's anemia.
Oh, I didn't know.
Oh, at least she doesn't suffer. If you can just make her comfortable and bring a little light into her life.
Oh, you are good, Dr. Christian. You make me ashamed of myself. Well, I'll do anything I can for her, of course. We all will.
While waiting for the curtain to go up on the next act of our Dr. Christian drama, The Neediest Case, starring Jean Hirschholt in the role of Dr. Christian, we want you to hear what this lady has to say.
The other day when the bridge club met at my house, my partner said, "Look at Helen's hands. They're white and smooth looking even in this cold weather, and she does just as much housework as the rest of us." Well, I told them how I take care of chapped hands, and they were all so grateful that I'm glad of this chance to pass along a discovery to you. It's a simple thing to do, and so much less expensive than almost anything else you can use. When my hands get chapped and rough, I rub them with Vaseline jelly. It's soothing and helps lubricate the skin, you know. Then, if I'm doing housework at the time, I work Vaseline jelly well into my hands and wear a pair of old cotton gloves while I'm doing my dusting and cleaning. And they heal much more quickly.
Helping to take the soreness and redness out of chapped hands is just one of the ways a 10-cent jar of Vaseline jelly can help you. For Vaseline jelly not only soothes irritated skin, but helps to supplement the natural skin oils. It forms a thin protective film that helps to keep infection out when the skin is broken. And it promotes healing. Get a jar or tube of Vaseline jelly tomorrow. We return now to the next act of The Neediest Case. As the curtain rises, we find representatives of the Rivers End Telephone Company installing a telephone beside Miss Ivy Fenner's bed at Dr. Christian's insistence.
Hand me that screwdriver, will you, Howard?
Sure thing. Cat. How much longer is it going to take you men to get that telephone installed?
Oh, we'll be through in a few minutes
Won't
now.
be long
now.
I don't know why you have to do all your pounding right by the head of my bed.
Because that's where the doctor said the phone was to be placed.
Oh,
So you can reach right out and call him anytime you want him.
I'm sick enough to need him. I'll be too sick to remember his number.
Well, you just say to the operator, "I want Dr. Christian," and she'll get him for you.
Yeah, just like saying, "Give me the police," or "I want to report a fire," see?
Got those wire cutters?
Yeah, they're right by your hand there.
The whole thing's nonsense. I've got along all my life without a telephone.
Well, the doctor says he'll feel easier in his mind knowing you have one.
Don't you think we need a little bit more length? Yeah, reach the bed there.
What's my number going to be?
Cedar 365, ring 4.
365. Give me a piece of paper. I want to write it down.
Well, it's printed right here on the instrument.
I said I want to write it down.
Okay. Will this do?
Yeah, I guess so. I can write on the back of it.
Here, here's my pen.
Cedar.
365, ring 4. It's a party wire, you see.
Which means it'll always be busy.
Oh, no, there are only 3 others on it. There's Mrs. Osborne.
She's ring 1, Miss Fenner.
So you're writing all this down?
Who else?
The Lymans.
Lymans are ring 2.
Yeah. And the Lees, they're ring 3.
And Ivy Fenner. Ring 4.
That's right.
Ivy Fenner. I wish my hand didn't shake so. Can you read my signature?
Oh, sure.
Plain as day.
Now you write your names down at the bottom.
Our names?
What for?
So if anything goes wrong with the phone, I'll know who to blame.
But ladies, that isn't necessary, Mom. The company will have a record of the job.
I like to keep my own record.
Oh, all right. Let me have the pen. There you are.
Terry Munn. Now you.
Okay.
Howard Scudder. One of the Scudder tribe, eh?
Yes,
Put the date down, too.
all right. Friday, December 30th, 1938. There.
Now give it to me.
Yes,
And hurry up and finish your work and get out of here.
Oh, we're almost done now. Be long.
I'm so tired. I can't hardly breathe.
Hey, what's the matter? Miss Fenner. Miss Fenner. Howard, she's dying. Get that phone connected quick. Here, it's done. Thank the Lord. Hello. Hello, operator. Give me Dr. Christian's office, quick.
Seems queer, doesn't it, not to hear that querulous old voice coming from the bed?
Let's hope she's singing for a change now.
No, I doubt it. Hey, these blankets we gave her can be washed and used for somebody else.
Sure.
But the mattress isn't fit for anything. Look at it.
I wanted to get her a new one, but she insisted she'd slept in this one all her life. Wouldn't be comfortable on any other.
Never had it cleaned once, I'll bet, in all the years she had it.
You'd better burn it.
All right. Let's carry it out in the backyard and make a bonfire of it right now.
Of course, if there's good hair in it, it could be sterilized.
Oh, that's not a hair mattress. It's the cheapest kind of cotton.
We'll soon find out. There's a big grip in the middle of the taking.
How can you bear to put your hand inside that filthy old thing?
Well,
What's the matter?
Oh, we were both wrong.
Huh?
It's stuffed with paper.
What?
Look.
Oh.
A big handful of...
Why, Dr. Christian, it's money.
Well, I'll be...
Great wads of bills.
Big denominations, too. Look.
Good.
500.
Oh.
500. 1,000.
That's the first $1,000 bill I ever saw in my life.
100. 500. 100. Another 1,000.
There's a fortune there, Doctor.
Here, help me count it.
All right, I'll take this pile.
500. 50. 500. 500. 500. Well,
there's $4,500 in my pile.
Yeah, and 5,750 in mine.
That's over $10,000.
10,250.
And to think that we almost burned it up, it makes me fairly weak in the knees to think of it.
I'm feeling rather shaky myself.
Hey, wait till Riverend hears of this. The town's neediest case. Dr. Christian's pet charity.
I had no idea that.
Oh, you're going to have the life kitted out of you.
I'm afraid so.
Begging donations when all the time she had more than any of us. You know, we're going to insist on you reimbursing us.
I?
Mm-hmm, out of this money.
But it's not mine.
Of course it is.
No.
Well, you found it, didn't you?
Well, that doesn't make it mine.
But it
belongs to the state.
What?
Unless some relative puts in an appearance and claims it.
Oh, but that isn't fair.
It's the law, my dear. When a person dies without leaving a will and there's no heirs, the money goes automatically to the state.
But in this case, if you hadn't found it, we'd have burned
Oh, that makes no difference.
You mean to say you're not entitled to any of it?
Not a cent. Oh, I could submit a bill for professional services, I suppose, but that wouldn't amount to much.
Well, I never heard of anything so unfair after all you did for her. And
I admit I could make good use of it. $10,000. Oh, it would go a long way towards some hospital equipment I've been wanting.
Yes. It just makes me boil when I think of her lying there accepting everything from you and not even thanking you for it, mewing about being so poor.
Oh, she might not have known about the money.
Don't be silly. Why else would she have insisted on hanging on to this filthy old mattress? Why was she so afraid of having anyone even touch her bed? Why, of course she knew.
Yeah, I guess she did.
The old miser.
Oh, well, such people are really patriotic cases. You know it. Oh, who can that be?
Now, don't tell me that the state treasurer is heard so soon.
Come in.
Hello, Doc.
Oh, it's you, Terry.
Hello, Miss Wells.
Hello. Say, we thought you might be a long-lost relative of the deceased, turning up to claim your share of the estate.
No, I just came to take the telephone out.
No.
Will I be in your way?
No, not at all. We're just looking over things. Go right ahead.
Okay. Last time I was here, it was to put the phone in. Didn't do her much good, did it?
No.
You know, she sure went sudden there at the end. She'd been talking to Howard and me and writing and...
Writing?
Yeah, putting down the names of the other folks on her party wire. There's a list here under the telephone, just as she wrote it.
Well.
I gave her one of my report slips to write on. See? Cedar 365. I hear...
What's the matter? What is it?
Well, this isn't a list at all. I guess the old lady was having a little fun with you, Doctor.
What?
Here, read it.
Cedar 365.
Yeah, that was her number.
I hereby give and decree everything of which I'm possessed to the only good friend I've ever had, Dr. Paul Christian.
Oh, Dr. Christian.
Signed, Ivy Fenner. And witnessed by Terry Munn and Howard Scudder. Well, what do you know about that?
And so the curtain falls on another drama of River's End, starring Gene Hirschholt. Mr. Hirschholt will be out in front in a moment to take a bow and to tell you about next week's program. Meanwhile, I have a word to say about the products that make this program possible. You know, housework is hard on the hands at any time of the year. But in the winter especially, it's very, very hard. Remember to rub a little soothing Vaseline jelly on your hands at the first sign of roughness or redness. Vaseline jelly is wonderful for the skin because it supplements the natural skin oils and helps to overcome dryness. It is refined under the strictest standards and contains no acids, chemicals, or other irritants. In fact, Vaseline jelly is so pure you can eat it. Be sure to look for the familiar Vaseline trademark when you buy. It is your guarantee of absolute purity. And remember, Vaseline jelly is also the base of a number of specialty products. Vaseline carbonated jelly, Vaseline borated jelly, Vaseline camphor ice, and Vaseline lip ice. Ask your druggist about their special benefits. In our drama, The Neediest Case tonight, you heard Miss Josephine Hull, Broadway star, in the role of the old lady, Ivy Fenner. Miss Gloria Holden, Hollywood featured player, in the role of the society girl, Rita Wells. And Frank Butler, Mary Kroger, and Mary Stewart. Now, here is our star, Gene Hirschholt, as Dr. Christian. I hear plans are on foot for the annual dinner of the State Medical Society next week in Center City, at which the great surgeon, Sir Thomas Beaton, is to be guest of honor. Is that right, Dr. Christian?
Yes, we're all looking forward to meeting him. In fact, I'm determined to get him to look at a patient of mine, Mrs. Bentley. The story of Mrs. Bentley, in fact, is our drama for next week.
And it's called The Guest of Honor. And so until next Tuesday night at the same hour, I'll say good night.
Don't fail to listen to Gene Hirschholt's Dr. Christian drama next Tuesday night at this same hour. It is called The Guest of Honor. Your announcer, Andre Baruch. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.